I hold affection for you. Let us be together." The young girl mustered her courage to confess, only to be met with the disapproving gaze of the young man. "Do not raise your voice so, your throat will ache." The girl was wounded by the dismissive nature of this response, and just as tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes, the young man furrowed his brow, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, his expression one of confusion. "Why are you crying? Have we not already been together for some time?" The girl froze. When did that happen? How could the person involved be so oblivious? Chapter 1. The Rescue in Shibuya. October 31st, 2018. Shibuya. The night was thick with darkness as two figures navigated the streets, unhesitatingly stepping into the unseen black veil that ordinary people could not perceive. It was Yuta Okatsu and Chizuru Kiyotaka, who should have still been abroad. With no time to spare regarding their fellow peers, the two eliminated curses along the way, ceaselessly advancing deeper into the veil. Due to the prophecy concerning the Shibuya incident made by Chizuru's maternal family, she returned to Japan overnight with her peers. Passing through the outer two veils, the two exchanged a glance and resolutely parted ways, heading in different directions. According to the plan, one would go to rescue teacher Gojo, while the other would seek out Yuji Itadori to prevent Sukuna's awakening. Sensing the presence of the special grade cursed object, Sukuna's fingers, Chizuru quickened her pace while drawing the cursed tool, the Tang Hung Dao, from her back and grasping it firmly in her hand. Meanwhile, inside a room, Maki Zenin and her companions had just concluded a fierce battle with the special grade cursed spirit, Dagon. The peculiar man who had suddenly appeared had shattered the window with Fushiguro Megumi and fled outside. Maki Zenin intended to assist, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful sense of oppression, the temperature around her rising dramatically. The participants sensed the danger, yet another special grade had emerged. "You are finished, Dagon." It was the same special grade volcanic curse spirit that had previously attacked Satoru Gojo. He lifted Dagon's remaining hand, watching it gradually turn to ash, a feeling he could not articulate welling up inside him. "Leave the rest to me." The three present sensed that the situation was dire, yet they found themselves paralyzed, for this cursed spirit was significantly more formidable than the last. The temperature around Mahito continued to soar, steam erupting from its head like a volcanic explosion as it extended its hand, seeking to eliminate Maki Zenin and her companions in one fell swoop. "Do not move." A clear voice imbued with cursed energy resonated from behind, causing Mahito to momentarily freeze, while simultaneously, a figure clad in a high school uniform appeared before it. The long blade descended with ferocity, and the volcanic cursed spirit retreated swiftly, leaving behind only the severed arm on the ground. "Who are you?" Mahito exclaimed, distancing itself while gazing at the unfamiliar girl before it. "Chinchi." Zen and Maki expressed her astonishment, perplexed as to why she would appear in this location. Observing the young girl before them, brandishing a knife with the distinctive dog-patterned curse markings at the corner of her mouth, Nanami Kento and Zenin Abido deduced her identity. The most gifted descendant of the Inumaki family, Inumaki Chinchi. It was rumored that she entered school as a first-grade sorcerer. "Salmon." Inumaki Chinchi tossed a notebook containing the recorded events to Zen and Maki and opened her mouth, commanding, "Leave immediately." The three found themselves moving uncontrollably, sprinting towards the exit, while Inumaki Chinchi stood firm with her long blade, blocking the path of Roka. She had already sensed the aura of the cursed spirit belonging to Sukuna's finger. The two, a sorcerer and a cursed spirit, exchanged glances for 2 seconds before simultaneously launching an assault. Roka's curse technique revolved around flames, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar alarmingly. Enveloping herself in cursed energy, she shielded against the intense heat emanating from the opposing cursed spirit. Inumaki Chinchi sidestepped Roka's flames and decisively unleashed her curse command. "Fall!" The volcanic cursed spirit staggered and collapsed to the ground, providing the girl an opportunity to close the distance. Strangely, she did not use her knife, but instead delivered a powerful punch that sent it flying. Dust swirled around them as the enraged voice of the cursed spirit echoed, "You seek death." Simultaneously, a volcanic head materialized above Inumaki Chinchi, and a torrent of scalding magma erupted forth. Evading the attack, the magma penetrated the floor, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred matter. Inumaki Chinshi was not inclined to linger. She had acquired what she desired, and once again issued a curse command to immobilize her opponent. Do not move. Despite being a special grade, her voice had grown somewhat hoarse after several attempts. Observing the girl before her, the restrained Roka wore a grave expression as it gestured, preparing to employ its domain. However, to its surprise, Inumaki Chinshi abruptly turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Roka narrowed its eyes in fear, suddenly sensing something amiss. A quick check revealed its possession was now empty. Upon looking up, the girl had vanished without a trace. Damn it, how dare she mock him? Roka exhaled steam in frustration, expressionless as it raised a hand and unleashed a massive fireball towards the window. In an instant, the buildings on the street outside were reduced to rubble, leaving only charred remnants. Meanwhile, Maki and the others, after comprehending the contents of the notes, wore solemn expressions. Shibuya Rescue Plan 1. Okatsuyuta infiltrates the interior to reclaim Gojo Satoru, while Kamo Noritoshi returns to Jujutsu High to retrieve the key, Prison Realm, inside from Tenjin, bringing it to Shibuya to rescue Gojo. Inumaki Chinshi locates Sukuna's finger and Itadori Yuji, preventing Sukuna's awakening to avoid chaos caused by the volcanic curse spirit affecting others. Prevent Mahito from being consumed by the fake Geto Suguru. Asterisk, this is crucial. Exchanging glances, Zen and Maki and her companions set forth, adhering to the plan. Chapter 2. An unexpected turn of events? Descending swiftly, Shikigami Chiki hastily entered the subway station beneath the building. Carefully placing a pouch of Sukuna's fingers into a box adorned with numerous talismans, and then stowing it away in her small handbag. Without pausing, she made her way towards the center of the tent, keeping a vigilant eye out for the figure of Itadori Yuji. Upon finding the boy she had only seen in photographs, she was alarmed to see two unfamiliar girls attempting to force a long object into the unconscious boy's mouth. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Nanako and Mimiko, whom she had briefly encountered a year prior. Stop right there, Shikigami Chiki commanded decisively, her expression hardening as she recognized what they were holding. The suddenness of her voice caused Nanako and Mimiko to freeze. But before they could turn to see who had spoken, they were swiftly incapacitated by a single strike, collapsing to the ground. Relieved that the fingers were safely secured, Shikigami Chiki took a moment to breathe easy before applying a reversal technique to heal the junior she had just met. Suddenly, black curse markings began to emerge across the boy's body, a clear sign of Sukuna attempting to seize control. Sleep now, she exclaimed instinctively. Sukuna, caught off guard, found himself forced back into slumber, the dark tattoos reluctantly fading away until calm was restored. That was perilous, she mused, lifting the considerably larger boy onto her shoulder. Shikigami Chiki dashed towards the exit of the tent, intent on getting him to safety. Since she had enveloped the fingers in her cursed energy, Lu, who was attempting to track them by their aura, was temporarily at a loss. However, time was of the essence. Itadori and the fingers should not remain in close proximity. And with Itadori still unconscious, her concern only deepened. Finally emerging above ground without encountering any significant curses along the way, Shikigami Chiki exhaled in relief. It wasn't long before she encountered a familiar face, though it was evident that he was not faring well. Fushiguro Megumi gritted his teeth, struggling against the sudden appearance of a golden-haired curse user, feeling overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated a desperate measure, a familiar voice echoed, "Fall." The once arrogant golden-haired man was abruptly struck down, crashing into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Chiki-senpai? Megumi turned to see the newcomer and immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he was puzzled by her sudden appearance, he was grateful nonetheless. "It's me, Salmon," Shikigami Chiki acknowledged, nodding towards her injured junior. She then set Itadori down and began to tend to Megumi's wounds. At that moment, the unconscious Itadori finally regained consciousness, confused by the sight of the unfamiliar girl and the healed injuries on his body. "This is Shikigami-senpai's cousin, Chiki-senpai, a third-year student. She was abroad with Okatsu-senpai, and you Haven team met her before," Megumi explained. "Seaweed." "Hello," Shikigami Chiki greeted, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she waved. She bore a resemblance to Shikigami-senpai, sharing the same purple eyes and the curse markings at the corners of her mouth. Recalling the battle he had faced with a curse that wielded blood manipulation before losing consciousness, Itadori wondered aloud, "But why is Chiki-senpai here? And were my injuries treated by you?" "Salmon, it's a long story." Retrieving her phone from her pocket, Shikigami Chiki gestured for her juniors to look at the screen. She intended to type out the sequence of events for them, but was suddenly compelled to leap aside. "Firefly." A voice rang out just as a swarm of flying insects exploded at their previous location, drawing the blade from her back. Shikigami Chiki positioned herself protectively in front of the two bewildered boys, her gaze cold as she regarded the curse emerging from the smoke, feeling utterly unfortunate. Once Megumi and Itadori recognized the creature before them, they understood the gravity of the situation. It was the volcanic-grade curse that had previously ambushed Gojo Satoru. Leave the fingers and the vessel now? Lu's voice was commanding and brooked no dissent. Run. Though the two boys had resolved to fight, they found themselves compelled to retreat by Chiki's curse words. Huh, my legs one-T move. Itadori exclaimed in shock. Chiki-senpai. Megumi called back in concern. Where do you think you're going? Lu shouted angrily, raising his hand to stop them. Don't move. Be blown away. Two consecutive curse commands surged forth, propelling him into the nearby building, followed by the sound of collapsing rubble. I'll handle this. Go find Maki. Stick to the plan. Upon reading the urgent message on the phone she had tucked away, Megumi tightened his jaw and urged his classmate to quicken their pace. Avoiding the searing lava that erupted from the ground, Shikigami Chiki gripped her sword tightly and advanced. It appeared she would need to deal with this curse herself. The clash of their figures created chaos, the surroundings littered with debris left by the fireballs. The more they battled, the more Lu's expression grew tense. How could a mere student curse user prove so formidable? Where had this one come from? Swallowing a special remedy, Shikigami Chiki felt a sharp pain in her throat. Though her opponent was a special grade, she wasn't without her chances. After severing Lu's arm once more, he did not immediately regenerate, but instead paused for a few seconds. Was it a lack of cursed energy? A smile crept onto her lips at the thought. If I kill it, then the prophecy of losing an arm will be rewritten, right? Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Lu was instantly enraged. Was she mocking him? This was unforgivable. Domain expansion. Iron Coffin Mountain. To his surprise, upon unleashing his domain, Shikigami Chiki's smile only brightened. By releasing a massive amount of cursed energy, he constructed a domain with guaranteed hit effects, capable of incinerating any enemy within its confines. However, it needed to be fully established first. She was waiting for this moment. At the instant Lu made his gesture, Shikigami Chiki unleashed her own technique. Cursed energy stagnation. Lu's expression faltered as he felt his cursed energy vanish for a brief second, causing his domain to freeze in place. It was in that crucial second that Shikigami Chiki swung her blade down. Don't move. Lu felt the world spin, and when he regained his senses, he discovered that his head had once again been severed from his body. Gagging, Shikigami Chiki suffered severe backlash from repeatedly using cursed techniques against a special grade curse. Blood pouring from her mouth, while her reversal technique could not fully heal her. She knelt on the ground, propping herself up with her sword, her expression twisted in pain. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on her back as she realized that Lu's body had yet to turn to ash. No. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, only to see a towering inferno erupt behind her. In her final moments of consciousness, Chiki thought, this isn't how the plan was supposed to go. Unbeknownst to her, a jade pendant at her chest emitted a soft white light, whisking her and the fingers she held away just before the flames engulfed her. Not far away, a white-haired boy in a kimono, who had been observing, rushed into the flames upon noticing the absence of Sukuna's fingers. They really are gone, Rhyme murmured, his brow furrowed with regret for not having acted sooner. On October 31st, 2018, at 11:36 p.m., the Shibuya battle finally reached its conclusion. Despite the predictions of the Shinjuku clan, the imposter Suguru Geto devoured Mahito, initiating the Shinjuku incident. However, the extraordinary Miss Jojo Yuki successfully brought the rear gate of the Hell's Domain, and the strongest force in the Jujutsu world, Satoru Gojo, was rescued as planned. Sukuna remained dormant, and the majority of the ordinary people inside Shibuya survived, with no significant casualties on the Jujutsu sorcerer's side. It was at this moment that everyone realized that the key player in this decisive battle, Inumaki Tsukasa, had vanished without a trace. Under the scrutiny of the six eyes, Satoru Gojo deduced that the person had vanished into thin air, taking with them numerous fingers of Sukuna. As the cousin of Inumaki Tsukasa, Inumaki Toge was filled with anxiety, while the other second-year students exhibited concern. Two first-year male students also felt a pang of guilt, wishing they had remained behind to ascertain where the individual had gone. However, the Inumaki family and the Shibuya clan appeared remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, as if it had been anticipated all along. Not an ally of the Jujutsu sorcerers, Tsukasa's cousin, clad in a white robe, offered words of reassurance, stating that there was no need to worry about Tsukasa. She was in no danger, merely completing a task elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo's expression darkened, and as he contemplated further questions, he was interrupted by the young man. We are well aware of her situation. What you need to focus on now is devising a solution to this Shinjuku incident. With a smirk, Satoru remarked. You people from Huaxia are rather nonchalant about your own children. Yet, there was no trace of mirth in his eyes, and his words carried a sharp sting. The young man, unperturbed by the sarcasm, maintained a smile, explaining that this was a decision made by Tsukasa's parents and her grandparents, assuring everyone that his cousin would return soon. At this point, Satoru Gojo chose to ignore him and led the students back into the jujitsu school. Chapter 3. Indeed. Not human. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped her as Inumaki Tsukasa abruptly opened her eyes, her eyelids involuntarily fluttering as she assessed her situation. Swiftly adjusting her position in midair, she utilized the knife in her hand to pierce a nearby building for cushioning, gracefully descending onto a vintage platform, instinctively pressing down on the small bag at her side. The sudden motion aggravated her injuries, causing her to crouch down in pain for a moment, wary of using cursed energy, fearful that she might encounter something she could not resist. Rising to survey her surroundings, she found countless ancient structures haphazardly arranged in the air, illuminated brightly, resembling an indoor setting rather than the outdoors. Was this a domain? Or something else? Suddenly, the unexpected sound of a pipa startled Tsukasa. Her tang-hung knife instinctively raised in defense, only to find herself instantaneously transported to another location. Before her stood a young man in a white suit with curly hair, his skin unnaturally pale, and his eyes a striking crimson, currently fiddling with a test tube filled with a red liquid. For some inexplicable reason, his face bore an uncanny familiarity. Nearby, in a hall, sat a woman with long hair obscuring her face, cradling a pipa and holding a plectrum. The pipa's previous melody had evidently originated from her. Neither of these individuals exuded cursed energy, yet they emanated a distasteful aura, coupled with the bizarre displacement. Tsukasa reasonably suspected that they were not human. She dared not relax, gripping her knife tightly. Hunter of demons? The young man turned, casting a glance at the girl who had appeared suddenly in the infinite city, his gaze lingering on her weapon for a moment. What do you mean by hunter of demons? Tsukasa pondered internally, concealing her confusion while channeling her cursed energy. She noticed a peculiar smile on his face, one that seemed dismissive, provoking a silent retort from her. Almost as if sensing something, the young man swiftly launched a projectile from his body. Tsukasa instinctively sidestepped, raising her long knife to strike down. Clang! Bam! Sent crashing through a doorway. Tsukasa felt a fiery pain in her back as she knelt on one knee, bracing herself with her knife. Before she could catch her breath, the sound of the pipa echoed in her ears once more, and the scene shifted, transporting her into midair. The girl's eyes widened as she discerned the object that had attacked her, a barbed flesh whip extending from the young man's back, unmistakably a grotesque extension of his being. What in the world is this monster? As the abhorrent appendage neared her, she wasted no time in declaring, "Do not move." Her cursed energy resonated through the space, immobilizing Muzan and Neikime. In that fleeting moment of control, Tsukasa's blade cleaved through the young man's whip, and she swiftly darted into the surrounding buildings. Is that blood demon art? Muzan furrowed his brow, retracting the severed appendage. No, that woman is undeniably human. Have the Demon Slayer Corps reached such a level? A sudden realization struck Muzan, his pupils constricting, veins bulging on his forehead. He could not allow this to transpire. That woman must die. Concealed within the building, Tsukasa felt a stabbing pain in her throat, covering her mouth as she struggled to swallow a mouthful of blood. The battle with Ryuko had drained too much of her cursed energy, and it was evident that these two were not using their full power. What a stroke of bad luck. This place was undoubtedly a parallel space akin to a domain, and she already had an inkling of who controlled it. She needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. Utilizing a reversal technique to heal her injuries, Tsukasa contemplated how many more spells she could employ while navigating the corridor at a rapid pace. With her movement, Muzan locked onto her, and Neikime accompanied him with a pluck of her strings, causing Tsukasa to be transported back to their presence. Explode. This is the moment. She unleashed her most potent spell against Muzan, a fiery blaze erupting alongside the sound of the explosion. Caught off guard, Muzan was engulfed by the inferno, and Neikime instinctively strummed her pipa, but a long knife hurtled toward her face. With her life on the line, she was forced to redirect her aim. From the sea of flames, several flesh whips lashed out towards the girl, yet Tsukasa had already reached Neikime. Do not move. With a commanding spell, she forcibly restrained the two demons, unable to suppress a surge of blood as her complexion paled. She directly ordered Neikime, "Send me out immediately." Trembling, Neikime appeared to resist something, but the sound of the pipa resonated once more. Inside the infinite city, an unyielding Muzan glared at the kneeling Neikime, shattering her head with a single blow. Useless. Neikime, clutching her pipa, dared not immediately recover. Send some demons to that location. And inform the 12 Kazuki to keep an eye on that woman. Should they encounter her, eliminate her immediately. Chapter 4. Hunter of Demons. Cast into a forest. Tsukasa gazed up at the moon above, then stumbled forward in a random direction, desperate to escape this place. Faced with monsters devoid of cursed energy, peculiar spaces, and abilities, she could not help but conclude, having read numerous comics and novels, that she had most likely crossed into another world. Adjusting her collar and ensuring not a single Sukuna finger was missing, Tsukasa felt a slight sense of relief, even managing to muster a smile. After all, there was still a silver lining. She was curious to see the expression on Sukuna's face upon discovering the absence of these fingers. Hee, let the show begin. As the moonlight poured like water, after wandering through the woods for some time, Tsukasa's complexion grew increasingly pale, dark circles forming beneath her eyes. She was nearing her limit. Suddenly, she heard rustling behind her, as several grotesque creatures, barely resembling humans, crawled out from various directions. In a moment of instinct, she reached behind her, only to find nothing there. Chinchi gasped sharply. She had forgotten that she had left her knife behind. Quickly, capture her. A voice echoed from somewhere. The grotesque figures, dripping with saliva, surged forward in a swift, terrifying tide, enveloping Chinchi in a nightmarish scenario. With a furrowed brow, she swiftly drew the short blade from her waist and, without hesitation, severed the arm of the demon lunging at her, kicking it away with a forceful thrust. In the blink of an eye, her understanding of this world was irrevocably altered. To her astonishment, the creature, with a manic grin, began to crawl back up using both hands and feet, its severed limb slowly regenerating flesh and blood. This was nothing short of cheating. Its regenerative prowess surpassed even her reversal techniques, prompting Chinchi to inwardly lament her predicament. Half an hour later, at the edge of the forest, a tremendous force crushed two demons together, their blood spilling like water wrung from a towel, ultimately leaving behind a compact, lifeless mass on the ground. Coughing up blood, after numerous attempts, Chinchi discovered that no form of attack could vanquish these beings. Though incantations could render them immobile, now only one monster remained, relentlessly pursuing her. The girl bit her tongue to rouse her senses, her feet moving without pause. The current situation filled her with bitterness. Her cursed energy was nearing its limit. As a first-level curse master, when had doggerel Chinchi found herself in such a dire state. What on earth were these creatures, and could nothing counter their formidable regenerative abilities? Suddenly, she halted. Bathed in moonlight, the outline of a building emerged ahead. Chinchi pressed her cracked, pale lips together. It was a village. U1T Escape, a grotesque, man-like creature with darkened skin and bloodshot eyes, grinned maniacally as it advanced towards her. If I kill you, the master will reward me with more blood, making me stronger. Ha! Her arms and legs felt as though they were bound by a 1,000-pound weight, her eyelids heavy and nearly unable to lift. She was utterly exhausted. The girl, her clothes torn in multiple places, contemplated emotionlessly whether to turn it into jerky or blow it to pieces. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, wondering if it would be better to let the creature rip off its own head and then burn it to ash. The monster, enraged by her laughter, lunged at her. Chinchi, uninterested in evading, expressionless, grasped her collar and pulled it beneath her chin, exposing the incantation at the corner of her mouth to the air. Before she could utter a word, a calm, detached male voice came from behind her. Water-breathing, 8th form, waterfall. A young man descended from the sky, wielding a long blade adorned with blue waves, cleaving the creature's head from its body in one swift motion. Chinchi had intended to warn the suddenly appearing swordsman of the monster's peculiarities, but in the next instant, the severed creature disintegrated into ashes. With her dry eyes wide open, she suddenly understood what the curly-haired man meant by Demon Slayer. You managed to hold on until I arrived. Well done. You are now safe. The young man with black hair, clad in a patchwork haori, turned to face the still-dazed girl, his azure eyes resembling the depths of the ocean. What on earth? Doggerel Chinchi was left speechless, though she found the voice oddly familiar. With the imminent danger dissipated, Chinchi relaxed, but immediately shadows loomed before her, and the ground beneath her began to sway. As Tomioka sheathed his Nichiren blade, he noticed the exhausted girl's knees buckle, and he rushed to support her. This is no place to rest. Dizzy and on the brink of collapse, Chinchi almost laughed at his words, but instead, she fainted. Watching the girl slump in his arms, the young man remained impassive, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by understanding as he assumed she had fainted from the shock of narrowly escaping death. Gazing at the distant village, Ju looked down at the dirt-covered, pale girl in his arms, swiftly removing his haori to wrap her up before hurrying in a different direction. Though it was already deep into the night, 2 lanterns hung at the entrance of the Wisteria mansion, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. The young man politely knocked on the doorframe while carrying the girl, and soon a commotion could be heard within. A lady in her 30s opened the gate. "Apologies for the intrusion," Just said as he entered the courtyard with the girl. Upon seeing the clearly distressed young woman in his arms, the lady gasped, "What happened to this child? Has she encountered?" Understanding her implication, Ju nodded and replied coolly, "Could you please help her change into clean clothes and tend to her wounds?" "Of course, please follow me." Chapter 5, Please take me with you. Upon awakening once more, Chinchi found herself lying in a room. The tattered uniform she had worn was gone, replaced by a neatly donned light blue home kimono, and the wounds inflicted by the man-eating demons had been carefully bandaged. "Wait, where's my bag?" Startled, she sprang up and turned to find her familiar black pouch beside her pillow. After rummaging through it and confirming that her fingers remained intact, she sighed in relief. It seemed the young man from last night had brought her home after she lost consciousness. After adjusting her belongings, Chinchi opened the door and stepped out of the room, intending to inquire about her current situation. "You're awake?" a gentle voice called out, and Chinchi turned to see a woman in a dark kimono smiling at her from down the corridor. "Seaweed. Hello." She instinctively greeted her, then quickly realized, upon noticing the woman's surprised expression, that this woman was not a companion from her school and could not understand her. The lady named Keiko explained that the young man who had brought her to the Wisteria mansion was Ju Tomioka, the demon slayer responsible for this area. During breakfast, Chinchi encountered the young man in the patchwork haori. They exchanged nods as a form of greeting, but as they prepared to eat, Chinchi sensed Ju's gaze resting on her face, more specifically, on the incantation at the corner of her mouth. "Is that a birthmark?" "It resembles a demon's mark," Ju mused, though the fact that she could walk freely in sunlight quelled his thoughts. Feeling self-conscious under his scrutiny, Chinchi instinctively touched her mouth's corner, expecting him to inquire about it. However, the young man merely glanced at her for a moment before averting his gaze. After finishing their breakfast, neither made a move. Under Chinchi's inquiry, a narrative about the man-eating demons and the demon slayer core gradually unfolded before her. Demons can only be killed by sunlight or by decapitation with a Nicaran blade. If you wish to avoid becoming their meal, do not venture outside at night. His words caused Dogroll Chinchi's mouth to twitch. Was he genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance? Nonetheless, Ju remained unperturbed, sipping his tea while gazing out the window. "Where is your home?" "I no longer have a home. My parents were both slain by demons." "I'm sorry," she thought, glancing cautiously at the young man's expression, hoping to gauge his reaction to her clumsy lie, only to find him impassive. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "I will take you to the Butterfly Mansion. They will provide refuge for you. Wisteria flower." Upon hearing this, Chiki immediately shook her head, crossing her arms in a gesture of refusal. She could not venture into crowded places, aside from the communication barriers. The thought of that curly-haired man and the lute-playing woman sent a shiver down her spine. Butterfly was a kind-hearted individual. Ion Tomioka presumed her fear was of the crowd, so he offered an explanation. Noticing her continued resistance, he added, "Then I shall entrust you to Madame Keiko's care. Here, the wisteria blooms abound, and demons dare not approach." Yet, when the young girl still shook her head, Ion fell silent, a subtle frown creasing his brow. Madame Keiko was the owner of this house of wisteria, her husband having fallen victim to a demon's attack. She and her daughter were rescued by the demon slayer core, and in gratitude, they voluntarily hung the wisteria emblem, providing shelter and healing to passing members. Chiki was unaware of the curly-haired man's status among demons, but the relentless pursuers following her indicated that he was of considerable rank. To be on the safe side, she felt it unwise to reside with the elderly, weak, or women and children. After some contemplation, she deemed that living alone, while working at night alongside Ion Tomioka, would be more suitable. Thus, she penned a note. "Mr. Tomioka, may I request your hospitality for a while? I can cook and manage household chores, and I will leave as soon as I find work. Please take me with you. I assure you, I will not be a burden." Given her uncertainty about her arrival here or when she might return, Chiki could only take one step at a time. She silently hoped he would not refuse. Ion exhibited a rare look of confusion, perplexed by her desire to accompany him. Yet his gaze fell upon the words about her cooking skills. After a long moment, he spoke softly. "Radish and salmon?" Was he inquiring whether she could prepare that? Tentatively, he nodded, and Chiki focused intently on him. With a nod of agreement, Ion stood and stepped outside. "Let us go." Having received the answer she sought, Chiki exhaled with relief, quietly lowering her hands from her collar. She had half expected to have to plead further. Yet had Ion just smiled? Radish and salmon? Madame Keiko and her daughter escorted her to the door, and Chiki bowed to express her gratitude. She waved goodbye, pickled fish roe. Farewell. Chiki had changed into a freshly laundered and neatly mended school uniform, the high collar concealing the incantation at her mouth, utterly out of place for the era. "Ion, carrying a bundle containing several garments kindly provided by Madame Keiko, walked ahead. The streets of Taisho-era Japan were lined with vintage architecture, leading them to Iyong's residence, which lay on the outskirts of a bustling city, surrounded by wisteria planted to deter demons from entering. The Tomioka estate was a sprawling mansion, a true testament to wealth. Whether in this time or the modern day, does the Demon Slayer Corps offer such generous salaries? Chiki mused as she followed Iyong into the courtyard. She expected a household of considerable size to match the grandeur of the estate. However, upon reaching the bedroom, she found not a single soul in sight. It struck her as odd, even if there were no hired help. Where were his family members? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to stiffen. Given the perilous nature of the Demon Slayer Corps, it was unlikely that ordinary people would be aware of its workings. Could it be that Iyong's family had perished, victims of demons? Chiki's heart became heavy with conflicting emotions. The young man ahead seemed to sense her unease, glancing back at her with a look of mild confusion. Though his face remained impassive. Why do I feel a hint of foolishness in this? Chapter 6, Applying Medicine. Just moments ago, they were on the brink of winter. Yet now they basked in the warm sun of early spring. Chiki touched the jade talisman given to her by her grandfather, feeling a pang of melancholy as she noticed a crack had appeared upon it. Had it been damaged during her earlier scuffle? The fissure sliced right through the intricate pattern of the Kirin trampling a demon, and she feared it might shatter entirely. In recent nights, she had ventured out to experiment. Ordinary incantations or spells were utterly ineffective against the demons, while straightforward commands like die proved somewhat effective against lesser demons. They consumed a significant amount of her energy and came with a greater backlash. It seemed that the number of demons roaming the streets at night had increased. She could not discern whether the curly-haired man was searching for her and hoped innocence would not be implicated. It appeared she would need to devise a way to obtain a Nichiren blade. One evening, after a silent dinner with Iyong, he picked up his Nichiren blade and headed outside. I am going out. Pickled fish roe. Hom. Chiki, having seen him off at the door, wore a worried expression as she cautioned, pickled mustard greens. Be careful. She had assumed he would not react, yet to her surprise, he nodded in acknowledgement. Do not go out tonight. Salmon. Understood. After watching him leave, Chiki secured the courtyard gate and returned to her room. Based on her observations over the past days, Iyong's daily routine seemed to consist of 3 segments: leaving to work at dusk, returning to rest in the late hours of the night, and practicing swordsmanship around 9 or 10 in the morning. Her culinary duties posed little challenge, primarily consisting of radish and salmon, or salmon radish, as they were essentially the same dish. Being a guest in his home, she had initially considered managing the household cleaning, but every day, shadowy figures arrived to tidy up, identifying themselves as covert members responsible for logistics. The Demon Slayer Corps is remarkably organized, she mused, having heard of a medical department known as the Butterfly Mansion. This world bore no trace of curses, and Chiki felt despondent. Aside from her own ability to harness spell energy, there was no indication of her former world. How on earth can I return? I wonder how they are faring. Has Sensei Gojo been released? Lying beneath her covers, Chiki drifted into slumber. It was not until midday the following day that Iyong's figure reappeared at the entrance, his complexion paler than usual, likely due to a night without sleep. I'm back. Daika, are you alright? Chiki sensed a hint of blood in the air, instinctively associating it with demon slaying. I'm fine. Iyong dismissed her outstretched hand. Unfazed by his rejection, she followed him inside, where a steaming meal awaited them on the table. As he gazed at the radish and salmon before him and the girl across the table, his expression softened, conjuring the image of a red-clad figure in his mind. After hastily finishing his meal, Iyong retreated to his room to rest. Observing his fatigue, Chiki refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to seek employment outside. At the entrance of the Tomioka estate, she collided with a cute girl dressed in a butterfly haori, adorned with butterfly hairpieces. The girl, with violet-tipped bangs and matching eyes, donned the corps uniform, a Nichiren blade secured at her waist. Clearly, she was a colleague of Iyong. Upon witnessing Chiki emerge from the residence, the girl paused, glancing up at the sign above as if to confirm something. Kombu. Pickled fish roe? Hello, is there something you need? Shinobu Kocho had come to deliver medicine to her disobedient colleague, but was taken aback to see a beautiful girl exiting his residence, uttering words she could not comprehend, seemingly discussing food names. The confusion on Chiki's face prompted her to retrieve the small notebook and pen that Iyong had given her. She wrote, Are you looking for Mr. Tomioka? He is resting. If it is not urgent, would you like to come in and wait? Shinobu pondered whether there was a special reason for her inability to speak normally, smiling as she nodded in agreement. I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I have come to deliver a few items and shall depart shortly. Inside the room, Chiki poured a cup of tea for the girl known as Shinobu Kocho and explained her situation to avoid any misunderstandings. However, There was a hint of disappointment in Shinobu's tone as she placed the medicine on the table, her smile unwavering. Mr. Tanjiro has sustained an injury, yet he stubbornly insists on returning home. Dismayed, Chiki recalled the earlier scent of blood, realizing it had originated from him. Is it serious? How did it happen? Does he need to return to the butterfly mansion for treatment? The girl's half-covered face, obscured by her scarf, revealed her anxious purple eyes fixated on Chiki. Shinobu, lost in thought, offered a knowing smile. It was an injury sustained during work, inflicted by a child deceived by a demon, located on his abdomen. The wound is not deep and has already been treated. That's a relief, Chiki sighed, her expression easing, prompting an even broader smile from Shinobu as she pushed the bottle of medicine toward her. However, the wound must not come into contact with water for the next few days, and the dressing should be changed twice daily. I entrust this task to you, Chiki-chan. Me? Chiki bit her lip, accepting this significant responsibility with a serious demeanor. After conversing for a while longer, Shinobu mentioned her need to leave, as she was the doctor of the butterfly mansion and could not be away for long due to the injured members awaiting her care. After escorting her to the door and accepting an invitation to visit the butterfly mansion in the future, Chiki returned to the courtyard. Caw-caw. A pitch-black crow alighted upon her shoulder. It was Tanjiro's messenger crow, named Kwansaburo. What's wrong? Tanjiro seems to be in great discomfort, Kwansaburo cawed. Having spent nearly half a month together, the crow, though unable to comprehend the nuances of human speech, gradually understood its implications. I see. Chiki furrowed her brow and hastily made her way to Tanjiro's bedroom. She knocked on the door. Excuse me, Kambu. Upon entering, Chiki was taken aback by the sight before her. The young man lay in disarray upon the bedding, the covers haphazardly thrown over him, and he had not even removed his cherished Haori. Drawing closer, she gasped. His face was flushed, and he mumbled incoherently. He was clearly running a fever. Without hesitation, she began to remove his clothing, wrapping him in blankets before rummaging through the medicine cabinet. Balancing a cup of tea in one hand and medicine in the other, Chiki knelt beside the unconscious Tanjiro, her expression fraught with concern. How do I administer this? After a brief contemplation, she stealthily closed the door and windows, even sending Kwansaburo outside. Open your mouth, Mr. Tanjiro. With his scarf carelessly cast aside, Chiki's voice resonated with incantation. Channeling her powers, she assisted the young man in swallowing the medicine, and before he could lie back down, she deftly removed his clothing. His pale torso was now exposed to her gaze, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Several prominent scars marred his body, painfully drawing her attention. She instinctively furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting downward to find his abdomen wrapped in white bandages, with faint crimson liquid seeping through. Oh no, it seems the wound has reopened. We must staunch the bleeding. The reversal technique proved ineffective on a human devoid of magical energy, so Chiki devised an alternative approach using incantations to achieve her desired outcome. This should suffice. Carefully unwrapping the gauze, she revealed the stitched wound, the blood congealed and sticky. The sting of antiseptic must have roused Tanjiro from his stupor. As he gradually opened his eyes, Chiki, you mustn't, she exclaimed, swiftly restraining the young man who attempted to rise. Gazing up at the ceiling, Tanjiro recognized her efforts to change his bandages. He lowered his eyes, pressed his lips together, and hoarsely murmured, Kagura, you should return. My injury is not your concern. I will tend to my wound myself. You need not trouble yourself, just rest. What are you saying? Chiki had long since recognized Tanjiro's cryptic manner of speaking and did not take offense. Her expression was one of disapproval, laced with concern as she replied earnestly. This is significant, leave it to me. She gently stroked Tanjiro's head in a soothing gesture, only to suddenly realize this was not Kazuki. The atmosphere grew tense, and the embarrassed Chiki hastened her movements. As the injury was on his abdomen, Tanjiro sat up during the dressing, prompting Chiki to turn her face away while wrapping the gauze around his waist. The warmth of her breath brushed against his chest, and Tanjiro felt a rare sense of discomfort, leaning back to create some distance. In the next moment, Chiki playfully smacked his arm, urging him to sit properly. Why are you avoiding me? I can barely reach you. Whether it was an illusion or not, the sound of her heartbeat quickened in his ears. Chapter 7. The Demon in the Teapot. Time flowed like a stream, and 2 months swiftly passed. Tanjiro's wound had long since healed. To ensure her safety, Chiki acquired Tanjiro's previous sword, albeit under the pretense of being a novice forced to practice daily, which left her feeling somewhat fatigued. As for Shinobu's invitation, due to various circumstances, Chiki ultimately could not visit the butterfly mansion. Communication barriers hindered her job search, resulting in repeated rejections. However, fortune smiled upon her as a literary publishing house employed her, for during this time of burgeoning international relations, Japanese scholars were keenly interested in other cultures. As for her identity, She fabricated one for herself as she ventured into the world. Thus, Chiki became a pitiable young lady from a somewhat affluent family. Having studied abroad, but now left alone due to family upheaval, seeking refuge with relatives. Furthermore, the publishing house was in dire need of staff, and after a series of assessments, she was hired. The president, recognizing her challenges as a young girl, even advanced her salary and expressed understanding toward her speech difficulties, attributing them to an acute stress response from her recent troubles. Her working hours were flexible, as long as she obtained the books she needed to translate. She could apply to work from home and submit her drafts periodically. Since starting her job, Tanjiro occasionally accompanied her to work in the mornings, always returning to escort her home before resuming his own tasks. Chiki wished to offer him her advanced salary as a token of gratitude for his hospitality, but he declined. Moreover, she sensed a flicker of melancholy on his usually expressionless face. Inside a two-story Western-style house, Chiki submitted her latest translation manuscript to her editor, Sato, and then sat at the desk opposite her. Suddenly, she noticed an unfamiliar teal-hued teapot adorned with fish scale patterns, housing a bouquet of red plums. "Isn't it lovely? Ubuyashiki specifically bought it," the girl said, her eyes sparkling with delight, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks as she delicately traced the dew-kissed petals. "It is indeed beautiful, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," Chiki noted in her notebook, shrugging her shoulders as she opened her palms. "I'm not quite sure what feels off." Having worked together for a month, Sato was able to grasp the essence of Chiki's words and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I believe the teapot appears somewhat asymmetrical, and I find the design rather unappealing. It's quite ugly." Sato furrowed her brow, increasingly displeased with the teapot she had unearthed from the storage room. Its abrupt appearance, brought by her fiancé, had caught her off guard. Finally, she slammed her palm onto the table, declaring, "I've made up my mind. I shall purchase a new one this afternoon." Observing the lively young girl before her, Chiki took a sip of tea, wistfully reflecting on the vitality of youth. That night, although the Tomioka residence lay somewhat distant from the city center, the twinkling lights could still be discerned. Now, she found herself alone in the house, clad in inner garments and draped in a pale blue haori. Chiki sat atop the eaves, staring vacantly into the distance. Perhaps a stroll outside would be refreshing? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a crow cawed loudly as it flew toward her. "Assistance! Assistance! A upper moon demon has appeared. Water Hashira, hurry to provide aid." Upper moon demon? What could that possibly mean? Chiki leapt down from the rooftop, the crow swirling anxiously around her, desperately searching for Tomioka Ju's figure. "Murata is gravely injured. Water Hashira. Please save him." Whatever it was undoubtedly a demon, and one lurking nearby. Swiftly, she dashed back into her room, grabbing her Nichiren blade and rushing outside. "Take me to the scene." The crow flew forth under her command. Why was this happening? She had merely stepped out for a date with her fiancé. Why had she encountered this sudden, monstrous being that crawled out from a teapot? Sato knelt on the ground, trembling all over, her face a mask of terror as tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to produce a sound. Her fiancé, in a bid to protect her, had already succumbed to injuries and lost consciousness. Suddenly, two bloodied men wielding swords appeared, one of whom had been thrown against the wall, his fate uncertain. Struggling to stand, Murata positioned himself in front of the unfortunate couple, never anticipating that an upper moon demon would manifest in the city. However, thankfully, the Water Hashira's residence was nearby. They just needed to hold out a little longer. The teapot's gaze fixated on Sato. How dare she claim that her teapot was crooked and unappealing? Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. How could my teapot possibly be asymmetrical? It is the most exquisite work of art in the world. Those who lack appreciation should simply perish. Suddenly, a school of goldfish emerged from the teapot, unleashing a flurry of lethal needles toward them. Murata's pupils dilated in shock, his mind crumbling under the weight of despair. "We can't possibly withstand this." The girl collapsed on the ground, squeezed her eyes shut, clutching the unconscious figure in her arms, too frightened to witness the impending calamity. "Blow them away." In an instant, a powerful gust of wind reversed the direction of the poisonous needles, whisking the teapot away into oblivion. A haori gently fell onto her trembling shoulders, and Sato turned her tear-filled eyes toward the newcomer. "Chiki, salmon, salmon." Dogyaki Chiki tenderly patted her head, assessing the condition of the young man in her embrace. Fortunately, he had merely fainted. Murata, still reeling from the earlier scene, turned rigidly to gaze at the suddenly appeared girl, the moonlight illuminating the demonic markings at the corners of her mouth. "What is this? A blood demon art? Has another demon arrived?" But upon seeing the Nichiren blade in her hand, he froze. That blade was one he recognized. The one wielded by Tomioka Ju before he ascended to the rank of Water Hashira. Suddenly, enormous tentacles of a giant octopus shot forth from the depths of the alley. Chiki halted her advance toward the unconscious member of their team, drawing her Nichiren blade in a swift motion. Several tentacles were severed and fell to the ground. Continuing to writhe, Chiki frowned, goosebumps prickling her skin as she sensed the backlash. This demon was not an ordinary man-eater, but possessed a special great ability. It seemed the battle was far from over. How intriguing. A bizarre creature emerged, its upper half entirely dissimilar to the lower half that had been trapped within the teapot. With yellow eyes and green lips, its mouth was located where its eyes should be, while its eyes were positioned on its forehead and lips. Its body was covered in translucent white scales reminiscent of a fish, and it sported hair resembling a fishtail atop its head. The lower half that had crawled out from the teapot resembled a serpent's tail, arms transformed into a bluish hue with webbing between the fingers, and its mouth split open grotesquely. The sight was repulsive, causing the expressions of those present to shift uneasily, some displaying fear, others horror, and some merely disgust. With abilities akin to blood demon arts, you must be the human that the master seeks to eliminate. The teapot revealed a disturbingly gleeful smile. Run. Chiki sensed the impending danger and immediately cast a spell to urge the others to flee. Yet, how could the teapot comply with her wishes? Blood demon art. 1,000 sticky fish. Countless sticky, tooth-filled fish surged forth from the teapot, rushing towards them in a dense swarm, sending chills down Chiki's spine. It was evident that the demon intended to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 8. Surely, an upper moon demon cannot be defeated so easily. Explode. Before the swarm of fish could reach them, they were obliterated in a fiery blast, with goo splattering onto Chiki's nightgown. Even before she could recoil in disgust, she noticed a small black spot beginning to corrode the fabric. TCH. Chiki's expression darkened as she cast a cold smirk toward her adversary. Generally, the more victims a man-eater consumed, the stronger it became. Having committed boundless sins, it was no wonder its aura was so foul. I advise you to surrender gracefully, otherwise, they might be the ones to depart first. The teapot's twisted grin widened as it gestured behind her. When did that happen? Chiki whipped around abruptly, realizing that all four of her companions had been ensnared by massive octopus tentacles that had emerged from the depths of the alley. They were in a dire situation. A frightened girl and an injured man, accompanied by two unconscious adult males, could hardly make a swift escape. Chiki, you must run. Don't worry about us. Sato Natsuko cried, desperately prying the tentacles away from her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. Murata had succumbed to despair, after all. This was an Upper Moon 5, certainly not a foe to be trifled with. Turning to face the smug teapot, he heard it taunting them with threats of surrender or self-harm in exchange for their lives. Chiki, uninterested in the meaningless threats, swallowed her discomfort and spoke directly. Descend. With the amplification of her spell power, her clear voice resonated throughout the area. The octopus tentacles, along with the controlling teapot, were forcefully pulled deep into the ground. Swiftly severing the tentacles, Chiki urged her companions to cluster together and then cast a protective barrier around them. As an ordinary person, Natsuko wouldn't perceive the nuances. But to Murata and the teapot, it was clear that as Chiki recited her incantation, a black shield enveloped the four of them. The teapot instinctively sensed that this was something that could shield them from harm. TCH, such abilities are hardly those of a mere human. No wonder the master seeks to eliminate her. It had long been aware that this human's unique power was derived from her speech. Thus, it resolved to employ tactics against her akin to those used against demon slayers. While Dogyaki Chiki was busy erecting the barrier, the teapot commanded the goldfish and octopus to attack simultaneously. The multitude of needles surged forth, and Chiki was inevitably pierced in several places, with one needle embedding itself in her left shoulder. Ignoring the searing pain of her wounds, she skillfully evaded the sticky tentacles, propelling herself off the wall and leaping into the air without hesitation to unleash her incantation. Twist. Simultaneously, the teapot activated its blood demon art. Blood demon art. Blood hell bowl. A pool of water was splashed forth from the teapot adorned with wave patterns, aimed directly at the advancing girl, intent on ensnaring her. This scene sent a shiver down Chiki's spine. As a spellcaster, if she were unable to vocalize her incantations, it would be immensely detrimental to her. Upon perceiving the intentions of her opponent, Chiki swiftly pivoted, her wrist wielding the Nichiren blade as she cleaved through the intertwined water bowls, uttering a command for them to evaporate. A swirling mist enveloped her, and Chiki, unable to hold back any longer, sank to one knee, expelling a pool of blood onto the ground. Meanwhile, Tamahoko fared little better. At the moment the incantation took effect, his body was seized by an overwhelming force, twisting him like a damp cloth, a pain beyond description coursing through him. Gritting her teeth against the agony in her throat, Chiki sprang back to her feet. intent on closing the distance to restrain him before delivering the final blow with her Nichiren blade. As the girl approached, illuminated by the silvery moonlight reflecting off her blade, Tamahoko felt for the first time in a century the chilling breath of death upon him. Driven by instinct, he instinctively restored an arm with remarkable speed and unleashed his blood demon art. Blood demon art, goddess hand. Seeing the hand that had suddenly reformed lunge toward her, Chiki deftly sidestepped, and as it landed on her shoulder, she swung her Nichiren blade towards Tamahoko's neck. Tamahoko, convinced she would evade, felt a surge of relief, believing that once she made contact, she would transform into a shoal of fish. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The world spun around him, followed by the sound of his head striking the ground. Tamahoko, filled with resentment, gazed at the undamaged figure before him, incredulous that he had actually made contact. Chiki flicked the blood from her blade, though uncertain of his motives. She instinctively enveloped herself in cursed energy and withdrew the curtain from Natsuko's side. Removing the embedded thorns, she found the wounds minor and the bleeding ceased swiftly. Casting a casual glance at the disintegrating Tamahoko, she suddenly noticed the inscription of Upper Moon 5 in his eyes. Do demons have numbers? Pondering this, as she prepared to turn back, Chiki felt her movements grow sluggish, the world before her blurring, while crows cawed incessantly above. Raising her gaze, she spotted several individuals clad in uniforms, among whom were two familiar figures, one expressionless, the other beaming with a smile. Just as she intended to wave in greeting, her Nichiren blade slipped from her grasp, and it dawned on her that her body had succumbed to paralysis. Damn, that goldfish's needle is poisoned. Before she could collapse, someone caught her, enveloped by a familiar aura. Chiki, in a daze, clutched the fabric of the figure's clothing, wrapping the semi-unconscious girl, whose attire was tattered. In his Haori, Ju Tomioka furrowed his brow, preparing to summon his comrades to assess the situation, when he heard a voice, Chiki's voice, calling his name for the first time. Tomioka, take me home. Kaneo Tsuyuri, having just checked on the injured, noticed the unusual circumstances. The silent young man carried the unconscious girl with haste, ignoring the shadowy figure that sought to intervene. Ju, let me take a look, Kaneo interjected, blocking his path. Upon witnessing the emptiness in his gaze, she paused momentarily. She wants to go home. Ju Tomioka bypassed Kaneo with determination, leaping onto the rooftop, disappearing in an instant. Should we pursue the water Hashira? One of the shadows inquired anxiously. No need, Kaneo replied with a smile. I will visit the Tomioka residence shortly. Once the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, the barely conscious Natsuko exhaled in relief before succumbing to unconsciousness. The injuries of the other three had been hastily bandaged, prepared for transport to the Butterfly Mansion. As Kaneo prepared to depart, Murata called out to her. Lady Tsuyuri, that girl seems Murata, lying on a stretcher carried by two shadowy figures, pondered his words. It seems she can make spoken words become reality. She was the one who killed Upper Moon 5. Make words become reality? Kaneo narrowed her eyes, nodding in understanding. Very well, I comprehend. At the Tomioka residence, Kaneo urged Ju Tomioka out of the room, beginning to examine Chiki's wounds. To have sustained such minor injuries while battling an Upper Moon demon was remarkable. Exiting the room, Ju stood at the door, glancing inside before inquiring, Kaneo, how is she? She's not in serious danger. It appears to be the effect of the Upper Moon's blood demon art, as Chiki's body is paralyzed by poison. Kaneo carefully stored the vial of blood she had extracted, intending to study the toxin that had affected her nerves, and, catching Ju's gaze, added, I have already administered an antidote. She is merely exhausted and in slumber. Hearing this, Ju's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Observing his expression, Kaneo's smile broadened. At that moment, a crow flew in, landing on Kaneo's outstretched arm. A Hashira meeting will be convened tomorrow. Each Hashira must attend. Chiki Kogen will be escorted by the water Hashira, as the master wishes to meet her. The news did not surprise either of the two present. Then, Ju, I shall see you tomorrow. I will return to the Butterfly Mansion now. Kaneo turned to leave. After a century, an Upper Moon demon had finally been slain, igniting hope within the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. If not for the timing and Chiki Kogen still being unconscious, he would have eagerly met the girl who single-handedly vanquished Upper Moon 5. Chapter 9. The Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, and Chiki raised her hand to shield her eyes, struggling to sit up as her still drowsy mind swayed. Her wounds had been expertly bandaged, undoubtedly not by Ju Tomioka, but rather by the medical staff of the Butterfly Mansion. Feeling the pain in her shoulder, Chiki grimaced and activated her reverse healing technique to mend the wounds. It seems I can no longer charge forward recklessly as before, lest I encounter those demons wielding toxic attacks. Opening her wardrobe, after much hesitation, Chiki retrieved the high school uniform from the depths. The events of the previous night could not remain concealed. Should she confess or continue to keep it hidden? Uncertain, Chiki resolved that regardless of her choice, she would not allow man-eating demons to continue terrorizing ordinary people. Her mind swirling with thoughts, she released a heavy sigh, placing her hand on the sliding door. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she felt as though she could already foresee the moments of her life as a sorcerer. Kogang, leaning against a pillar, Ju Tomioka, eyes closed in meditation, stepped forward upon hearing the sound of movement. He approached the girl, inspecting her pallid complexion. Are you still in pain? Ju offered her the items in his hands, then turned his back, crouching down. Come on, you're too slow. Salmon, she replied hoarsely, causing the young man to glance back at her, cautiously climbing onto his back. Chiki did not inquire where they were headed. Instead, she savored the rice ball he provided, her demeanor appearing rather listless. The scenery around them rapidly receded, the warm sunlight, the soothing atmosphere. Before she knew it, Chiki had drifted back into slumber. She was awakened by an itch on her face, opening her eyes to find darkness before her, as if something was obstructing her vision. Salmon roe. What the hell? Instinctively, she reached to remove it, but a hand pressed down on her. Chiki-chan, you mustn't tea. The path ahead must remain a secret. Kaneo's voice resonated in her ears. Understanding her words, Chiki ceased her movements. Salmon. The loss of sight made her feel somewhat anxious, and she instinctively tightened her grip around Ju's neck. Sensing her unease, Ju leaned slightly and reassured her. Don't be afraid. The girl softly replied, quietly resting against his back. Kaneo Tiuri's gaze alighted upon the slightly flushed ears of her typically aloof colleague, stifling a smile behind her sleeve. After an indeterminate period, just as Chiki was on the verge of dozing off once more, she became aware that their movement had ceased. We've arrived. Chiki-chan can remove her eye mask now. They had reached a mansion nestled deep within the forest, where members of the hidden corps flitted about, pausing to greet them, specifically, Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Lord Tomioka, Lady Tsuyuri. The voices were laced with reverence and excitement. The two offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, their expressions suggesting familiarity with the locale, indicating this was not their first visit. Even someone as dense as Chiki could discern that Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri were not ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Let us proceed, Ju Tomioka instructed. Leading the way, observing the garden adorned with wisteria trees and the duo's cautious demeanor, Chiki surmised that a significant individual awaited her presence. Could it be a high-ranking official from the Demon Slayer Corps? As they entered a courtyard, Chiki noted the numerous distinctive figures present. She observed that the buttons on their uniforms were all gold, indicating they were of the same rank as Ju Tomioka. Is this young lady the one who defeated Upper Moon 5? A young man with yellow hair that transitioned to red at the tips scrutinized her with keen eyes, a broad grin adorning his face as he boisterously introduced himself. I am Kyajiro Rengoku. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chiki's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not Kumo from the Kyoto Academy? A white-haired youth with a scarred face scrutinized the slender girl before him, skepticism evident in his voice as he remarked. Is it really her? She looks incapable of defeating even a butterfly. Wait, Panda, what about you? At this moment, Chiki could no longer bear to look at the two. Suddenly recalling the peculiar familiarity she felt towards Ju Tomioka, it was his voice that resembled Suguru Geto's. What was this? Some sort of voice actor reference? Averting her gaze, Chiki's mind was in disarray. This was utterly absurd. Ju Tomioka, perplexed yet silent, turned his attention to the white-haired youth, Shinazugawa. She is unlike us. She is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so refrain from addressing her in that manner. It's fine if you don't want to speak. Let me see what makes her so special. With that, he lunged at Chiki. Why is he attacking already? The sudden aggression left Kaneo Tsuyuri unable to intervene in time. Wooden fish flower. Chiki instinctively reached for her collar, prepared to tear it away. However, someone was quicker. Ju Tomioka stepped forward, shielding her and seizing Shinazugawa's arm. The latter retaliated, breaking free. The ensuing exchanges left Shinazugawa visibly irked, his brow furrowing. What are you doing? If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. He unsheathed his blade with a flourish. Those nearby wore expressions of disapproval. Yet none spoke up to halt the impending confrontation. Even Kaneo, after escorting Chiki to safety, merely observed with a serene smile. Ju-san, what is your social standing? Chiki thought in exasperation as she witnessed the impending clash. She tugged at her collar, exposing the incantation inscribed on her skin. Do not move. If he sought to know, then let him find out. She had never intended to conceal her spell. The words, imbued with her power, resonated through the courtyard, and in that instant, Shinazugawa stood frozen, as if time had been suspended. Seizing the opportunity, Chiki pulled Ju Tomioka away from the crowd. Moments later, the immobilized Shinazugawa glared at the girl from a distance, His expression twisted in rage. The onlookers were taken aback, their gazes scrutinizing Chiki. Is this a blood demon art? Just now, Shinazugawa truly could not move. A tall man adorned with gems remarked incredulously. Yet, she stands in the sunlight. She cannot be a demon, a girl with green and pink gradient hair, styled in 3 braids, whispered. Indeed, this is utterly astonishing. Kyojiro Rengoku exclaimed with an exuberant grin, if only he were not gripping his Nichiren blade. A boy, whose lower face was wrapped in bandages, had unsheathed his sword, a white snake hissing threateningly at Chiki. Upon sighting the serpent, she instinctively recoiled. Oh no, a snake. Noticing her distress, Ju Tomioka moved to shield her entirely. Shinazugawa's icy gaze fixated on the figure concealed behind Ju, his voice dripping with disdain. Who exactly is she? Not a demon, yet possessing powers akin to one, with markings reminiscent of a demon on her lips. It concerns you not, Ju Tomioka replied, his expression unchanging as he coldly uttered those words, dismissing him entirely. Though she understood that his intent was not as it appeared, Chiki couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Ju, have you never been punched for your words? The others mirrored her astonishment, while Shinazugawa's temper flared, veins bulging on his forehead as his grip on the sword trembled, as if he might strike at any moment. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Kaneo to interject, Mr. Shinazugawa. I have encountered that girl once. Her ability to stand in sunlight indicates she is not a demon. As for her powers, I am unaware. But I ask that we wait for the master before making any determinations. Upon hearing the term master, Shinazugawa's temper somewhat abated. Glancing at Kaneo's smiling visage, he seemed to recall something, scoffing before distancing himself from Ju and the others, sheathing his blade. The courtyard fell silent, no one daring to speak further. Chapter 10, Ubuyashiki. The individuals in the courtyard divided into 2 factions, with Ju Tomioka and Chiki standing together, while the remainder clustered in a separate group. Feeling somewhat isolated, Chiki cast a glance at the young man beside her. He stood rigid, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the flora of the courtyard. She couldn't help but smirk. It felt less like isolation and more like he was protecting her from the assembly of others. Once again, she pondered, Ju-san, what is your social standing? With so many colleagues, does none have the rapport to speak on your behalf or engage in conversation? Moreover, she wished he would at least share their names with her. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly pulled into a line with the others, kneeling on one knee in confusion. What is happening? She wondered. Master, she heard them exclaim. Surely, this must be a high-ranking official of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chiki thought as she raised her gaze towards the figure on the balcony. Ahem. There is no need for such formality. Please rise, my children. Upon hearing that voice, Chiki froze in place. The man possessed shoulder-length black hair, pale lavender eyes, and a ghostly pallor to his face. Also familiar, save for the violet scar on his forehead. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to her great-great-grandfather. Accompanying him was a white-haired woman who distinctly resembled her grandmother. Chinchi felt a rush of embarrassment. Could it be that this was not mere coincidence? Could this be her great-grandfather from a parallel universe during his youth? The girl stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the Lord, an action that quickly drew the attention of others. Even the Lord above regarded her with a hint of confusion. It seemed as though the child recognized him. Hey, you shouldn't keep staring at the Lord with such peculiar eyes. It was Nishikawa Sumiya who first expressed his dissatisfaction with Chinchi's behavior. What a strange fish. The realization struck Chinchi, and she instinctively apologized. What fish? I've wanted to say this for a while. Can you speak normally? Nishikawa was visibly irritated. Apart from the command to not move, this individual had been incoherently uttering incomprehensible words. Tomioka Ju slightly turned his head towards Nishikawa, subtly shifting to block his line of sight. Sumiya, do not speak so harshly, the Lord interjected, his tone calming the easily agitated youth. He gazed at Chinchi's face, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound, though he refrained from voicing it immediately. Upon hearing his words, Nishikawa promptly fell silent, clearly exhibiting respect for the Lord. Chinchi, may I call you that? The Lord inquired gently. Salmon, the girl nodded, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she observed the frail and exceedingly youthful Lord. I have heard that you encountered the 5th upper moon last night. Could you recount the details? Kenroji Muzan had learned from Murata, who witnessed everything that night, about this girl's extraordinary ability. It was crucial for the Demon Slayer Corps, as there had been no reports of upper moons for nearly a century. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Koyama Chinchi, curiosity palpable in their eyes, nearly materializing in the air. This scrutiny made Chinchi feel anxious. She nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Salmon, no problem. Inside the room, Chinchi wrote fervently, sheets of paper scattered across the table, some adorned with sketches, others filled with notes. The appearance and abilities of the upper moon were meticulously listed, accompanied by thoughtful illustrations. The onlookers discussed the drawings, yet Nishikawa, having glanced at the unsightly depiction of the upper moon, tossed the paper dismissively to a nearby boy with long, azure hair, expressing his dissatisfaction. Focus. Can we get to the point? What exactly is your ability? Don't try to gloss over it. In his eyes, the fact that an upper moon could be slain by a woman who didn't even know breathing techniques was utterly laughable and not worthy of concern. However, Koyama Chienshi's enigmatic ability filled Nishikawa with unease, fearing that it might allow demons to overcome sunlight. While understanding the upper moons is indeed vital, the girl's ability is undeniably intriguing. Rengoku Kaijiro beamed with a broad smile. Glancing around, he noticed that discussions had ceased, all eyes now on him, including the lords, who appeared equally curious about the matter. It is the art of curses, Chienshi had written, which was read aloud by the butterfly demon Shinobu beside her. A child born into the Koyama family who bears the curse of snake-eyed fangs at the corners of their mouth shall inherit the family's unique ability, allowing our spoken words to manifest as reality. Words that become reality. At this revelation, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their minds racing. Such a power against demons would surely provide a significant advantage. Couldn't they simply declare the death of a demon, and thus it would perish? However, with every gain comes a loss. This ability renders normal communication impossible, as a careless utterance may endanger our loved ones. Moreover, it is not without cost. The greater the opponent's power, the more severe the backlash when the curse is cast. Therefore, we cannot casually speak of death. After Shinobu recited the contents of the paper, varying expressions emerged among the crowd. Chienshi paid little heed to their reactions, but the itch in her throat compelled her to cough a few times. A glass of water was placed beside her, courtesy of Tomioka Ju, to which Chienshi turned and offered him a grateful smile. Kenroji Muzan did not question her words, for the Kenroji clan possessed a similar prophetic ability. However, he found it perplexing that such a family had not been mentioned in any of the rumors he had heard. Logically, they should have been discovered and recruited by the Kenroji long ago. Forgive me, but may I inquire about your surname? Initially, Chienshi intended to fabricate a casual excuse, one she herself did not fully understand, but upon meeting the Lord's gaze, she changed her mind. This question left Kenroji Muzan momentarily stunned, a gentle smile gracing his otherwise pale face. Kenroji, the raven-haired, violet-eyed youth addressed the raven-haired, violet-eyed girl with warmth. I am Kenroji Muzan, and this is my wife, Kenroji Akane. Kenroji, truly Kenroji. The emblem on her chest felt hot, and Chienshi sensed something profound, gazing blankly at the Lord. Was her arrival in this world truly a coincidence? The others were bewildered by the girl's dazed expression following the revelation of the Lord's name. Snapping back to reality, Chienshi noticed everyone was looking at her. Shaking her head, she forced herself to regain composure. Stay calm. Even if I am not of the Kenroji, I had prepared to reveal my identity, she thought, adjusting her posture and gravely picking up a pen to write on the paper. Actually, I am not from this world. Chapter 11. The Lord's Invitation. I am not from this world. As Butterfly Shinobu recited this phrase, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and doubt flickered across the faces of the attendees, each appearing to question her certainty. I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but my curse is a form of sorcery. In our world, there are no man-eating demons or demon slayers, only curses and sorcerers. As she finished speaking, Chienshi produced her student ID, which she had kept in her uniform. The ID was passed around, revealing a small card bearing the smiling face of the girl, with Koyama Chienshi's identity information laid bare. Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High School, 3rd year student ID. Born on July 16, 2000? Upon examining the ID, Shinobu could not help but read aloud. Is this really true? The girl, clad in peculiar attire, displayed an expression of disbelief, as it was nearly a century later. Salmon. Chienshi nodded. Although some remained skeptical of her words, they suppressed their urges to question further, as the Lord had not spoken. After hearing Chienshi's description of her world, Kenroji Muzan did not doubt her. He smiled gently and began to recount the origins of the Demon Slayer Corps. Among all man-eating demons, the strongest was known as Muzan Kibutsuji, but a millennium ago, he was called Kenroji. Muzan hailed from the distant past during the Heian era, before he was born. He had briefly stopped breathing in his mother's womb due to a severely weakened heart, and thus he entered the world as a stillborn. Despite his fierce desire to live, he crawled back from the brink of death, but was still diagnosed with a terminal illness, condemned never to exceed the age of 20. A compassionate doctor, who treated him since childhood, could not bear to see Muzan suffer throughout his life. He passed away early, and in a desperate attempt to prolong Muzan's life, he devised a potion. While this elixir gradually strengthened Muzan, its side effects turned him into a man-eating demon unable to walk freely in sunlight. Ultimately, That very doctor was murdered by Muzan, who cast aside the Kanroji name, adopting the moniker Muzan Kabutsuji before departing without hesitation. Thus, the first ghost in the world was born. Consequently, the Kanemitsu family was punished by the heavens, with its members afflicted by a peculiar ailment, leading to their brief lives. In a bid to thwart Muzan from continuing his gruesome feast on humanity, the Kanemitsu clan founded the Demon Slayer Corps, ensuring that each generation's head would wed the daughter of a priest. Despite this, the offspring born would also not surpass the age of 30, yet they would no longer perish in their youth. Such a melodramatic tale, thought Chiki, grimacing with a twinge of discomfort. Therefore, Chiki, I earnestly beseech you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. They are in dire need of your presence, spoke Kanemitsu Yosei, placing his hands upon his knees and leaning slightly towards the girl. Mikazuki, my lord. Faced with the accusatory gazes of those around, Chiki turned her face away, feeling somewhat tearful. Please, do not look at me that way. I have not declined to join. You need not worry. I shall join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, I have one request. I wish for my origins to remain undisclosed to anyone present, to avoid unnecessary troubles. That is quite natural, nodded Kanemitsu Yosei. Then I shall rest easy. Chiki's expression of complete trust left Kanemitsu momentarily stunned. Reflecting on her earlier inquiries, he smiled and asked, May I inquire, Chiki, why did you take the initiative to ask about my surname? Well, actually, my maternal grandmother's original surname is Kanemitsu. What? Not only did everyone display incredulity, but even Kanemitsu and Madame Amano wore expressions of disbelief. Chiki, feeling somewhat shy, turned her face away, just in time to catch sight of the previously silent Tomioka-ju, seemingly petrified in place. Shinazugawa Sanemi widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Chiki, trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. In that moment, he too recognized the similarities between Koyuki Chiki and the Lord, and even in another world, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Others, brimming with curiosity, shifted their gazes between Chiki and the Lord, the overlooked resemblances between the two now glaringly apparent. What a remarkable coincidence, the Lord's gentle voice resonated. So that is the case. The Kanemitsu features are indeed strikingly similar. No wonder the girl before me bore such a countenance upon first sight. Kanemitsu Yosei had not anticipated that this child not only hailed from another dimension, but was also a descendant of another Kanemitsu family. His gaze fell upon the girl with the same violet eyes and raven hair as his own. Perhaps fate had answered his prayers by bringing her into his life. And perhaps this generation could finally put an end to the millennium-long conflict. The atmosphere around them grew slightly bewildered, prompting Chiki to silently inch closer to the only familiar face in the room, Tomioka-ju. Observing the solitary girl who had arrived in this era, Kanemitsu Yosei felt his heart soften, his demeanor becoming even gentler. With a smile, he extended an invitation to the somewhat flustered girl. Chiki, if you wish. The Kanemitsu family shall always welcome you as one of our own in this world. What does this mean? Does the Lord wish to be my father? But my real father is alive and well. Would that not be an act of treason? Aside from Chiki, the others in the room had already grown numb to the shocking revelations that had unfolded within the short span of half a day. Among them, the largest figure with soulless eyes pressed his palms together and uttered a prayer, Namu Amida Butsu, before Chiki could gather her thoughts from the turmoil. A fit of uncontrollable coughing erupted from Kanemitsu Yosei's throat. Madame Amano supported him, bringing a cup of tea to his lips. My lord, are you all right? The room's occupants watched him with bated breath, while Kocho Shinobu had already rushed to his side, eager to assess his condition. After taking a sip of water, Kanemitsu regained his composure, raising a hand to refuse Shinobu's examination. I'm fine. I feel much better. Yet, Shinobu continued to inspect his health, only exhaling in relief once she confirmed that he was indeed unscathed. Noticing the pallor of Kanemitsu's complexion, Chiki furrowed her brows. If she had heard correctly, Kanemitsu was afflicted with an incurable disease due to a curse. Strangely, however, she sensed no traces of the curse's essence. But then again, this was not the realm of sorcerers. She naturally could not perceive such unusual phenomena through the lens of a sorcerer. The cycle of causation dictated that the burdens sown by Kanemitsu must inevitably be borne by him. Memories of her childhood surfaced in Chiki's mind, her centenarian great-grandfather's warm smile as he ruffled her hair and slipped candy into her hands. It was impossible to ignore. If she truly could not return, then the only thread connecting her to this world lay with this lord, who bore an appearance and name reminiscent of her great-grandfather. Resolutely, she raised the notebook in her hand, her voice barely above a whisper, tuna mayonnaise. Although the reversal technique may be ineffective here, I can attempt to use incantations. Perhaps it could alleviate your condition somewhat. Do not jest. Will that truly work? Have you tried it yourself? Shinazugawa Sanemi was the first to speak up, his skepticism palpable. though lacking the earlier hostility. Does stopping the bleeding for Tomioka count? Chiki cast her gaze away, avoiding eye contact with the white-haired youth. Ultimately, Kanemitsu Yose gently declined her suggestion, recalling the backlash associated with using incantations. His body was already in a weakened state. It would be unwise to invite further complications. Chapter 12. He is Hikari Hikaria? A sudden silence enveloped the room, and the matter returned to Kanemitsu's desire for Chiki to join the Kanemitsu family. Chiki felt a tumult of emotions regarding Kanemitsu Yose's invitation. She genuinely wished to accept. On one hand, she held a favorable impression of Kanemitsu, and given her uncertainty about returning, securing a position within the Demon Slayer Corps would alleviate her future concerns. On the other hand, she was not as independent as her cousin. Raised amidst familial affection, despite being 18, she yearned for the presence of a relative or friend to feel secure, no matter where she was. Thus, even after residing with Tomioka Ju for 2 months, she felt as though she were floating in the air. The appearance of the Lord and Madame Amano provided a sense of grounding, instilling a feeling of stability. However, with so many people present, how should she respond? Should she restrain her power and call him father aloud? Or write it down, expressing her willingness to become his daughter? Chiki shook her head vigorously, banishing those thoughts from her mind. No, she absolutely would not. That would be mortifying. Witnessing her sudden outburst, some regarded her with confusion, others with amused smiles, while a few glared at her, finding her hesitation to accept the Lord's proposal utterly vexing. Sensing the girl's embarrassment, Kanemitsu Yose exchanged glances with Madame Amano, both recognizing the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. It is already noon. Chiki, would you care to stay and join us for lunch? Madame Amano spoke softly. I believe Hina and the others would be delighted to meet you. The implication was clear, staying meant acceptance, while leaving signified rejection. Chiki, you need not feel pressured. Kanemitsu Yose signaled for the girl to relax. We shall always welcome you. Salmon. Chiki buried her crimson face in her collar, her voice barely rising above a whisper. One by one, the pillars departed, leaving behind Kanemori Yose, who, due to health reasons, was assisted back to his quarters by Lady Amano. I shall come to fetch you in the afternoon. Although Tomioka Ju was perplexed by how, in the blink of an eye, the young girl was to remain for lunch with the esteemed master, he believed that Chiki would inevitably return to the Tomioka estate by evening. To prevent her from losing her way, Ju resolved to wait until they had finished their meal that afternoon to escort Chiki home before resuming his duties. However, now that the girl had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he pondered whether he should inform teacher Kanroji about her training. As Ju contemplated this, a familiar voice reached his ears. Tomioka-san, I believe it would be perfectly acceptable for Chiki-chan to remain here for the time being, chirped Kocho Shinobu with a smile. After all, the esteemed master and Lady Amano would certainly not mind her staying over. That is out of the question, Ju replied without a moment's hesitation. It would disrupt the master. Now let's not argue. We can discuss matters calmly. Chiki interjected, hastily trying to mediate. I will wait for you in the afternoon. She then raised her notebook towards Shinobu, asking, Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Miss Shinobu? Indeed, everyone is quite curious about Chiki-chan. So we decided to have dinner together this evening, Shinobu beamed. At that time, let Tomioka-san take you to the butterfly mansion. Wonderful. I shall go, Chiki exclaimed, nodding eagerly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Shinobu took her leave and walked outside. Ju observed as Chiki waved goodbye, reminding her to stay safe, before he too departed, satisfied. Turning around, Chiki noticed 2 girls standing at the end of the corridor. With their purple eyes, white hair, matching appearances, and adorable kimonos, they were strikingly similar, even in height. It was evident that they were the master's children, and undoubtedly twins. As Chiki contemplated how to greet them, one of the girls spoke up. You must be Chiki-nichan. My name is Kanemori Hina. She smiled, gesturing to her sister beside her. This is my younger sister, Nika. Hello, Chiki replied warmly. The 2 girls displayed no sign of confusion at her greeting, their smiles remaining polite. It's time for lunch. We shall take you to father, Nika said. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the girl adopted by their father. They marveled at how Chiki resembled their father and brother, her bright, clear eyes sparkling with joy as they met their gaze. Hina and Nika held hands as they led the way, while Chiki followed behind, pondering how many children the master had, and whether she should prepare a welcoming gift. After all, Kanemori Yose appeared so youthful, his firstborn would surely not be older than herself. Thus, she would naturally assume the role of the eldest sister, which warranted a proper gift for her younger siblings. As they settled at their low table, Chiki felt a twinge of stiffness, gazing at the esteemed master, Lady Amano, and their 5 children. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Whoever dares to claim that the master is unkind will have to answer to me. Before the meal commenced, the younger siblings introduced themselves. To her astonishment, they were quintuplets, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Chiki cast an admiring glance towards Lady Amano. The two elder sisters were Hina and Nika, while the younger sisters were named Kanai and Mikado. The only boy, with raven hair, was third in line. When Chiki heard his name, she froze in place. My name is Kiryuzi. I am delighted to become your little brother, Chiki-nichan. Kiryuzi gazed curiously at Chiki, as black-haired girls were a rarity in the Kanemori household, prompting him to take a second glance. Kiryuzi, Kanemori Kiryuzi. Chiki turned rigidly towards the boy in feminine attire, her mind racing with the implications of his name. At that moment, tears welled in her eyes as she mentally apologized to her great-grandfather, asserting that she had not intended to become his sister. She could swear it. Indeed, her great-grandfather shared a name with this 8-year-old boy, and now, she, Koyuki Chiki, had inexplicably assumed the role of her own great-grandfather's sister in this parallel universe. Is something amiss? Is the food to your disliking? Kanemori Yose observed Chiki's despondent demeanor, concern etched across his face. No, Chiki replied, shaking her head. The dish before her was evidently different from what the others had. They had prepared a special fried pork cutlet, seemingly to accommodate her palate, which was unaccustomed to the Kanemori family's light cuisine. Fearing a misunderstanding due to her inability to write, she took a bite of her food, gave a thumbs up, and expressed with a smile, delicious. Her meaning was clear, prompting a smile from Kanemori Yose. That is wonderful to hear. Should you have any concerns, please feel free to voice them. This is your home now. Although Chiki was uncertain why Kanemori Yose had taken her in, she could sense his kindness. Reflecting on her grandmother, who had established several orphanages, she mused that perhaps the Kanemori family simply had a penchant for nurturing children. Ultimately, she had found a safe haven. After their meal, Kanemori Yose engaged Chiki in conversation about her experiences in the Demon Slayer Corps. Your ability to slay an upper moon indicates that you possess the strength of a Hashira. Do you aspire to become a Hashira? He asked, observing the girl's look of confusion as he briefly explained what a Hashira was. Upon her resolute refusal, he did not press further. Your uniform and Nikarin blade will take some time. If you have any specifications for them, feel free to express your desires. Please have my uniform made to match my school attire, and for the blade, could it be crafted in a straight, tachi style? She requested, attaching a drawing for reference. Of course, Kanemori Yose nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something. Chiki, you are currently residing at Ju's house, correct? Chiki nodded honestly, pondering whether the topic shift was too abrupt. He is a kind-hearted boy, though he carries some burdens in his heart, Kanemori Yose remarked with a melancholic expression. If anything I said led to misunderstandings, it was not my intention. I hope you do not take offense. I understand. Has something happened to Ju? Chiki inquired. Kanemori Yose refrained from divulging Ju's past directly, instead smiling gently. Perhaps you might consider asking him. He will tell you. After speaking, he began to cough, prompting Chiki to quickly pour him a glass of water. Lady Amano half embraced the master, assisting him in drinking half a cup. Observing Kanemori Yose's weary facade as he fought to maintain composure, Chiki felt a surge of worry and guilt. Please, rest, she urged softly. Gradually, Kanemori Yose's eyes drifted shut, his breathing steady. Lady Amano had not seen her husband sleep so peacefully in a long time. The torment of illness often left him waking abruptly after only a short while. Pardon me. Lady Amano nodded towards Chiki, then lifted the slumbering master into her arms. That's quite all right, Chiki responded, retracting her hand that had instinctively reached out to assist. The scene struck her as peculiar. She could only think, truly, she is a remarkable lady, possessing both strength and cunning. Ahem, I digress. Chapter 13. The frenzied colleagues. Once the adults departed, the children could no longer contain their excitement and eagerly approached Chiki. Fortunately, this was not her first experience as an older sister. Noticing their gazes resting upon the lower half of her obscured face, Chiki's expression softened. Would you like to see my curse? She inquired. Is that all right? The two younger ones, Hongnai and Hikaru, could no longer contain their curiosity and stepped closer. While their parents had been present, they had restrained themselves from indulging their fascination with Chiki. As she unzipped her mask, Chiki's face was revealed to the open air. Observing the intrigued expressions of those around her, she couldn't help but smile and playfully stuck out her tongue. The emblem of the doggerel family, serpent-like eyes and fangs, was fully exposed for all to see. There's even one on her tongue. Hikaru exclaimed in astonishment. Is it natural? How marvelous. Hongnai wished to reach out and touch it, but then hesitated, recalling that such an action might be considered rude, and withdrew her hand. It's all right. You can touch it, Chiki assured them, grasping the hands of the two girls and guiding them to her face. In a gesture of fairness, she also encouraged the three slightly older children to do the same. The curse was subtly raised, and the warmth of her skin was transmitted through their fingertips. Hikaru, feeling a rush of warmth in his cheeks, quickly retracted his hand in flustered embarrassment. among the myriad of creatures summoned by her curse. The children from the Kanmaki household could hardly contain their wonder as they explored their surroundings. The animals obediently allowed their hands to delicately caress their fur. Witnessing this scene, Chiki couldn't suppress a chuckle. After all, they were still just children, yearning for companionship in their play. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the children, exhausted from their frolic, lay in a row on the floor beneath the eaves, fast asleep. Chiki felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering how she would manage to carry all 5 of them indoors. She offered a sheepish smile to Lady Amano, who had just arrived. At that moment, the familiar sight of a patchwork Haori caught her eye, filling her heart with relief. Salvation had arrived. In the corridor, Chiki and Ju Tomioka each carried a pair of twins, while Lady Amano cradled Hikaru. The trio escorted the children back to their room to settle them before stepping outside together. Are you leaving already? Why not stay for a couple of days? Hino and the others adore you, Lady Amano said gently, gazing at the young girl before her. At her words, Chiki hesitated, while Ju's gaze instinctively shifted to her, a hint of tension tightening within him. No need, Chiki replied. Upon hearing her response, Ju sighed in relief, attributing his unease to the thought of her being a butterfly that might flutter away, potentially straining their relationship. I understand, Lady Amano observed the subtle exchange and smiled knowingly. If possible, would you be able to visit them often? Of course, Chiki affirmed. After all, they were now her younger siblings too. Had it not been for Shinobu's invitation, she might have even considered accepting Lady Amano's offer to stay. After bidding farewell, Jun naturally turned his back to Chiki and squatted down, to which she effortlessly climbed onto his back. Their figures soon disappeared into the Kanmaki residence. At the butterfly mansion, Chiki was attended by a girl named Aoi Kanzaki, who sported twin ponytails adorned with blue butterfly hairpins, as she changed the dressings on Chiki's wounds. How could this be? Are you certain it's the same injury from yesterday? Aoi remarked, astonished by the rapid healing of Chiki's wounds, with even the black scabs nearly falling away. Your recovery rate is astonishing. Chiki merely blinked innocently. The gathering place was the dining hall of the butterfly mansion, where the team members often bore injuries, resulting in a sparse attendance at mealtimes. One long table was filled to capacity with the Hashira members Chiki had previously encountered at the Kanmaki estate, and with her arrival, Ju and Shinobu, there were precisely 10. As she settled in, Chiki's gaze met that of a white-haired youth across the table, who seemed to glare at her. After a moment of silence, she switched seats to sit beside Shinobu, and upon glimpsing the fiercely scowling Mitsuri Kanroji opposite her, she was now certain he had indeed glared at her. But why? She had just changed seats. It was quite bothersome. Unbeknownst to her, the tension was less about her presence and more about Mitsuri's distaste for Ju, the man whose words could provoke intense irritation. After writing down her food choices on a piece of paper to pass to the hidden members, Chiki finally learned the names and identities of those present through Shinobu's introductions. However, when she learned that there were breathing techniques related to romance, she couldn't help but glance toward the pink-haired love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. Mitsuri Kanroji, she mused. Even the name evoked the image of a sweet and endearing girl. The purpose of this gathering was not merely to dine. It was apparent that, aside from Ju, everyone else was aware of this fact. So, how long has Chiki-chan been here? Shinobu cheerfully initiated the conversation. 2 months, Chiki replied. May I ask if you used that same curse when you defeated the upper 5? What was your impression of his strength? Kayajiro Rengoku inquired earnestly. It was perilous, Chiki declared with utmost seriousness, having learned about the 12th Kazuki. I cannot speak for your abilities, but it was certainly not an easy battle for me. Had it not been for the curse, I would not be sitting here alive. As you all know, he is a very dangerous demon, she added. Such dramatics. You still perished at the hands of someone who couldn't even employ breathing techniques. Mitsuri interjected, casting a skeptical glance at Chiki. Chiki's lips twitched in silence. So, if your world is solely inhabited by those so-called sorcerers, what rank would you be? A cold voice interjected. Chiki was quite familiar with the tone of that voice. She looked up to find the snake-wielding boy, Iguro Abanai, the serpent Hashira, before her. That's a bit difficult to describe. The most formidable sorcerers are of the special grade, which corresponds to the Hashira here. I am a grade 1 sorcerer, so I suppose I would be an A-class swordsman? Clearly, she had overlooked the fact that anyone capable of slaying an upper moon would undoubtedly possess the strength of a Hashira. However, someone in the room had not forgotten. And upon hearing her response, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. The youth seated beside Chiki, however, seemed unfazed, lost in thought, pondering why his beloved salmon had yet to arrive. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Chiki assumed they had finished their inquiries. She lifted her teacup for a sip of water. Hey. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I heard you've been living at Jusan's home. Is that true? Mitsuri asked, her cheeks flushed for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her gaze fixed intently on Chiki. How did you two meet? Could you share the story? With a nod, Chiki described her initial encounter with Ju on paper. At that time, I found myself in a space that should have been created by a blood demon art, where I encountered two demons. However, at that moment, I was unfamiliar with such creatures. In the end, I managed to subdue the one controlling the space, the biwa-playing woman, which led to my escape. That must have been the curly-haired male demon who issued some orders. I was subsequently pursued by a horde of lower-ranked demons, when Ju-san appeared and rescued me. Allowing me to take refuge at his estate, she concluded. As Shinobu finished her last sentence, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. The ability to manipulate others is simply magnificent. Muzan Kabutsuji raised the corners of his mouth, stroking his chin with a hand. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Namo Amida Butsu, the blind morning island, with tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, wondered whether the eyes of those two demons bore any numerical markings. A demon capable of creating space is certainly no ordinary fiend. Even lower-ranked demons seldom possess such abilities. Butterfly Shinobu harbored a vague suspicion. The term Mukyu denotes negation. Shinobu felt a twinge of disappointment. All I noticed was that the young man with curly hair had rose-colored eyes, while the biwa-playing woman had her eyes obscured by her hair, leaving me unable to see them. Nevertheless, I can sketch the two demons. Utilizing a pencil, Chika casually created a realistic drawing. However, upon seeing the face on the page, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This male demon bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Suddenly, a realization struck her. No, it wasn't a resemblance to her, but rather to their lord, to Yoyakan Roji. This demon, he is Kabutsuji Muzan. The drawing was passed around among the group, ultimately clutched tightly by Tamayo, who exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this? Why was this not mentioned earlier?" Kombu. Chika recoiled slightly, aware that even if she had known then, she wouldn't have been able to fight back. All right, Tamayo-san, let us not dwell on what has already transpired. Saying this, Butterfly Shinobu turned to face her. Observing the smile on her face, Chika felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Surely, Chika-chan must remember the details of the battle with Muzan, right? Stiffly gripping the pencil placed in her hand, Chika surveyed the expressions of those around her, feeling a profound sense of despair. When the members of the corps finally brought forth their meals, they discovered that the newly joined A-rank swordsman, who had gained fame within the Demon Slayer Corps for slaying an upper-ranked demon, was weeping as he hurriedly scribbled under the watchful eyes of the other 9 Hashira. Chapter 14, The Misty Mountains. Infinity Castle. Realizing that he had lost contact with Tamayo, Muzan crushed the test tube in his hand and began to delve into his memories from before his demise. A girl with black hair and violet eyes descended like the moon. As an upper-ranked demon, Tamayo had not even survived until dawn. Truly useless. Veins bulged on Muzan's forehead as he promptly transmitted a message to the other 12 Kazuki, placing Chika Kanu on the hunting list. Meanwhile, before returning to the Tanjiro estate, Chika wished to visit Sayaka's house while the sun had yet to set. Although Ju Tomioka strongly disapproved, he accompanied her nonetheless. The Sato family was affluent, residing in a small Western-style house in a bustling area of the city. Even though it was evening, the Sato family welcomed them in immediately upon hearing Chika's name. Inside, Chika learned from Sayaka that her fiancé had completely forgotten the events of that night upon awakening. Sayaka had also come to understand what demons truly were. Her expression was conflicted. Despite having spent merely a month with Chika, and knowing she was not an ordinary person like herself, she still felt compelled to voice her concerns. "Chika, are you truly going to resign from your translation job?" Sayaka's hands fidgeted with her skirt. Perhaps we could pretend that night never happened." The girl appeared anxious, uncertain whether she was comforting Chika or herself. Yes, let us act as if we know nothing." It seemed that the events of that night had cast a significant shadow over her. Sighing, Chika pulled Sayaka to sit on the bed and finally spoke her name aloud for the first time. "Sayaka." "Huh." Sayaka looked at her friend in surprise. "Sleep now. When you awaken, just forget about that night." Chika gently embraced her, soothing her trembling form. "If you're afraid, then forget it. You know nothing. After your date with your fiancé that night, he simply took you home, and nothing happened." As an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness washed over her, Sayaka clutched tightly to Chika's clothing. After laying the sleeping girl on the bed and tucking her in, Chika observed the lingering fear etched on Sayaka's face. She discreetly implanted the suggestion for her to carry a wisteria-scented pouch from then on, ensuring that her favorite flower would be the wisteria. This should suffice. After bidding farewell to the Sato family's butler, Chika departed with Ju Tomioka. Due to the meeting, the Demon Slayer Corps had not assigned any work to Ju that night. The streets were brightly lit, bustling with life. As they walked side by side, Chika glanced sideways at Ju, who stood half a head taller than her, his expression as stoic as ever. The light illuminated his pale face. his aquamarine eyes appearing unusually bright in contrast to his usual demeanor. He was quite handsome, but one must not overanalyze his words. One must take them at face value. What's wrong? Ju noticed her gaze and assumed she had something on her mind. Mukyu. Shaking her head, Chika returned her attention to the path ahead. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, causing her long hair to billow, inadvertently tangling it around Ju. Observing the strands of black hair cascading over her shoulders, the young man shifted his stance and glanced at Chika's long hair, pursing his lips. Your hair is too long. It could be troublesome while slaying demons. What do you think about short hair? Ju, who had intended to suggest cutting her hair, found himself articulating his thoughts in an unexpected manner. Salmon roe? Why the sudden inquiry about that? Short hair, in truth, was what she had sported in her youth, but each morning she would awaken to a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest, which was exceedingly difficult to manage. Hence, she had opted for long hair, at least when loosely tied for sleep. It wouldn't knot at the roots, and she could simply comb it through before heading out, although she was unsure why he had suddenly broached the subject. Chika crossed her arms and made a dismissive gesture. Mukyu. I don't particularly like it. Observing her reaction, Ju's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. The following day, at the foot of the misty mountains, Chika donned a white shirt and a blue lace-trimmed long skirt, her face concealed by a mask. Today, she had tied her hair up, feeling the red ribbon that hung before her chest, adorned at the end with white pearls and tassels. She hadn't anticipated receiving a hair accessory from him, recalling the morning when the young man had handed her the item with a serious demeanor. Stating that long hair could be dangerous at work, Chika couldn't help but smile. No wonder he had asked such a question last night. He had been so tactful. Had it been during their initial acquaintance, he would have bluntly stated, your hair is too long. It's a nuisance. It would be safer to get it cut. Yet, why had they come here? Gazing at the towering peaks, Chika felt a sense of foreboding. As they ascended, in the distance, she spotted a house, where a boy clad in a black and green checkered haori was wielding a sword, accompanied by an elderly man dressed in blue waves, his face obscured by a red tengu mask. Upon approaching, Chika realized that the elder wore a red tengu mask. Upon seeing Ju, the boy exclaimed in delight, Ju and I. Tanjiro. Ju politely responded before turning to the elder, Kagaya-sensei, I've brought her. Kagaya turned to face Chika, and upon recognizing the girl's form, he couldn't help but frown. Ju, is this the child? Although it had been conveyed to him by Kasumi that the person before him possessed the capability to slay upper moon demons, upon the first glance, Kanroji found himself unable to suppress his doubts about this assertion. Indeed, her name was Dagakubo Chiki, and she typically struggled to communicate coherently. If she were to utter any peculiar phrases, he kindly requested that one refrain from casting blame upon her. As he spoke, Tanjiro turned to the side to introduce the two individuals to the puzzled girl. This is Lord Kanroji Sakanji, a master trainer of water-breathing swordsmen. The other is Kamadu Tanjiro, who is currently studying under Lord Kanroji. Hello, just call me Tanjiro, the boy said. His dark red hair and eyes complemented by a crimson scar on his forehead, adorned with an oddly cheerful smile. He could not mistake the faint, nauseating scent lingering in the air. A flicker of sorrow danced in Tanjiro's gaze, for he sensed that this girl had indeed encountered Muzan. Having arrived here alone with his senior, Ion, her family was likely. Chiki remained oblivious to the myriad of thoughts that Tanjiro conjured from a mere hint of scent, and politely responded, Kombu. Hello. Now understanding her purpose for being here, she realized she was indeed sent for training. It seemed that even without participating in the final trial at Mount Fujikase, she could not evade the induction training. Yet, if it were to learn the breathing techniques, why was Tanjiro not teaching her himself? Lost in her musings, Tanjiro suddenly spoke. Chiki, you will stay here for a while, and I shall come to fetch you later. Salmon roe? Chiki nodded in agreement, then cautioned the young man to be careful on his journey, Menteiko. As she watched Tanjiro bid farewell to Kanroji and descend the mountain, Chiki suddenly recalled something of great importance. Wooden fish flower. Wait, she exclaimed urgently, rushing after Tanjiro. Tanjiro was startled by her sudden outburst, while Kanroji firmly grasped her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. Once you master water breathing, you may return. No, I just remembered. I do not have any change of clothes. How frustrating. Tanjiro, why did you not mention this earlier? Chapter 15, The Protagonist's Past. Do not fret. If you wish to see Young later, I can have Kasumi send a message, Kanroji assured her, eliciting a twitch from Chiki's lips. Tuna mayonnaise. That is not the crux of the matter. A bamboo sword was thrown towards the distracted girl, and she instinctively caught it, performing a flourish. Observing her movements, Kanroji nodded subtly, having heard that Iong had taught her some foundational sword techniques. Excellent. Tanjiro, why not engage in a spar with her? Salmon, Chiki replied dejectedly. Facing the girl clad in a skirt, Tanjiro hesitated before speaking. Eh? Me? But before he could finish, a female voice interrupted him. Pickled Takana. Attention, I am starting. Accompanied by the sound of the bamboo sword slicing through the air, her blue skirt flowed gracefully, tracing an arc in midair. So fast, Tanjiro hastily leaned back, narrowly evading the descending sword. Good reflexes, Cheeky smirked, swiftly crouching to execute a sweeping kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Tanjiro made intimate contact with the earth, disregarding the pain as he rolled away, kneeling on one knee, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The girl stood sideways, one hand gripping her sword while the other gestured invitingly toward him. Are you all right, Salmon Row? Shall we continue? Sensing Cheeky's emotions in the air, Tanjiro tightened his grip on the sword, his expression turning serious. It's fine. Let us continue. I will give it my all, Cheeky-senpai. Hearing him address her, Cheeky nearly lost her composure. Looking at the 15-year-old boy, she couldn't help but smirk. How was this any different from being called little sister by Kazuki? Kanroji observed the back and forth between the two, a hint of surprise etched on his masked face. Cheeky's ease and skillful guidance of Tanjiro's movements belied her status as a novice. As Tanjiro was sent flying once more, Kanroji interjected, Both of you, focus. Tanjiro, do not rely solely on your breathing techniques, and claim to give it your all. And you, Cheeky, do not hold back. Hearing that Tanjiro had been holding back, he pursed his lips and declared loudly, Yes, sensei, I will strive to improve. Despite the impending final trial, where he had believed himself to possess considerable strength, this girl, who had yet to master the breathing techniques, was able to dominate him solely through her swordsmanship. Dodging a swift kick, Tanjiro's gaze hardened. He realized he needed to strive further to become stronger, so he could find a way to restore Nezuko to her human form. If Cheeky were aware of Tanjiro's inner turmoil, she would likely shy away in guilt, for her swordsmanship and physical techniques were rather average. She merely enhanced her abilities through cursed energy, akin to how Tanjiro and others utilized breathing techniques to augment their physical prowess. During lunch, Cheeky glanced apologetically at Tanjiro, who was breathing heavily due to his injuries. Are you all right? I'm sorry, I may have struck too hard. Fortunately, Kanroji had paper and a pen available, or she would have been at a loss for words. It's all right. Sparring inevitably leads to bumps and bruises. Cheeky-senpai, you need not worry, Tanjiro replied with a smile, radiating warmth like a little sun. Wooden fish flower. Upon hearing him address her thus, Cheeky instantly crossed her arms, her face a picture of defiance. I am already of age. Tanjiro, you should simply call me Cheeky. Ah, okay. During their meal, Cheeky's curse markings were revealed at the corner of her mouth, drawing Tanjiro's curious gaze. Is that a birthmark? But even on your tongue, is that why you cover your face? His gaze softened. Confused, Cheeky shot him a puzzled look. She wondered if he had been rendered daft by her blows, as he gazed at her with a silly smile. After lunch, Tanjiro prepared to return to his room to apply some medicine. Feeling guilty, Cheeky decided to assist him, especially since there were bruises on his body that she couldn't reach. The room was dim, the curtains drawn tightly, illuminated only by the flickering oil lamp on the table. Tanjiro sat on a chair beside the table, while Cheeky noticed a quilt on the floor that was clearly bulging, indicating someone was lying beneath it. Is there someone else here? Are they injured or ill? Cheeky wondered. Upon noticing her, Tanjiro quickly dressed. Seeing her gaze fall upon Nezuko, he explained, That is my sister, Nezuko. Salmon, so it was his sister. The girl named Nezuko lay with her eyes shut, her skin devoid of color, a piece of bamboo bound across her mouth, seemingly to prevent her from biting anyone. Witnessing her condition and recalling the curtains drawn tightly during the day, Cheeky sensed something amiss. She turned to Tanjiro, her eyes filled with mild suspicion and the emotions wafting from him. Tanjiro managed a strained smile, choosing not to conceal the truth. Nezuko was not human at the moment. Like many members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro's family had been slaughtered by demons 2 years prior, and his only surviving sister had been transformed into a monster. At that time, the task was entrusted to Ju Tomioka. Initially, upon witnessing Nezuko transformed into a demon, he harbored the intention to end her life. However, the earnest pleas of Tanjiro, coupled with Nezuko's subsequent restraint against her cravings for human flesh, motivated by her desire to protect her brother, led Ju to reconsider his decision. Consequently, Tanjiro took his sister to the Misty Mountains, becoming a disciple of Sakanji Urokadaki. After more than 2 years of rigorous training, he was poised to undertake the final examination at Mount Fujisaki in July. Nezuko had been in slumber for 2 years. Urokadaki mentioned that she was using sleep as a substitute for consuming human flesh to replenish her energy. Tanjiro tucked the blanket around his sister and adjusted her hair, pondering when Nezuko would awaken. Seaweed, do not worry, everything will be all right. Thank you. I will undoubtedly find a way to restore Nezuko to her human form. Chihiki felt that the boy's experiences were undeniably tragic, His father had passed away, his mother had met a gruesome fate, and his sister had become a monster. All while he remained resolute, embodying the quintessential traits of a protagonist. Finally, the afternoon arrived, marking the commencement of Urokadaki's teaching session. Given Chihiki's solid foundation in swordsmanship, she merely needed to address her breathing techniques. She appears to be a bright child. She should grasp the essentials swiftly. Truth be told, Urokadaki was taken aback when Ju mentioned another person, specifically a girl, in his recent correspondence. Initially, he had suggested sending someone for lessons, yet for reasons unknown, no action had been taken. Later, he merely indicated his intention to teach her some self-defense techniques, clearly keeping her at the Tomioka residence. Today, when Ju brought Chihiki along, Urokadaki felt as though his disciple had grown less taciturn. His gaze fell upon the girl, who was diligently attempting to regulate her breathing as instructed. Was it due to this child? Under the sunlight, her violet eyes sparkled like precious gems. Everything progressed smoothly. Although Chihiki could not fully comprehend the mechanics of the breathing technique, having been raised in a traditional educational system, she resolved to follow the prescribed answers without hesitation. Training continued until sunset, and Chihiki successfully completed 1/5 of her water-breathing technique. After dinner, the question that had been relegated to the back of her mind resurfaced. Urokadaki's demeanor grew a tad awkward upon learning the truth. Even if he were to communicate with Ju now, it was improbable that he would abandon his duties to deliver clothing. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for a young man to bring certain garments intended for a girl. Yet Urokadaki could not bear the thought of his student wearing soiled clothes after a day of training. Thus, he rummaged through the clothing left by previous students and separated the girl's garments for Chihiki to choose from. Chihiki held a few pieces against herself but found them too small, so she returned them. Her eyes then fell upon another neatly stacked pile of slightly larger clothes. Picking up the topmost light blue garment, she unfolded it and found it to be a perfect fit. Salmon roe? Is this acceptable? Noticing the attire in her hands, Urokadaki hesitated before speaking. That belonged to your senior brother. Is that all right? As for which senior brother, he could not quite recall. Mokahana. It's fine. After all, they've all been washed, and I feel a sense of familiarity with this clothing. Tanjiro, observing the garment, caught a whiff of a familiar scent in the air, his eyes widening in realization. This clothing belongs to Brother Ju. Chapter 16, The Fox-Masked Boy. The next day, Chihiki resolved to return home briefly. After bidding farewell to Urokadaki, she took a few steps outside only to realize she was unfamiliar with the route. Just as she contemplated asking Urokadaki to send his crow to guide her, a smaller raven landed on her shoulder. Without her uttering a word, the raven chirped away, informing her of the situation. This crow, named Uemi, was responsible for Chihiki's affairs. Due to her sudden departure yesterday, Uemi had arrived at the Tomioka residence to find no one there, only learning of Chihiki's whereabouts through other crows this morning. Huh, aren't crows only associated with the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro observed this scene with curiosity. Urokadaki responded to the question on Chihiki's behalf. Your junior sister does not need to participate in the selection at Mount Fujisaki, as she has already slain a member of the 12 Kazuki and is now a grade A swordsman. Huh, what? Tanjiro gazed incredulously at the girl standing beside him, his perception of her shifting once again. Is it possible to defeat a member of the 12 Kazuki without knowing the breathing technique? In the ensuing days, Chihiki continued her studies of the breathing technique, while Tanjiro would occasionally vanish during their sparring sessions, leading her to suspect he was undergoing additional training alone. During this period, Ju visited once, inquiring about Chihiki's progress before exchanging pleasantries with Urokadaki and departing. What a wooden fellow, not a single superfluous word. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Chihiki felt a pang of helplessness. In the dead of night, upon discovering Tanjiro had stealthily left once more, she could no longer contain herself and hastily donned a jacket to follow him. The boy was cautious, glancing around as he made his way into the bamboo grove. Chihiki perched on a branch, her curiosity piqued regarding Tanjiro's destination. Within the grove lay a clearing, where a massive stone split in half rested quietly, its cross-section indicative of a blade's impact. Well done, Tanjiro. I didn't expect you possessed such strength, Chihiki thought, casting a surprised glance at the boy below. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air from behind her, startling Chihiki. Reacting instinctively, she leapt from the tree. Landing on the ground, she beheld a boy adorned with a fox mask. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she realized she could not sense this boy's presence. He resembled a lifeless doll, devoid of even the sound of breath. After all, Chihiki was a sorceress. Moreover, she had not detected any other presence nearby. Could he be a cannibal? With that thought, she swiftly moved in front of Tanjiro, her expression alert. Chihiki, what are you doing here? Tanjiro exclaimed, startled to see her descend from the tree. Pickled mustard greens. Stay back, it's dangerous. The familiar fox-masked boy stood opposite them, wielding a bamboo sword, and Tanjiro seemed to comprehend the situation. Sensing the girl's tension, he quickly grasped her arm. The hand holding the bamboo stick she had unknowingly broken off to use as a makeshift sword. Tanjiro smiled. Chihiki, don't be alarmed. Akitsu is no stranger. He is also a disciple of our master. Salmon-ro? Chihiki blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the boy named Akitsu. A scar-like pattern adorned the right side of his fox mask, and the familiar three-color tortoiseshell pattern on the white haori caught her eye momentarily. Wasn't that the same design as Ju's half of the haori? Akitsu. She is the new student of Master Urokodaki, named Dogyaki Chihiki. Just as Tanjiro finished speaking, Akitsu darted towards Chihiki like a gust of wind. Tanjiro stood frozen in shock. Although he could not comprehend why Akitsu had suddenly attacked, Chihiki made no attempt to evade, her curiosity about the boy, who might know Ju, outweighing her instincts. The two quickly became entangled in combat, while Tanjiro attempted to intercede, only to be entirely disregarded. A hand patted his arm, and a youthful voice reassured him, "Don't worry. Akitsu knows his limits." No, he is not concerned about Chiki. Remembering the scene when the two of them sparred, Tanjiro opened his mouth, unsure of how to express himself. His face a portrait of unshed tears as he gazed at the girl clad in a kimono adorned with plum blossom patterns. "Makomo, you don't understand." Suddenly, a bamboo sword descended from the heavens, piercing the ground before Tanjiro and Makomo. A girl draped in a dark-hued haori pointed the bamboo directly at the boy with pinkish hair. Chiki tilted her head, the fox mask she held in her other hand slipping through her fingers and falling to the ground. Staring at the mask on the ground in silence for a moment, Chiki abruptly lifted her gaze towards Kenroji, her pupils trembling in shock, rendered speechless. "No, brother, you truly are a demon." Due to the angle, Tanjiro had not witnessed the earlier scene. Seeing the two halt, he hurried forward, intent on pulling Kenroji away, fearful they might clash again, but Kenroji deftly sidestepped. As Chiki discerned Kenroji's face, she realized he was a gentle-looking boy with rare silver eyes and a scar on the right side of his face, mirroring the one on his mask. "Your swordsmanship is commendable," Kenroji remarked with a soft smile, his eyes seemingly aglow in the moonlight. "But that is insufficient to slay the 12 Kazuki." Hearing this, Chiki grasped that even if she had not accompanied Tanjiro today, this boy named Kenroji, along with the girl beside him, would have sought her out regardless. "Tanjiro." The girl suddenly called out his name, and Tanjiro, surprised, looked over, only to feel his consciousness blur the next moment. "You are fatigued. It is time to return and rest." "I am tired," Tanjiro replied, his eyes losing their luster as he turned towards the house. Witnessing this scene, Kenroji and Makomo were left astonished. "So, you desire for me to eliminate that hand demon?" "Indeed, we truly cannot bear to witness another of our teacher's disciples perish," Makomo responded earnestly. Kenroji wore an expression of helplessness. Although Tanjiro could now cleave through rock, they were uncertain of what the demon had become after all these years. Upon learning about their circumstances, Chiki felt that the selection system of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed flawed, even if those participating in the selection lacked the strength and fortune to join the Corps. Their fate should not be to be devoured by demons. It appeared she would need to find time to visit the Ubuyashiki estate. This matter must be addressed with the leader before the next selection. "However, I do not need to participate in the final selection. You should be aware of that." Observing their expressions dimming immediately, Chiki reassured them, "Do not worry. You must have faith in Tanjiro-kun. He will bring an end to that demon. As for the issues with the selection system, I will discuss them with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the future, those who do not pass the selection will safely descend the mountain. I promise." Upon hearing her declaration, Kenroji and Makomo exchanged glances, fully aware of her capabilities. "Then we shall entrust this to you." Chapter 17, Nichiren Blade and Exorcism Mask. The afternoon sun shone brightly, and a pile of millet rested upon the windowsill, while Yuumi pecked at it intermittently. As Chiki caressed her feathers, preparing to step out to find Tanjiro, a shadow fell over her. Her eyes fell upon the familiar two-toned haori, and she stood straight with delight, greeting the young man. "Kombu." Ju Tomioka nodded in acknowledgement, and the man accompanying him paused momentarily before entering the house as well. The man wore a red fireman mask, his hair wrapped in a floral cloth, cradling a long object wrapped in cloth in his arms. "Miss Chiki, I am your swordsmith, Tetsuzan Takoso, Kombu." "Hello." Her response elicited a hint of surprise from Tetsuzan beneath his mask. It seemed that what he had just heard was no mere illusion. Knowing that Chiki's Nichiren blade had arrived, Tanjiro immediately set down the sword he had been handling and returned with Urokodaki. The white cloth was unveiled, revealing a blade that was somewhat different from an ordinary Nichiren sword. It was straight from tip to end, lacking the curvature of a tachi. The hilt bore the same hexagonal shape as Ju's, but its color was a deep blue-black. As Tetsuzan withdrew it slightly, the blade bore the inscription Demon Slayer. Seeing those characters, Yuro Kadaki expressed surprise. After all, such engravings were only found on the swords of the Hashira. How is it? I followed the design Miss Chiki provided. Tetsuzan spoke. Incredible. I absolutely adore it. Although she could not comprehend the words, the smile on the girl's face sufficed to convey her approval to Tetsuzan. He urged, go ahead and draw it. The Nichiren blade will change color according to the user's talent or the breathing technique they have mastered. Miss Chiki practices water breathing, so it is likely to be a beautiful blue. As the blade was drawn, a wave of oceanic blue spread across its surface under the watchful eyes of everyone. It was the color of Ju's eyes. Chiki blinked, her heart flooded with indescribable emotions. She instinctively glanced at Ju. Noticing her gaze, Ju returned it. Offering a serious assessment, it is beautiful. The girl hurriedly turned her head, her cheeks flushed. Could it be she hadn't misheard? Ju Tomioka had actually uttered such commendations? Wow. It really has changed color, Tanjiro exclaimed, touching the blade with excitement that surpassed even Chiki's, wondering if his sword would also exhibit such a stunning blue in the future. Yuro Kadaki nodded in satisfaction. Although it may not rival Ju's blue, this talent certainly placed her among the top ranks of water-breathing practitioners. Observing the transformation of the blade into such a beautiful hue in Chiki's hands, Tetsuzan felt as if he were giving away his daughter, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. Both proud and melancholic. Miss Chiki, please take good care of it. Leave it to me. Chiki instinctively replied, feeling bashful at Tetsuzan's fatherly demeanor as he appeared to be marrying off his daughter. Having seen what he wished to see, Tetsuzan did not linger further and took his leave. Ju Tomioka had come to escort Chiki to the Ubuyashiki estate and to deliver her uniform. A letter Chiki had sent a few days prior had prompted Ubuyashiki to take the selection system of the Demon Slayer Corps seriously, leading to the recent convening of the Hashira meeting. The uniform was crafted to resemble a high school uniform, featuring a high collar and long pants. Aside from the golden buttons lacking the whirlpool pattern and the character mare inscribed on the back, it bore little difference. Chiki was quite pleased with it, confirming that the collar would cover the lower half of her face before stepping outside. The blue haori embroidered with gardenias concealed the Nichiren blade at her waist, and before leaving, Yuro Kadaki gifted her a mask. The fox mask had purple eyes, and the corners of its mouth bore the same serpent eye curse as Chiki's face. This is an exorcism mask, which can bring good fortune, Yuro Kadaki said, gently ruffling Chiki's hair, offering his sincere blessing to this student with whom he had spent the briefest time. May your martial prowess flourish. Unable to resist, Chiki embraced this man who felt like a father to her, tears brimming in her eyes. Adzuki, you are my favorite teacher. Witnessing this scene, Tanjiro felt his own eyes moisten, and he joined in the embrace with Ju. Enveloped by 3 children, Yuro Kadaki's expression softened further, unmasked. Ju Tomioka, however, was left bewildered, pondering what they were doing and why they suddenly embraced each other. Ubuyashiki estate. Stepping into the courtyard alongside Ju Tomioka, Chiki spotted Hina and Nika standing at the entrance to the reception room. Sister Chiki, Lord Tomioka. As the 2 girls laid eyes on Kiyoshi, their smiles broadened. And while they suppressed the urge to rush over, they opened the door and invited her in, saying that everyone else had already arrived. Kiyoshi beamed as she gently patted the heads of the 2 children and presented them with a cream cake, a rarity in this era. Inside the room, the master and others had taken their seats. Kiyoshi, Ju, you have arrived, said Ubuyashiki Yoya with a gentle expression, urging them to sit down quickly. The master and Madame Cannon occupied the front, while the others formed 2 rows behind them. Moving to the back, Kiyoshi observed the irritable Shinazugawa Sanemi and the taciturn Takadum Wichiru. She decisively chose to sit beside the latter. I apologize, Ju, you are more acquainted with the white-haired one, so I trust you won't mind. Kiyoshi still felt a lingering apprehension from the last encounter when Sanemi had resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. However, the boy with the azure-tipped long hair appeared remarkably young, perhaps younger than Tanjiro. His apparent disinterest in everything seemed abnormal, hinting at signs of social withdrawal. Returning to the matter at hand, Ubuyashiki Yoya articulated the query Kiyoshi had raised. The final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps was to take place at a location known as Fujisaki Mountain, where the Corps had captured some weak demons. The mountain was adorned with wisteria trees that bloomed year-round, preventing the demons from escaping. Those participating in the selection merely needed to survive on the mountain for 7 days and nights to pass the ultimate trial. Yet, some individuals, due to their inadequate abilities, might not reach the base in time and could be slain. Or they might accidentally perish at the hands of the demons after days of heightened vigilance and relentless demon slaying. Even worse, some might use the bodies of their companions as shields, stepping over their corpses to complete the selection. Furthermore, the demons on Fujisaki Mountain had not been monitored since their introduction, potentially having consumed numerous candidates and transformed into formidable, mutated demons that were nearly impossible to defeat. To prevent further innocent lives from being lost, it was essential to reform the selection system before the next round commenced. Ubuyashiki Yoya's gaze swept across the varied expressions on everyone's faces before he spoke again. Kiyoshi proposed that prior to each selection, members should be dispatched to scour Fujisaki Mountain. And upon discovering particularly powerful demons, they should be eliminated immediately. During the selection, Hashira should patrol the mountain with a team to escort the less capable children down, while the Butterfly Mansion's medical staff should remain on standby at the base for emergencies. As this suggestion was voiced, several Hashira could not help but glance back at the girl seated at the back. Is there anyone with any questions? I have none. We can arrange the next medical team for the selection upon our return. Although Shinobu was somewhat taken aback by the content of the meeting, she ultimately trusted the master's decisions. That is indeed an excellent proposal, exclaimed Kyujiro, his voice booming. Kiyoshi thought this was quite amiable. I have no objections either, Mitsuri said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly. Kanroji's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, Namu Amida Butsu. Muichiro and Iguro remained silent, while Yuzui Tenjin, akin to a middle schooler, rambled on about grandeur and festival deities, ultimately voicing no dissent. Sanemi furrowed his brow, stating, but the Hashira have numerous responsibilities. We hardly have time to manage them. Sanemi, Kiyoshi interjected, those children, even if they cannot pass the selection, deserve the right to live. They can choose to remain with the Demon Slayer core support team or return to continue their training. Regardless, I do not wish for their lives to end abruptly due to the selection. Due to health concerns, most of the Ubuyashiki masters had never visited the selection site, thus remaining unaware of the underlying issues. Having sent someone to investigate the matter regarding Kaneo, Ubuyashiki Yoya felt guilt and sorrow, having recognized the unfairness of the rules. He could not allow such occurrences to transpire again. Although Kiyoshi suggested that A-rank members accompany candidates up the mountain, Ubuyashiki Yoya opted for the Hashira to lead the teams. Isn't our purpose in slaying demons to reduce the number of casualties? Sanemi ceased his objections. The preparations for this selection fell upon Shinobu and Kyujiro. Before the meeting concluded, Ubuyashiki Yoya turned to Kiyoshi at the back, seemingly recalling something. Kiyoshi, your Nichiren blade should have arrived, correct? Salmon-Ro, since you have yet to undertake a mission and your abilities are rather unique, and your breathing technique is newly acquired, let the other Hashira partner with you for now, he said with a smile, looking to the Hashira. Is anyone available? This statement brightened the eyes of several individuals, as they were only vaguely familiar with the incantation and could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. Chapter 18, The Hasty Duel. Due to their own missions, Shinobu and Kyujiro, despite their eagerness to partner with Kiyoshi, refrained from speaking up. The others, having only met Kiyoshi a few times, regarded her as merely a colleague and struggled to comprehend her words, making communication through paper and pen cumbersome during demon slaying. Thus, after some contemplation, everyone hesitated. Mitsuri, with her face flushed with anticipation, contrasted sharply with Sanemi, whose expression conveyed sheer annoyance. Just as they were about to speak, a calm voice interrupted them. I will take her, just said without a moment's hesitation. The pink-haired girl felt a tinge of disappointment, while Sanemi clicked his tongue in frustration. This outcome relieved Kiyoshi, as she was not particularly familiar with the others. At the entrance of Ubuyashiki's residence, Sanemi confronted Kiyoshi. Salmon-Ro? Kiyoshi regarded him warily, recalling his previous outburst. Come and fight me. His words startled Mitsuri, who looked at him in terror. Kiyoshi's expression stiffened as she took 2 steps back, clearly refusing. Fortunately, Shinobu could no longer bear the tension and stepped forward with a smile to clarify. Sanemi means he wants to spar with you. Kiyoshi-chan, just a friendly exchange. We will be watching, don't worry. Salmon mayonnaise. Is that so? Kiyoshi observed the irritated and impatient Sanemi, her lips twitching into a skeptical smile as she glanced at Shinobu. At the Butterfly Mansion, aside from Wichiru and the Stone Hashira, who expressed disinterest in their duel and opted to head home, the remaining members proceeded to the dojo. As Kiyoshi sidestepped a swiftly approaching wooden sword and quickly retreated to create distance, her face reflected shock as she glanced at Shinobu below. Is this what you call a friendly exchange, Miss Shinobu? Before she could ponder further, Sanemi's assault was upon her once more. The wooden swords clashed. The tremendous force transmitted through her hands made Kiyoshi struggle to fend off the strike. Then she spun around to kick at Sanemi. The white-haired youth neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he seized Kiyoshi's ankle and executed a decisive throw. Kiyoshi managed to brace herself with her hands on the ground, forcefully breaking free from Sanemi's grip, and landed safely, albeit precariously. His speed and reflexes were overwhelming. Kiyoshi felt as though she were being dominated, likely due to his constant state of heightened concentration. This is even more terrifying than sparring with Maki. Meanwhile, Yuzui Tenjin, arms crossed, engaged in discussions with the others. This is far too unremarkable. Can she truly defeat upper 5 like this? However, Mitsuri, concerned, glanced at Kiyoshi, who had once again endured a blow. Who was aware of the true extent of that incantation's power? Ihei spoke coldly. Chiki-chan still seems to be a bit hesitant. Shinobu Kocho had observed her several times placing her hand on her collar, only to retract it. Rengoku Kaijiro, who had also noticed this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it wasn't entirely Chiki's fault. After all, she was merely a spellcaster, serving as support. Even if she could hold her own against Tanjiro and Zenitsu, she was still incomparable to the likes of Shinazugawa Sanemi, clearly not on the same level. After a few exchanges, Sanemi's frustration grew increasingly palpable, and he couldn't help but bark. You, take this seriously? Are you looking down on me by staying silent? Chiki, startled by his outburst, found herself momentarily dazed. In that case, do not move. The girl's voice rang out as she swiftly approached the immobile Sanemi, delivering a powerful punch imbued with cursed energy that sent him flying. Sanemi tumbled across the ground, quickly regaining his footing and darting away, his expression twisted with excitement. Now that's more like it. My goodness, it seems I've encountered a real challenge. Chiki instinctively sidestepped, tugging at her collar until it completely came undone. Descend. This command, delivered with a softened effect, caused the white-haired youth to plummet violently, shattering the wooden floor beneath him and rendering him immobile. Truth be told, in terms of swordsmanship, Chiki could not compete. However, when it came to incantations, there was no comparison between them. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time, so seizing the moment, Chiki quickly crossed her hands in a gesture of refusal. Makujio. No, I won't fight anymore. Sanemi could not possibly let her off the hook so easily. Yet he found himself unable to break free, so he shouted, what kind of joke is this? We've only just begun. But the theories of incantations and breathing techniques are entirely different. How can one measure them? Seeing that Sanemi still wished to speak, Chiki promptly set her wooden blade against his shoulder. If it's purely a matter of victory, I believe I have already won. With a loud smack, the wooden blade was knocked aside, and Sanemi, feeling a sense of unwillingness, grasped Chiki's arm tightly. Was it really to end so simply? She had merely uttered a few words to immobilize him. He hadn't even begun to fully grasp the nature of this incantation. Mr. Shinazugawa, please do not do this. Shinobu Kocho attempted to intervene on Chiki's behalf, but someone else arrived faster, already at the scene. Release her. Ju Tomioka's voice carried an added weight of irritation, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger as he grasped Sanemi's hand resting on Chiki's arm. Sanemi remained silent, merely staring at Chiki, lost in thought, with everyone gathering around. Chiki furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of helplessness as she spoke. Please let go. That familiar, uncontrollable sensation washed over her once more. Oh, don't be sad, Sanemi-san. There will be another chance. Rengoku Kaijiro patted his shoulder in a comforting manner, then added curiously, but what does it feel like to be under control? Sanemi, clearly displeased with the question, retorted, why don't you have her try it on you and find out? Is that all right, Chiki-chan? Kaijiro's voice rang out. Chiki, who had been telling Ju that she was fine, paused in surprise. What do you mean? I want to try it too, is that okay? Mitsuri raised her hand and called out shyly, covering her face with her other hand. The others remained silent, but all eyes were fixated on Chiki. After a moment of contemplation, Chiki relented. Then, let us go eat together. Thus unfolded a scene within the Butterfly Mansion, where the usually busy Hashira moved like a train towards the dining hall, even the temperamental Wind Hashira among them. Team members who stumbled upon this spectacle were left agape, wondering what this new training method could possibly be. In the dining hall, everyone animatedly discussed the sensation of being controlled by the incantation. Chiki couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Using incantations on so many people at once, especially those of considerable strength, left her throat feeling raw. A glass of water was placed before her, and Ju Tomioka wore an expression of disapproval. This is too reckless. After sipping the water, Chiki felt some relief in her throat and managed a shy smile. It's all right, as long as everyone is happy. You've lost your voice. Salmon Row? Please refrain from engaging in such meaningless actions. Do not agree to hurt yourself like this in the future. Chapter 19. The Shrine of Fate. Ever since she began her demon hunting duties, Chiki sensed something was amiss. Could it be that demons were this rampant at night? Why have you been appearing so frequently recently? After encountering a demon delivering a severed head, Chiki restrained Ju Tomioka, who appeared puzzled. As she gazed down at the lower half-mutilated male demon, the master has commanded us to find a demon slayer. The demon initially hesitated to speak, but soon found himself unable to control his words. The demon slayer who can make words come true. Chiki lowered her eyes, her mind swirling with thoughts as she began to speculate about the master the demon referenced. Who could that master be? Zhu raised his hand, the blade of his Nichiren sword drawing a line of blood across the demon's neck. You cannot say. I will die? The male demon became increasingly agitated, struggling to escape, clearly terrified of answering. However, the two present had no sympathy for a demon, and under Chiki's control, the name was revealed. Muzan. As his words fell, both Chiki and Zhu understood the source of his terror. The demon, in a state of hopelessness, uttered Muzan's name, and in the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, bursting into a puddle of blood. Zhu pulled Chiki back a few steps, both staring at the viscous liquid on the ground with undisguised surprise and disgust. Due to Shinobu being preoccupied with the final trial, a portion of her assigned area was to be handled by Zhu. Nezuko perched on Chiki's shoulder, relaying information about their next mission. The next task location was a village to the northwest, where several pairs of newlywed couples had vanished. Moreover, the demon slayers sent to investigate had lost contact, so they were urged to proceed promptly to provide assistance. The two set off immediately, quickly arriving near the village. However, after circling through the village several times, they found no trace of demons, nor any signs of struggle in the homes of the victims, indicating they were not taken by force. Behind the village loomed a mountain, but the area from halfway up was shrouded in thick white mist, obscuring their view of the path ahead. This is quite strange. Zhu extended his hand into the mist to sense for anything unusual. You stay here. Zhu pulled Chiki's hand back as she attempted to reach further in. This indicated he intended to enter alone, which was unacceptable. Chiki immediately shook her head, gripping his hand tightly. Mentai, Makujio. Feeling the warmth emanating from his hand and glancing at the displeased expression on her face, Zhu paused for a moment. Leaving her alone was indeed unwise. If a demon took advantage of the opportunity, he wouldn't be able to respond in time. Understood. Stay close and do not be careless. Zhu did not release his grip. In fact, he tightened it further. As they ventured into the thick fog, their surroundings transformed into a vast expanse of white, rendering even the figures beside them indistinct. The adage rings true. All fear stems from the unknown. In such a scenario, Shinchi could not help but succumb to her imagination, replaying scenes from various horror films and thrilling novels that danced through her mind. What's wrong? The sudden sound jolted Shinchi from her reverie, causing her to instinctively fling away what she held. Inagami? Tomioka. Zhu tightened his grip on her hand, laced with concern. Bewildered by her abrupt reaction, was the white mist harboring some other effect? Realizing it was Tomioka, Shinchi exhaled with relief. It's nothing. They continued forward, the duration of their journey indeterminate, until they finally emerged from the fog into a familiar grove, leaving Shinchi momentarily stunned. We're back. Instinctively, she glanced at Tomioka, who appeared deep in thought, before instructing her to remain still while he ventured back into the mist alone. He repeated this several times, each foray resulting in the same outcome. I have been walking straight without any turns, yet every time I pass through the fog, I return here. Tomioka's words enveloped Shinchi in silence. Evidently, the mist posed a peculiar dilemma. She toyed with her collar, contemplating incantations to disperse the enigmatic haze. Casting her gaze to the slightly lightening sky, Tomioka halted her musings, suggesting they find a place to rest. Regardless of whether demons truly lurked in the mountains, this vicinity seemed relatively safe before nightfall. The once desolate street began to bustle, and the two found an inn to temporarily settle in. Having been plagued by sleepless nights, Shinchi, utterly exhausted, removed her Nichiren blade and collapsed onto the bed. When she awoke, it was nearly noon. After a quick wash, she ventured next door only to discover that Tomioka had already left. With no other option, she resolved to find something to eat while waiting for his return. The innkeeper was a young and beautiful woman, exuding warmth, and, crucially, she was literate. Due to the inconvenience of communication, Shinchi opted to act as though she were mute. To her surprise, before she could even jot down her request, the innkeeper smiled and gestured for her to sit at the table, placing a lunch before her. Through the innkeeper's explanations, Shinchi learned that it was Tomioka who had made arrangements before his departure. The innkeeper, hardly older than Shinchi, rested her chin on her hand, a smile illuminating her face as she observed the pretty girl devouring her rice balls. Regarding the incantation etched at the corner of her mouth, she merely assumed it to be a birthmark, showing no curiosity about it. The person you're with, he must be your fiancé, right? You two seem very close, even dressed alike. Hearing this, Shinchi nearly choked. Suddenly, an idea crossed her mind, and she nodded affirmatively to the innkeeper's statement. How wonderful. Are you both here to seek the red thread of fate at that matchmaking shrine? The innkeeper appeared slightly taken aback upon seeing Shinchi's written words, as she revealed a red thread from her hands. She explained that atop a mountain outside the village lay an ancient shrine dedicated to a deity who blesses lovers with everlasting bonds. There were even rumors that, Even if one's beloved harbored no feelings in return, if they earnestly sought the red thread there, happiness would ensue for both parties. Thus, many young couples from the surrounding villages would visit before marriage, hoping to obtain a pair of red threads to ensure a lasting union. The innkeeper herself was among them. If you are interested, you could go with your fiancé, she continued, noting Qianxi's rapt attention. Typically, the mist envelopes the mountain at night, but it dissipates during the day, so if you go now, you should return before nightfall. Enlightened, Qianxi's eyes sparkled. It seemed highly probable that the demon was concealed within the mountain. Chapter 20. The red thread that binds fate accustomed to brief rests. Tomioka-ju soon awoke and found himself at the foot of the mountain once more, the dense fog having cleared. Without the mist's interference, he swiftly ascended to the summit, where a dilapidated shrine awaited. Just as he prepared to enter and investigate the shrine, a woman's voice pierced the silence, sounding somewhat jarring in the stillness. "Are you here to pray at the shrine?" The voice was cold and devoid of inflection. Calmly, Tomioka turned to face the speaker. A woman clad in a white kimono with a crimson hakama, her face adorned with an unsettling smile as she stood upon the corridor. When he remained silent, her expression unchanged, she spoke again. "Make a wish about your beloved here, and Lady Tsukihime will grant you a red thread. Your wishes shall come to fruition." The seductive nature of her words prompted Tomioka to regard her more closely. Within the shrine loomed a massive stone statue resembling a woman clad in flowing red garments. Her features obscured. The room was entangled with red threads, some cascading from the beams to the ground. As Tomioka inspected the interior, he found not a trace of any demon, indicating that it was not hiding here. Throughout this time, the woman followed him like a puppet, her gaze vacant, with red threads faintly visible between her wrists and ankles. "Will you not make a wish?" With each passing moment, the smile on her face grew more strained, her stiff movements blocking Tomioka's path. He met her expressionless face with confusion, noting the tremor in her hands hidden beneath her sleeves. Perceiving the unease, Tomioka discreetly reached for his Nichiren blade at his waist, ensuring it remained concealed beneath his haori. Meanwhile, Qianxi, having received information from Kanroji, arrived at the scene to witness the tense standoff. "Salmon radish." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tomioka felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly striding to her side. "Inagami." Qianxi nodded, offering a reassuring glance. Observing their mutual trust, the woman belatedly exclaimed, "Are you two married?" Before Tomioka could respond, he felt a hand entwine with his arm, prompting him to look over in confusion. The girl buried half her face in his clothing, seemingly shy, and whispered a soft affirmation. Concealed from the woman's view, Qianxi subtly squeezed Tomioka's arm, signaling him to cooperate. In an instant, Tomioka's body grew rigid, an indescribable sensation blossoming in his heart, his ears warming as the area where their arms intertwined began to flush. He found himself perplexed by this unfamiliar emotion, feeling a gentle swell within. It seemed that proximity to Inagami elicited such feelings. He resolved to consult Butterfly later. The woman before them resembled a programmed NPC, automatically triggered by visitors, only ceasing once her purpose was fulfilled. Recalling the innkeeper's words, Qianxi decided without hesitation to comply with the woman's request. Watching the couple kneel before the statue, the woman nodded with satisfaction, then adorned them with two braided red wristbands. Tomioka instinctively recoiled from the object, yet was subtly tugged at the sleeve by Chiki, who signaled him to maintain discretion. "Lady Tsukihime shall bless your eternal togetherness." The woman's smile broadened, rigid and forced, as though her cheeks were being pulled by unseen hands. A peculiar sensation emanated from their wrists, and the two maintained an impassive facade, their clasped hands tightening ever so slightly. After departing from the shrine, under the knowing smile of the proprietress, they returned to Chiki's room. Though no trace of demons was found at the shrine, the proprietress's words and the woman's abnormal behavior led Chiki to form some conjectures. That woman in the shrine was likely under the control of the hidden demon through some means, and the missing individuals might be connected to this red thread. When tugging at the red thread proved futile, even the Nichiren blade was ineffective in severing it. As Chu furrowed his brows, preparing to employ his breathing technique within the confines of the room, Chiki gasped in alarm and swiftly intervened, warning him that this was not their home, and that making too much noise could reveal their weapons. At that moment, in a certain cave, Murata was already in tears, wishing he could bash his head against the ground, lamenting why he always encountered such formidable demons. Although this time, it wasn't one of the 12 Kazuki. Its power was no less daunting. He was ensnared by red threads, dangling helplessly like a marionette in midair. Surrounding him were both ordinary men and women, as well as teammates who had accompanied him on missions, all equally immobilized. At the cave's center, a woman clad in bridal attire languidly leaned against a stone bed. Her white garments stained a crimson hue, unlike anything ordinary. She gazed at the cave's entrance with palpable disdain, where the opening was tightly sealed, yet allowed a few shafts of sunlight to penetrate. Raising her hand, slender and pallid fingers entwined with red threads, she made a slight gesture, causing a pair of individuals to be forcefully thrust to the ground before her. "Now, allow me to pose a question," she said, resting her chin on her hand, her smile deceptively gentle, before her voice transformed into something demonic. "Would you sacrifice your lives for one another?" The young couple, paralyzed by fear, could only weep as they clung tightly to each other, trembling as if bidding their final farewell. The same scene had been witnessed multiple times by the group bound within the cave, their numbers dwindling from a dozen to merely 8. Murata, like the others, despairingly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of what was to come, as any response would ultimately lead to their demise. Hypocrisy. The couple's actions elicited a flicker of impatience on the woman's face, her brow furrowed deeply. With a disdainful huff, she waved her hand, and the red threads ensnared the couple, preparing to tear them apart. Drip. The sound of liquid hitting the ground mingled with the soft sobs, as the threads constricted painfully into their flesh, refusing to relent. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you," the boy murmured, the first words he had spoken, holding his beloved tightly. "No," the girl choked out, shaking her head vigorously, exerting all her strength to return his embrace. "If there is a next life, I want to marry you. In the next life, I wish to remain by your side. Then I shall not be a lady anymore. Nothing shall separate us." "Very well. But whether lady or lord, Akiyuki will always be my favorite." In an instant, the woman on the stone bed froze, a look of confusion on her face. "What is this? My memories? Akiyuki? Who is Akiyuki?" A sudden, piercing headache struck her, and she lost her inclination to toy with her prey, waving her hand to suspend them back into the air. Gazing at the scattered red threads in her hand, she felt an unsettling emptiness within, a damp sensation on her cheek. Chapter 21. A simple resolution. Night fell once more, a white mist rising in the mountains. As Chiki and Jutomioka ascended the slopes ahead of schedule, the woman from the shrine had been bound by the two, and both her wrists and ankles bore the same red threads as theirs, indicating their purpose of control. These threads were exceedingly difficult to remove. Even the breathing techniques proved ineffective against them for the time being. However, incantations were still quite effective, as Chiki managed to dispel the threads from several individuals. The woman in the white and crimson garments seemed to awaken, gasping deeply, her body trembling uncontrollably, her face a mask of terror. She is coming. We must leave immediately, or we shall all perish." Chiki comforted her, gently patting her back. "Who is she?" Ju pressed, his curiosity piqued. "She is a man-eating monster known as Tsukihime." Junko's body stiffened, as though recalling something dreadful. "Her red threads can control the bodies of others, just like those who wear the same attire as you. A few days ago, they too were captured and brought to her lair. We must hurry. There's no time to lose." Sensing the girl's body quaking with fear, Chiki contemplated whether to escort her down the mountain now. "Which way do we go?" They all turned toward the sound, and in the moonlight, a figure clad in red stood atop the vermilion torii gate, her beauty striking as she cast a disdainful glance downward at the three. The moment the red thread snapped, she knew that demon slayers had arrived, and this time it was unlike any previous encounter. Upon seeing her, Junko gasped, unable to draw breath, and promptly fainted in Chiki's embrace. Ju shifted his stance, positioning himself protectively in front of the two girls, his Nichiren blade drawn in an instant. "I'll take this one." Without hesitation, Chiki swiftly lifted Junko and retreated to the corridor, opting to observe the confrontation. Noticing that the two were ignoring her and were instead deciding who would engage her, Tsukihime smirked coldly, summoning countless red threads that surged toward them like a tidal wave. The Nichiren blade sliced through the air, and to Ju's surprise, these threads were far easier to sever than those that had previously ensnared him. The severed threads fluttered to the ground, some even landing on Ju's shoulder, which he brushed away impassively. Tsukihime remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she continued her methodical assault with the red threads. With a swift motion of his wrist, Ju extricated himself from the threads and leapt to deliver a decisive blow to the demon's neck. Everything was proceeding too smoothly tonight. Chiki felt an unsettling sense of foreboding as she observed the calm demeanor of the crimson-clad demon atop the torii. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Under the moonlight, two Nichiren blades collided, igniting sparks in their wake. Returning to the ground, Ju's eyes widened in confusion as he recognized a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Murata, a fellow classmate. But why was he here? And why was he aiding the demon? Unbeknownst to them, a throng of individuals had emerged in the courtyard, splitting into two groups. A small portion advanced toward Chiki, while the majority gradually encircled Ju. With movements stiff and mechanical, they resembled puppets, ensnared by the familiar red threads. Realizing there were survivors, Chiki attempted to incapacitate the approaching figures, but found her efforts futile. Cradling the unconscious Junko, she decided to erect a barrier to prevent anyone from entering. Ju, shaking off the villagers who lunged at him, furrowed his brow slightly. I knew you demon slayers would never harm ordinary people. As Tsukihime let out a light chuckle. She had sensed their presence since they had intruded into the mist the previous night. However, over the years, she had not been unfamiliar with encounters initiated by demon slayers. Having survived until now, she regarded these two with disdain. Go, attend to your companions properly. To Murata's ears, her voice sounded like the whispers of a demon, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. I think it's best to go up and get beaten. Do you even know who you're dealing with? That's the water Hashira. Even if 10 of me were to confront him, I would still be outmatched. Yet, as control of his body remained with Tsukihime, Murata could only wield his blade with terror-filled eyes. Simultaneously, the crimson threads around them seemed to spring to life, ensnaring Ju Tomioka. The threads grew more resilient, waves crashing continuously as the young man kicked his entranced teammate away, shattering a large tree in the process. Inosuke, sever the threads binding them. Salmon. Chiki stepped out of the tense confines, unzipping her collar with unwavering resolve. Cut them off. At her command, all the crimson threads snapped, and Tsukihime, caught in the backlash, could not contain herself, spitting out a pool of blood. She coughed into her sleeve, her eyes wide with shock as she looked toward the girl behind Ju. Yet Chiki would not grant her the luxury of time to react. Two voices rang out in unison. Do not move. Water breathing, ninth form, water surface slash. Tsukihime's face was etched with panic. Although immobilized, her blood demon art was already unleashed, and numerous crimson shadows flickered past, coalescing into a colossal blood-red cocoon. The blade of the Nichiren sword sank into a barrier that felt liquid to the touch. Sensing the resistance, Ju tightened his grip. The red barrier was cleaved apart. And in the fleeting moment Tsukihime regained her mobility, she staggered backward, barely evading the glinting blade and managing to stand on shaky legs. The barrier transformed into swirling pools of crimson liquid around her, and her once red attire had inexplicably shifted to white. Those crimson threads were indeed manifestations of her blood. However, this felt oddly familiar, resembling a lower-tier version of blood manipulation. Chiki could not help but twitch her lips at this thought, casting Tsukihime a look that spoke volumes. At Chiki's signal, a group of individuals ducked into the shrine enveloped by the tent, with the water Hashira in front and an elite swordsman behind. Murata finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that Tsukihime realized these two were not the ordinary demon slayers who could easily take control. Such formidable swordsmanship and unique abilities indicated they were likely the legendary Hashira and a target meant for extermination. Aware that victory was no longer within reach, Tsukihime gritted her teeth and resolved to retreat, evading Ju's swinging blade with great difficulty, clutching her bleeding arm. She utilized her blood demon art to transform her blood into countless red arrows aimed at Ju. Burn. In an instant, Tsukihime, along with her blood, ignited spontaneously. She didn't even have time to scream before the icy waves severed her neck. The pure white of her wedding kimono was once again stained with crimson as she gazed vacantly at the full moon in the sky. A girl clad in peach-colored garments appeared in her mind, chattering incessantly. Miss, I adore you, Tsukihime. Miss, I wish to accompany you for a lifetime. You'll be all right. I promise to bring back the medicine. Tears welled in Tsukihime's eyes, still not yet reduced to ashes. How could she have forgotten? Aki had always been the name of that foolish girl. That girl who had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs for her sake and had fallen off a cliff. Aki. Chapter 22. The Invitation. Retracting her gaze from Tsukihime, Chiki, whether as a demon slayer or a sorceress, would not extend pity towards such a detestable and lamentable being. Otherwise, what would become of those who had perished? The sun gradually ascended in the sky, and those who had been captured returned home under the hidden arrangements, while several injured team members were escorted back to the Butterfly Mansion. Murata, having been saved by Chiki twice, felt somewhat embarrassed. However, the simultaneous appearance of the girl and the water Hashira, displaying an unusual camaraderie, led Murata to speculate on their relationship. Upon reflection, he recalled that the last time they had encountered an upper moon demon, Chiki had been brought home by the water Hashira. Suddenly, Murata remembered the rumors circulating among team members that the insect Hashira had met Chiki at the Tomioka residence. Could it be that these two were, in fact, engaged? He glanced at the two, standing not far away. Although he couldn't comprehend a single word the girl uttered, Joe listened intently, occasionally responding. And the more he thought about it, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Noticing the undeniable intensity of his gaze, Chiki turned around, blinking in confusion. She recognized him as the one who had protected Natsuko that day. Recalling their previous encounters, a smile tugged at her lips. Are you coming back to the Tomioka residence with us? You might get some guidance from Ju as well. Ju, following the direction of the onlooker's eyes, nodded at Murata, his expression suggesting familiarity. Water Hashira, Chiki-sama, Murata stammered, the contents on the paper suddenly feeling like a heavy burden. I one tea intrude. I still have tasks to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The young man bowed swiftly to the two and then dashed off like the wind. Please, that essay Hashira. I could feel the overwhelming aura just standing beside him. If Ju were to guide me, I doubt I could even hold the Nichiren sword steady. Salmon. Chiki was perplexed by his seemingly exaggerated reaction and decided not to dwell on it. Let us go? Clearly, Ju shared little curiosity, leading those beside him down the mountain. On the way home, Chiki made a point to pass by the inn, relieved to see the proprietress in good spirits before continuing on her way. Having had little rest the previous day and staying up late, Chiki now felt too fatigued to even contemplate breakfast, collapsing into her bed to sleep. Yet, she had an unsettling feeling that she had forgotten something. When she awoke once more, it was well past noon. A plate lay at the entrance, containing a few rice balls and flower tea. Chiki picked up the items and glanced toward the adjacent room, but there was no sound. They must have gone out. After finishing her lunch, Chiki recalled the invitation from Kanroji a few days prior. Oh no, she had been so preoccupied with work that she hadn't managed to procure a birthday gift. Was it June 1st? Cautiously, she looked at the calendar atop her cabinet and felt her heart sink. Indeed, today was the day. The girl snapped into awareness, seizing her wallet and bolting out the door like a gust of wind. It was quite a distance to the city center. She had to hurry. Remembering how Mitsuri had invited her, she recalled the fierce gaze of Iguro beside her. Chiki feared that if she stood Mitsuri up, the fearsome serpent Hashira might send her little white snake to bite her. Moreover, Chiki did not wish to keep her colleagues waiting unnecessarily. Time was of the essence. However, to choose a beautiful yet not overly casual gift within such a short time frame was a daunting challenge for someone with decision-making difficulties. Chiki, a familiar female voice called out, stopping the girl who was overwhelmed by choices in the jewelry store. Natsuko, surprised to see her long-lost friend, stepped forward with delight. When Chiki had mentioned finding relatives and resigned from her translation work, Natsuko had felt quite disheartened, but thankfully, she occasionally received letters from Chiki. Kombu. It's been a long time. Shinchi cast a fleeting glance at the wisteria-scented amulet hanging from her companion's waist, a satisfied smile creeping onto her lips. Indeed, it is you. Are you selecting a gift for someone? Shazi speculated upon noticing the adornment in her hand. Upon witnessing Shinchi's fervent nodding, Shazi quickly grasped the situation, finding amusement in her friend's expression that seemed to plead for assistance. Boss, could you please bring out the latest unsold designs? My friend wishes to choose a gift for someone. Certainly. Mississippi watching the proprietor retreat, Shinchi felt a tinge of surprise, though she was aware of Shazi's wealth. She had not expected her to be quite so affluent. The proprietor soon returned, his gaze sweeping over the array of jewelry displayed on the tray. The overly intricate designs were unsuitable, as they would hinder her during battles against demons. Suddenly, Shinchi's attention was captured by a silver bracelet resembling a small serpent coiling thrice around itself, its eyes set with two gleaming rubies, and its body intricately etched with scales, appearing almost lifelike. The sight of the bracelet made Shinchi shiver involuntarily, a wave of goosebumps cascading over her. She had an aversion to snakes. What is the matter? Shazi inquired, concern evident in her voice. It's nothing, Shinchi replied, shaking her head as she quietly requested the proprietor to wrap the bracelet, promptly settling the payment. She was certain that Mirin would adore this gift. Recalling the way the two exchanged glances that nearly sparked electricity, the corners of Shinchi's mouth instinctively curled upward, unable to suppress a smile. After bidding farewell to Shazi, Shinchi indulged in purchasing an array of sweets before hastily sending her raven ahead to lead the way. They hurried along, finally arriving at the Hashira's residence just as the sun began to set. Shinchi-chan. From a distance, a girl with pink hair dashed toward her, her exuberance unmistakably accentuated by her swaying figure, making it impossible for Shinchi to ignore her. Pickled manteco, tuna mayonnaise. In a fluster, Shinchi shouted out random words, only to find herself enveloped in an embrace. I thought you wouldn't make it. I'm so glad to see you. Kanroji's face flushed with excitement, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. With both hands laden with items, Shinchi struggled, unsure how to break free. Just as she managed to peek out from her cocoon, she spotted a glowering Iguro approaching slowly. Ugh, that gaze, he must be ready to strike. Shinchi's eyelids involuntarily twitched, but fortunately, Kanroji soon released her. TSK, arriving so late. You didn't forget about the birthday, did you? Iguro shot a cold remark, his snake companion, the Tamamushi, flicking its tongue in response. Impossible. Shinchi quickly nestled closer to Kanroji, a hint of guilt prompting her to divert her gaze. Iguro narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her for a moment, before noticing the multitude of items in her hands. Given that everyone had been exceedingly busy lately, he merely snorted in response, refraining from further comment. "Let us head inside," Kanroji said cheerfully, seemingly accustomed to Iguro's manner of speaking, leading Qianxi into the house. Yet again, the sensation of being pricked by needles resurfaced within Qianxi, tears brimming in her heart. Not the older brother too. Are you envious of a girl's jealousy? Chapter 23. Who is secretly in love? The layout of the Hashira's house appeared uniform, marked by the same grandeur and wisteria blooms. However, this place radiated a more homely ambience, the decor suggesting it was a girl's abode. The sweets brought were placed atop a cabinet, alongside many other gifts, most of which were sweet delicacies presumably sent by colleagues unable to attend. It seems today, only Qianxi-chan and Mr. Iguro are here, the pink-haired girl remarked, a tinge of disappointment creeping into her voice, though her spirits quickly lifted. That's all right. I'm already quite content. Under the warm glow of the lights, Kanroji Mirin cautiously glanced at her colleagues seated beside her, her gaze lingering on the boy clad in a black and white striped taori for a moment longer, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing the shy girl covering her face and the boy awkwardly averting his gaze, Qianxi felt a sense of fullness, as if she had already feasted despite not having eaten yet. Clearly, their relationship transcended that of mere colleagues. Happy birthday. A polished wooden box was pushed towards the girl of honor, celebrating her vibrant entry into the age of 19. For me? Thank you. Kanroji's face lit up with gratitude as she leaned in, enveloping Qianxi in a tight hug. Pickled fish roe. This time, Qianxi reciprocated, a smile gracing her lips, recognizing that most members of the Demon Slayer Corps were still just children. As the box opened, revealing the bracelet within, both Kanroji and Iguro were momentarily taken aback, while Qianxi observed curiously, waving her hand in front of the stunned Kanroji. The latter snapped back to reality, her face instantly aflame as she stumbled over her words. And no, I really like it. Thank you so much. I'll cherish it dearly. Saying this, she promptly adorned her wrist with the bracelet, the cool sensation of its scaly texture sending shivers of delight through her, rendering her cheeks even warmer as she dared not glance at Iguro. Iguro, upon seeing the silver bracelet resembling a serpent with red eyes, was reminded of the tamamushi coiled around his neck. His heart raced, and he hastily averted his gaze. But soon his thoughts drifted to the bandages wrapped around the lower half of his face. Qianxi noticed the peculiarities of both individuals, silently pondering why she felt a spark of realization. The strawberry cake, exuding a delightful aroma, was a creation of Kanroji's own hands. Qianxi savored the delectable treat, a relaxed smile spreading across her face. By the way, how have you been, Qianxi-chan? Kanroji inquired, leaning closer, her demeanor slightly bashful. Is your partnership with Mr. Tenjin going smoothly? Though Qianxi was puzzled by the inquiry, she nodded in response. In truth, Kanroji's curiosity was not unfounded. In the past, Tenjin Yuakaru had not been particularly sociable among his peers and often made remarks that could be misconstrued as rude, leading to partnerships primarily with the more patient Shinobu Kocho. However, it seemed that Qianxi was different, as Tenjin had once fought for her alongside Kaneo Tsiuri, and even after Qianxi was taken in by the Hashira, they continued to reside together. Such circumstances indeed rendered it difficult not to speculate further. Kanroji covered her face, her cheeks burning with shyness. So, Qianxi-chan, what do you think of Mr. Tenjin? He is quite wonderful. Though he often struggles to articulate his thoughts, he is a remarkably gentle and approachable person. I truly appreciate his kindness. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what I would have done back then. Iguro's tone betrayed his disapproval of this characterization of Tenjin as gentle and easygoing. Is that so? Kanroji's laughter abruptly interrupted Iguro, who was about to voice further opinions, as she sought to redirect Qianxi's attention. Mr. Tenjin is always very considerate of you, quite different from his usual demeanor. It seems you both have a fondness for one another. The unfiltered words of the girl brought an abrupt silence to the room. Iguro sighed, clearly exasperated. This was not the first instance of such a situation. Kanroji's comment left Qianxi wide-eyed, her fork halting mid-air as she stared blankly at her friend, a flurry of questions swirling in her mind. Realizing her blunder, Kanroji's face turned pale. She had been so focused on preventing Iguro from saying something ambiguous that she hadn't noticed the implications of her own words. While it was true that Tenjin's demeanor toward Qianxi was indeed peculiar, it was a leap to assert that they harbored mutual feelings. The young girl wore a look of anxiety, her mouth opening as if to explain, yet her words tumbled out incoherently. I meant to say you like him, no? He likes you. That's not what I meant. Please don't be upset. After a moment, Qianxi finally grasped the situation, realizing that Miri had misunderstood her. With a slightly exasperated smile, she clarified, Miri, You're implying that we share a close friendship, right? It's perfectly normal for friends to show concern for one another, isn't it? Seeing that Miri didn't appear to be angry, Kanroji let out a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously, affirming that was indeed her intention. I must be so foolish, unable to articulate my thoughts clearly. I sincerely apologize. The sight of the girl clasping her hands together in a nervous apology was utterly endearing, prompting Chinchi to chuckle softly. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, Ihei felt a twinge of displeasure, while Tanjiro hissed softly in response. However, Miri, it seems that you and Ihei often appear together. Your relationship must be quite strong, right? That bracelet was specifically chosen by me because I noticed how fond you are of Tanjiro. Am I wrong? Raising the notebook in her hand, Chinchi watched the two before her, their faces flushing with increasing warmth and fluster, and she couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her palm. Indeed, she was intentionally teasing them. She had discerned that both were entangled in a web of unspoken affection, although she was unsure why they hesitated to confess. It did not deter her from enjoying the playful banter. The notion of mutual crushes was simply delightful. She envisioned herself as the leading flag bearer of this budding couple, her heart racing with excitement, and her smile radiating ever brighter. Unbeknownst to them, the night had fully enveloped the sky outside, and Ihei showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he addressed Chinchi rather brusquely. Don't you have a home? Why haven't you returned? It's fine, it's quite late already. Chinchi-chan wouldn't mind staying over tonight, would you? Kanroji observed the glimmer of anticipation in the girl's eyes. I still have some things I wish to discuss with Chinchi-chan. Given the scarcity of female members in the Demon Slayer Corps, and the rarity of being able to converse casually with a Hashira, opportunities for such discussions were few and far between. While Shinobu was one such individual, her perpetual busyness often meant their conversations were cut short by her need to attend to the injured. Despite being a love Hashira, Kanroji Miri had never truly experienced a complete romantic relationship, leaving her somewhat inexperienced and insecure due to past encounters. Thus, Chinchi's presence was akin to a compass for a lost traveler, igniting a desperate desire to find the correct path and seek a modicum of guidance. In response to Kanroji's invitation, Chinchi felt it was not entirely out of the question and contemplated sending Yuami to inform Ju Tomioka of her whereabouts. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, drawing the attention of the three in the room. They turned towards the yard, initially expecting the visitor to enter directly. But after a moment of silence, the knocking persisted, accompanied by a lack of verbal acknowledgement. I should go check, Kanroji murmured, puzzled as to who might be seeking her at such a late hour. The trio made their way to the entrance, and upon recognizing the visitor, the expression on the snake Hashira's face soured instantly. Standing at the door was none other than Ju, and Chinchi felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Recalling that she had forgotten to leave a note when she stepped out, not expecting him to come looking for her. Kanroji, I'm here to pick someone up. Ju's gaze landed on Chinchi, signaling her to approach. Oh, I see. Hearing her colleague's words, Kanroji felt a pang of disappointment. Chinchi cast an apologetic glance at the girl, contemplating whether it might be best for Ju to simply return without her. It's all right. We can continue our conversation next time. Although it was somewhat disappointing, Kanroji Miri couldn't very well let Ju return alone. Her gaze flitted between the two, a shy smile gracing her features as she gently nudged Chinchi forward. Go on. Don't keep him waiting. Watching the oddly blushing Kanroji, Chinchi felt an inexplicable shiver, sensing something was slightly amiss, yet familiar. Salmon. Before departing, Ju hesitated, turning back to Kanroji and murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, "Happy birthday." Caught off guard by the typically reticent and awkward young man wishing her a happy birthday, Kanroji's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you. Hey, on the other hand, erupted in irritation, stepping forward to point accusingly at the pair, while Tanjiro lifted his upper body, hissing in response. If you're going, then hurry up. Do you intend to sleep at someone else's house? Salmon. Chinchi let out a nervous laugh, waving goodbye to Kanroji before hastily pulling Ju away. Under the sparse moonlight, the two walked side by side along the forest path. In truth, the residences of the Hashira were not far apart. Exiting the Tomioka estate felt like leaving the village for an independent dwelling. Nevertheless, the distance was not significant. Suddenly, the young man spoke, seemingly reporting his whereabouts. I went to help at Fujisaki Mountain this afternoon. Pickled salmon roe. I see. I left you a note. Salmon roe? Really? Chinchi pondered aloud, recalling a piece of plain white paper she had spotted at the bottom of her teacup, though she had overlooked it in her haste concerning Miri. However, Ju seemed unusually chatty today. Typically, he was not one to engage in conversation so readily, which piqued Chinchi's curiosity. When I returned, my house was empty. That statement struck her as a subtle reproach, causing Chinchi to pause, wondering if he was blaming her for not leaving him a note. Bathed in the flickering moonlight, she couldn't help but glance sideways, sensing that his usually expressionless face appeared to be harboring a hint of sulkiness at this moment. It's too late. It could be dangerous. Ju made a concerted effort to suppress his strange feelings, turning to face the girl with earnestness. Salmon mayonnaise. Ah, so he was worried about her. Although she still felt that something was off, Qianxi smiled and nodded, acknowledging his concern. Under the moonlight, their shadows gradually drew closer, until their sleeves brushed against one another. Chapter 24, Night Raid. Butterfly Mansion. In a hospital room, Qianxi was assisting a girl with twin ponytails, named Aoi Kanzaki, in changing the dressings for an injured member of their team. I understand your desire to help, but you don't need to come here all the time. Aoi packed away her medical tools with a weary sigh. The nightly demon-slaying tasks are already quite arduous. Mustard greens. It's all right. The final selection is approaching, right? I want to ease Shinobu's burden, and with Ju here at night, I am not tired, Qianxi replied, noticing something strange in Aoi's expression after reading what she had written on paper. The latter completed the routine checkup and dressing change before they both moved to the adjacent lounge. Since Qianxi began assisting at the Butterfly Mansion, the usually taciturn water Hashira had frequently appeared there, albeit due to injuries. After witnessing Ju Tomioka and Qianxi leaving together on several occasions, rumors began to circulate among the treated members that they might actually be an engaged couple. Although Aoi did not believe Qianxi would be with someone as wooden and often exasperating as the water Hashira, Ju's intentional actions to pick someone up, coupled with the fact that they indeed lived together, sparked a flicker of doubt within her. As the afternoon sun poured in, Aoi poured a cup of tea and arranged a plate of snacks, ensuring Qianxi was comfortably settled before she busied herself with other tasks. In the courtyard stood a young girl adorned in a pink embroidered kimono, her side ponytail embellished with a delicate mint-green butterfly hairpin. Chiki had encountered her a few times. She was Kane Kocho, the younger sister and disciple of Shinobu Kocho. This girl, named Kanawo, was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it seemed that Shinobu did not wish for her sister to participate in the final selection. Sensing someone observing her, Kanawo turned her gaze, and their eyes met without any hint of embarrassment on either side. Chiki smiled gently at the girl, raising her hand in a gesture of greeting. Kanawo appeared to contemplate something as she regarded Chiki, and then she tossed a familiar coin into the air. As the girl approached, Chiki felt a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Luck seemed to be on her side, indicating a positive interaction this time. Hello, seaweed, Chiki greeted, though her smile lacked genuine warmth, prompting thoughts of the youngest boy among the Hashira, whom she found strikingly similar to Kanawo. She gestured for the girl to sit down, observing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead from wielding a blade. Chiki retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to her. Kanawo's gaze fell upon the pink silk cloth, and she instinctively reached to toss her coin again. However, Chiki gently pressed her hand down, and sensing the softness on her forehead, Kanawo blinked slowly, seemingly taken aback. For reasons unknown, Chiki found herself disliking Kanawo's reliance on a coin to dictate her decisions. Despite her diligent practice and desire to participate in the selection, she concealed her true feelings due to Shinobu's influence. Recalling Shinobu's remarks about Kanawo's childhood experiences, Chiki let out a resigned sigh and placed the handkerchief into the girl's hands. Kanawo, go and take part in the final trial. But my sister says I must continue practicing, Kanawo replied, her smile intact but her gaze slightly downcast. I am not one to counsel others. But you have never done anything wrong, have you? Kanawo, try to follow your heart and make a decision based on your own desires. Express what you wish to convey. I have no right to urge you to forget those painful experiences, but I know that hiding your true feelings will only lead to regret in the future. Ruffling the girl's hair, Chiki noticed her instinctive resistance and slid a written note across the table towards her. On the day of the selection, Shinobu will not be present. The medical team will be led by Aoi, and she will not say much. Do not worry. I have observed your skills, and I am confident you will succeed. Though they were not well acquainted, having exchanged only a few words, Chiki hoped fervently that this girl would not remain trapped in the past, but rather have the courage to express herself. As she departed the Butterfly Mansion, Kanawo sat kneeling by a low table, staring at the note, lost in thought. A few nights later, Chiki, her complexion pale, sneezed and raised her notebook with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell. It seems I will trouble you to handle things alone today. Should I call for Shinobu? Observing her appearance, Ju Tomioka's eyes reflected a concern he was unaware of. No need. Chiki quickly shook her head, urging him to leave. I must have caught a cold. I'll just rest for a while. You should go. Ju, having returned to his former routine of working alone, felt a strange sense of discomfort. He pressed his lips together and turned to say, I will return as soon as possible. Once he had departed, Chiki promptly washed the makeup from her face, donned a fox mask, and stepped outside. The trees on either side swiftly receded as she traversed the path to the mansion, having visited the butterfly mansion multiple times under the pretense of making visits. She could not ignore the gradual spread of her scars, the increasing pallor of her complexion, and the fear that each fainting spell might be the last. Avoiding the patrolling members of the Demon Slayer Corps late at night, Cheeky silently leaped from eave to eave, eventually landing atop a roof. Beneath the moonlight, the girl in the fox mask sat cross-legged, contemplating how to begin. Her experiments in the darkness of the butterfly mansion had convinced Cheeky that the incantation could heal injuries, even reattaching severed limbs. After a prolonged moment, the girl finally rose, holding her mask in her hands, her pale face fully exposed to the cool summer night breeze. Her haori and hair billowing. Incantations were never a divine gift. They were the curse of the Dogyaki family. Once spoken, they would harm others while also inflicting pain upon oneself. I curse you, Yoya Kanroji. You shall bear the weight of the Demon Slayer Corps for a millennium. Heaven's punishment shall no longer consume your life, for you shall live to end all evils and atone for the sins of the Kanroji family. Wiping away the blood that welled at the corner of her mouth, Cheeky, despite the searing pain in her throat, forced herself to speak in a hoarse voice. The illness shall depart from your body, for you shall witness the dissolution of the Demon Slayer Corps, and you shall be accountable for all you were meant to protect, the wronged priest, the still young children, and the lost members of the Corps. Her fragmented voice was carried away by the wind as she disregarded the blood staining the tiles and clumsily tumbled down from the roof. Uncertain of how she had left the Kanroji mansion, Cheeky felt her limbs grow weak, her vision blurring, her throat burning as if she had swallowed molten shards of metal, her voice resembling that of a worn-out instrument, barely able to articulate coherent words. After she departed, two figures emerged from the shadows of the corridor. Namo Amida Butsu, a towering monk, hands clasped together, with red-brown prayer beads entwined around his fingers, tears streamed from his blind eyes. I hear Kaijiro's ears have healed. What a kind-hearted child. Indeed, right, Mitsuri? The typically irritable young man was unusually quiet, the tensions within him dissipating in an instant, as he bit his lip, beginning to recognize that he might have been overly anxious. Cheeky's frequent visits to the Lord's residence were well known. Most of the Hashira believed she had been taken in by the Lord, and nurturing a bond with her was not a concern. However, Shinobu Kocho remained wary of her peculiar abilities. This night, he had followed Cheeky, intending to catch her in the act when he heard the curse, but he was restrained by the sudden appearance of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Subsequently, both Cheeky's words and her uncontrollable act of coughing up blood left Shinobu stunned. His eyes filled with complexity, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists as he muttered, "Humph, clearly out of her mind. She doesn't fear dying directly." Chapter 25, The Unwelcome Jew. As dawn broke, the world was awash with fresh greenery. Ju Tomioka, having finished his work, made his way back toward his room to change into fresh clothing. On the clothesline in the courtyard hung a blue haori, still dripping with water, while a smaller uniform in a wooden basin indicated that it belonged to another member of the household. Curious, Ju picked up the damp garments and, despite his confusion, helped wring out the excess water and hang them properly, pausing at the wide-open door of Cheeky's room. He recalled her pale countenance from the previous night and decided to check in on her. Cheeky. The girl lay motionless in her pajamas, half her face flushed. Ju knelt beside her, feeling somewhat awkward, uncertain of how to proceed. Gingerly brushing her forehead, feeling the searing heat emanating from her skin, Ju Tomioka furrowed his brows, no longer able to concern himself with anything else as he hastily tucked her beneath the covers. In a flurry, he rummaged through drawers, searching for the medicine box. But finding none, he resorted to offering her a sip of water. "Open your mouth." Half embracing her, he brought the teacup to her lips. The girl, dazed from the fever, felt as though every inch of her was ablaze. To her, this cup of water was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. She eagerly grasped the cup with his hand and drained it. More the fever, a consequence of the curse's backlash, dulled Chisaki's mind. Her eyelids felt glued shut, unable to open yet constantly shedding physiological tears. Her throat burned with an intolerable pain, her voice hoarse and indistinct. Fortunately, Ju understood her meaning and continued to offer her cup after cup of water until she felt somewhat relieved. Noticing that the person in his arms seemed ready to drift off again, Ju's brow tightened in frustration. He should have taken her to the butterfly mansion last night. "Kagura, don't sleep yet. Where's the medicine box at home? You have a fever, you need to take some medicine. I'll take you to the butterfly mansion." "Kagura? Don't sleep." Ju's incessant questioning was quite bothersome. Chisaki, her consciousness hazy, could hardly comprehend his words, only feeling that the usually taciturn young man was chattering incessantly. With a throbbing headache, she retaliated by burying her head into his chest, pressing her face into his clothing, and emitting a muffled whine of protest. Perceiving the alarming heat radiating from her, Ju felt a surge of concern. If this continued, she would surely be overwhelmed by the fever. Thus, he removed his haori and wrapped it around her, carrying her as he dashed out the door. Upon entering the butterfly mansion, he spoke urgently. "Where's the butterfly? Kagura has a severe fever." The drowsy Aoi, roused by his words, responded, "Miss Shinobu has gone out. Follow me." She led him to an empty bed, motioning for him to lay her down. Upon seeing Chisaki's condition, Aoi's frustration flared. "What happened to her? You should have brought her here sooner. Let her suffer like this." The exposed skin of the girl on the bed glowed an unnatural red, radiating heat. Ju stood beside the sickbed like a chastised child. Silent and still, Aoi shoved him aside, tersely instructing him to clear the way, then swiftly took Chisaki's temperature before rushing to fetch medicine. She administered the medication, set up in 4-drip, and placed a cool, damp cloth on her forehead. Honestly, living under the same roof and allowing her to get this sick, it seems the rumors about betrothed couples hold some truth, Aoi mumbled. Seated on a chair beside the bed, occasionally touching Chisaki's feverish face, the room fell into a heavy silence. "You can go now?" Ju's sudden voice startled Aoi, causing her to think he was displeased with her words. Just as she prepared to defend herself, she heard his earnest tone. "I will take care of her." As if to validate his assertion, Ju removed the now warm towel, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and placed it back on her forehead, awkwardly tucking her blankets in. Aoi was taken aback by his actions. The sun had fully risen, and the complexion of the person on the bed seemed to improve slightly. Aoi glanced towards the door, hesitating before advising, "All right, but if she wakes up or the 4 is almost finished, come find me immediately." Understood. Chisaki, lying in bed, was not sleeping peacefully. She dreamt of that day in Shibuya, regretting her delayed arrival. She envisioned her teacher, Satoru Gojo, completely in the enemy's grasp, dreaming of Yuji Itadori being controlled by Sukuna. First battling with that volcanic figure, then cornered by the cursed spirits summoned by her junior, Megumi Fushiguro. She saw Shibuya being devastated, countless sorcerers and ordinary people perishing. She witnessed Yuji's despair, Maki barely escaping with her life, Fushiguro teetering on the brink of death, and Inosuke, who had lost an arm. Inosuke, the soft murmur of the girl's nightmare, echoed in the hospital room, yet Ju, with his heightened senses as a Hashira, heard that name distinctly, causing him to momentarily pause in his actions. Sunlight streamed through the open window, only to be blocked by the drawn curtains. The silence in the room was palpable. Was that name a friend, a family member, or perhaps her fiancé? Ju pressed his lips together, his heart constricting painfully, followed by a wave of unfamiliar sorrow. His gaze fell upon the now pale face of the girl on the bed. He pondered whether he too had fallen ill. For why else would he feel this sensation he had never experienced before? Having just returned from the Yuzui estate, Shinobu's usual smile faltered. She struggled to determine her feelings. It should be a joyous occasion that her lord was recuperating. If only it weren't at the expense of some foolish person who had overexerted themselves to the point of coughing up blood. She despised those who neglected their health. She had warned Chisaki when she had helped Rengoku regain his hearing that such matters were a forced exchange. The Demon Slayer Corps was not a heartless organization that required such treatment for its members. Yet, here they were, sneaking off to the Yuzui estate without a word. Yuzui was one thing, but the fact that Mr. Himejima had also gone along with such recklessness was unacceptable. And Ju, completely unaware of where his partner had gone, was truly infuriating. Had it not been for her concern for her lord's health, Shinobu would have revealed everything, allowing her lord to reprimand him properly. Shinobu's foul mood reached its peak upon learning from Aoi that the capricious fool was now burning with fever in bed. "Oh, perfect timing. Hand me the 4. I'll go check on her." All right. Watching the increasingly radiant smile on her face, Aoi silently handed over the bottle, beginning to mourn for the person lying in bed. As they approached the hospital room, Shinobu calmed herself. Anger was futile. The most important thing was to ascertain whether Chisaki had any injuries aside from the fever. Then, they could settle the score. At the hospital door stood someone unexpected, seemingly hesitant about entering. "Kanao, are you here for something, master?" The girl with the side ponytail turned, nervously clutching a coin. "Are you here to visit Chisaki? I see your relationship has grown quite close while I was out." "It's just a coin." "All right, let us go in," Shinobu cheerfully interrupted, taking a few steps forward to open the door. Chisaki still needs a thorough examination. Upon seeing Ju by the bedside, Shinobu promptly ushered him out, citing that his presence was not conducive to the examination. The physical examination revealed that aside from the fever, her vocal cords had also sustained some damage, which would take days to recover. Shinobu felt compelled to concoct some throat medicine. Thankfully, the fever had begun to subside. Otherwise, a prolonged high temperature would surely lead to complications. "So why weren't you by her side last night?" At the entrance of the hospital ward, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Ju Tomioka felt an inexplicable sense of dread regarding Shinobu Kocho today. Last night, She mentioned feeling under the weather with a slight cold. So, you left her alone at home? Such a clumsy excuse did not escape Shinobu's notice. She felt a headache coming on and, in exasperation, waved her hand, momentarily wishing to avoid this longtime colleague. Forget it, you can head back now. She will remain here at the Butterfly Mansion. I will take good care of her. As for Inosuke, he still hadn't awakened. Ju's words were cut short once more. I understand. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Very well. I shall return in the afternoon, he replied. Chapter 26. The Strange Jew. This fever had surged with ferocity, requiring multiple 4 drips to barely bring it under control. By evening, she had only a slight fever, yet remained unresponsive. Shinobu had inspected her several times, but to her dismay, there were no apparent physical issues. It could only be the backlash from indiscriminate usage of cursed techniques. The others, unaware of the truth, assumed she had merely fallen into a deep slumber upon hearing Shinobu declare there was no problem. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon the bed. Where the young girl lay curled up, half of her face exposed, pallid and devoid of color, her brow furrowed in distress, suggesting her repose was anything but tranquil. Ju sat there for an extended period. Perhaps he should pay more attention and show greater concern for her well-being. After all, they shared the same roof. In this era, a high fever without timely treatment could prove fatal. He indeed should have been more assertive when she suggested it might be a cold, insisting on bringing her to the Butterfly Mansion for a checkup. Aware of the peculiar emotions stirring within him, Ju attributed them to the care for a friend and colleague. Finally, under the persistent urging of Kaname, he rose slowly, leaving with a kind gesture to tuck the covers around her. As the dawn broke anew, Chika could no longer withstand the gnawing hunger in her belly and opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the ceiling, a sense of dizziness clouding her mind. Her body feeling as though it had been subjected to a relentless sparring match with Maki, completely devoid of strength. Her throat was dry and stinging. She attempted to call for help, but merely uttered a syllable before a sharp pain shot through her throat. Now rendered mute, Chika felt a sense of helplessness. She hadn't anticipated the consequences of her recklessness would be so severe, though she bore no regrets. Suddenly, a face intruded upon her vision. A clash of blue and purple hues, with the young man's expression remaining as calm as ever. Ju, propped up against the headboard. Chika pointed weakly to her throat and shook her head gently. Understanding her meaning, Ju furrowed his brow, speculating if the fever had indeed affected her. I will fetch Shinobu, he declared. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Chika, who had not eaten for a day and night, longed to weep into her blanket. Feebly extending her hand in a gesture of pleading. Wait, at least bring me something to eat before you go. Fortunately, Aoi soon entered the ward, carrying a bowl of porridge, akin to an angel's arrival. Observing the girl devour her meal ravenously, Aoi handed her a cup of water while frowning. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Having barely satiated her hunger, Aoi sighed under Chika's expectant gaze. I understand. You wait here. The insect Hashira should be arriving soon. Regaining a bit of strength, Chika languidly shifted on her bed. Noticing something within the covers, she casually pulled it out, momentarily stunned by the sight of a red garment. Followed by a wave of confusion, she had no recollection of owning any red clothing. The haori, stitched together from crimson and tortoiseshell patterns, lay before her, warmth radiating from her fingertips throughout her body. How had she ended up with someone else's clothing? No wonder she hadn't seen Ju wearing his coat. The garment was neatly folded and placed on the adjacent table when the door swung open, revealing 2 figures. Chika jolted upright in surprise. Mr. Tomioka, you can't speak anymore? Shinobu approached the bedside and gestured for her to open her mouth, conducting a careful examination. The fever has subsided, but your throat is still somewhat swollen. However, I have brought the medicine. It has been simmering in the kitchen to ensure it is hot for you. A bowl of dark, viscous concoction was presented to Chika. Before she could take a sip, the intense bitterness engulfed her mouth. Chika gazed in horror at the contents of the bowl, perceiving Shinobu's smile as devilish. Her evident reluctance was disregarded by Shinobu, who sighed and feigned confusion. I don't know why, but Chika-chan is only suffering from a fever, yet her throat appears to be gravely injured. Ignoring Chika's rigid posture, the bowl was brought closer to her lips. Drink up. This medicine has been specially formulated for you. It's highly beneficial for your throat. Ju, don't be stubborn. The young man's words caused Chika's lips to twitch. Ju stood on the opposite side of the bed, visibly irritated by her refusal to take the medicine, feeling she was not taking her health seriously. If Shinobu were to learn of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly tease him, for he often neglected his own injuries, lacking the standing to admonish others. Under the insistence of both, Chika found herself unable to resort to her usual techniques to mask the taste of the medicine. Resigned to her fate, she swallowed the bitter concoction in one go, which tasted as though 2 pounds of coptis had been boiled into it. Yet, its efficacy was undeniable. The searing pain in her throat diminished significantly. After downing 2 pitchers of water to suppress the lingering, unpleasant taste, Chika cast a resentful glance at both of them. Shinobu offered a few words of caution before departing, leaving the two to exchange silent glances. I will handle the tasks for the next couple of days. You should rest well, Ju finally spoke, offering a rare, unambiguous comfort. Chika's eyes widened in surprise, and she slowly nodded. Then, the atmosphere fell silent once more. This sort of thing will not happen again. I will take good care of you. Huh. The sudden declaration left Chika momentarily stunned, but upon witnessing the flicker of hope on his perpetually stoic face, she instinctively affirmed his words with a nod. Ju exhaled a sigh of relief, and the gentle lift of his lips only deepened her confusion, lingering in her mind until Aoi returned. Setting the tray on the small table beside the bed, Aoi presented not only red bean porridge but also a slice of honey cake and floral tea, completely diverting Chika's attention to the food. Watching her alternate between sipping porridge and eyeing the cake, Aoi couldn't help but smirk. By the way, you talked a lot in your sleep yesterday. It seems the words you utter when ill do not manifest into reality. Is that so? What did I say? Chika felt a surge of anxiety, hoping she hadn't spoken anything too peculiar, as she had been an avid reader in her past life, having encountered all sorts of content. Please let it not be anything inappropriate. I'm not sure. I only clearly heard a name, Suki. You called it repeatedly, seemingly quite worried. Aoi glanced at Chika with a curious expression. Could that perhaps be your fiancé? Chika, who was sipping her tea, choked in shock, her astonishment evident on her face. Beside her, Ju Tomoyoko rose, leaning down to gently smooth the back of Chiki's shoulders, his expression earnest as he urged, do not fret. This revelation left Aoi Kanzaki utterly taken aback. Are you referring to Takikoin? He is my younger brother, the child of my uncle. Is that so? Aoi's expression grew complex as she observed the seemingly indifferent duo returning to their seats, one of them now indulging in cake. As if the earlier conversation were a mere triviality. Unbeknownst to him, Ju's clenched fist gradually relaxed as his gaze swept over the notebook raised by Chiki, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Would you like to reside at the Butterfly Mansion? There are many girls here, which might prove more convenient for you. Recalling Chiki's pale visage upon her arrival, Aoi's eyes subtly drifted towards the calm figure of the water Hashira across from her. This proposition rendered Chiki's countenance somewhat peculiar. It seemed she had discerned the rationale behind Ju's inexplicable comments. No, thank you. I prefer quieter places, Chiki replied with an apologetic smile towards the girl with twin ponytails. Besides, I have grown accustomed to living at the Tomioka residence. Very well, Aoi sighed. I respect your choice. It was uncertain what was so appealing about the water Hashira's residence. Perhaps it was the lack of need for cumbersome communication due to Ju's taciturn nature. Nevertheless, due to her throat condition, Chiki had temporarily taken up residence at the Butterfly Mansion, where she was afforded her own room. Opposite her were Kanaho and Aoi, while beside her were 3 younger girls residing in the mansion. The language barrier and their prior preoccupation with curse treatment research limited her knowledge to merely their names. But her recent fever had fostered more interactions among them. This was primarily due to the task of ensuring she took her medicine after each meal, which had fallen to the trio of girls. Oh dear, Shinobu, how can you be so ruthless? How can she possibly refuse? Chapter 27, Changing Partners. While the injury to her throat was treatable, the backlash from the curse was not so easily recoverable. Without the assistance of Dr. Glass, the words Chiki managed to articulate, even with deliberate prompting, yielded only half their intended effect. This was rather dire. Feeling the warmth of the sun overhead, Chiki tightly gripped her wooden sword, realizing she needed to dedicate herself to both swordsmanship and physical training. Chiki. On the other side of the courtyard, Kanaho tilted her head in puzzlement as she observed the girl who remained motionless. Suddenly, Shokio rushed over, her expression fraught with urgency. This is bad, Chikine. The water Hashira and the wind Hashira are fighting outside over you. The utterance left both girls momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Chiki had already been tugged along by the young girl towards the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion. After a moment's consideration, Kanaho quickly tossed a coin. Upon seeing it land heads up, she immediately followed suit. In the corridor of the Butterfly Mansion, Chiki spotted Ju standing alone at a distance and Shinizugawa Sanemi, held firmly by the arms by Shokio and Suko. Watching the standoff between the two, Chiki felt an inexplicable headache brewing. Don't interfere. I intend to give this guy a proper thrashing. Sanemi, seemingly cautious not to harm the 2 girls, struggled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. What do you mean as long as that guy is here? If it weren't for the master's orders, I wouldn't keep her by my side. Thank you. I will speak with the master. You may return now, Ju said calmly, though his words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. What did you say? No. We cannot fight here. Shokio and Suko clung tightly to the irate young man's arm. As Sanemi seemed on the verge of exploding, Chiki stepped between them, letting out a resigned sigh as she made a gesture for them to halt. Salmon-ro? So what is the situation now? Upon seeing Chiki, Sanemi appeared to recall something. His fiery anger doused, as if cold water had been thrown upon it. He loosened his grip, but his face still bore an expression of impatience as he crossed his arms and scoffed. Ask him yourself. Nothing much, Ju replied, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, although a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. We were merely conversing, and then Sanemi became angry. His voice trailed off as Chiki abruptly covered his mouth. Goodness. Perhaps you should say less. Did you not see the flames in Sanemi's eyes? Feeling the heat rising in his face, Ju was perplexed, unable to discern where he had gone wrong. In a rather untimely announcement from Uemi, the master had decided to pair Sanemi with Ju under the pretext of fostering collaboration between team members, while Chiki found herself caught in the crossfire. Please, not the kelp. She truly wished to conceal her physical abnormalities from Ju, and thus, changing partners seemed the best option, yet why must it be Sanemi? It was no wonder. During her convalescence, that Kanroji and Kayajiro spoke those curious words during their visits. Kayajiro had said, if it weren't for my current mission, I would certainly protect Chiki-san, adding, however, Sanemi's strength is formidable, you can rest assured. Mitsuri remarked, Chiki-chan, don't be misled by Sanemi's usual volatility, he is quite gentle at heart. Had she known the true implications, she would have happily played the third wheel alongside Mitsuri. Chiki, half embraced by Ju, bore a look of sheer dismay while Sanemi's forehead twitched, his fists clenched, and then relaxed. Although the three in the know refrained from disclosing Chiki's actions out of respect for the master's well-being, the gradual improvement in her condition did not escape the notice of Ubuyashiki Yoyai. Soon, he uncovered the truth and felt a pang of concern for his adopted daughter, frustrated by her reckless self-treatment. However, this frustration ultimately manifested as a mere sigh. Ubuyashiki instructed Shinobu to take diligent care of Chiki and redistributed her recent tasks among others. Although he wished to bring her to the Ubuyashiki estate directly, he understood that her clandestine actions were meant to remain undisclosed, particularly from Ju, which is why he refrained from intervening. Nevertheless, given that Chiki's illness appeared to be a mere cold, prolonged inactivity would undoubtedly raise her suspicions. Hence, Ubuyashiki decided to facilitate a collaboration between Chiki and Sanemi, one of the informed parties, and discreetly requested his assistance. While Sanemi verbally expressed his reluctance, he nonetheless agreed and made his way to the Butterfly Mansion once Chiki's recovery appeared nearly complete. It was there that he encountered Ju. Upon receiving the master's directive, Ju felt an inexplicable resistance welling up within him for the first time. Despite their harmonious collaboration, the reality that Chiki could not communicate with others normally was indeed cumbersome, making the notion of changing partners seem unnecessary. Thus, during their encounter at the Butterfly Mansion, he earnestly conveyed his sentiments to Sanemi, who likewise expressed his disinterest in forming a team, both citing the master's orders. Ju sincerely thanked him, believing their colleague relationship had improved slightly, and that he need not part ways with Chiki. What puzzled him was Sanemi's sudden outburst. However, Ju had grown accustomed to such behavior. Ultimately, Chiki resigned herself to the situation and promised to report to Sanemi the following day. Before departing, Sanemi cast a triumphant glance at Ju, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, revealing his evident disappointment. After the departure of the immortal Kagawa, a palpable sense of relaxation enveloped everyone. Following the farewells exchanged with a few girls from the Butterfly Mansion, Chiki and Ju Tomioka made their way home. Throughout the journey, the young man remained unusually silent, though, truthfully, he was often taciturn. However, Chiki could sense a marked difference. Unlike before, when he seemed at a loss for words, this time he appeared decidedly unwilling to speak. This side of Ju Tomioka was a first for Chiki, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Upon arriving home, Ju uttered a brief, "I'll rest first," before retreating to his room. As he was about to shut the door, Chiki could no longer contain herself and slipped into the room beneath his outstretched arm. The girl's sudden movement startled Ju, who regarded her with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Are you unhappy?" she inquired. "No," Ju replied, casting a glance at his notebook before averting his gaze elsewhere. Was he truly not upset? Chiki found it hard to believe. Could it be related to his partner? With a flurry of strokes on the paper, she forcibly placed the notebook before him. "Don't overthink it. I merely partnered with Kagawa for a bit, not that I'm living with him. Once this is over, we'll return to how things were." "Why do you say that?" Ju's tone was somewhat cold, yet the hand hidden beneath his sleeve instinctively clenched. "Aren't we friends? I like you, Ju, so I don't want to see you sad." Liking? Did she really like him? Ju felt his heart race, and his usually dull eyes seemed to twinkle with newfound light. He nodded earnestly, a faint smile gracing his face. I understand. Once back in her own room, Chiki quietly exhaled in relief. How delightful it was to see him pleased. Merely stating they were friends brought him such joy. It seemed Ju's interpersonal relationships were indeed lacking. Chapter 28. The Shamate Youth. At the entrance of the Kagawa residence, two figures, one tall and one short, stood side by side, preparing to depart. The young man waiting to leave felt his eyelids twitch, his clenched fists itching to spring into action. Why was this fellow here? The smile on Muzan Kagawa's face was unervingly sinister as he fixed his gaze on Chiki, his tone laced with mockery. Are you a child? Do you need someone to escort you? TCH, why not just let him go along? Just past her 18th birthday, Chiki thought to herself, why not? Though she only dared to entertain the thought in her mind. Meanwhile, Jutomioka found himself quite tempted by Kagawa's words. However, just as he raised his hand, it was pressed down, halting the words on his lips, leaving him with a look of confusion. How could he not perceive the sarcasm? Chiki felt a sense of helplessness. All right, you should head back. I'll go with Kagawa. I somewhat know the route. I can return on my own afterward. Before Ju could respond, Kagawa, who had already walked a short distance ahead, called out irritably, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Salmon, Chiki replied, glancing back at the young man still standing in place, waving her hand to signal him to return. Mackerel, tuna. The street bustled with people, alive with activity. To Chiki's surprise, the locals seemed quite familiar with Kagawa, ignoring his somewhat fierce demeanor and greeting him enthusiastically. Noticing the astonished expressions cast her way, Kagawa averted his gaze awkwardly, snapping, What are you looking at? Keep up. If you get lost, I want to come looking for you. Miso simmered Mackerel. What a miser. Not even allowing a glance. Resignedly retracting her gaze, Chiki mused that at least Ju was better. Even when closely observing, he would hardly react, merely expressing confusion before asking if something was amiss. Kagawa's demeanor was starkly different from his usual self, resembling a composed elder, exhibiting considerable care for the novice, Mei. Their rapport was markedly more harmonious than Chiki's with Kagawa. Under the information they provided, the two soon arrived at a village suspected of harboring demons. It was daytime, and demons would not emerge. Chiki had anticipated that Kagawa would inquire with the villagers to ascertain what had transpired and pinpoint the demon's location. However, unexpectedly, at the village's edge, near the mountains, the white-haired youth unsheathed his green Nicaran blade, unhesitatingly slashing it across his own arm. Blood trickled down his arm in droplets, leaving Chiki wide-eyed in shock. Dried Benito? What on earth are you doing? She seemed to have grasped the reason behind his numerous scars. Most were self-inflicted. Observing the notebook thrust before him, Kagawa impatiently swatted it away. Don't give it to me. I can't read. What the he's illiterate. The youth pressed further into the woods, stopping beneath a canopy of branches, as if beckoning something. Watching his profusely bleeding arm, Chiki frowned, gesturing towards it with crossed arms, her eyes betraying her disapproval. Yet Kagawa ignored her entirely, disdainfully urging her to stand aside. I'll be reporting you to Shinobu sooner or later, Chiki thought expressionlessly, reluctantly moving aside. Soon, she understood Kagawa's intentions. Two grotesque demons burst forth from the thicket, reeling as though intoxicated, heading straight for Kagawa, completely disregarding Chiki. The white-haired youth met them with a somewhat feral expression, swiftly concluding the battle in mere moments. It turned out that among ordinary people, some possessed exceptionally unique blood. Their blood held a lethal allure for demons, equivalent to 100 ordinary humans. And Kagawa was one such person, rare blood, indeed. Typically, demons, upon detecting his blood, would enter a frenzied state akin to drunkenness, making them easy prey, even during daylight. Unable to articulate her complex emotions, Chiki became acutely aware of the demon slayer core deep-seated animosity towards demons, even at the cost of their own lives. They were determined to unearth the malevolent beings and sever their heads. Stop daydreaming. Let us go, Kagawa called, sheathing his Nicaran blade as he strode away, indifferent to his still bleeding arm. Stem the bleeding. Ultimately, Chiki could no longer restrain herself and uttered a spell, but fortunately, it remained within manageable bounds. Since the spellcaster bore no sense of resistance, the backlash was minimal. However, upon hearing her speak, Kagawa spun around as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his brows furrowing tightly. Who permitted you to speak? It's nothing, Chiki. Though Chiki did not quite grasp what had incited his anger, it was evident that Kagawa was currently a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. She waved her hand dismissively to indicate all was well. Eventually, perhaps noticing her face still bore a healthy flush, Kagawa escorted her back to town, where they shared a meal. Chiki regarded Kagawa's back thoughtfully. He did not seem so difficult to deal with after all. Apart from their initial encounter and that bout, he had never laid a hand on her, regardless of how harshly he spoke. Moreover, he appeared somewhat flustered in the face of others' goodwill. The girl fondled the pearls and tassels adorning her hair tie, revealing a knowing smile. Thus, in the days that followed, whenever Kagawa exhibited a tendency to cut himself, she would tug at his collar, fixing a steady gaze upon him. And the young man would grit his teeth, retracting the blade, the veins on his arms visibly bulging. The partnership with Shinazugawa Sanemi has been relatively smooth, though there are frequent interruptions. Oh, not by people, but by the demon heads. This has left Chihiro quite speechless, as slaying demons doesn't yield any tangible achievements. Just as she was about to voice her grievances to Shinazugawa, a shocking revelation struck her. It turns out that every time the Demon Slayer Corps completes a mission, they are required to write a performance report. The logistics members of the Corps utilize these reports to document the unique characteristics of different blood demon arts and assess the strength of the demons, should any demons escape. The reports can provide valuable intelligence for future encounters. Sanemi, being illiterate, has his reports dictated to the logistics member by Kagawa, who diligently transcribes them. Now that Chihiro has joined, this responsibility has naturally fallen upon her shoulders. Upon learning this unfortunate news, Chihiro found it hard to believe. So she took the opportunity to inquire with Ju during her rest at home. To her astonishment, the silent young man simply nodded in response. It turned out that Ju had been taking it upon himself to handle the reports previously, which left Chihiro utterly bewildered upon hearing the news. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this sooner? Sanemi has slain quite a number of demons during this time. Feeling utterly despondent, Chihiro collapsed onto her desk and hastily pinned the overdue report before the sun dipped below the horizon. Recently, Chihiro had spotted a suspicious figure lurking about. Seemingly familiar with Shinazugawa Sanemi, who always hovered around the vicinity of Sanemi's residence but never dared to reveal himself. When she first noticed him, the boy's hairstyle and the scar on his face led her to momentarily question her own sanity, wondering if she was hallucinating a delinquent from a bygone era. On one occasion, they crossed paths, and the boy, with his black mohawk, glared at her before swiftly fleeing. Chihiro was left in shock, realizing that he bore a striking resemblance to Sanemi's fierce demeanor. Exiting the Shinazugawa residence, Chihiro prepared to head home. Approaching July, the sun had become unrelentingly fierce, and wearing long sleeves along with her haori was rather uncomfortable. As she tugged at her collar, her gaze caught a familiar flash of clothing. Turning back towards the Shinazugawa household, she found herself unable to resist the urge to approach. Seaweed. The boy was suddenly startled by a hand tapping on his shoulder from behind, causing him to instinctively swat it away. The sharp sound echoed through the air, and Chihiro clutched her now reddening hand, casting a look of incredulity towards the instigator. Realizing he had inadvertently harmed someone, the boy showed no sign of embarrassment and instead attempted to walk away. Muji Ihana. Chihiro swiftly reached out to block his path, her notebook nearly brushing against his nose. You shall not leave. Otherwise, I will inform Shinazugawa that there is a peeper lurking near his home. How dare you? At the mention of Shinazugawa, the boy's temper flared. Unfazed by his threatening glare, Chihiro merely crossed her arms, glaring back, the kanji on her hand becoming prominent. The boy, unable to argue, realized he was not even a member of the Corps yet. He warily regarded the girl before him, inquiring, "What do you want?" "Apologize to me and promise you will never be so rude to a girl again." Realizing his misstep, a wave of shame washed over him, and he hesitantly muttered, "I'm sorry." "Very well, acknowledging one's mistakes is what makes a good child." Satisfied, Chihiro patted the boy's arm, which was significantly taller than hers. However, he recoiled as if startled, stepping back several paces. "What are you doing? Is that necessary? I want to eat you." Chihiro's lips twitched slightly. "Could you please tell me your name?" Noticing his hesitance, Chihiro added, "I want to tell anyone about today's incident." "Gurinya," the boy replied, averting his gaze, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. Indeed, he was a relative of that man. Chihiro was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the two Shinazugawas, but the boy's expression revealed his guilt whenever the surname was mentioned. "I am Dogyaki Chihiro, currently partnered with Shinazugawa Sanemi. By the way, you haven't joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet, have you?" Though unsure of her motive for asking, Gurinya simply nodded dismissively. "Well, I wish you luck in your endeavors. I have 2 friends participating in the July selection as well, so you might encounter them. Since you are Shinazugawa's brother, feel free to reach out to me if you need anything." Realizing it was nearly noon, she hurried to leave to avoid missing lunch. She scribbled down the address of the Tomioka household and handed it to the boy, her eyes sparkling as she waved goodbye. "I'm off now, see you later." Left holding the piece of paper, Gurinya stared blankly at the words of encouragement and the address. At the edge where the house met the woods, Chihiro dashed forward to stand beside the young man. "Salmon Row? What brings you here again?" Ju Tomioka extended a hand with a handkerchief, his expression unchanged, indicating that he had finished early today. "Salmon Mayo." Chihiro accepted the handkerchief without hesitation, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Chapter 29. The unfortunate duo. The final selection at Fujisaki Mountain is about to commence this July, and Chihiro decided to attend on the first day to cheer on Tanjiro and the others, while also catching a glimpse of the examiners, Hinaki and the siblings, Kiryu and Hiyori. However, before that, she needed to complete a task assigned by the newly arrived Yuumi with her white-haired companion. As Chihiro stepped into the Shinazugawa residence, the floorboards creaked beneath her feet as her ponytail arched gracefully through the air. Suddenly, the door to the tea room swung open forcefully. Salmon. Tuna mayonnaise. Hurry, hurry. New task. Exchanging a glance, the atmosphere grew tense. Sanemi held a red dango in one hand and a teacup in the other, his motion of bringing food to his mouth freezing midair as he stared at the girl who had appeared so suddenly. The aroma of red beans and matcha filled the air, causing Chihiro's gaze to fixate on the wagashi in the young man's grasp, her expression wavering as she temporarily forgot her purpose for coming. The two stared at each other for several seconds until Sanemi, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow, the veins on his forehead becoming prominent. In a fit of frustration, he flung the red bean wagashi aside, a clear indication of his vexation. Get out. Chihiro instinctively caught the flying delicacy, then hastily slammed the door shut, blocking out Sanemi's exasperated voice. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees in the yard. Glancing at the wagashi in her hand, Chihiro leaned against a pillar and swiftly devoured it in 2 or 3 bites. It turned out that Sanemi had a fondness for sweets, something she would have never guessed. Her eyes sparkled with delight as a grin spread across her face. The irritable white-haired youth soon emerged, his expression neutral as if nothing had transpired, though it was unclear whether he had consumed the wagashi in one go or stashed it away. If you dare speak of what just happened, you'll regret it. Sanemi stood before Chihiro, his face darkened, shaking his tightly clenched fist as he spoke. Chihiro, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, in the area overseen by Shinobu Kocho, a new organization called the Eternal Bliss Sect had emerged, maintaining a steady membership of 250 individuals. Regardless of how many new followers joined, the number remained unchanged. The Demon Slayer Corps had investigated this sudden religious group, curious about the whereabouts of the additional members, but aside from its name, they had gathered no further information, and the individuals seemed to have vanished without a trace. Consequently, they suspected that there were flesh-eating demons lurking within the Eternal Bliss Sect, possessing a certain degree of influence within the organization. Originally, this region was under the guardianship of the Volunteer Brigade, but the vastness of the patrol area rendered it impossible for him to oversee everything. Consequently, the responsibility was handed over to the nearby duo, Shinazugawa Sanemi and Chihiro. The distance to that location was somewhat considerable, prompting the pair to decide to take the train. Initially, Chihiro was filled with curiosity, yet accustomed to the swift Shinkansen. She soon succumbed to drowsiness amidst the leisurely pace. The scorching summer sun cast its brilliance upon the earth, but Chihiro refrained from shedding her haori, for concealed beneath it were 2 Nichiren blades. During this era in Japan, the prohibition against carrying swords was already in effect, and the Demon Slayer Corps was merely a civilian organization. Thus, in bustling areas, individuals were inclined to discreetly hide their weapons. Casting a glance at the bare-chested Shinazugawa beside her, Chihiro felt a twinge of envy, pondering why she alone was burdened with such layers. She yearned to hurl his sword back to him, yet dared not. Nevertheless, a faint, cool breeze offered a slight solace to her youthful spirit, as the girl leaned against the window, allowing the wind to tousle her bangs. Along the rugged mountain paths, Chihiro found herself at a loss, gazing at the blonde-haired boy who clung to her leg. She simply could not comprehend how, after merely extending her hand to steady him as he stumbled, he erupted into tears, declaring his profound gratitude and proclaiming, "Sister, you must be a good person who cannot bear to see me fall. Please marry me. I am on the brink of death. I beg you, fulfill my dying wish and marry me." Although half of Chihiro's face was obscured by her collar, the portion visible suggested she was quite striking. "Are you all right, Daika?" She gently patted the boy's golden head, concern etched upon her features, mistaking him for a lost child who had wandered away from home. "Sister, are you worried about me?" "I am so happy," he exclaimed. "Not at all. I am about to participate in that dreadful selection and will surely die. So please marry me." The boy lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears, and despite his disjointed words, his earnest gaze revealed he was no fool. "Young man, you seem rather mature for your age," Chihiro thought, feeling somewhat awkward as she attempted to extricate her leg. However, sensing her intent, he cried out even more vehemently. Shinazugawa, who had been walking ahead, noticed the sudden silence and furrowed his brow, ready to urge them along. Upon turning back, he found his comrade entangled with an unknown fool. Instantly, his temper flared. How foolish could this person be? Even if he was unable to speak, One should deal with such individuals directly instead of allowing them to impose themselves. Though these thoughts coursed through him, his feet swiftly redirected him towards the pair, and he hoisted the blonde boy up with a firm grip. You shameless brat. Can't you see her face of rejection? Do not bother this young lady. Observing the scarred, irritable countenance of Shinazugawa, the boy immediately ceased his tears, covering his mouth in sheer terror. Oh, how frightening. This person could easily kill me with a single punch. While that sister is kind and beautiful, I certainly do not wish to die just yet. Chihiro, exasperated, gently tapped Shinazugawa's hand, signaling him to release the boy, and then handed him a handkerchief as he knelt on the ground. A glance at the sword at his waist made her begin to understand the situation. Do not cry. Boys must be a bit braver. You will be just fine in this selection, so do not fret. Really? The boy wiped his tears with his sleeve, finally noticing the Nichiren blades at their waists. Salmon, Chihiro affirmed with a nod. Let us go. There's no point in conversing with a rogue. A voice of impatience came from the young man beside her, and Chihiro was pulled forward, turning back to wave at the boy. Farewell. The blonde boy clutched the handkerchief tightly, sniffling. I still don't know your name. As the sky gradually darkened, the moon shone exceptionally bright, casting a stark contrast against the vast mountainous landscape where a grand estate stood ominously. In stark contrast to the serene daytime vista, once night fully enveloped the area. The mansion appeared to come alive. Avoiding patrols, Chihiro leapt onto the rooftop, swiftly navigating between the buildings. She had thoroughly checked the nearby rooms, but found no trace of demons. Perhaps it was her imagination, but a sense of unease settled within her. The place known as the Mansei Paradise sect felt inherently off, as if the information regarding it had been deliberately leaked. Upon reuniting with Shinazugawa, who was surveying the other half of the estate, she cast a glance at his arm, which was simply bandaged and oozing blood, and noted his restless demeanor. Chihiro furrowed her brow, realizing that the demons here could restrain even the allure of fresh blood. Or perhaps there were no demons at all, and those individuals had simply gone elsewhere? A gentle breeze swept by, sending a shiver down her spine as the temperature seemed to drop. Are you searching for me, dear demon hunter? A gentle male voice resonated near her ear, causing Chihiro's pupils to constrict in shock, her entire body bristling with alarm as she instinctively clutched her collar. Shinazugawa's expression shifted in an instant, drawing his sword without hesitation. In the face of the suddenly appearing man, both reacted almost instantaneously. Do not move. Sixth form of the breath of wind, black wind, gale. The man, bound by a curse, displayed surprise as he was compelled to endure Shinazugawa's attack with his physical form. A tremendous crash echoed, dust swirling around them as Chihiro landed in the expansive courtyard, with Shinazugawa following closely behind. Gripping their Nichiren blades tightly, the two remained taut, unwilling to relax for even a moment. As the dust settled, a demon clad in a red top emerged slowly, with hair as pure as white oak and eyes reminiscent of a rainbow. How unfortunate. I came out specifically to welcome you. His severed hand miraculously restored in an instant. He held a golden fan gleaming with metallic luster against his chin, his face momentarily reflecting a semblance of sorrow before swiftly morphing into a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Doma, the leader of the Mansei Paradise sect. Under the moonlight, Chihiro and Shinazugawa clearly discerned the upper two inscribed within each other's eyes. Chapter 30. Wrath. Such bad luck. Chihiro gritted her teeth, the undeniable dryness in her throat revealing just how formidable this demon was. You bastard. You are the upper two who killed Kane. I will slay you. Beside her, the usually silent Shinazugawa suddenly erupted, startling Chihiro as her eyelids fluttered. With no time to ponder his cryptic words, she instinctively used a curse to bind Doma as he swung his sword. The clang of metal echoed, sparks flying as ice crystals scattered. Shinazugawa was forced to retreat several steps, while Doma stood unmoved. Kane? Oh, I recall now. She was that beautiful girl with a lovely breathing technique from a few years back, wasn't she? I believe her name was Kane. Doma tilted his head with a smile, seemingly reminiscing, then feigned a look of regret. If it weren't for the dawn, I would have truly liked to devour her. Shinazugawa's grip on the Nichiren blade creaked, his jaw clenched, veins popping on his forehead, yet Doma appeared utterly unfazed by his fury, continuing his relentless monologue. You, like her, are a Hashira, are you not? And what of the girl beside you? Might you divulge her name? That shameless specter. The response from Tamayo was a relentless assault with the Nichiren blade. Second form of the breath of wind, tearing wind. The blood demon art, falling lotus, was unleashed. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted as Doma wielded his fan, summoning a multitude of sharp, ice-like petals that intercepted Tamayo's attack before exploding outward, sweeping across the entire courtyard. Small cuts appeared on Chiki's face, yet she paid them no heed as she beheld Doma, who had suddenly materialized before her, and with the flow of blue water. She slashed with her Nichiren blade, Do not move. Clang. Blood gushed forth from her neck. The blade penetrated only halfway before the now-recovered Doma blocked it with his fan, while another fan was raised overhead to parry Tamayo's strike from behind. This detestable fiend. Veins bulged on Tamayo's hands as they strained against one another, unable to gain an inch. The blade, meeting the iron fan, began to frost over, and Chiki, utilizing the water-breathing techniques, felt the biting chill ascend her body. Doma, disregarding the Nicaran blade still lodged in his neck, leaned closer to Chiki. Blood crystallized upon the blade, and he scrutinized the young girl's visage, as if confirming something, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Releasing the news from here was indeed the correct choice. You are the one Lord Muzin ordered to be slain. Descend. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted as his body was forcefully pressed down, shattering the bricks beneath him. Chiki and Tamayo swiftly distanced themselves, and before Doma could react, another incantation was uttered. Explosive flame. A tremendous explosion erupted, and a fiery blaze ascended from Doma's location. Chiki's legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Fortunately, Tamayo reached out and caught her before she fell. The metallic sweetness in her throat was expelled, and she struggled to ignore the searing pain. Wiping her mouth, she fixed her gaze on the fiery inferno, unwavering. Suddenly, two ice lotuses resembling young maidens appeared, exhaling white frost toward the flames. Blood demon art, cold white princess. The surrounding temperature dipped once more. Observing Doma standing in the courtyard, visibly regenerating his charred flesh at an alarming rate, Chiki realized that this iteration of him was on an entirely different level compared to the previous one. The backlash from earlier had not fully subsided, and given the current circumstances, it would not be long before her voice would be rendered mute. Noticing that the explosion had drawn away those who had been nearby, Chiki sighed in relief, knowing that those who feared death would not willingly step into the fray. As the two combatants clashed once more, Chiki refrained from utilizing the breathing technique, abandoning the constraints of water breathing. Dark blue-black, cursed energy enveloped her, elevating her physical state to its zenith. Countless wounds appeared across her body, each gradually covered by ice crystals, as if her very blood were on the verge of freezing. The devastation wrought by their battle transformed the courtyard into a wasteland, and under their deliberate guidance, they moved away from the residence and into the woods of the mountains. Dodging the sharp icicles that plummeted from the sky proved arduous. Chiki severed the ice vines that sought to ensnare her with her Nicaran blade, her breath manifesting as white mist in the air, her grip on the weapon growing rigid. However, with the sun yet to rise and reinforcements uncertain, she was grateful that no fools had stumbled into the battlefield. Doma displayed no intention of taking hostages, evidently confident in his prowess. Chiki sensed she may have fractured two ribs. Each breath now sent stabbing pain through her. Activating the reverse technique, she found some relief, but whether it was mere illusion, her breathing felt labored. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Tamayo's expression grew increasingly strained, the veins in his forehead bulging, his eyes ablaze with fury. Using his teeth, he tore open a vial and swallowed the special throat medicine crafted by Shinobu, tossing the glass aside carelessly. Nodding to Tamayo, she cupped her hands to form a makeshift horn, brandishing her long blade as she charged forward. Twist. Eighth form of the breath of wind. Initial gale slash. Blood demon art. Frozen clouds. Her hoarse voice pierced Doma's eardrums, and his entire body twisted as if wrung out like a towel, crimson liquid spilling forth. The ice crystals formed by the blood demon art enveloped Tamayo, only to be scattered by the powerful spiral wind blades he conjured. Pain surged through Tamayo's numbed lungs, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. The Nicaran blade only grazed Doma's shoulder, leaving him immobile. The ice crystals that had infiltrated his body were capable of destroying his alveoli. And Tamayo, who had maintained his focus for so long, was already compromised, though Chiki landed a blow on Doma's neck. Upon seeing him rush towards the immobilized Tamayo with both fans drawn, she swiftly retracted her blade and altered her course. Do not move. The Nicaran blade clashed against the iron fan, sparking friction as Tamayo, now pushed out of the ice crystal's range, pressed his hand against his lungs, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Cursing under his breath, he was instantly filled with rage at the scene before him. What the hell are you doing? Having broken free from the incantation, Doma thrust his hand through Chiki's abdomen, blood pouring forth, staining her light-colored haori. How pitiful, but soon you shall feel no pain. A look of sympathetic amusement graced Doma's face. Before we become one, might you tell me your name? Chiki clenched her jaw, her teeth chattering in agony. Doma's words provoked her into spitting blood. Ultimately, her pent-up fury transformed into cursed energy. Her fist, enveloped in this energy, crashed into his sickeningly smiling face, shifting from blue-black to a deep crimson. To hell with you. The hand that had pierced her was suddenly yanked away, and Chiki collapsed to the ground. Clutching her abdomen tightly, blood flowed rapidly from her, causing her to feel cold all over, her face drained of color, her vision dimming. Doma was propelled back several meters, crashing into and shattering multiple trees, a strange burning sensation emanating from the mangled portion of his head. Tamayo gritted his teeth, swiftly removing his Haori to bind Chiki's wounds, his hands slick with her congealed blood. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine." Focusing all her attention on the reverse technique, Chiki responded weakly. Her arm draped over Tamayo's shoulder as he helped her stand. "Apply pressure to the wound to staunch the bleeding. I'll carry you." To avoid aggravating her injuries, Tamayo lifted her with one arm, wielding his sword, choosing for the first time to retreat in a battle against a demon. He should not let his anger cloud his judgment, forgetting the information Kane had left regarding the upper moons. Tamayo suppressed the pain in his lungs, his feet moving relentlessly. He could not allow anyone else to pay the price for his mistakes. Doma, with half of his head battered, swiftly pursued them, an excited grin plastered across his face. Hey, what was that just now?" It gave me a feeling akin to facing the esteemed Akaza, as if to toy with them, no matter how fast Tamayo accelerated. The distance between them remained unchanged. Dodging a flurry of ice petals that surged toward them, Chiki, besieged by pain, felt her muddled mind clear slightly. Blow them away. Blood surged forth alongside her incantation, and she could no longer contain her consciousness as she fainted. Inosuke felt warmth trickle down the back of his neck, swiftly followed by a heavy sensation on his shoulder. Instinctively tightening his grip around Chihiro, he quickened his pace, disregarding his injuries and employing his total concentration. Once again, the playful Takedo was sent flying, his smile fading as the sun began to rise. Had it not been for Musen's command to eliminate her immediately, Takedo would have relished the opportunity to prolong their game, for such extraordinary abilities had never before been witnessed in a demon slayer. The blood demon art, Blood Lotus, erupted with ice vines that ensnared them like a prison, compelling Inosuke to instinctively sever them with his breathing technique. However, this only exacerbated his lung injuries, leading him to collapse to the ground, expelling a pool of darkened blood. Chihiro tumbled to the earth, the pressure on her wounds causing her to emit a muffled groan. Yet her heavy eyelids refused to part. Emerging from the woods, Takedo approached leisurely, standing tall before the beleaguered demon slayers, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. "Stop struggling. A loss of blood will only diminish the taste," he taunted. Inosuke raised his gaze, catching sight of the demon illuminated by moonlight, and to his surprise, he laughed. "Huh, it seems you're not as formidable as you appear. Your crushed head looks no different after all this time." Confusion washed over Takedo's face as he instinctively touched his own features, noting the slow recovery of his damaged head, which still showed signs of unhealed wounds. Moreover, the hand stained with Chihiro's blood exhibited signs of corrosion, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. Her blood can slay demons? This thought echoed in both their minds simultaneously. Inosuke, forcing himself upright, directed his Nichiren blade at Takedo, his resolve to ensure Chihiro's survival growing ever stronger. The dawn was breaking. If he could only hold on, she might have a chance at life. The blood demon art, Crystal Child, conjured two identical ice figures, mirroring each other in both appearance and ability. The upper moon too finally began to take the battle seriously. First form, Inosuke coughed violently, spitting out another pool of blood, the sensation of suffocation compelling him to gasp for air, helplessly watching as the ice figures approached. Lying on the ground, Chihiro felt a surge of urgency within her, her cursed energy rushing toward her wounds, yearning to regain mobility. Unbeknownst to both the demon and the slayer, she became enveloped in a shroud of blue-black, cursed energy. The temperature around them plummeted, and just as the ice figures swung their frost-laden arms toward them, a pale blue figure darted forward. Inosuke's pupils dilated in shock as he reached out, grasping at nothingness. A simple domain. A black shadow expanded around Chihiro, centered on her, as she fixed her gaze upon the ice figures, assuming a stance to draw her blade. True in-flow technique. Reduction. Chapter 31. The soul of a 15-year-old. Faster. Even faster. Ju's heart raced as images of his sister and Sabito flashed in his mind, followed by Chihiro's gentle smile, which all dissolved into nothingness. No, I cannot bear to lose anyone else. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, turning pale. On the trees, Shinobu leaped gracefully, leaving the young man behind, her smile radiant, yet her eyes cold as ice. The realization that she was facing Upper Moon too sent her spirits plummeting, nearly extinguishing the smile on her face. A vein pulsing slightly on her forehead. The two raced at breakneck speed, guided by Kaneo, while the members of the corps struggled to keep up, their legs weakening but refusing to halt. The simple domain held off Takedo's attack. Just as he prepared to strike again, A golden hue appeared on the horizon. Dawn had arrived. Takedo, having retreated to the shadows of the forest, wore an expression of regret as he cast a lingering glance at the pale girl. The white haori wrapped around her abdomen was now stained red with blood. It seemed she would not survive much longer. After a moment of hesitation, he abandoned the thought of taking her corpse back to the Infinity Castle. After all, he dared not consume toxic food. At last, dawn broke. Chihiro, her legs trembling, staggered back to Inosuke's side, collapsing to the ground. His condition was dire, his lungs severely damaged by the blood demon art. Breathing was a struggle, and he bore several fatal wounds. With no energy to contemplate anything else, Chihiro instinctively began to heal him, using her cursed energy, pushing the reversal technique to its limits, slowly breaking through her inability to heal ordinary humans. As her energy was drained, her vision blurred, and her head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer. The pain sharp as needles. Just before losing consciousness, she thought she saw Inosuke's lips move, as if he had uttered something, but she had no strength to focus on it. I found them. They are here. A voice cried out, and figures emerged like a tide from all directions. Blood stained the surroundings, and those who had smiled at her the day before now lay lifeless on the ground. Ju knelt, trembling as he clutched a body, an overwhelming sense of panic and sorrow threatening to engulf him. He looked helplessly at his companions, his voice tinged with desperation. Shinobu, please save her. In the Butterfly Mansion's sick room, after examining their injuries, Shinobu's face displayed astonishment. Aside from Chihiro-chan's severely damaged throat, I found no other wounds on them. The girl lay once more on the bed, pale as ever, while Ju's hands clenched into fists in his lap. When will she awaken? He sat motionless by the bedside, and Shinobu could not discern his expression. I'm sorry, but I can't say for certain. Chihiro-chan's unconsciousness may be due to the backlash from overusing her abilities. I know nothing of that world, and thus, I am powerless to assist. All I can do is work diligently on creating a potion to ensure her throat receives the best treatment. The news of Upper Moon 2's reappearance reached the Ubuyashiki manor without delay. Upon learning that Chihiro and Inosuke had been promptly brought to the Butterfly Mansion and were in no mortal danger, the master and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. The evening sun's rays filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow. Yet for Ju, time felt interminably long, with no sign of awakening from the person on the bed. Meanwhile, Inosuke had regained consciousness and recounted his encounter with Takedo in response to Shinobu's inquiries. Although he had anticipated Takedo's retreat due to the sunlight rather than death, Shinobu could not suppress a surge of anger rising within her as her fingers gripped the pen tighter, knuckles whitening. I understand. She quickly noted something in her notebook. Pressing further, however, according to my examination, Mr. Inosuke, your lungs are in perfect health, and there are no wounds on your body. Do you know why this is? Moreover, please elaborate on the details of how Chihiro-chan's blood slowed Upper Moon 2's regeneration, and is it true that her blood has a corrosive effect on him? Exiting Inosuke's hospital room, Shinobu's aura was unusually low, and when Kaneo expressed her concern, she merely forced a smile. I'm fine. Please keep a close eye on Chihiro-chan. All right. Watching the insect pillar vanish in an instant, Kaneo's worry deepened. Sister Aoi, Sister Kanao, please return soon. The sun set and rose again. With a plate of rice balls delivered once more by Kaneo, Ju cast a glance at the bed. The girl remained with her eyes closed, bowing his head. The fringe of his hair obscured his expression. If only his speed had been a touch swifter, if only he had arrived a moment sooner. Perhaps things would not have unfolded this way. Why do those he holds dear always depart from him, leaving him unable to retain anyone? Suddenly, the tranquil room was disrupted by a cough that did not belong to him. Cough, cough, cough. The individual on the bed struggled to rise, and in an instant, Ju Tomioka stood up, his mind devoid of any thoughts. Dogroll. As he gazed at the outstretched hand, Chiki felt a sense of bewilderment, allowing the other to assist her in leaning against the headboard. After consuming 2 glasses of water, the searing pain in her throat began to subside. She attempted to speak, yet no sound emerged. Chiki instantly became alert, forcibly suppressing her rising panic. Was it the backlash of the spell meant to conquer the curse? Why had she no recollection of it? Moreover, did the entrance examination's curse possess the capacity to render her mute? Ju, noticing her movements, surmised that she might be unable to produce any sound. Do not be afraid, he uttered, lacking any understanding of how to comfort her, his words awkwardly spilling forth. The butterfly will heal you. She seemed to know him well, as a look of confusion crossed Chiki's face. Yet, this wound was beyond remedy, only capable of self-healing. Wait, which butterfly is that? Wasn't treatment supposed to be handled by Dr. Nakiri? And where was that unreliable white-haired teacher of hers? Looking around, the unfamiliar yet vintage decor gradually filled Chiki's face with panic. This was certainly not the Jujutsu High. She yearned to descend from the bed, to step outside, to comprehend the current situation. Ju, Initially prepared to seek out the butterfly, upon witnessing her actions, instinctively objected, "Do not run around." The young man placed a warm rice ball in her hand, soothingly adding, "Are you hungry? Eat this first." Her body reacted more swiftly than her mind. Still dazed by his gesture, Chiki found herself accepting the rice ball, even ready to take a bite. No, no, no. The rice ball was tossed back onto the plate as she pushed him away and leaped off the bed, her intent clear as she reached for the door. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground, Ju Tomioka's arms encircling her waist. Her face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment, and she began to struggle. "Doggerel, what is wrong with you?" "I am Ju Tomioka." The young man, dodging her violently tilting head, appeared perplexed. "I do not care if you are wealthy or Tomioka. No one has dared to offend me like this since I turned 10. Chiki's eyes reddened with indignation, preparing to deliver an elbow strike to this intruder. Just then, the door swung open with a whoosh. The atmosphere froze momentarily. "Ah, well, Mr. Tomioka, perhaps you should explain the current situation," said Shinobu Kocho with a smile, while several young girls beside her covered their flushed faces with their hands, peeking at them through their fingers. Faced with the sudden appearance of a group, Chiki felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Sunlight illuminated the entire room as the girl named Shinobu examined Chiki repeatedly, who silently shrunk into the corner of the bed. Her defensive posture momentarily stunned Shinobu, who tentatively asked, "Chiki-chan, do you remember who I am?" Chiki shook her head, continuously writing in a notebook. "Although I do not understand why I am here, it seems I was rescued by you after encountering some unforeseen event during the entrance examination. If possible, please lend me your phone to contact my teacher, Satoru Gojo. The Ubuyashiki family in Tokyo is my maternal home. As long as I return safely, there will be a generous reward afterwards." Shinobu gazed at the words she had written, falling silent for a moment. "Chiki-chan, do you remember how old you are now?" Why ask this? Because she sensed no fluctuations of cursed energy from them, leading Chiki to believe they were merely ordinary people who had accidentally saved her. Which was why she specifically mentioned the renowned Ubuyashiki family in Japan. However, their expressions seemed somewhat off. 15. I have just enrolled in Jujutsu High. But you once stated that you were already 18. Shinobu had not anticipated that after her encounter with Doma. Chiki had not only lost her voice, but also 3 years of her memory. Her tattered uniform had been taken for mending, and her student ID was currently tucked away in the drawer of the bedside table. Gazing at the glaring third-year inscription, Chiki felt as if her entire being was shattering. How could this be? She struggled to accept that she had awakened directly into adulthood. What, then, did those 3 years amount to? Was it simply her misfortune? Observing the silent girl, Shinobu couldn't help but glance at her colleague. Ju Tomioka, with utmost seriousness, addressed the contemplative Chiki, then consider this moment as being 15. Why dwell on inconsequential matters that bring sorrow? Shinobu was left speechless. Chiki's lips twitched, finding a semblance of logic in his words. Chapter 32. Amnesia Time Travel. What a cliché plot. Just as she began to accept her 18-year-old reality, the girl named Shinobu proceeded to utter words that sent Chiki's pupils into a frenzy. After sending the little ones to the kitchen for snacks, Shinobu closed the doors and windows, the warm yellow light illuminating the space as she settled into the only chair in the room. "Chiki-chan, I believe you need to know something." At this pronouncement, Chiki immediately straightened in her seat. The girl clad in a butterfly haori paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. In truth, it is the 4th year of the Taisho era, and this is the medical department of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Butterfly Mansion. Under the astonished gaze of the girl, Shinobu continued, "Thus, this world is devoid of sorcerers. In your pre-amnesia words, you have traveled through time." Chiki fell silent, her gaze lingering on the matching uniforms adorning the 2 individuals before her, as well as the sheathed blade at their waists, before suddenly erupting into laughter. Shinobu and Ju exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reason behind her sudden mirth. "All right, I see now. Was it a white-haired fool with white bandages over his eyes who prompted you to say such things? Did he learn from the doctor that I might lose my memory, and then deliberately recruit actors to tease me? Come on, how could time travel even be possible? I'm not a 3-year-old. Chiki sighed in exasperation, recounting how her teacher, Satoru Gojo, had specifically traveled from Japan to Huagua, constantly pestering her and attempting to charm her into attending Jujutsu High with him. Ultimately, she relented due to her adorable little brother. So the notion of someone impersonating her and watching her make a fool of herself was quite plausible. As for her amnesia, that seemed genuine. After all, she was most aware of her own body, and it was evident she had grown taller. So, Chiki-chan's teacher is rather unique? A smile graced Shinobu's face as she noted Chiki's disbelief. She then suggested, "In that case, why not have Mr. Tomioka take you around the city this evening? After all, the eyes do not deceive." Ju Tomioka had no objections to this plan, While he felt a twinge of sadness at being forgotten, as long as she was well, that was all that mattered. However, since his work had already been temporarily reassigned to other team members, failing to go might burden others. Seemingly sensing his concern, Shinobu cheerfully remarked, "Most of your tasks for the next couple of days have been taken over by other colleagues, so Mr. Tomioka need not worry. Moreover, the master also wishes for you to accompany Chiki-chan." Understood. But who could it be? As Tomioka-ju experienced a blend of confusion and delight, it became apparent that his colleagues, while seemingly indifferent on the surface, were indeed concerned for him in secret. Meanwhile, the hedgehog-haired youth, presenting his report before the Lord, suddenly sneezed, prompting a concerned inquiry from the Lord, to which the young man hurriedly gestured that he was perfectly well. The earnest discussion among them gradually unsettled Chiki, igniting a flicker of doubt within her. Yet, what an absurd narrative it was, to find herself both amnesiac and traversed through realms. However, echoing the words of Kochu Shinobu, if all of this were indeed a fabrication, then venturing into the throngs of people would surely unravel the truth. Thus, Chiki refrained from declining, though she pondered. Why isn't it you who takes me there? Ah, how terribly apologetic she felt, for she had unfinished research that momentarily bound her. Moreover, do not be misled by Tomioka's reticence. He and Chiki shared a particularly close bond in the past. Kochu Shinobu opened the wardrobe, revealing several vintage Japanese traditional garments. It was worth noting that when Chiki first arrived in this world, she had temporarily resided in Mr. Tomioka's home. Stealing a glance at the young man's placid demeanor, she noticed him nodding slightly in affirmation of Shinobu's words. Chiki hesitated, acknowledging that while she found his type quite appealing, how could two individuals who struggled to communicate possess such a profound relationship? Before their departure, the girls of the Butterfly Mansion would enlighten Chiki about the Demon Slayer Corps and her colleagues. As for Mr. Tomioka, perhaps it would be best for him to rest, as he had not closed his eyes for 2 consecutive nights. Upon hearing this, Chiki cast a look of astonishment. Realizing why the dark circles under her eyes were so pronounced, a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her. Did she feel a tinge of sympathy? The garments in the wardrobe were remnants from her previous stay at the Butterfly Mansion. Shinobu placed the clothing beside the bed and set several transparent vials containing a pale blue liquid on the table. These were specially formulated throat medicines. Though Chiki bore no visible wounds, her throat was severely damaged, and it would be prudent for her to recuperate at the Butterfly Mansion. When she knelt at the low table for lunch, Chiki remained in a daze. Even if she had traversed worlds, was her 18-year-old self truly so easily deceived as to divulge her origins? What had transpired before her journey? Although Mr. Gojo was unreliable, he would never permit his student to vanish without a trace. Could it be that an accident had occurred? And her Diridu, oh, how she longed to see how the 17-year-old Kageyama had grown over the past 3 years. Yet, her thoughts soon faded as the 3 girls from the Butterfly Mansion eagerly engaged her in conversation. They animatedly recounted the origins and current state of the Demon Slayer Corps, leading up to their first encounter with her. Tales of slaying powerful 12 Kazuki before joining the Corps, and how they were adopted as the Lord's goddaughters. Even gossip about their romantic entanglements flooded the conversation. For a moment, Chiki was at a loss for which revelation to process first, ultimately managing to stammer, "So, who exactly is that suspected water pillar resembling my boyfriend?" The girl, Sho, was unaware of what boyfriend meant, but recognized the term water pillar. It was none other than the ever-watchful Tomioka-ju. Chiki stood frozen in place. So, that was what it meant for Miss Shinobu to have such a close relationship with him. As evening descended at the Butterfly Mansion, Chiki donned a light green yukata and stood beside the young man, her expression somewhat awkward. Shinobu pressed a wallet into Chiki's hands, offering a few final words of caution before retreating indoors, watching their figures fade away. After a day of observing the Butterfly Mansion, Chiki reluctantly admitted to herself that this was likely her new reality. After all, not even the most insignificant of flies could be spotted here. A wave of despair washed over her as she trailed behind the young man, feeling utterly defeated. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Tomioka assumed she was fatigued and squatted down, saying, "Come on." Engrossed in her thoughts, her body instinctively reacted, and by the time she regained her senses, Tomioka had already carried her a short distance. What a terrifying reflex. How many times had she been carried before for such an instinct to develop? Chiki inwardly scolded her 18-year-old self, paralyzed in place with her hand resting on the young man's shoulder. For the first time, she realized that summer nights could be even more stifling than the day. Tokyo, whether in the 20th or 21st century, remained a bustling metropolis. Struggling to glimpse the future Tokyo amidst the retro architecture, Chiki finally relinquished all hope. The lively markets of a century past did little to lift her spirits. She felt adrift like a solitary vessel lost at sea, unaware of her direction. The throngs of people surged around her, each with their own destinations, people they wished to meet, and homes they longed to return to. Yet she, alone, had nothing. As the crowd paused momentarily, panic and instinctive resistance flickered across their faces, subtle hints of crimson at the corners of their eyes. Tomioka-ju furrowed his brows, not wishing to witness Chiki's tears. When the crystalline glimmer pooled in her eyes, an inexplicable ache settled in his heart, a sensation he could hardly articulate. Suddenly, not far off, a young couple embraced tightly, their faces adorned with uncontainable smiles. Could such embraces truly bring joy? Tomioka pondered, recalling moments shared with his sister and Kaneo. He pursed his lips and extended his hand. Don't cry, Dogyoku. The unfamiliar yet familiar scent enveloped her. And as Chiki realized she was entirely cradled in the young man's embrace, her unease evaporated, her heart racing as her face flushed against his warm chest. How could he possibly? The 15-year-old Chiki found herself embraced by a youth she had just met. Aside from feeling shy and nervous, she harbored no resistance within. Do not be sad. I shall take you to eat salmon and daikon. Tomioka-ju stepped back slightly, naturally guiding the dazed girl forward. After dining and taking a stroll, they returned to the butterfly mansion, but Chiki remained in a state of mental disarray. As she closed the door, Shinobu recalled the girl's distinctly unusual demeanor and turned her gaze to her companion, who had accompanied them outside. After a moment's hesitation, recalling past exchanges, she chose against inquiring with Tomioka. Chapter 33. Ha! Am I not simply remarkable? The following day, in the infirmary of the butterfly mansion. Will it hurt when you speak? It remains within tolerable limits. Wearing a white medical gown, Shinobu removed her gloves, signaling for the girl, who had her mouth agape, that she was free to speak. Compared to yesterday, her throat had improved significantly, though it was best to minimize conversation. Shinobu sat in a chair, her concern for the girl evident upon her face. This backlash appears quite severe. Are there any other effects? None. Only a temporary inability to utilize spell incantations. This backlash seemed different from the earlier ones, Chiki mused. Likely due to a new injury compounding an old one. However, there were no curses here, so she did not fear the prospect of facing demons without the means to defeat them. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Chiki felt her toes dig into the ground. Thankfully, the individual involved was not present at the butterfly mansion, or she would have been mortified enough to wish to disappear into a crevice. Sitting listlessly on the wooden floor, Chiki found the absence of the internet in this era made each moment stretch interminably. A talking crow flapped its wings on her lap, said to be a companion from before her amnesia, serving as a vital bridge for the Demon Slayer Corps to relay messages. At this moment, Miss Koyome was chattering away, introducing information about the other team members. The July sun was exceptionally harsh. Even the breeze carried a hint of heat. And Shinchi supported herself with her hands behind her, letting out a frustrated sigh. Everyone had gone off to attend to their duties, leaving her alone in an unfamiliar place, making it all the more tedious. Suddenly, a shadow fell overhead, and May's voice abruptly ceased, replaced by an unfamiliar male voice. I heard from the butterfly that you've lost your memory. Looking up, Shinchi beheld a young man with short white hair and 3 scars on his face. Her gaze fell upon his poorly donned clothing, and an odd expression crossed her face. A perverted exhibitionist? The previously somewhat awkward Taciturn Wichiru instinctively turned to the side, covering his chest with a hand upon sensing her gaze. Recovering from the moment, he couldn't help but retort. What kind of expression is that? He wasn't feeling shy, but rather offended by her peculiar stare, which prompted his defensive reaction. Shinchi tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was suddenly angry. She gently stroked the feathers of her crow, asking, May, who is this irritable guy? Do I know him? Shinchi-chan, he is not an irritable guy at all. His name is Taciturn Wichiru, the wind Hashira you encountered with Upper Moon 2. The mention of her amnesia struck Wichiru momentarily. Oh, she noted, sensing the remnants of her cursed energy lingering on him, and sat up straight. So, Taciturn, did you come to find me for something? Upon seeing her demeanor, Wichiru's previously simmering anger extinguished instantly. He averted his gaze, grumbling. What? I can't come if there's nothing going on. Besides, didn't you go out with Tenjin yesterday? Why can't you do the same with me? You're overthinking it. That wasn't my intention. Shinchi blinked and found the awkward young man before her somewhat amusing. Here. This is for you. I apologize for the incident with Upper Moon 2. The girl, sitting cross-legged, clumsily caught the paper-wrapped treat thrown her way, failing to fully comprehend his words. What? Wichiru unconsciously clenched his fist, inhaling deeply before changing the subject. That day, we were gravely injured. But the butterfly told me she saw no wounds on us. The white-haired youth casually settled beside her, continuing, before I lost consciousness. I noticed a bluish-black aura emanating from you. Do you recall? That bluish-black aura? It must be cursed energy, but how could a mere human see it? The paper package contained red bean paste mochi, and her surprise at his words was evident. What you described must have been my reversal technique. But when did I start healing ordinary people? Chinchi bit into the mochi, curiously inquiring, how badly were we hurt? Was it serious? Recalling the events, Michiru fell silent for a moment. When Chinchi turned to look at him in confusion, he finally spoke. My lungs were damaged. And you were pierced through the abdomen by Upper Moon too. The mochi in her hand slipped due to her shock. But the young man caught it before it hit the floor, frowning slightly before returning it to her. Seriously, don't waste food. Chinchi touched her intact abdomen with one hand and stared at the seemingly healthy Michiru for a while. Then, noticing his bewildered expression, burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha. If I could heal like that, I must be incredibly talented. A true genius. Michiru, bewildered by her mention of reversal techniques, felt that aside from her amnesia, she might have some other cognitive issues that the butterfly had overlooked. Dog yell. A familiar voice echoed from the corridor behind them, causing Chinchi to abruptly halt her laughter and feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, it was Tenjin Yuzui. He approached with his usual expression but stiffened slightly at the sight of Michiru, appearing somewhat displeased. Michiru's irritation flared at Tengin's unspoken question of why he was there. But he forced himself to suppress it, giving a cold huff and departing with his Nichiren blade in hand. Observing the entire scene, Chinchi's first thought was that Tenjin Yuzui seemed somewhat unpopular, especially with Michiru. Mr. Tenjin, the one who had been gazing curiously at Michiru's departing figure, immediately turned upon hearing the voice. Your throat? Yes, I can speak now. I can't use spell incantations just yet. Chinchi extended the open paper package towards him, smiling. Would you like some mochi? Taken aback for a moment, Tenjin reached out. His gaze fell upon the red dumpling, clearly brought from the butterfly mansion. Remembering how his hands were empty and hearing laughter from afar, he felt a pang of disappointment. It's truly wonderful that Chinchi-chan is all right. I was genuinely startled when I received the news. It was Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira. Upper Moon too. Although they should be formidable, Michiru was present at the scene. How could you allow them to escape? Ah, a snake. A snake. Tenjin, save me. This was the reaction of Chinchi, who had just seen the cursed spirit, Tamayo. Tenjin calmly grasped the panicking girl who lunged towards him, his gaze sweeping past the white snake coiled around Iguro Abanai's neck. Step back a bit. You frightened her. What do you mean by that? Abanai's expression darkened, and the snake hissed at the young man, scales bristling. Mr. Iguro, it seems Chinchi-chan is frightened, which is why Mr. Tenjin said that. Mitsuri quietly offered an explanation for the taciturn water Hashira, in contrast to the 18-year-old who remained relatively composed upon encountering the snake. 15-year-old Chinchi was still haunted by the memories of childhood scuffles with peers, surrounded by all manner of insects and snakes. And once caught off guard by a small snake climbing onto her body. Though she had not been bitten, the cold, slick sensation of it moving across her skin remained vivid in her memory, and since then, she had developed a fear of such creatures. A charming girl with pastel green braids, a bandaged-faced boy with a sharp tongue, and a snake. An odd yet strangely harmonious combination. Mitsuri's expression turned somber upon reflecting on Chinchi's lost memory, glancing worriedly at the girl standing apart from Iguro. This is just like with Takido-kun. He hasn't remembered anything since his amnesia. But it's all right. We'll always be here for you. Mitsuri enveloped the somewhat dazed girl in a warm embrace. The girl, caught unexpectedly in the hug, stiffened, her thoughts struggling to articulate something, ultimately letting out a sigh in her heart. How infuriating! Who crafted the uniform for that beautiful sister? It feels like it could fall apart at any moment. And that boy playing with snakes beside me. Am I stealing your girlfriend? Is such a gloomy expression really necessary? Chapter 34. Peace of Mind. In truth, Chinchi had always found it difficult to comprehend why she would so unreservedly share her past. Not to mention whether the listeners would believe it, given her temperament. It would be implausible for her to confess without some extraordinary circumstance. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. After having lunch with several colleagues from her pre-amnesia days, everyone dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, quelling Chinchi's desire to venture outside. After assisting with changing the bandages for the injured at the butterfly mansion, Chinchi prepared to return to her room. In the corridor, she was called from behind. Lady Chinchi, I heard that you encountered the 12 Kazuki again while on a mission with Lord Windpillar a few days ago. Turning around, she saw a young man with bandages wrapped around his arm, appearing to be an acquaintance. Yes, I heard it was Upper Moon too. What was his name again? Doma? Upper Moon too? The young man, sporting a rather unremarkable middle-part hairstyle, gasped in shock, quickly covering his mouth upon realizing his voice had risen too high. Noticing his reaction, Chinchi approached him. Is there something particularly noteworthy about this demon? You seem quite astonished. Do share. Just as Murata was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, did you just? Speak, Chinchi-san? Yes, for the moment, I can communicate normally, Chinchi casually explained before swiftly redirecting the conversation. Please continue. What else is there about Upper Moon 2? You seem to have knowledge of this demon. Murata, glancing furtively around the empty corridor, signaled for Chinchi to follow him to a nearby tea room, carefully closing the door behind them. In a hushed tone, he said, You may not know, but the last report of Upper Moon 2's appearance was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, when Shinobu Kocho was not yet the insect Hashira and the butterfly mansion was under the management of her elder sister, Kane Kocho. She was an incredibly gentle girl, and most of the girls at the butterfly mansion were taken in by her, especially Kaneo, who had been rescued from a fate of being sold when she was young. However, tragedy often strikes unexpectedly. On a certain day 4 years ago, while on a mission, Kane encountered Upper Moon 2. At that time, she was alone. Unlike the fortunate Takatu, who had an ally like Chinchi. Despite her best efforts to hold on until dawn, Kane ultimately succumbed to asphyxiation from pulmonary damage, collapsing in her sister's arms, never to awaken again. Now it makes sense, Chinchi murmured, realizing why Ms. Shinobu often exhibited an undercurrent of sorrow and anger. Despite her perpetual smile, it was evident to Chinchi that she was unhappy. Demons are truly loathsome beings, akin to a curse. Having recounted the history of the butterfly mansion, Murata felt it prudent not to linger too long. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Chinchi could not recall him at all. Inside her room, Chinchi was scribbling something on paper. Based on what Takadu had said, she had formed a rough hypothesis regarding her amnesia. The operation of the reversal technique demanded considerable talent from the user, and varying interpretations could yield different outcomes. For instance, Satoru Gojo could only heal himself, while the doctor from Jujutsu High, Shoko, could treat both herself and others. Although Chinchi could also heal others, she had only ever been able to mend injuries that did not affect the vital organs. However, now she found herself capable of healing even ordinary people. Regardless of whether this was due to being in another world, her brain would inevitably suffer unpredictable damage from forcibly operating the techniques. Setting down her pen, Chinchi felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she had not become a fool, but had merely lost 3 years of memory. It must be a blessing from her ancestors. Chinchi, don't daze off. Lady Amani has come to see you. Uemi landed on the table from the window, flapping her wings anxiously. I'm not sure who that is, but I'll go out to meet her, Chinchi replied, heading towards the corridor. There. She expressed her confusion to the raven perched on her left shoulder. Lady Amani, who is she? Lady Amani is the wife of our lord, silly Chinchi. How could you forget that? So she is the lord's wife. Wait, that means she is my nominal adoptive mother? In a courtyard of the butterfly mansion, a young woman with short white hair stood under the eaves, her dark kimono adorned with indigo floral patterns, accompanied by another girl with similarly white hair. The realization that this lady was her adoptive mother filled Chinchi with embarrassment, though only her silhouette was visible. It was apparent that she was not much older than Chinchi, at most 25 or 26. As Chinchi hesitated, rooted to the spot, Lady Amani seemed to sense something and turned around. Her youthful and beautiful visage suddenly entered Chinchi's line of sight, and upon seeing her face clearly, Chinchi's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. How could anyone resemble her grandmother so closely? Chinchi, now aware of the situation from Shinobu. Lady Amani smiled gently and nodded at the stunned girl. I am Amani Tanin. Upon hearing the Amani surname, Chinchi instantly comprehended why she had confessed her identity upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps. So it was like this, how astonishing. I apologize for the heavy injuries you have sustained, and for not being by your side immediately after your amnesia. Tanin spoke, her voice laced with self-reproach, her expression revealing the concern and heartache of a mother. She stepped closer to Chinchi, who remained frozen in shock, and gently embraced her. Thank you so much for everything you've done for the Demon Slayer Corps, she added. The warmth of the embrace reminded Chinchi of the time she had been cradled by her grandmother, and she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Tanin, burying her face in her clothing. But I don't remember anything. It's all forgotten. I'm so scared. I don't know how I got here, or how to return. Will I ever be able to go back? The girl's voice trembled with evident distress as her fears surged anew, and she could no longer contain her breakdown in front of this alternate version of Amani. Her incoherent sobs soaked the front of her clothing, and Tanin's heart softened instantly. She soothingly patted the girl's trembling back, her voice gentle beyond measure. Don't be afraid. We will find a way for you to return. Even if you can't remember, it's all right. No matter what, Amani will always be your home. Beside them, Nichika could not help but grasp Tanin's sleeve, comforting her elder sister, who was much older than herself. In that moment, Chinchi felt a profound sense of peace. In this world that seemed so foreign, she was not alone. Chapter 35, My Underage Colleague. When Ju returned to the butterfly mansion to seek out Chinchi, he was intercepted by a nearby shinobi. The shinobi, trembling, addressed him. Mizunoto, Lady Chinchi is currently with Lady Amanai. Perhaps they would prefer not to be disturbed at this moment. Why don't you come back another day? The young man silently regarded him. The shinobi, having been thrust into this role, was drenched in sweat. Oh dear, this is terrifying. The expressionless face of Mizunoto is truly intimidating. Ju Tomioka typically bore a demeanor that many found difficult to approach, a sentiment shared by most of the team members and the shinobi. And the shinobi, expecting a rebuke, felt anxious as he awaited his response. To his surprise, he merely heard Ju say, "I understand." Upon regaining his composure, the shinobi glanced at the young man, only to see Mizunoto stride directly into a tea room, carrying something in his hand. It appears that the water Hashira is not as difficult to converse with as one might think. Perhaps the pent-up emotions found an outlet. As the three continued their conversation until dusk, it was only then that Lady Amanai and Nishika felt compelled to prepare for departure, for it was more convenient to conduct inspections at the Butterfly Mansion. Consequently, Chiki chose not to accompany them back to the Yuzui estate. In the corridor, the young man finally emerged from his seclusion. Chiki gazed in surprise at the figure approaching her, uncertain when he had left and returned. Yoshiyuki-san. Amanai acknowledged him with a nod, her gaze lingering on Ju Tomioka for a moment longer. At the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, Amanai gestured for the two not to see them off, suggesting that they could visit the Yuzui estate at any time, with Yoshiyuki-san guiding them there. Upon returning to the tea room, Chiki's eyes fell upon the numerous paper packages strewn across the table, and she silently directed her attention to the reticent young man. "What does this mean, Yoshiyuki-san?" she inquired. "It's for you, just like the others," Ju Tomioka calmly explained. After pondering for a while, Chiki realized he meant these items were similar to the gifts given by Inosuke and the others when visiting the sick. "When did you return?" she asked. "Around 2 o'clock. He answered honestly, feeling disappointed by her reaction. Was it that she disliked these gifts? Why had her brow furrowed? "Isn't it just that you went out to buy things right after finishing your meal and returned immediately?" Chiki said somewhat helplessly, unable to comprehend what was so remarkable about that. Most of the items were food, yet it was summer, and there was no refrigerator here. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed his downcast demeanor, which intrigued her. "Are you unhappy?" she asked. "No," Ju Tomioka replied, his eyes drifting elsewhere, denying her observation. His demeanor clearly suggested otherwise, amusing Chiki and prompting her to laugh aloud. His confusion regarding her laughter left Ju Tomioka somewhat flustered, as he pressed his lips together, uncertain of how to respond. "I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but acquiring so many sweets in this weather could lead to spoilage if they are not consumed promptly," Chiki remarked, covering her smiling mouth with her hand, her eyes gleaming with mirth. "Peaches. If you bring something next time, please bring me a few peaches." "Understood," Ju Tomioka replied, his expression softening as he mentally noted her request. Ultimately, the items were shared among the three young girls to prevent wastage. In the following days, the members recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion had become accustomed to the presence of the water Hashira. Chiki, unable to contain her chatter in the presence of the taciturn yet endearing Ju, began to recount her experiences of lifting curses and the joyful encounters she had faced. She spoke of strange curses, an unreliable white-haired teacher, a cousin with identical abilities, and tales of ancient sorcerers. These stories were not suitable for the ears of the uninformed. And with Butterfly Shinobu often busy and rarely seen, Ju Tomioka became a competent listener, occasionally posing questions that satisfied Chiki's desire to share. One night, Chiki found herself alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the crescent moon hanging high among the branches. This marked her 5th night at the Butterfly Mansion since her amnesia. She could feel the backlash from the curse significantly diminishing. Perhaps she would fully recover in a matter of days. "Miss Chiki, I would like to trouble you to visit her now." A crow belonging to Butterfly Shinobu circled above the courtyard. Without further inquiry, Chiki allowed it to lead the way. In a single patient room, a young man with mint green hair resting against the headboard noticed someone at the door and briefly glanced up with his similarly colored eyes before averting his gaze once more. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour," Butterfly Shinobu said as she arrived at the door, her expression tinged with regret. "It's quite all right. I am unable to sleep anyway," Chiki replied. The young man in the room had sustained a deep wound on his arm from a demon during a recent mission, which had also affected the nerves in his arm. The demon's claws appeared to have been laced with poison, but she had already administered an antidote. Due to recent advancements in her research, Butterfly Shinobu was unable to step away, and she sighed, noting that even though it wasn't his sword hand, it still warranted attention. However, due to certain experiences, he may not be very compliant, so, "Is my task to keep an eye on him here?" Chiki asked, peering into the room. The boy appeared quite young, with a white bandage wrapped around his arm, and his face was pale. "Yes," Butterfly Shinobu confirmed with a nod. "If possible, Please wait until he has fallen asleep before you leave. As she had taken a long nap at noon, Chiki signaled an okay gesture to Butterfly Shinobu and nodded in agreement. I truly appreciate it. With a slight pull, Butterfly Shinobu opened the half-closed door and addressed the boy lost in thought on the bed. Hey, Michiro-kun, this is the adopted daughter of Lord Yuzui. Until the sun rises tomorrow, Chiki-chan will be watching over you, so please rest well at the Butterfly Mansion. Upon hearing his name, Chiki's eyes widened in surprise. This was her minor colleague who had also experienced amnesia? The boy showed little reaction, merely casting a detached glance in her direction without uttering a word. Settling into the chair beside the bed, Chiki sensed an awkward atmosphere enveloping the room and tentatively initiated conversation. Michiro. Her words were abruptly interrupted. I've seen you at Lord Yuzui's residence. The boy suddenly spoke, catching Chiki off guard. Really? She responded with a smile. I lost 3 years of memories. So that must have been something from before my amnesia. By the way, it seems you are in a similar situation to mine, having forgotten the past, she continued. In an unexpected turn, Michiro retorted softly, his mint green eyes fixed on her, not the same. At her astonished gaze, the boy's quiet voice drifted into her ears. It's different. I've forgotten everything. As he stared vacantly ahead, Chiki was reminded of the sorrowful expression of Ju during his moments of despair, looking pitifully at her. Though they were two different individuals, her heart softened in empathy, gently ruffling the hair of the boy who resembled a delicate girl. Chiki placed the milk candy that Ju Tomioka had brought into his right hand. Do not be sad. Regardless of whether you remember or where you are, there will always be those who love you, quietly watching over you from afar. Her words sparked a flicker of confusion in Michiro's eyes. After all, he was merely a boy of the same age as Ju in her memories, having become a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps at such a young age. Chiki's gaze turned tender, filled with both admiration and compassion for him. Michiro's gaze lingered on the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Lord Yuzui. Recalling the puzzling incident from earlier that day. Today, I do not understand. That demon said he could transform into the person one misses and cherishes the most. Yet when he changed, all I saw was myself. However, when the Nichiren blade was about to strike, my body inexplicably halted for a moment. Why did I see only myself? The boy posed his question devoid of any emotional undertones, seemingly stemming from a pure instinctual confusion, like a puppet devoid of feelings. Indifferent to everything. Michiro-kun, perhaps that is the person you hold dear, perhaps from before your amnesia, Chiki offered gently. Shinchi could not help but contemplate a cruel possibility for the young man. Perhaps he was not as solitary as he believed. One must understand that a similar visage does not necessarily equate to one's true self. Observing the unconscious clenching of his hands, Shinchi resolved to voice her speculation. What Michiro beheld might very well be your twin brother. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. The lights in the room were extinguished, and the moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. Shinchi cautiously pulled the door shut. On the bed lay a beautiful youth with closed eyes, his long lashes fluttering slightly, yet he ultimately remained still. A brother, perhaps? Chapter 36. The Dispute. The following day, Shinobu Kocho attended to Michiro's bandages, the ghastly wounds having vanished, leaving only a faint scar beneath the gauze. Having witnessed the reversal technique, she was acutely aware of the hand behind it. However, unlike the curse that bore backlash, Shinobu merely sighed and allowed it to pass. In the tea room, as she gazed at the newly arrived boy with mint green eyes, Ju Tomioka shifted his attention to the smiling Chienchi. At that moment, the young girl was extending the matcha treats she had brought to her colleague, her voice sounding peculiar, sharper than usual, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Here, Michiro. This is for you, Chienchi said, gazing at the adorable boy, unable to restrain herself from softening her tone, utilizing what she believed to be her gentlest voice. Make sure to eat more, you are still growing. Michiro did not refuse. Kagaya, is your throat unwell? Should I call Shinobu to have a look? Ju cast a concerned glance at the girl whose voice sounded off, as if poised to rise and fetch someone. Chienchi choked slightly, casting an expressionless glance at the serious young man before letting out a resigned sigh. No need. On the 7th day of amnesia, while Chienchi was bored, braiding the hair of several little girls, a whirlwind of energy burst into the room. Chienchi, I heard you encountered an upper moon demon and lost your memory? Is it true? How are you now? Do you remember anything yet? I'm going to die of anxiety here at Fujikase Mountain. The blue-haired girl with twin tails dashed towards the still-dazed Chienchi, shaking her shoulders. Do you remember me? Noticing Chienchi's lack of reaction, she pointed at the pink-haired girl with a side ponytail who had just entered, her urgency growing. What about Kanaho? You don't remember her either? You used to talk to her all the time. Why aren't you responding? Speak up. It's just that little Samire was pushed aside. Came the voice of the smaller girl. It seems Chienchine has been shaken dizzy by you, Aoi. Huh. Aoi paused, immediately releasing her grip. The dazed girl leaned towards Kanaho, who reached out with a worried expression to steady her. Once Chinchi regained her composure, she was reintroduced to the trio. The boisterous Aoi was a medical staff member from the Butterfly Mansion, while the quiet girl, seemingly a bit socially anxious, was Kanaho, the adopted daughter of Shinobu. With their return, the Butterfly Mansion seemed to grow even more lively. Aoi's frequent admonishments to team members who did not adhere to medical advice echoed throughout various wards. In due course, she also re-encountered and recognized her nominal father, how embarrassing, and her siblings, the astonishing quintuplets, as well as several other colleagues from the Demon Slayer Corps, each with their own distinct personalities. However, when she laid eyes on the three stunning wives of the flamboyant Hashira, the aftermath of his initial encounter, filled with a series of unrefined remarks that had angered her, Chinchi struggled to maintain her composure. You delusional fool, how can you eat so lavishly? Half a month passed. The curse had long since been restored, yet Chinchi could only recall some unimportant dining scenes, each invariably featuring salmon and radish. This left her in a state of disbelief, questioning whether she was truly that gluttonous. Yet she remembered not particularly liking salmon radish. Had her taste changed during those 3 lost years? When Chinchi-chan arrived here, she must have had some personal belongings. Perhaps they could aid in restoring her memories? Shinobu mused, placing the brewed floral tea before them. Salmon roe? Chinchi glanced at the young man beside her, who raised a cup in contemplation. Ju recalled, then nodded slightly. Yes. It was in a small bag. It seemed to hold significance for you. Very well, then I shall trouble Mr. Tomioka to escort Chinchi-chan back, Shinobu proposed. Her hands clasped together, a smile gracing her face. Chinchi-chan had been residing at the Tomioka estate. Perhaps being in a familiar environment will help jog her memory. At the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, witnessing the large group of people standing orderly, Chinchi couldn't help but twitch her lips, unsure if she would ever return. As they set off towards the setting sun, Ju's residence was not far from the Butterfly Mansion, and the two resolved to have dinner outside before heading back. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over them. Under Ju's guidance, they explored the entirety of the house, from top to bottom, save for a visit to his room. Ju pointed to the adjacent room. I'm next door. You can come over anytime. Salmon, Chinchi replied with a smile, casually nodding towards the young man, her mind preoccupied with the comforting essence of the room before her. The moment Ju turned away, however, the smile vanished from her face. Who could explain why there was an aura of a special grade cursed object emanating from this place? Although the presence was exceedingly faint, Chinchi discerned it with her keen senses. Her hand brushed against the collar of her uniform. Despite having yet to encounter any signs of curses in this world, she prepared herself to invoke a curse at any moment, cautiously pulling the door open. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the right window, Chinchi surveyed the room, finding it empty, and she sighed in relief, closing the door behind her. The lights flickered on, revealing slightly vintage decor directly opposite the door. A wall cabinet held not only a sword rack, but also charming ceramic figurines that aligned with her aesthetic. Several paintings, seemingly her own watercolor creations, adorned the walls. Just as Chinchi nearly turned the entire room inside out, she discovered a man-made hole behind a painting hanging at the back of the room. The opening was shrouded in a black veil, which Chinchi surmised was meant to render it invisible to ordinary eyes. Extracting a box that exuded a faint aura of special-grade cursed energy, she noticed it was covered in white talismans, seemingly sealing something within. Perhaps due to some of the talismans having deteriorated at the opening, the cursed energy had begun to seep out. The box felt eerily familiar, and fleeting images flashed through Chinchi's mind. Yet, when she attempted to focus, she could recall nothing. When she regained her senses, she was drenched in a cold sweat, having inadvertently opened the box. Considering that curses would not be drawn to this place, Chinchi hesitated for a moment before deciding to retrieve its contents. Unrolling the silken fabric revealed a meticulously arranged array of 11 elongated items. Picking up one that appeared to be a finger, combined with the emanating aura of special-grade cursed objects, a terrifying conjecture surfaced in Chinchi's mind. The fingers of the duality of the cursed king, which countless sorcerers have failed to destroy for millennia. In the realm of dual-faced Sukuna, as she gazed upon those fingers, Chika's memory abruptly surged forth. Indeed, it was her hastening to Shinjuku to thwart Sukuna from seizing Itadori's body that had inexplicably transported her to this place, leading to a confrontation with that volcanic cursed spirit. Carefully placing the fingers back, she rubbed her throbbing head and unearthed a stack of new talismans from the small bag she had brought along, preparing to seal them once more. Strangely, the finger that had already been taken out remained unreturned to its box, and Chika reinforced the barrier. With a tumultuous heart, she stared at the finger in her hand, now visibly enlarged, nearly unrecognizable in its elongated form. She pondered whether there might exist a means within this world to obliterate or diminish this extraordinary cursed object. After making her bed, she nestled into the covers, tossing and turning for 2 hours before suddenly snapping her eyes open, fixated on the ceiling cloaked in darkness. Restlessly, she pulled the quilt over her head. In the stillness of the night, it was all too easy to spiral into tumultuous thoughts. A long sigh echoed in the tranquil room. She found herself afflicted by insomnia, though not due to the finger's presence. Transformed back to her 18-year-old self, Chika was beset by confusion, unable to fathom why every time she closed her eyes, her mind was inundated with fragments of her interactions with the person next door. What had once seemed inconsequential now stirred strange sensations upon recollection, whether it was the distant sounds of small creatures outside or the oppressive heat of summer. Everything became a source of her vexation. Suddenly, the visage of her 15-year-old self appeared before her, mocking her with an expression that pierced through her intentionally ignored feelings. "Of course, it's because you have feelings for that blockhead," she taunted. "Absolutely not." The girl who had been lying down bolted upright, her thin blanket pitifully tossed aside. The voice of her 15-year-old self continued to resonate in her ears. "If that is not the case, why did the unacquainted version of me so naturally lay upon his back? Why was I able to discern the true meaning behind his often inarticulate words? Why, when embraced by a stranger, did I not retaliate with violence, but instead felt my face flush and heartbeat quicken, finding solace in his actions? Then, do you truly not harbor feelings for him?" A barrage of rhetorical questions left Chika momentarily speechless. "Of course not. How can you be so certain that this is love? Perhaps it is merely trust towards a friend. Is that truly the case? No, no, no. How could my 18-year-old self be so emotionally obtuse?" Her 15-year-old self wore a disdainful expression. "Because you do not like him, you can observe your 18-year-old self's feelings as an outsider. It is because you have feelings for him that I, at 15, did not refuse the approach of a completely unfamiliar youth." Chapter 37. Heartache is the prelude to love. With dawn breaking outside, a series of knocks on the door jolted Chika from her fleeting slumber. "Inasuk, come eat. Salmon." The somewhat weary voice of Tomioka Ju echoed from the threshold, tinged with concern. Forcing herself to rise, Chika hastily donned her clothes, her mind still clouded, and opened the door, her dark circles prominent. "Kombu. Inasuk, have you recalled something?" Ju observed that despite her evident fatigue, her demeanor had shifted from before. "Salmon." Chika nodded, then discreetly averted her gaze, the events of the previous night still causing her headache. She was at a loss on how to confront this oblivious young man before her. During breakfast, Ju, unusually proactive, inquired about her well-being. Chika nodded affirmatively, indicating she was fine, and once again, silence enveloped the room. Noticing her cool demeanor, Ju hesitated momentarily, though his expression remained composed, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Ultimately, their meal concluded in mutual silence. "I remembered something. I need to visit the butterfly mansion." As Ju prepared to rise, Chika quickly shook her head. "I can go alone. There's no need to trouble you." Just as he opened his mouth to respond, she vanished like a gust of wind at the door, leaving him with his hand raised and words caught at the tip of his tongue. At the butterfly mansion, the ever-composed Shinobu regarded the girl before her with surprise. "You've remembered?" Chika, looking wan and lost, replied, "Ah, it seems something troubling has occurred." Shinobu, despite being of similar age to Chika, exhibited a maturity that made her appear more like an adult. "If you don't mind, you can share with me. Actually, it pertains to that unknown substance in my blood that you previously mentioned." Chika suppressed her secrets and awkwardly shifted the topic. "It may relate to the pills my mother gave me before I headed to the battlefield in Shinjuku, since I have consumed numerous throat protective tonics since childhood. I assumed that was the case as well. However, upon reflection, the taste of that medicine was rather peculiar." Chika recalled the scene of her mother chasing her with medicine just before departing for Shinjuku with her junior, Okatsu. Caught up in salvaging her dignity before him, she had swallowed the bitter medicine whole, and there seemed to linger a faint floral scent, though she was uncertain. "I see," Shinobu mused. "I'm still unsure if this unknown substance is indeed the cause of the corruption of the flesh and blood you refer to as a demon. Further research is necessary." "Understood. Let us proceed, all for the sake of research." "I truly appreciate it," Chika replied, as Shinobu produced a syringe. Her gentle smile in stark contrast to the glint of the needle. Chika rolled up her sleeve, her heart fluttering at the sight of the cold metal, and she instinctively turned her head away. Once concluded, the girl resolutely declined Shinobu's invitation to stay the night, clutching her arm with determination. "I heard Tanjiro has passed the final selection. I've decided to stay with Master Rengoku for a while." "Very well," Shinobu smiled, accompanying her to the door. "Have you informed Mr. Tomioka of your plans to visit Master Rengoku?" The Kombu girl stared blankly at the sky, the ground, and the trees, deliberately avoiding Shinobu's gaze. As if she could not comprehend. "Ah, it seems the matter troubling you is related to Mr. Tomioka," Shinobu remarked. Her words nearly made Chika leap, shaking her head fervently as her hands crossed. "Matsuri, Matsuri." Observing Chika's flustered state, Shinobu finally relented, covering her mouth with a smile. Watching as her embarrassed colleague quickly vanished into the sunset. As she walked through the bustling streets, the cacophony of activity threatened to engulf Chika. Instinctively, she turned to her side, only to find nothing there. Regaining her composure, she shook her head vigorously. Being alone was indeed a novel experience for her. At the foot of the misty mountains, before the sun completely disappeared, Chika arrived at Master Rengoku's quaint cabin, guided by Yumi. Before she could call out, a boy with short red hair, clad in a black and green checkered haori, dashed out as though he had anticipated her arrival. "Chikane, you've come." The boy beamed, unable to contain his joy. "Kombu. It's been a while, Tanjiro-kun." She affectionately ruffled his slightly curled crimson locks, congratulating the boy who had officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Congratulations on passing the final selection. Thank you at long last. I can join you in safeguarding the innocent." Tanjiro smiled as he walked into the house alongside the girl. "By the way, Nezuko has awakened." "Sakurako? Is that truly the case? How wonderful." Previously, Master Urokadaki had mentioned it to Tenjin and Ju, but he said you were injured and unable to come over. A look of concern crossed Tanjiro's face. "How are you feeling now?" "Nezuko is fine now." "That is a relief." His gentle demeanor caused concern for Chiki, who could only hope that her junior brother would not be misled by illusions while slaying demons, leading to any moments of unwarranted mercy. Inside the house, Master Urokadaki knelt before the pot, occasionally stirring the thick soup that was nearing completion. Upon seeing Chiki, he removed his mask, revealing a kind smile. "Are you feeling better?" Chiki understood his implication and nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up to indicate her well-being. "Nezuko." At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind him. The girl's round eyes wide with curiosity, cautiously observing the unfamiliar person entering with her brother. "Do not be afraid, Nezuko. This is Sister Chiki, another student of Master Urokadaki." The girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, dove into Tanjiro's embrace, seemingly oblivious to his words, though her eyes occasionally darted towards Chiki. Chiki first placed her Nichiren blade on the rack before approaching the little girl to greet her. Sensing that the unsettling object had been set aside, Nezuko appeared less resistant and willingly placed her hand in Chiki's fair palm. Holding the soft little hand and gazing at Nezuko, who was tilting her head curiously, Chiki felt herself melting with affection. "Oh dear, Tanjiro's sister is utterly adorable. I wish I could take her away." After finishing dinner, Urokadaki glanced at the girl cradling Nezuko in her arms, his joyful expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Tanjiro sensed it too, but was at a loss for words. Turning his gaze to his teacher, Urokadaki sighed, knowing that as their mentor, he wished to shield all his disciples from sorrow. "Chiki, why are you here so late? Is it because of Ju?" Upon hearing this, Chiki fell silent, impressed by her teacher's perceptiveness. Did he really detect that? Seeing her silence, Urokadaki understood he had hit the mark. Reflecting on Ju's tendency to be misunderstood, he couldn't help but sigh. Ever since that boy's only sister was slain by demons, he had become increasingly reticent. Things were somewhat better when Kaneo was around, but after the selection, her departure left him feeling profoundly guilty. Since then, he had grown solitary, transforming into his current self, often struggling to articulate his thoughts. The harsh truth left Chiki wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Growing up enveloped in love, she could scarcely fathom the sight of those around her losing their vitality one after another. Her heart felt as if it were being gently prodded by soft feathers. Swelling with an indescribable ache, Chiki cast her eyes down, her embrace of Nezuko becoming stiff. Sensing something amiss, the girl reached out, gently patting the dazed Chiki, making soft sounds of comfort. Noting the shift in the atmosphere, Urokadaki uttered a kind word on behalf of the socially awkward youth. "If he has inadvertently said something that caused you to misunderstand, do not take it to heart. I can see that Ju genuinely cares for you." Indeed, indeed. Just take Ju's words at face value," Tanjiro chimed in, unable to restrain himself. "I understand," Chiki managed to rasp, her dry throat making it difficult to speak. "I just can't help but feel sorrow for him." Chapter 38. Please, do not speak of it any further. Though rejected, Ju Tomioka remained dutiful, diligently completing his tasks for the day. By the time he returned home, it was already late at night, and there was not a glimmer of light from the adjacent room, indicating that his companions had retired for the evening. Ju withdrew his gaze. However, the following morning, silence still enveloped Chiki's room, prompting Ju to enter without hesitation to check on her. The empty room was laid bare before him, and he frowned ever so slightly, closing the door behind him as he turned to leave. At the Butterfly Mansion. No, Chiki-chan did not stay over at the Butterfly Mansion last night. Yet she was not at home either. Ju's lips tightened. Shinobu observed the young man who had arrived bright and early, her smile appearing even more radiant than usual. She gasped in surprise. Could it be that Chiki-chan did not inform Mr. Tomioka of her whereabouts? Ju remained silent for a moment before asking, "Did Kaneo tell you?" "Yes." The straightforward response from her colleague pierced Ju's heart like an arrow, yet he pressed on with his inquiry. "Then where has she gone?" Noticing Ju's tension, Shinobu covered her mouth with her sleeve to conceal her amusement, deciding not to tease him further and prepared to disclose the location. At that moment, a messenger crow arrived, landing on Ju's outstretched arm. "Water Hashira, Master Kadaki instructed me to inform you that Miss Chiki is currently at the Misty Mountain and that you need not worry." Upon hearing what he longed to know, Ju promptly took off with the crow. "Shinobu, I must take my leave." "Mr. Tomioka," the voices overlapped, and the young man turned, perplexed at the one calling out to him. "It would be best if you waited a bit longer to go. I think she may need some time to reflect." "Reflect?" In response to his query, Shinobu offered no answer but raised her hand to catch another descending crow, one belonging to Chiki. Plum began to relay Chiki's message. "Lord Ju. Chiki asked me to tell you not to worry about her. She will be staying with Master Kadaki for a while and will have me inform you upon her return." "All right, I understand." As he departed from the Butterfly Mansion, Ju pondered that perhaps he should also pay a visit to Master Kadaki. Meanwhile, by the stream at Misty Mountain, Nezuko, a demon who refrained from consuming humans, was replenishing her energy through slumber. Due to the delayed arrival of his Nichiren sword, Tanjiro was practicing his swordplay on the nearby open ground. Not far under the shade of a tree, Chiki lay on the grass, one hand resting under her head while the other held up a white pearl from her hairband. Her eyes were fixated on it, unsure if she was gazing at the pearl or threw it at something beyond. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled the daydreaming girl. Sitting up abruptly, Chiki glared at the boy with the unexpectedly pink hair beside her, voicing her displeasure. "Mokahana, I told you this would frighten her." Emerging from Chiki's other side was a girl clad in plum blossom-patterned kimono, wearing an expression of exasperation. "I was merely concerned for her." Kaneo crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at the girl lying on the ground. "Coming here alone at such an hour, I cannot believe that nothing is amiss." Chiki's expression grew slightly awkward. "What is it?" Tanjiro, having sheathed his wooden sword, approached while wiping the sweat from his brow. Thus, beneath the shade of the tree, the group of four formed a circle, all eyes directed towards Chiki, who appeared to be in low spirits. "What exactly transpired among you all?" The slightly bewildered girl sighed deeply. Confronted by the concerns of her friends, she resolved to voice her inner turmoil. "If I find myself approaching someone without feelings of aversion or disdain, and instead feel a sense of comfort from their actions, consistently grasping the sentiments they wish to convey, would you say that my feelings towards him are those of a good friend, or something more?" In contrast to the panicked expression of Chiki, the other three displayed only mild surprise, having gleaned some insights from the prior interactions between the two. Suddenly, Tanjiro leaned slightly, his gaze falling upon the hand within close proximity. Reflexively, Chiki recoiled, instinctively shifting her body closer to Makomo, her face a portrait of confusion. "Salmon Row? What are you doing? You have a leaf on your shoulder." Tanjiro pointed to her right shoulder, where indeed a fallen leaf rested. Rejecting his outstretched hand, Chiki brushed away the slightly yellowing leaf, awaiting their responses. "Chikine, do you still not understand?" Tanjiro asked, a look of helplessness on his face. "What do you mean?" At that moment, Kaneo unexpectedly recalled an incident from long ago. "Do you remember your first night at the Misty Mountain? The teacher mentioned that the clothing you wore belonged to a certain senior brother. Can you guess who that senior brother was?" "Salmon Row? Let me think. That garment seems to belong to either me or Ju, but whose could it be?" Chiki's face contorted into an expression of puzzlement as she furrowed her brow. The boy with mirror-like eyes smiled knowingly. "Ah, it's mine. You don't mind, do you?" Chiki shook her head. Yet the disappointment and discomfort on her face were unmistakable to everyone present. "In fact, it belongs to Ju," Tanjiro chuckled, exposing Kaneo's fib. "I could tell." "Salmon," was the answer that brought a sigh of relief to Chiki, her face now adorned with a hint of a smile. "So, why did you suddenly bring this up? And you still haven't answered my question." Kaneo and Tanjiro exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared exasperation in each other's eyes. "So why did you display a sigh of relief upon hearing that the clothing belonged to Tomioka?" Makomo countered. "And why did you refuse Tanjiro's offer to remove the leaf? Have you not realized any of this, Chiki? I believe that if it were Ju just now, you would not have declined his assistance, would you?" Tanjiro added. "Indeed, she would not have refused." Chiki fell silent, pondering the implications. Did she truly harbor feelings for Ju Tomioka? "Oh, what am I to do?" The inexperienced Chiki felt a surge of panic enveloping her. Makomo had originally thought that among the two, Chiki was the one more attuned to her emotions. The one in a position of leadership. Who could have anticipated that both were utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart? Could it be that he is the same? Perhaps even worse, Kaneo sighed in resignation. The summer breeze rustled through the leaves, leaving the group in contemplative silence. The intricacies of one person's feelings had confounded four. This was solely because none present could muster even a semblance of romantic experience. Why not just confess to Ju directly? Perhaps he harbors feelings for you as well. Mizunoko? Absolutely not. The suggestion from Tanjiro was met with unanimous disapproval. That would be far too rash, Tanjiro, Kaneo remarked. Resting her chin in thought, Chiki had just nodded in agreement when Tanjiro's next words startled her into a coughing fit. What I propose is that you take Salmon Row with you. Ju would likely not refuse. Silence. You are hardly in a better position. Tanjiro looked perplexed. Katsuobushi. What a ridiculous notion. Do you truly think Ju is someone who could be swayed by a mere bowl of salmon roe? Chiki, caught in the throes of confusion, found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the banter of her companions. I implore you, stop talking. Who would confess their feelings immediately upon realizing them? That would be akin to inviting disaster. Chapter 39, as if meeting again. The summer sun blazed overhead, with even the distant breeze feeling hot. In the corner of the room, a wooden tub housed ice crafted from incantations. Holding Nezuko in his arms, feeling her cool presence, Chiki finally found some relief from the heat. The previous night, she had accompanied Tanjiro to experience the daily life of the Demon Slayer Corps, where the tasks were few, primarily consisting of spending time with Nezuko before returning home quite late. In contrast to the energetic youth, Chiki had slept until noon, her heavy eyes finally opening. Yawning as she exited her room, she greeted the three seated together, but upon returning from freshening up, she sensed something amiss. Wait, 3 people? Salmon Row? Why is he here? Chiki's mind momentarily stalled, pointing incredulously at the quietly seated, earnest young man, her expression one of disbelief as she turned to Tanjiro. I came to visit Sensei Shinazugawa, Ju Tomioka offered, his demeanor calm, though Chiki's startled reaction stirred something uncomfortable within him. As he sipped his tea, Shinazugawa paused, a hint of deception lingering in the air. He cast a fleeting glance at his tightly clenched disciple, feeling a mix of helplessness. Just yesterday, having only begun to discern his feelings, Ju's sudden appearance left Chiki feeling stiff as she took a seat, placing 2 individuals between them. When did he arrive? At Chiki's request, Tanjiro refrained from answering directly, instead picking up a pen. Ju-senpai arrived this morning and has been here for quite some time. What? So long. Tanjiro, why didn't you come get me? I'm utterly unprepared for this. I'm about to burst from anxiety. In response to her outburst, Tanjiro offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Ju-senpai said he didn't want to disturb your rest, which is why I didn't fetch you. Chikine, please don't be angry. Next time, I'll have you and me inform you discreetly. That would be much better. When had their relationship evolved to this point? The two carried on with little regard for their surroundings, prompting frequent glances from Ju Tomioka, who was oblivious to Shinazugawa's inquiries regarding their well-being. Ju. Shinazugawa observed the distracted youth beside him, raising his voice slightly. My apologies. Ju responded, snapping back to reality and apologizing for his rudeness, though his gaze lingered on the seemingly close pair. In truth, they were merely seated a little closer than usual. Shinazugawa's voice drew their attention, prompting them to cease their actions and lift their heads. Noticing the gaze directed at him, Ju instinctively straightened his posture, preparing to engage in their conversation. However, the girl merely glanced at him before promptly averting her gaze, saying nothing. Tanjiro offered him a brief smile before returning his attention to the table. Chiki pressed her hand against her chest, her earlobes flushed crimson. This was it. Whenever she made eye contact with Ju, her heart would race uncontrollably, as if a fawn were recklessly colliding within her. The emotions radiating from her prompted concern in Tanjiro, who stole a glance at Ju-senpai, only to find that he too was not faring much better, his sadness almost palpable. Exchanging a knowing look with Shinazugawa, both felt a profound sense of helplessness. Until the lunch was finished, neither of them managed to utter a single word. Indeed, Chinchi, did you not express your desire to inquire about certain matters last night? Salmon. The mere thought of the cursed finger sent a wave of calm over Chinchi, extinguishing the heat that once enveloped her. I possess an object that I yearn to obliterate yet cannot. I seek to ask Teacher Linlong if there exists a method to achieve this. She retrieved the talisman, meticulously wrapped, revealing only a long, slender object held firmly in her grasp. An ominous aura emanated from it, inducing discomfort within her. What is this, Chinchi? Tanjiro's inquiry caught her off guard, prompting a glance around to see the collective frowns of her companions. It is the finger of a curse master from a millennium ago. Although it poses no immediate threat here, I remain uneasy and hope to discover a means of destruction. As they pondered the origins of the finger, Qianqi unwrapped the talisman and extracted the Nicaran blade. The collision of the finger and blade sparked a flurry of embers, revealing the considerable force Qianqi employed. Yet the dark crimson finger remained entirely unscathed. Remarkably, it shows no signs of damage, Tanjiro marveled. Have you attempted employing breathing techniques? Linlong suggested. Perhaps concentrating fully while utilizing breathing methods might yield some results. Mushy flower, Qianqi shook her head, having already tried that approach to no avail. Just as she was about to re-wrap the finger, a familiar male voice interrupted. Allow me to give it a try. Startled, Qianqi's heart leapt as she turned to find the young man, who had seemingly appeared at her side, his gaze tinged with reproach. My apologies, Tomioka Iyong instinctively replied. Mustard. Qianqi reassured him, though she cast a hesitant glance at the proximity of his presence, recalling that she had been beside Tanjiro moments before. Then I must trouble you, Iyong. Her smile eased Iyong's tension, as he thought to himself that, despite not knowing what had transpired earlier, things should be fine now. Outside the wooden hut, Tomioka Iyong executed all 11 forms he had mastered. The outcome mirrored Qianqi's description, ineffective. Yet, this was merely their perception. Tuna. Qianqi's keen senses detected a slight diminishment in the curse's power emanating from the finger. Her expression of surprise prompted her companions to share confused glances, leading Linlong and Tanjiro to undertake the same efforts as Tomioka Iyong. After their breathing techniques concluded, the curse's power lessened further, with Tanjiro's results surpassing those of Linlong and Iyong combined. How curious that such an effect did not manifest when I attacked with breathing techniques earlier, Qianqi pondered. Is it possible that the inhabitants of this world can inflict damage upon the finger? Could it be that this world possesses a mechanism for self-preservation against external threats? Regardless, the discovery of a feasible solution brought a smile to Qianqi's face. How is it? Does it work? Salmon. As Tomioka Iyong observed her enthusiastic nods, a sense of joy welled within him. A rare, gentle smile graced his features, causing Qianqi's heart to skip a beat. This was the first time she had witnessed a smile on Tomioka Iyong's face, distinct from his usual demeanor while consuming salmon and radishes. The two stood transfixed, gazing into each other's eyes, while Tanjiro exchanged a knowing glance with the shadowy figure of Tsujikuni Yorichi. Perhaps, they mused, there was no need for salmon and radishes after all. Due to Wakenosuke's poor memory, Tomioka Iyong had to depart for his mission. Before leaving, he cast several lingering glances in Qianqi's direction, yet ultimately said nothing, turning away after bidding farewell. Upon returning to the dwelling, the joy of discovering a solution to the finger's curse was abruptly overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. Qianqi had anticipated Iyong would invite her to accompany him. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier decision to remain here for a while, stemming from her uncertainty in confronting him. Was his hesitation due to this? This unfamiliar sentiment left Qianqi feeling lost and apprehensive. Torn within, she feared he would discover her feelings, yet simultaneously dreaded the possibility that he might remain oblivious. Her haori was clenched tightly in her grasp, and in a sudden burst of resolve, Qianqi sprang to her feet. Bowing before the puzzled Linlong, she dashed from the house. The solitary figure of the young man appeared vividly in her mind, and Qianqi finally comprehended. Nothing else mattered. Her affection for him was simply enough. Beneath the sunlight, the girl rushed down the mountain like a gust of wind, grasping the half-tricolor tortoiseshell-patterned haori. Please take me home, she implored, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Chapter 40, A Matter of Equals. Salmon and Radish. The distant call, drifting amidst the incessant cicada chorus, felt somewhat surreal. Tomioka Iyong paused, glancing back. A pale blue figure approached him, akin to a budding gardenia. The girl, breathless and clutching her notebook, tugged at his sleeve. Please take me home. The words inscribed upon the page filled him with a bittersweet sensation, and before he could fully comprehend it, Iyong found himself responding with uncontainable joy. Certainly. Since that day when they returned home together, Qianqi had been subtly seeking opportunities to foster a closer bond between them. Yet, Tomioka Iyong's profound obliviousness left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She even began to suspect he considered her actions as mere expressions of friendship. With a sigh, she inadvertently attracted Iyong's attention. What troubles you, Mustard? He inquired. Shaking her head, Qianqi took a bite of the radish, only to grimace at its unexpectedly salty flavor. Noticing her reaction, Iyong's grip on his chopsticks tightened, wondering if she had grown weary of the food. Recalling their recent meals, he realized they had been rather monotonous. Could we possibly add a serving of fried pork cutlet? He called to the owner, then added, and please, be generous with the spicy sauce. Of course. Qianqi assumed he was still hungry, and she continued to battle with the stubborn radish, reasonably suspecting that perhaps it had been seasoned with salt twice, resulting in its overwhelming saltiness. Suddenly, her bowl was whisked away, replaced by a fragrant fried pork cutlet. Salmon roe? Qianqi tilted her head in confusion, regarding Tomioka Iyo. After a moment of silence, he grasped her wrist and, using her hand, swiftly consumed the radish she had been struggling with. Is this satisfactory? Mushy flower. Chinchi protested. But the young man had already swallowed the excessively salty radish. A crack appeared in his otherwise calm demeanor as he stared blankly at her bowl of salmon and radish. Deep in thought, why is it so salty? Unable to contain her laughter at the bewildered young man, Chinchi swiftly passed him a glass of water. It turned out that the bowl of salmon and radish had been prepared by the owner's daughter, who had forgotten whether she had added salt, leading her to inadvertently include it twice. Furthermore, as regular patrons, they received the meal free of charge as compensation. It wasn't until they left the restaurant that Chinchi belatedly realized they had, in a sense, shared an indirect kiss. A rush of warmth flooded her cheeks as she discreetly glanced at the oblivious young man beside her, feeling immensely grateful that it was a dimly lit evening. Thus, a fortnight passed in this manner. Chika confided in her lord about her fingers, and with the lord's guidance, her visits to the other Hashira went rather smoothly. At the residence of the love Hashira, she received fingers that had not changed much. The breathing techniques of Mitsuri and Iguro had a similar, minimal effect on the fingers as those of others. It seemed this matter would trouble her young junior brother further. Chika pondered, surely Tanjiro would not refuse her request. Rarely did both parties find themselves free, and after their business concluded, Chika did not leave immediately. Instead, at Mitsuri's invitation, they began to enjoy an afternoon tea together. Both were in high spirits, though Iguro's expression remained rather dark. Oh, and there was that unsettling Dumuru, who, much like his master, seemed to expel his tongue towards her with an unwelcome demeanor. Sensing Chika's melancholic air, Kanroji Mitsuri took the initiative to speak. Is something the matter? You seem a bit down, Chika-chan. If you don't mind, you can share with me. Fishro. Yes, Mitsuri was the love Hashira, so she should be somewhat familiar with such matters. Gazing at the girl who was merely a year older than herself, Chika felt a flicker of uncertainty at the innocence that graced Mitsuri's features. Perhaps, ultimately, Chika voiced her concerns about Ju Tomioka's taciturn nature, which rendered her countless attempts at probing fruitless. Yet, he occasionally displayed intimate gestures, leading Chika to harbor the delusion that he might have a modicum of affection for her, which had caused her considerable distress of late. Kanroji Mitsuri appeared as if she were experiencing love herself. Upon reading Chika's description, her cheeks flushed crimson. So that's how it is. Although I've never been in love, I think Mr. Tomioka likes you, Chika-chan, so there's no need to be anxious. Her words left Chika momentarily taken aback. Was it shocking that the love Hashira, who shared her lack of romantic experience, could discern the affections of that dense fellow? At that moment, Iguro spoke, his tone laced with a touch of sarcasm. So you've taken a liking to that guy. I suspect your vision might be quite poor. You should pay a visit to the butterfly Hashira sometime. His remarks made Kanroji Mitsuri gasp in shock, covering her face. Wooden fish flower. Chika frowned, feeling a rare surge of anger. What was wrong with Ju Tomioka? Aside from being taciturn and sometimes failing to articulate his thoughts, he was a gentle soul. What business is it of yours? I like him, and so what? Casting a glance at the contents of the notebook, Iguro continued. Oh, so your affection is merely a complaint to Kanroji? What? Are you too timid to express it in front of Tomioka? Coward. You have no right to criticize me. Don't think I can't see that you follow Mitsuri around every day. Are you not harboring a crush on her? To be frank, the only one oblivious to your infatuation is Mitsuri herself. The butterfly Hashira and the others are already well aware. Aren't you the coward here? You. Iguro slammed the notebook down onto the table, his face flushed with anger, yet his ears betrayed his embarrassment as he avoided the frantic gaze of Mitsuri, who was anxiously trying to mediate their quarrel. Please, no fighting, Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the visibly upset Chika, who had stood up with a frown. Her anxiousness made her words stutter. Iguro-san, didn't he mean it? Please don't be mad, Chika-chan. Humph. Chika pouted, unable to comprehend why he held such animosity towards Ju. She sensed there must be some misunderstanding. This farce ultimately concluded with Chika slightly outshining them in their conversation. When Ju Tomioka arrived to fetch her, the snake Hashira glared at Chika with a displeased expression, casting a sidelong glance at Ju. The latter, bewildered by the unprovoked scrutiny, felt a pang of sadness, as he had done nothing wrong. Salmon radish. As Chika approached him, her face alight with joy, Ju found some solace in her smile. Chapter 41. I am not disliked. As the day began to succumb to darkness, Ju, engaged in a mission, received a summons from his lord. The young man did not set off immediately. Instead, glancing at the girl beside him. I'm fine. You go ahead and handle the mission. Be careful, Ju urged before departing. I'll return shortly. Salmon, Chika nodded, waving her hand to signal him to hurry. What could it be? Watching Ju's retreating figure, Chika, guided by the crow, proceeded to the mission site. under the moonlight. As the lamps began to glow, the bustling marketplace was filled with people. Today's task was relatively simple. She exited a shop by the street, carefully placing a small pendant box. Chika spotted Yumi flying in, a crow accompanying her, squawking incessantly as if there were a grave matter at hand. Moving to a secluded alley, Tenwanji urgently spoke. Tanjiro has possibly encountered a lower moon at Mount Natagomo. Please, Chikadano, hurry to assist. Another lower moon? Chika frowned, making a swift decision to send Yumi for reinforcements while Tenwanji led the way. The pair, a girl and a bird, did not pause as they raced towards the designated location. Along the way, Chika gleaned the general situation. Aside from Tanjiro, 2 other boys from their cohort were also involved, alongside several demon slayers who had already been manipulated. Now, the 3 had been forced apart, and at Mount Natagomo, besides the lower moon, there were also other aberrant demons who referred to themselves as family. Upon entering the mountain, Chika opted to climb trees, navigating the branches between them to avoid being hindered by the lower-tier demons. When she finally located Tanjiro, she beheld him amidst a blaze of flames, his Nichiren blade, broken yet engulfed in fire, aimed at a white-haired demon that resembled a child. After Tanjiro exerted all his strength, the demon's head fell to the ground. Chika leapt from the tree, catching the swaying young man. Noticing the fluctuation in the cursed object's power in her arms, she was taken aback. Tanjiro's use of the flame-breathing technique had yielded such a remarkable effect. Chikane, Tanjiro, bloodied and exhausted, finally relaxed, urgently pointing to the unconscious girl on the ground nearby. Nezuko, please check on Nezuko. Pickled mustard greens. Dangerous. Sensing the imminent threat, Chika quickly retreated with the young boy. Her Nichiren blade unsheathed in an instant as she positioned herself protectively in front of the Kamadu siblings. The headless male demon's body reanimated, showing no signs of disintegration. Before Tanjiro could sever its neck, the demon had used its webs to separate its head from its body. The head dangled from a web, and upon noticing Chika, it wore an impatient expression. Reinforcements? No matter how many come, the outcome will remain unchanged. I haven't been this angry in a long time, and I intend to kill you and your sister. As the head was pressed back onto the body, the malevolent intent in its eyes was unmistakable. Before Chika could react to the familiar voice emanating from the lower moon 5, she held her blade before her while employing a reversal technique to heal the 2 behind her. I will destroy you both without hesitation. The lower moon 5 advanced, the webs entwined between its hands glistening ominously red under the moonlight. Chika refrained from uttering any incantations, fully aware that the 12 Kazuki had previously stated Muzan had issued orders to eliminate her. In light of the battle with Doma, where her unique blood characteristics were revealed, the master resolved to have Chiki conceal her spellcasting abilities before the 12 Kazuki, leading Muzan to believe she had perished. Sister Chiki, don't worry about me. Take Nezuko and flee. Tanjiro exclaimed, sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of urgency. The intensity of his voice had exacerbated his injuries, causing his complexion to pale noticeably. Muhohot. Chiki restrained the restless youth, her expression betraying her disapproval. Forced to halt her treatment midway through the reversal technique, she stood up in irritation, casually waving her hand that gripped the Nichiren blade. Her gaze fell upon Rue, merely an upper rank 5. Her breathing techniques were sufficient to deal with him. Who gave you permission to look at me with such disdain? Rue, incensed, felt his patience wane, yearning to obliterate them all with a single strike, unleashing his blood demon art, Kill Sight Cage. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. A massive web woven from red threads appeared to ensnare them entirely, yet the relentless bursts of blue waves effortlessly severed the strands. The crimson threads, which required all of Tanjiro's strength to move, appeared to Chiki as mere ordinary fibers. As Rue instinctively took a few steps back, unease crept into his heart. She was no ordinary demon slayer. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. Huh. The world spun, and Rue's head struck the ground once more. Observing the suddenly materialized young man, Chiki's brow relaxed, her eyes brightening with a radiant smile. Salmon radish. Dog roll. As he approached the girl waving at him, Ju sheathed his Nichiren blade and stepped to her side. Brother you. Tanjiro looked at the young man with surprise. Rue, with his neck severed, continued to stumble forward before collapsing beside Tanjiro. The sorrowful aura enveloping the air compelled him to place a hand on the demon's back, as if offering comfort. The upper rank 5 turned to ashes, leaving only a scattering of white kimono fabric. The 2 advanced to Tanjiro's side, with Chiki gently patting the still unconscious Nezuko's head before continuing her treatment for Tanjiro. Tanjiro, do not pity a man-eating demon. Ju noted the sorrow etched on his face, causing him to frown slightly. That one is not merely an ugly monster. Tanjiro opened his mouth to respond, but a rustling from deeper within the woods interrupted him. A girl clad in a butterfly haori appeared, unhesitatingly thrusting her Nichiren blade toward Nezuko on the ground. Tanjiro instinctively leaped onto Nezuko, while Chiki reached for her sword, only to find someone faster. Clang! The sound of blades clashing echoed. Oh! The blade was deflected, and Shinobu, with a charming smile, gazed at her comrade attempting to strike down the demon. Why do you hinder me, Mr. Ju? The Nichiren blade, with only its tip sharpened, glimmered with an eerie purple hue under the moonlight, sending a shiver down Chiki's spine. She had clearly stated that one should not coexist peacefully with demons. Why then was this the case? Shinobu's voice grew increasingly gentle, yet her words were merciless. It is precisely because of this that you are despised by everyone. Chiki gasped in shock, instinctively glancing at Ju's reaction. The young man remained silent, his expression unchanged. Ah, Chiki-chan is here too. Shinobu's gaze fell upon the advancing girl. Could you kindly ask Mr. Ju to step aside? Chiki averted her eyes, unable to meet Shinobu's gaze, yet her unyielding stance spoke volumes. Oh, it seems little Shinobu is angry. What to do, what to do? Should we flee with Nezuko? Just as she was lost in thought, Ju's voice reached her ears. I am not despised. The three stared in astonishment. Chiki's worried expression turned as she looked at the earnest declaration from Ju, questioning whether he had been provoked. Tanjiro remained silent, his expression peculiar, surprised that Ju had focused on this matter. Ah, my apologies. Shinobu offered a somewhat apologetic smile. It seems you are unaware of your unpopularity. I spoke out of turn. How rude of me. Chiki and Tanjiro gasped in unison. The unflinching words rendered Ju stiff, a pang of hurt resonating within him, though he steadfastly refused to accept that he was disliked. After all, Dog Roll had claimed to like him. Chiki and Tanjiro cautiously observed his reaction, only to witness him adamantly rebutting once more. I am not despised. As he spoke, he turned to the girl beside him, seemingly seeking affirmation. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Chiki unhesitatingly voiced her affirmation, Salmon. Ju, receiving her response, appeared elated, turning back to Shinobu with a look that seemed to say, see, I told you I'm not despised. Chapter 42, Pillar Judgment. Hey, you over there, young lad. You are protecting a demon, Shinobu remarked, noticing the two intent on obstructing her. Demons are exceedingly dangerous. You ought to leave quickly. No, actually, she's my sister. She has never harmed anyone, Tanjiro stammered in explanation. Ah, how pitiful. Shinobu covered her mouth, her face reflecting sympathy. Yet the Nichiren blade in her hand remained pointed at Nezuko. Then I shall gently kill her with painless poison. Chiki attempted to approach and soothe her emotions, but was rebuffed. It was evident. Little Shinobu was furiously enraged. If you can move, take your sister and flee. Ju stated calmly, positioning himself before them. Tanjiro instinctively glanced at Chiki, who nodded in affirmation. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Tanjiro bowed deeply to them and swiftly fled with his sister. Thanks to Chiki's reversal technique, Tanjiro's escape was seamless. Chiki, you too, Mr. Ju. Are you about to violate the team regulations? Shinobu's gaze fell upon the young man opposite her. Butterfly, that girl is different. Ju's words effortlessly ignited others' tempers as usual. Shinobu's smile faded. I have no time to waste here with you. She began to pursue them, but was immediately embraced tightly by the girl rushing at her. Muho hot. What are you doing, Chiki-chan? You don't think just blocking me will suffice, do you? Shinobu, unable to break free from Chiki's grasp, was nearly amused by the absurdity of the situation. Today, Kanaho is here too. Upon hearing Kanaho's name, Chiki let out a wail. Muho hot. Little Shinobu is too cunning. Fortunately, Ju was reliable, quickly responding, I'll go assist. Before the young man could move, a crow's voice echoed through the air. The master has commanded the immediate return of the Kamadu siblings for an emergency Hashira meeting. Miss Chiki is also required to attend. This news brought relief to Chiki, as it meant she would not be executed on the spot. As darkness faded, the sun rose. The injured members were taken back to the Butterfly Mansion, while Tanjiro was bound and brought to the Yuzui estate. The black mask that shrouded his face was removed by the hidden members who had brought him here, revealing a small, unfamiliar courtyard. His frantic heart found a modicum of calm upon noticing a box at his feet, before being rendered unconscious. He had indeed heard the message conveyed by the crows. Tanjiro was left to ponder what awaited him next. The formidable aura emanating from the individuals in the courtyard sent a shiver down his spine, yet he breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting two familiar figures. Regardless of whether he faced expulsion from the Demon Slayer Corps or death, his only wish was for Nezuko's safety. The young boy, who had turned to look at Chihiki, offered a reassuring smile. Due to the incident where she and Tenjin had aided a demon, they now needed to maintain a distance from Tanjiro. She glanced at Shinobu, who was smiling as she recounted the events of the previous night to the others, completely ignoring Chihiki. Oh dear, Shinobu is holding a grudge against me. Although she was not entirely dismissive, Shinobu had not initiated a single conversation with Chihiki since last night, and her smile appeared forced. Feeling melancholy, Chihiki struggled to find the words to explain Nezuko's situation. Yet, even if she spoke at length, given Shinobu's deep-seated hatred for demons, it was unlikely she would listen. Her dejection did not go unnoticed, as Kanroji Mitsuri expressed her concern. "Are you all right, Chihiki-chan?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired. No need to worry," she replied. The meeting had yet to commence, and discussions were rife regarding how to deal with Tanjiro, who had sheltered a demon, as well as Nezuko, who had transformed into one. Chihiki was not particularly worried. She surmised that the master must have long been aware of their existence, since he had allowed matters to reach this point. It was evident he would not condemn them to death. After all, Nezuko had managed to suppress her urge to consume humans since her transformation, and it had been 2 years since she had harmed anyone. Although she had remained in slumber, such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Perhaps it could signify a new turning point for the Demon Slayer Corps. "Let go of Nezuko. What are you doing?" Tanjiro's sudden outcry jolted Chihiki from her drowsiness. In her haze, she saw that the box containing Nezuko was being held by Nakamura, his green blade glinting in the light, instantly awakening her senses. "Stop. No." Nakamura's motion to plunge the Nichiren blade into the box froze as Tanjiro, having broken free from his restraints, delivered a headbutt that struck him squarely. The impact sent Nakamura crumpling to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. The box fell to the ground, and Tanjiro seized the opportunity to push his entire weight onto it. "Ah!" Mitsuri gasped, covering her eyes in fear. "Are you all right, Mr. Nakamura?" Shinobu asked, her expression laced with concern, surprised that he had been injured. "Young man, attacking a superior is a grave offense." Kaijiro's voice cut through the air, causing Tanjiro to panic. He hurriedly attempted to explain, "No, I only acted because he intended to harm Nezuko." Nakamura, dazed from the headbutt, was anything but dignified. Tenjin crossed his arms, delivering sardonic remarks from the sidelines. Feeling guilty, Chihiki tugged at her collar and quickly moved to Nakamura's side, employing her technique to heal his wound. "You did this." Dog roll. Nakamura regained his senses and expressed his displeasure toward the girl who had restrained him with her words. "I'm truly sorry." Chihiki bowed deeply, then subtly shifted to shield Tanjiro behind her. Her actions drew a furrowed brow from Nakamura, who was poised to unleash his frustration. Just then, Ubuyashiki Yoya emerged. "My children." The gathered individuals fell to one knee in respect. "Please rise," the master said gently, his demeanor warm. Everyone noticed the faintly purple scar on his face had dulled, and his eyes sparkled with life once more. Chihiki's treatment of him had, by now, become something of an open secret among the Hashira. His gaze fell upon Tanjiro, who was bound and forced to kneel by Iguro. "Let him go, Kocho," he commanded. Naturally, Iguro complied, releasing Tanjiro, who immediately clutched the box tightly to his chest. "I have received a letter concerning Tanjiro and Nezuko. The sender is the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki." The master addressed the three who had been trained by Urokadaki, his tone gentle. "Regarding Nezuko's transformation into a demon, Lord Urokadaki assured me that she would not harm anyone. Nezuko's situation is unique, since her transformation. She has not consumed a single human, instead recovering through sleep. Moreover, he has implanted a suggestion within her mind, positioning humans as her family and demons as her adversaries. If Nezuko were to attack a human in the future, he vowed to commit seppuku alongside Ju as atonement." Chihiki furrowed her brow, glancing at the taciturn youth beside her. She was astonished that he could pledge such a commitment to Nezuko. Tanjiro felt immense gratitude towards his quiet brother for the trust he had placed in Nezuko. The expressions of the other Hashira varied. Due to past experiences, Nakamura remained skeptical that a demon could suppress its inherent urge to devour humans. He glared at Ju with a scowl. "How can you guarantee she won't attack humans? That she poses no threat?" Upon hearing this, Kaijiro and Tenjin voiced their agreement. Reflecting on their time as partners, Chihiki bit her lip, fearing what Nakamura might do. Sure enough, in the next moment, he sliced his arm with his blade. Blood pouring forth, he marched toward Tanjiro, his demeanor aggressive. "Hey, hand over that demon." Tanjiro tightened his grip on the box, instinctively glancing at Chihiki, who nodded at him, prompting him to relinquish Nezuko into Nakamura's hands. The sight of fresh blood was undeniably alluring to the demon, as Nezuko gnawed on the bamboo muzzle, saliva dripping down. Tanjiro anxiously scanned the dim corners of the room, cheering for Nezuko. Nezuko glanced at Tanjiro, who was fervently encouraging her, then turned her gaze back to Nakamura. She disdainfully averted her head from his outstretched, increasingly close arm. "Wonderful. Nezuko has succeeded." In stark contrast to the joy shared by Tanjiro and Chihiki, Nakamura's face contorted in disbelief at the sight of a demon who resisted the temptation of his blood. Then, Let us all strive to coexist harmoniously, Ubuyashiki said, clapping his hands with a smile. Despite Nakamura's reluctance, he silently nodded in agreement. Before Tanjiro was carried away by the hidden members, Ubuyashiki suddenly uttered a cryptic message. Tanjiro, please convey my regards to Miss Tamayo. Chapter 43, The Wind Stirs. Recently, the 12 Kazuki have been particularly active. If you encounter them again, please remain vigilant. Ubuyashiki, seated at the head, fixed his gaze on Chihiki, who was attempting to sneak closer to Shinobu. Realizing everyone was watching her, Chihiki jolted upright and pretended to adjust her collar nonchalantly. If possible, I hope you two can partner on tasks together, so you won't feel isolated, Ubuyashiki said. His expression softened with kindness. Understood, master. As the meeting concluded, Chihiki politely declined Lady Amani's invitation for lunch. As she gazed at the young man waiting not far away, as well as the swiftly disappearing figure of Shinobu, Chihiki's face displayed an expression of remorse. I apologize, but I may not be able to make it today. I have some matters to attend to. I understand, replied Mrs. Takamine. Her smile tender as she reached out to gently stroke Chihiki's head. Chihi, complying, lowered her head slightly, nuzzling affectionately against Mrs. Takamine's palm. The young man's frequent glances back did not escape Mrs. Takamine's notice, and her expression remained gentle. All right, off you go, don't keep him waiting. With a wave, Chihi trotted towards the young man waiting by the corridor. As she stepped outside, she instinctively looked around, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon realizing that the courtyard was empty save for themselves. Understanding who she was searching for, Ju Tomioka spoke up. Why would Shinobu wait for you? This statement caused Chihi to involuntarily twitch her lips. If she had left first, then why say such a thing? As if attempting to stir discord between her and Shinobu? Perhaps Ju could benefit from a book on the art of conversation. Initially believing it was only she and Ju remaining, Chihi's spirits lifted upon exiting the courtyard, her eyes landing on the familiar butterfly-patterned Haori beneath the tree. Shinobu, she exclaimed, waving her hand as she hurried to the young girl. Shinobu did not resist her approach. Chihi embraced her joyfully. Were you waiting for me? I'm so happy. Don't get so close. You'll make me too hot, Shinobu remarked with a hint of irritation as she pushed Chihi's head away. Yet her eyes sparkled with helpless amusement. Come on now. The two girls walked side by side, neither mentioning the earlier unpleasantness. Ju's gaze lingered on their intertwined hands for a moment before he cast his eyes down at his own empty palm. After a moment of contemplation, he silently quickened his pace to walk alongside them, secretly harboring a sense of anticipation. However, by the time they returned to the butterfly house, Ju's palm remained empty, and a sense of disappointment settled in his heart. Although Tanjiro had nearly recovered under the healing techniques, he remained at the butterfly house for rehabilitation training. Furthermore, his sword had been broken during the battle at Spider Mountain, rendering him unable to undertake missions until a new blade could be forged. Nezuko was assigned a room within the butterfly house, likely due to her considerable energy expenditure, and she had fallen into a deep slumber. Curious about her ability to suppress her desire to consume human flesh, Shinobu had departed ahead to conduct her research. Upon reaching the door of Tanjiro's room, the two heard anguished cries and the vexed voice of Kaneo. No, I refuse to drink that horrid medicine. It'll kill me. If you don't drink the medicine, will you remain like this forever? I don't want to live like this forever. Tanjiro, help me. Then just obediently take your medicine, you fool. Kaneo exclaimed, attempting to force the medicine into the mouth of the blonde-haired boy on the bed. Her face a mask of impatience. The boy clung tightly to Tanjiro, continuously crying for help, while the other three girls in the butterfly house looked on helplessly. Yashiro? What on earth is happening here? Entering the room, Chihi was met with this chaotic scene. Approaching the bedside, she wore a puzzled expression, though the blonde boy seemed vaguely familiar. Upon seeing Chihi, Kaneo sighed, about to voice a complaint when suddenly, the yellow figure darted out. Sister, Zenitsu. Tanjiro's expression shifted to one of shock. Chihi stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. Just as the girl was about to be overwhelmed, Ju's demeanor turned serious, with swift action. He pulled her behind him and pushed the blonde boy back onto the bed. Do not touch her. The stranger's cold words, coupled with the intimidating aura he exuded, caused Zenitsu to shiver, his cries diminishing as he feared Ju's displeasure might be directed at him. Kneeling on the bed, Zenitsu, still suffering from the lingering effects of the spider demon's poison, found his limbs shortened, his body resembling that of a child while his head retained its original size, creating quite a comical sight. Chihi, do you know him? Tanjiro inquired, his gaze shifting between the two. Ju also turned his attention to Chihi, his eyes filled with questions. Yes, I met him not long ago when I encountered Upper Moon too, Chihi recalled, recognizing him as the boy who had previously insisted on marrying her. Seeing her remember him, Zenitsu's face flushed with excitement. You remember me, sister? I'm so happy. Is Chihi your name? It sounds wonderful. My name is Zenitsu Agatsuma. You can just call me Zenitsu. He eagerly introduced himself. Marriage? Will you marry me? I will definitely protect you well, Chiki. Chiki let out a dry chuckle, politely declining his proposal. However, the others in the room were taken aback by his words. Tanjiro, startled, instinctively lunged forward to cover Zenitsu's mouth, who protested and squirmed. Is he a pervert? Kaneo remarked indifferently, while the other girls wore expressions of confusion. Ha ha ha, Zenitsu, didn't he mean it like that? Tanjiro explained weakly, cautiously glancing at Ju's expression. Ju, unconsciously frowning, instinctively took a step back with Chiki, eyeing the boy on the bed warily. Suddenly, Zenitsu's ears perked up, and his expression froze. He ceased his resistance, fearfully retreating behind Tanjiro. You. So terrifying. There is such a dreadful sound coming from this person. Zenitsu regretted his earlier words, silently gulping down the medicine that Kaneo had in hand, before curling up under the covers, trembling. Both Chiki and Kaneo exchanged puzzled looks, but Kaneo, satisfied that her task was complete, led the three girls away, reminding Chiki to keep a safe distance from the pervert. Is Zenitsu all right? Chiki inquired, her gaze resting on the trembling bundle beneath the covers, worry etched on her face. No, he is fine. Tanjiro waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a raspy, muffled voice echoed through the room. So strong. Chiki turned her head in confusion, only to meet the gaze of a pair of large, wild boar eyes fixed intently on her. Yashiro? Is that a wild boar transformed into a human? That's Inosuke, another member of our team. The thing on his head is a boar mask, Tanjiro explained. His throat is injured, so he has some difficulty speaking. Ah, I see. Tanjiro, I came to ask about that technique you used on Spider Mountain, the one similar to the breath of flames. Chiki finally steered the conversation back to her purpose. Tanjiro paused for a moment, his expression tinged with confusion. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I used it based on the fire god dance my father taught me. Is that so? I wonder why that fire god dance is so effective in dispelling the curse from the finger. Really? Her words surprised Tanjiro. Tanjiro, could you do me a favor? Chiki extended her finger. Tanjiro understood her meaning. Chiki, you want me to use the fire god dance on it? Chiki nodded. If she could dispel the curse from her finger, perhaps she could destroy it. Such a dangerous object needed to be eliminated as soon as possible if she were to return home. However, I have yet to fully embrace the Kagura as a breathing technique. Tanjiro furrowed his brow. He certainly wished to assist Senki, but his understanding of Kagura was rather superficial. And when he attempted it, he felt as if his lungs might explode, leaving him apprehensive about potential repercussions. It's all right, she reassured him. Perhaps it is merely an alternative breathing technique derived from your ancestors. I have observed that your application of the fire god Kagura appears to be more potent than your water breathing. You might consider altering your breathing method. Senki gently patted the young man's shoulder in encouragement. It's fine to fail. Do you not wish to honor your father's legacy? Upon exiting the butterfly mansion, her fingers had been entrusted to Tanjiro. With a solution at hand, Senki's spirits lifted. Inagami, the previously silent youth, finally spoke. Kombu? What is it? Senki turned to him. Though Ju Tomioka's expression was partially obscured by his hair, making it difficult to discern. Stay away from that blonde-haired one. Huh. Senki blinked in confusion, taking a moment to realize he was referring to Zenitsu. Ju's impression of Zenitsu, based on his behavior in the hospital room, led him to believe the lad was rather frivolous. The young man turned to Senki with a grave expression, feeling compelled to warn her lest she be misled and subsequently harmed. He is not a good person. Salmon mayonnaise? Is that so? Senki found it somewhat amusing. To her, Zenitsu was merely an immature boy, albeit one with an inexplicable fixation on marriage, but she did not consider him a bad person. Nevertheless, observing Ju's earnest demeanor, she nodded in agreement. With her response, Ju relaxed, discreetly rubbing his slightly sweaty palms behind his back before extending one towards Senki, who gazed at his rough, outstretched hand with a sense of bewilderment. What was he implying? Noticing her hesitation, Ju felt a pang of disappointment. Was it not permissible? After all, even the butterflies could do it. The young man fell into silence, and just as he was about to retract his hand, it was suddenly enveloped by a warm, gentle grip. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Although she suspected it might be due to his earlier hand holding with Shinobu that he had overlooked her, Senki felt her heart race. Their hands intertwined, sharing warmth. An indescribable sensation filled Ju's heart, his initially dull eyes gradually sparkling with light. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As a gentle breeze stirred the trees, causing the green leaves to flutter, everything appeared so beautiful. The two walked side by side towards home, the warmth lingering in the air. And Senki could not help but wonder if the person beside her held even a slight affection for her. Chapter 44. What could possibly drive a handsome young man to commit violence on the streets? In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The injuries sustained by everyone on Spider Mountain had nearly healed, and they were now engaged in recovery training at the Butterfly Mansion. Senki occasionally assisted in the mansion, collaborating with Kanawo on full-body rehabilitation exercises, particularly in a game of hide-and-seek, though thus far, no one had succeeded in capturing her. Notably, the boy named Inosuke seemed to be in exceptionally high spirits, frequently charging at her while shouting Boar Rush. Boar Rush. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that Kanawo recently appeared to be less reliant on coins for decision-making, a change that piqued Senki's curiosity regarding what had transpired. As night fell, the city center glittered with lights, and two figures weaved through the bustling crowd. Damn it, he slipped into the crowd. Senki frowned, scanning her surroundings anxiously, hoping to locate the demon swiftly. However, with the summer festival underway, especially in the city center, the throngs of people obscured their view more than usual. The barrier, designated solely for human passage, was slowly lowered, prompting the two to separate and act independently to locate and neutralize the demon before it could attack any humans. Be cautious, Ju warned. With that, they parted ways, heading in different directions. The streets were lined with vendors' stalls, and people strolled in small groups, stepping carefully to avoid love-struck couples and families out for an evening of fun. Senki's gaze swept over each passerby. No, still no sign of it. Where could that demon be hiding? The demon, cowardly and inept, had fled after losing an arm to Jude during their previous encounter, utilizing its invisibility to escape to this very place. As Senki pondered what incantation might compel the demon to reveal itself without causing a commotion, a female voice called out to her. Is that you, Senki-chan? Turning at the sound, she was greeted by the familiar sight of Sada Natsuko, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time, along with her fiancé. Senki inwardly groaned, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. Of all times to run into acquaintances. It truly is you, Natsuko exclaimed joyfully, pulling her companion to Senki's side. How have you been at your maternal grandfather's house? Senki merely nodded in response. Are you waiting for someone? Noticing Senki's somewhat downcast demeanor, Natsuko suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that you're waiting for that person you mentioned in your letter, the one you like? Salmon mayonnaise, Senki replied absently, her attention fully on the crowd around them. Natsuko, I have something to attend to. I'll catch up with you later. Just as she had shown the curious girl the words on her notebook, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and without further ado, she hastily threw out a tuna mayonnaise before rushing towards the commotion. Wait, Senki, Natsuko called, but it was too late. Senki had already vanished into the throng. As she squeezed through the gathering crowd, in plain view, she spotted Ju drawing his blade. Salmon radish, Senki exclaimed in horror, but it was already too late. The blue gleam of the sword flashed as it severed the demon's newly sprouted arm once more, the grayish, severed limb rolling to the ground. Blood spreading across the pavement. He is killing. A madman is attacking people with a knife. Screams erupted, and the crowd panicked, scrambling to flee and avoid being caught in the chaos. Ju attempted to strike again, but was restrained by a group of concerned bystanders. Quick, hold him down. Where are the police? The shouts continued around them, as the invisible demon sought to exploit the chaos to escape once more. Ju's explanations were dismissed as nonsense. No one believed him, nor would anyone dare to release him. Held by a dozen individuals, Ju found himself momentarily trapped. Don't worry about me, just go after it. As the demon seemed poised to vanish from sight, with no time to linger for Ju, Senki leaped onto a rooftop, moving swiftly along the eaves. Those obstructing the demon's escape were ruthlessly pushed aside, inciting a chorus of curses from the street below. The injured demon, unable to utilize its invisibility for the time being, gasped for breath, preparing to randomly select a hapless victim to regain its strength. Do not move. Suddenly, an irresistible force shackled its movements, followed by the demon being thrust into a nearby shadowy alleyway. Thud! The sound of something heavy striking the ground stirred up a cloud of dust. As the incantation was recited, yet another dark barrier was lowered. As she stepped into the alley, her hand resting upon the hilt of her Nichiren blade, Chiharu prepared to swiftly bring an end to this ordeal, eager to rescue the trapped soul. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, her expression soured as she beheld the scene unfolding within the alley. Do not draw your blade, or I shall slay her this instant. The once terrified specter, hidden from view, had spotted a child at the opposite end of the alley and, without hesitation, seized her by the throat to coerce the pursuing demon slayer. The child appeared no older than 6 or 7, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a sound as the grip tightened, her visage turning a deep shade of purple from lack of air. Let her go, or I shall sever her neck. Chiharu's countenance darkened. Yet the desperate demon continued to flail before her. You dare to commit murder in my presence? Release her, or face a grisly demise. A voice, laced with fury, rang out as the collar of the demon's garment was carelessly tugged. The demon relinquished its hold on the girl, and Chiharu deftly caught her. What? In a moment of disbelief, the demon's anguished wail echoed through the alley. Holding the trembling girl tightly to her chest, Chiharu cast a cold glance at the ground, where the dismembered remains gradually turned to ash. Oh no! It seemed the girl sensed her newfound safety, as a faint, hoarse cry emerged, her arms clinging desperately to Chiharu's neck. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. As she awkwardly comforted the sobbing child, Chiharu employed a reversal technique to mend the injury on the girl's neck. The girl's cries only grew louder. When the little one finally exhausted herself from weeping, Chiharu retrieved paper and pen. Fortunately, the girl was not illiterate. Amidst her intermittent sobs, Chiharu pieced together her story. The child's name was Nanako, who had come to the summer festival with her parents. It seemed that in the throng of people, she had become separated from her mother while her father was off buying treats. Salmon mayonnaise, mustard greens. I see, fret not, I shall assist you in locating your family. Gently smoothing the girl's hair, Chiharu lifted her into her arms and exited the alley. The street had returned to its previous lively atmosphere. The chaos triggered by Ju Tomioka had subsided, and the remnants of carnage had vanished as if nothing had ever transpired. From the anxious whispers of the hidden members waiting nearby, Chiharu learned that Ju had been apprehended by the patrol officers for wielding his blade. Though she had anticipated this outcome, she was taken aback that he had not managed to evade capture. With one hand cradling the sleeping Nanako, Chiharu comforted the bewildered hidden member by patting their shoulder. Tuna, mustard greens. Leave this matter to me. Chapter 45, I don't want this brother. Under the guidance of the hidden member, Chiharu swiftly located the police station. Upon encountering Ju, he was huddled in a corner, his youth partially concealed beneath his haori, with only his deep blue eyes visible, staring blankly at the iron bars, lost and helpless. The rare sight of his vulnerable expression struck a chord within Chiharu, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily curve upwards. Salmon and daikon? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ju immediately looked up, the light from outside illuminating his face. And in his usually solemn eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. Inosuke, rising to his feet, Ju approached the bars. Chiharu, who noticed his attire was somewhat disheveled, the top button of his uniform missing, likely torn off during his struggle. Instead of demanding to be released, Ju inquired, what about that demon? The salmon has been dealt with. Seeing her nod, Ju visibly relaxed. Let him out. Chiharu turned to the officer beside her, explaining that the events of the evening were merely a unique artistic performance, a misunderstanding on their part. An artistic performance, a misunderstanding. The officer's eyes dulled as he repeated Chiharu's words, retrieving a key to unlock the cell. Once outside, Ju instinctively reached for his side, only to find it empty. My blade. The soft murmur reached Chiharu's ears, and she sensed an undercurrent of grievance in his tone. Retrieving both Ju and his Nichiren blade from the station took merely 15 minutes. Lady Chiharu. As they emerged, the hidden members who had been waiting at the entrance rushed forward. The temporarily entrusted Nanako had awakened and was now wiping her tears in the embrace of one of the members. Miss Nanako woke shortly after you entered and has been crying ever since. No matter how I explained, she wouldn't believe me, as if she mistook me for a villain. By the end of her words, the female hidden member's eyes brimmed with sorrow. How could Nanako be like this? Upon seeing Chiharu, the little girl reached out her arms, signaling her desire to be held. Taking Nanako from the hidden member, as soon as she returned to Chiharu's embrace, the girl clung tightly to her neck. Chiharu's expression softened, her eyes curving as she gently patted the girl's back in a soothing manner. Pickled fish roe. You're such a good girl. Who is she? Ju, who had been completely overlooked, could no longer restrain his curiosity and sought to understand the situation. This is the child that Lady Chiharu rescued from the demon. She seems to have lost her family and unfortunately encountered a fleeing demon. I understand. Ju gazed at the girl, taking a couple of steps closer before extending his hand. Allow me to hold her. I don't want this brother. Before Chiharu could respond, Nanako protested, her expression reflecting a hint of fear. Rejected. Chiharu and the hidden member exclaimed in unison. Observing Ju's frozen demeanor, Chiharu offered an awkward chuckle, casting him an apologetic glance. The three adults and one child formed two pairs. The hidden member took the sketches Chiharu had drawn for the girl and began seeking assistance from others, while Chiharu led Nanako and Ju to search nearby for the child's family. As they walked through the street, Ju trailed silently behind the two girls, wondering if he truly appeared intimidating. Unbeknownst to the injured Ju, his expressionless visage had already crossed into the realm of fearsome in the eyes of the little girl. Based on Nanako's recollections, they decided to retrace their steps to the place where she had last seen her family, hoping to encounter them along the way. However, after visiting several locations, they found nothing. The carefree child, reassured by the presence of trusted adults, completely overlooked their unfamiliarity placing her full trust in them. Sister, I'm hungry. As she spoke, Nanako's gaze drifted toward a nearby stall selling grilled sea bream. The stall was surrounded by a crowd, indicating they would have to wait for a while. Ju withdrew his gaze and volunteered, I'll go buy it. Salmon. Chiharu nodded in agreement, gesturing an okay with her hand. The previously jovial banter among the men and women at the stall quieted as Ju approached, with a few single young women blushing and whispering to their friends. Though Chiki could not overhear their conversation, it was undoubtedly filled with remarks about how handsome he looked and whether he appeared aloof, alongside discussions regarding potential romantic partners. Such scenes often unfolded during her outings with her ostentatious cousin, who paraded around with an air of superiority. Seated on a bench by the roadside with Nanako, Chiki propped her chin on her hand, observing a young man who, although surrounded by enthusiastic admirers, maintained an outward calm while subtly retreating several steps back. She couldn't help but chuckle. Sister and that brother, do they share a relationship akin to that of our parents? Nanako blinked innocently, revealing her astuteness despite being only 7 years old. Mugwort. Chiki shook her head. Perhaps it was simply a matter of changing times. She felt that the children she encountered were exceedingly precocious. Will you share meals together? Of course. What about shopping? Though we haven't done that much. You spend nearly the entire day together? Always mentioning him. I suppose so. But it feels a bit off. Nanako's face lit up with realization as she exclaimed. I understand. It's like how brother and sister Natsuki are. Was she referring to friendship? Chiki hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. The allure of Taiyaki led Nanako to successfully wriggle free from Chiki's embrace, her movements awkward yet cautious. Just as they were about to continue their search, a bird named Yumi flew in from afar, landing gracefully on Chiki's shoulder. Found them. The hidden members have located Nanako's family, and they will be waiting for you at the altar. Hooray! It spoke. Nanako's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the talking bird. Let us go? Navigating through the throngs of people, they arrived at the altar where the shrine maidens were performing a dance of blessings. While searching for the hidden members, Chiki spotted 2 familiar figures. Just as she hesitated to greet them, Nanako, cradled in Yuri's arms, suddenly waved and shouted, Brother! Sister Natsuki. Chiki looked in surprise at the approaching duo, and then at the girl who was still waving enthusiastically. Wait, so your brother is Natsuki's fiancé, Nanako? How did you end up with Chiki-chan? Their simultaneous appearance took Natsuki aback. Brother, you're out shopping with Sister Natsuki again. Kobayashi took the restless sister from Yuri's arms, thanking him before frowning. What is going on? Where are our parents? Sensing her brother's displeasure, Nanako buried her head in his embrace, her voice tinged with guilt. Mom and Dad got lost. We were looking for them. Chiki couldn't help but twitch her lips at her words. But judging by Natsuki and her brother's expressions, it seemed they were already accustomed to such occurrences. Chiki, I truly appreciate your help this time. Without you, Nanako might have been in danger. Natsuki glanced at the drowsy girl nestled in Kobayashi's arms and expressed her sincere gratitude. I'm sorry, and I'm really grateful. My sister didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Having learned the circumstances from Chiki, Kobayashi slightly bowed while holding his sister. No, Nanako was very well behaved. Natsuki's gaze fell on the typically silent Ju Tomioka, and her eyes brightened. Could he be the person Chiki mentioned in her letter? She opened her mouth to speak, but noticed her friend's expression, which was filled with apprehension, and swallowed her words. So he is still pining after her. Natsuki thought with a knowing smile, casting Chiki a look that said, I understand. Faced with her teasing gaze, Chiki felt warmth rise to her cheeks and instinctively glanced at the young man beside her. What's wrong? Ju lowered his head slightly, noticing her gaze. Nothing. Soon, Nanako's parents arrived, and after another round of gratitude, the incident finally drew to a close. Politely declining the Kobayashi family's warm invitation, they divided into 3 groups at the altar. Before departing, Natsuki gave Chiki an encouraging look and cheerfully said, Chiki-chan, do your best. Chapter 46, Special Grade Cursed Spirit Recently. It seems that Lord Mizunoto has undergone a subtle transformation. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps could distinctly sense that his mood had noticeably improved. When encountering him on the road, they were even met with responses instead of mere nods. In the Butterfly Mansion, Ju Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho sat facing each other in the tea room. After the 10th time the person opposite him adjusted their collar, Shinobu finally relented. Smiling as she remarked, the pattern button that Chiki-chan sewed for you is truly beautiful. Is this acceptable, Mr. Tomioka? The girl wore a smile, yet her fingers, gripping the teacup, were tense, as if she might hurl the tea at him at any moment. Thank you, I think so too. The young man remained blissfully unaware of his colleague's unusual demeanor, his face adorned with a hint of joy. Since Shinobu was the first to discover and sincerely compliment him, this scene had become a regular occurrence whenever Ju accompanied Chiki to the Butterfly Mansion. This marked the 5th occurrence in just half a month. Shinobu found herself admiring Chiki immensely. Given Ju's personality, it was hard to imagine the scenes of their daily life. As one could hardly help but feel exasperated. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The door opened and closed, leaving Ju alone in the room, his head slightly bowed as he touched the swirled button. His hollow, lonely heart felt as though it had been filled, leaving no trace of emptiness. After leaving Nezuko's side, Chiki arrived at Tanjiro's. Zenitsu was nowhere to be found, leaving only Tanjiro and the rare sight of Inosuke without his boar head. No matter how many times she witnessed it, Chiki continued to find it astonishing. Who would have imagined that beneath Inosuke's wild exterior lay a face more beautiful than that of any girl? Noticing her gaze, Inosuke glared back, his rough voice starkly contrasting with his delicate features. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight me? Just then, he lunged towards Chiki. Inosuke. Tanjiro swiftly restrained his impulsive friend. You can't treat girls so rudely. It would be terrible if Brother Ju saw. Chiki, accustomed to maintaining her composure while sipping tea, felt a sense of helplessness. After finally calming Inosuke down, Tanjiro withdrew his fingers. For over a month, in addition to training, he had been dedicating time to studying how to perform the fire god Kagura using breathing techniques. Though it had been somewhat painful at first, he had grown accustomed to it, and the results were indeed more powerful than water breathing. Sometimes, Tanjiro wondered if the color of his blade turning black had something to do with the fire god Kagura. I can barely manage to execute the first 5 forms of the fire god Kagura. Seeing Chiki's serious expression, Tanjiro felt a surge of nervousness. How is it? Does it work, Chikine? With the cursed energy in her fingers reduced by a third, Chiki squeezed firmly, confirming that it was indeed not as solid as before. Of course. I'll have to trouble you further, Tanjiro-kun. Perhaps once you are able to fully utilize the Kagura, it will be just about time. No trouble at all. I am delighted to assist Sister Chiki. I shall continue to strive diligently. Tanjiro beamed widely. Tuna, then I shall leave it to you. Chiki's eyes sparkled as she affectionately ruffled the heads of the 2 boys before turning to depart. Once she was gone, the usually boisterous Inosuke remained surprisingly quiet. How infuriating. That fellow dared to touch my head. A peculiar flush crept across Inosuke's face as he donned his boar mask and dashed out to the yard to perform push-ups. Upon returning to the tea room, Chiki found only Ju present. Salmon roe? She inquired. The butterfly has left, Ju replied, rising to resheath his Nicaran blade. Let us go. Pickled fish roe? She nodded in agreement. Just as they stepped outside the butterfly mansion, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Turning around, they saw the 2 boys rushing out. Ah, Sister Chiki and Brother Ju are still here, Tanjiro exclaimed, scratching his head in embarrassment as he and Inosuke halted before them. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, the red-haired youth explained, Tenkuji just informed us that our Nicaran blades are ready. Upon spotting the familiar figure beside the girl, Inosuke's excitement surged. Let us duel. If I win, I shall be the strongest, he declared, laughter bubbling forth. Oh no, he caught sight of me again. Chiki sighed in exasperation. Previously, Ju had saved Inosuke from the clutches of a vicious spider demon on Mount Spider, and ever since, every encounter with Ju at the Butterfly Mansion had spiraled into chaos. Consequently, Chiki had taken to avoiding bringing Ju along to see Tanjiro. As Chiki pulled the young man back a few steps to evade Inosuke's advance, 2 figures appeared in the distance, each cradling a long object wrapped in cloth. Tanjiro waved cheerfully, clearly recognizing the newcomers. Mr. Kanroji. Yet Chiki sensed something amiss. She observed one of them handing the object to their companion, only for an overwhelming aura of resentment to erupt from them. Rubbing her eyes, she felt as if she were hallucinating. It appeared she had encountered a humanoid curse in this world. The blacksmith wore a fiery mask, rapidly approaching them. I shall kill you. How dare you damage my blade? Tanjiro, this is utterly unforgivable. The young man's oppressive aura was terrifying, his resentment materializing as a palpable force. Chiki gasped, oh my, it's a top-grade curse. Menteko. The youth sprinting towards them brandished his blade, sending Chiki into a frenzy of incoherent words. Pickled greens, tuna, honey-glazed skipjack. Ju swiftly enveloped the astonished girl, pulling her aside to shield her from potential harm. Tanjiro and Inosuke deftly dodged the young man's attack, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. What on earth, Mr. Kanroji? What did I do wrong? Tanjiro shouted in confusion as he evaded further strikes. You bastard! How dare you break my blade? I will kill you. The youth, known as Kanroji, lunged at Tanjiro in a fit of rage, as if he had lost something dear to him. I'm sorry, but that demon on Mount Spider was truly formidable. Tanjiro defended himself. The young man continued to poke at his head, eyes blazing. The reason your blade broke is that you are simply too weak. Look at them. Despite facing the 12 Kazuki, their Nicaran blades remain intact. Do not make excuses for your weakness. Kanroji pointed accusingly at Chiki and Ju, belittling Tanjiro further. I am truly sorry. Tanjiro offered a sincere apology. Yet it fell on deaf ears. Kanroji sheathed his blade, delivering a series of blows to the boy's shoulder. What good is sorry? Will that restore my blade to its original state? I am deeply sorry. As the two continued their commotion, another blacksmith approached, a familiar face. Kombu. Chiki greeted with a smile, noting that Inosuke's blacksmith was the same as hers. Ah, Miss Chiki, Tetsuzan acknowledged, cradling 3 blades. Is your Nichiren blade performing well? Salmon Row. The girl nodded in affirmation. That is good to hear. After exchanging pleasantries, the group departed, leaving behind the ongoing spectacle of chase and evasion. Chapter 47. Into the Dream. The temperature shifted from searing heat to biting cold, the high-collared uniform replaced by a more casual attire. With a blue scarf draped around her neck to conceal the cursed markings, Tanjiro and the others returned early to the squad, embarking once more on their path of demon slaying. At the Butterfly Mansion, a small glass vial containing a special throat remedy was placed before Chiki, the smiling Shinobu, suddenly interjecting with curiosity. Oh dear, Chiki-chan. Why haven't you told him yet? Reflecting on her overly concerned colleague, Shinobu felt a sense of helplessness. Your relationship is truly making me anxious. Even Mitsuri has come to ask me about it several times. Salmon Row? Is that so? Chiki instinctively glanced towards the door, where the youth awaited her. Bowing her head, she tucked her flushed face deeper into her scarf. I feel this matter should be handled more formally. I still need some time. She had unfinished business, her fingers brushing against the pendant box in her pocket, providing her with a touch of reassurance. Observing her demeanor, Shinobu cast a glance towards the still waiting figure at the entrance, then sighed, bearing a hint of disappointment. It's quite all right. There's no need to rush. She gently patted the girl's shoulder, offering comfort. If you feel uneasy, perhaps it's best not to dwell on this matter for now. Salmon Mayonnaise. November 18th. Train station. As the sharp whistle pierced the air, the train gradually approached the platform, the number of passengers ebbing and flowing. Upon returning from the ticket counter, Ju addressed the girl lounging on a bench, yawning. It's time to board. Salmon, having recently undertaken distant missions. The two had been out for a week and were finally able to return home. The sun had yet to fully set as the train began to move. Though she wore an extra layer beneath her uniform, Chiki still shivered as the chilling breeze brushed against her. Noticing her reddened nose, Ju rose to firmly close the window. He removed his haori, adorned with a pattern of red and tricolor tortoiseshell, enveloping Chiki in its familiar warmth, instantly warming her entire being. Salmon Row? I'm not cold. The young man reclined in his seat, the Nichiren blade resting horizontally between the backrest and the seat. The lingering warmth of his haori made it difficult for Chiki to allow him to feel the cold. Thus, she shifted closer, draping the other half of the garment over him. Tuna mayonnaise. This will do. Ju, noticing the crescent shape of her smiling eyes, fell silent. He accepted her gesture with calm composure. The two nestled together, their ears, concealed by strands of hair, flushed a deep crimson. In the monotonous and lengthy journey aboard the train, devoid of phones or the internet, slumber became the most splendid means of passing the time. As the youth closed his eyes to rest, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by the sensation of his haori slipping toward the floor. Upon discerning the current scene, Ju Tomioka naturally extended his arm to embrace the slumbering Chihiro, allowing her to nestle comfortably against him, and subsequently drew his haori tightly over both of them. Time passed unmeasured as darkness enveloped the sky completely. The sound of a whistle echoed, signaling the train's arrival at the station once more. Drowsy and disoriented, Chihiro nuzzled against Ju. Not yet, he murmured, adjusting the haori and gently tucking her slightly tousled hair behind her. Once more, the young girl wrapped her arms around his waist and succumbed to slumber. At that moment, a ticket inspector approached, his hat pulled low, and his voice carried a languid tone. Good day, may I kindly request your ticket? Chihiro? Chihiro. In a restaurant in Ginza, a bespectacled girl with green ponytails waved her hand before her absent-minded companion. Chihiro blinked, returning to reality, her gaze falling upon the gathered group of high school students. Before turning to the person beside her, hesitantly inquiring, Maki? What's the matter? You seem lost in thought. Maki placed the menu in front of her. Sister, is there something troubling you? Dog-year-old Toge, seated beside Chihiro, wore a concerned expression. As soon as he spoke, the first and second-year students turned their attention to her. What are we even doing here? Chihiro furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the cursed mark at the corner of her brother's mouth. An inexplicable sense of unease settling over her. Chihiro-senpai, this is a welcome dinner for the new students, Yuta Itadori quietly reminded her, ever reliable and considerate. But shouldn't we be abroad at this time? Chihiro's words caused a brief silence at the table. What are you talking about, Chihiro? Are you feeling unwell? Maki pressed her hand against Chihiro's forehead, noting her normal temperature. Chihiro's eyes fixed on the face of a first-year student across from her, where Yuji Itadori's eyes lacked the ever-watchful second eye. I understand now. Panda suddenly gasped, then squinted mischievously. Could it be that you're smitten with that first year? You dolt. What nonsense are you spouting? Maki retaliated with a swift punch to his head. Fushiguro, Chihiro-senpai has been staring at me. Yuji whispered to his companion, sensing the gaze directed at him. Fushiguro Megumi pushed Yuji's head away, his expression impassive. At this distance, no matter how softly you speak, Chihiro-senpai will hear you. Really? Why didn't you say so earlier, Fushiguro? Yuji's face reflected shock. At that moment, the only first-year girl, Kasumi Kinjaku, raised her hand. Chihiro-senpai. If you're not going to order, may I have the menu? Oh, my apologies. Chihiro lowered her gaze, suppressing her swirling thoughts. She picked up the menu and casually flipped through it before suggesting a dish that wasn't listed. Then, I'll have the salmon and daikon. The group began to chatter animatedly, the atmosphere growing lively. Doggerel poured her a glass of water, still somewhat worried. Sister, wasn't your favorite red bean rice cake and fried pork cutlet? Why did you choose this? I'm not sure. I just suddenly craved it. Chihiro surveyed the room curiously. By the way, where is Teacher Gojo? Oh dear, does little Chihiro miss the teacher? How touching. A tall man with white hair and an eye patch entered, carrying a local delicacy from Sendai. After the meal concluded, night had fully descended. As they strolled along the brightly lit street, discussing where to go next, she called out to the first-year student who was about to walk ahead. Is there something you need, Chihiro-senpai? Yuji slowed his pace. Do you know about the cursed spirit? Tsukumo? Oh, I've heard Fushiguro mention it, he replied, somewhat bashful, and before enrolling, during my first meeting with Fushiguro, I nearly ingested the spirit's finger, but fortunately, Teacher Gojo arrived just in time. Is that so? Watching the boy bounce away, Chihiro found herself momentarily dazed. Is that truly the case? I could have sworn that finger was consumed. Sister, what's wrong? Doggerel approached her side. Toj, Chihiro fixed her gaze upon his face, suddenly asking, we are sorcerers, correct? Sister? Doggerel looked worried as she ruffled his hair. Chihiro smiled gently. No need to worry, I'm merely a bit fatigued. I'll accompany you back to the school. Doggerel immediately offered. Chihiro shook her head, waving her hand at him. Go on and enjoy yourselves, I can manage alone. Doggerel hesitated, yet did not budge. If a student is unwell, it is the teacher's responsibility. Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Chihiro's shoulder. Toj, go have fun, and leave Chihiro-chan to me. I'll ensure she returns safely to her dorm. All right. Noticing the fatigue on his sister's face, Doggerel nodded, realizing that Teacher Gojo could teleport with limitless bounce. In an instant, Gojo whisked Chihiro away, but the next moment, they reappeared merely around the corner. Withdrawing his hand from her shoulder, Chihiro silently seated herself on a bench by the street. Oh dear, after using me, you just abandoned me, Chihiro-chan. How cold-hearted. It truly wounds my heart. Gojo said with a smile, before also taking a seat on the bench. Chapter 48, Sister. Didn't you notice, Teacher Gojo? Chihiro placed her Nichiren blade across her lap, adjusting her light blue Haori. The girl slightly tilted her head, gazing at the now unmasked Gojo Satoru, whose six-eyed gaze could penetrate all truths. Chihiro did not flinch, even wearing a smile. So, little Chihiro, what curse have you fallen victim to? It's not a curse, it's a demon. She recalled drifting into slumber on the train, speculating, it must be a blood demon art that lulls one into a blissful dream. After all, the Doggerel clan sorcerers could speak freely here. A demon? A blood demon art? Gojo suddenly laughed. It seems Chihiro-chan has encountered quite a bit. The white-haired, blue-eyed man leaned closer to the girl. So, what can the teacher in your dream do for his charming student, so far from home? No need, Chihiro shook her head, insisting she simply needed to confirm it was a blood demon art. How can that be? As a teacher, I cannot allow my lovely student to fall into peril. Gojo said, uncharacteristically serious. Come, give me your hand. Teacher Gojo, Chihiro felt a flicker of warmth within her. Yet, in the next moment, the white-haired teacher emitted a peculiar chuckle. Come on, Chihiro-chan. Hee. Chihiro's lips twitched, her hand, which had just risen, instinctively retracting. Gojo, with his fingers aligned, traced something on her pale palm, a black curse forming a circle that swiftly sank beneath her skin. Tada! Chihiro-chan's exclusive limitless teleportation array. Input cursed energy. Think of your desired destination, and it will activate immediately. You can take 3 people with you, but you have 3 chances. The white-haired youth stood, ruffling the still-dazed girl's hair before withdrawing his hand unapologetically. Teacher Gojo. Having ventured a considerable distance, the youth raised his hand in a fleeting farewell without turning back, awakening only when confronted with profound stimuli. Teacher, I shall take my leave first. Thank you. Although this was merely a dream, and uncertainty loomed over whether they would meet again, the blade of the Nichiren sword sliced through his neck, warm blood gushing forth. As his heartbeat quickened and excruciating pain surged, Cheeky felt her breath catch. The sound of the train rolling over the tracks grew increasingly distinct, and the girl, who should have been lost in a beautiful dream under the influence of the blood demon art, suddenly opened her eyes. With a cry of pain, two figures were cast to the ground. Cheeky stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of the youth still ensnared in slumber. Her gaze astonished at the two boys on the floor gripping a rope. The entire compartment, nay, the entire train, was plunged into slumber by the blood demon art. Yet these two boys, appearing entirely ordinary, were wide awake and attempting to bind them with the rope. Their behavior was decidedly peculiar. Are you being threatened by a demon? Fear not. I will ensure your safe return. Cheeky offered a smile she deemed gentle and took a few steps forward. However, the two boys seemed ungrateful. They dropped their notebook and retreated in unison. Stay back. She's awake. What do we do now? The boy in the indigo kimono, his pallid face betraying his anxiety, trembled as he spoke. What are you panicking for? She's just one person, and a woman at that. What are we afraid of? Retorted the other boy clad in black, drawing a dagger from his pocket, his eyes fierce. Do you not wish to indulge in a beautiful dream? The timid boy, recalling something, also produced a dagger from his own pocket, though his expression remained fearful. Clearly, they were heavily influenced by the demon's temptation. Cheeky was not surprised, as such occurrences had transpired before. Let us take them together. She sidestepped the attack from the boy in black, knocking the dagger from his grasp with a swift strike, before delivering a kick that sent the other boy's weapon flying. The dagger shattered the window, left behind by the train, while the one dropped by the boy in black followed suit, tossed out by Cheeky. Young children should not play with dangerous objects, she admonished lightly. Everything transpired in a blur, leaving the timid boy frozen in place. From now on, you will answer my questions. Why, yes. Cheeky's face lit up with satisfaction upon receiving the response. The boy quivered in the corner of the compartment, cradling his unconscious companion. They were under the command of a demon capable of dream manipulation, tasked with infiltrating the dreams of Cheeky and Tenjin, locating their spiritual cores, and using the daggers given by the dream demon to annihilate them. The method of entering another's dream involved binding their wrists with a rope provided by the demon, which would automatically draw them into the target's dream. Thus, these ailing individuals could indulge in beautiful dreams, experiencing health within them. Why does that demon do this? I don't know. I just want to dream. I truly know nothing. The timid boy in indigo whimpered, clutching his head, terror etched on his face. All right, sleep now. With no further questions to pose, Cheeky crouched down and gently patted his shoulder. I wish you sweet dreams. The boy slowly closed his eyes, leaning against his companion as he succumbed to slumber. To be safe, Cheeky bound the two together with the rope and returned to the side of Ju Tomioka. While the boy was unaware of the dream demon's hiding place, she could not leave him alone in this realm. Uncertain of whether the demon would employ further tricks within the dream, sitting beside the youth, she secured the rope around their wrists, resting her head on his shoulder before closing her eyes once more. In Ju Tomioka's dream, warm sunlight illuminated everything, and a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks. Cheeky inhaled deeply, then set off toward the sole residence near the forest. Upon entering unceremoniously, she first spotted a graceful woman in a red kimono, adorned with a matching red bow in her hair. At that moment, the woman paused her task of shaking out a sheet, looking curiously at the unfamiliar girl before her. When her gaze fell upon Cheeky's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Ju's, realization dawned upon her. This was Ju Tomioka's sister, Satako Tomioka. Satako placed the sheet back in the tub and approached the intruding girl, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful features. Are you lost? No. Cheeky struggled to articulate her feelings, initially believing she would not have the opportunity to meet his family. Yet, unexpectedly, the two individuals, who should never have crossed paths, found themselves in this extraordinary circumstance. Under the perplexed gaze of the sister, Cheeky blushed deeply and bowed profoundly, then exclaimed, My name is Dogyaki Cheeky. I am here to find Ju. Please, could you call him out? It's of utmost importance. Ah, so you are a friend of Ju's. Satako chuckled softly, assisting the nervous girl to her feet. Do not be anxious. Ju is inside. He will be very pleased to see you. Is that so? Indeed, Satako said, tenderly smoothing Cheeky's slightly disheveled hair. If you do not mind, you may call me sister, just like Ju does. Though it was their first meeting, and Cheeky had yet to confirm her identity with Ju, she abruptly found herself choking up, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. You are such a kind person, Sister Satako. Chapter 49. I am doing well. Inside the room, gazing at the boy who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, Cheeky felt as if the sky were collapsing. Who are you? Ju inquired, his large, watery blue eyes regarding her with a hint of wariness. I am Dogyaki Cheeky. Ju frowned. This is a dream created by a demon using blood demon art. None of this is real. Sister Tsutako, do you not remember any of this? Chiki, anxious, drew her Nichiren sword. There was no time to waste. I understand that you miss your sister, but there are many people outside waiting for us to rescue them. Ju, please wake up. Suddenly, the boy stood, unease and fear gnawing at him as he shook his head vehemently. No, that cannot be. How could my sister be fake? You are lying. This was the first time Chiki witnessed him in such a state. She wished to calm Ju, yet her outstretched hand was swatted away. Slap. The room fell into silence. The boy's head turned aside as a red mark appeared on his cheek, his hair cascading down to obscure his expression. Do not let this illusory dream cloud your vision. Tomioka Ju. Chiki's eyes glistened with sorrow as her trembling hand remained raised. Those who survive must earnestly remember every ounce of love. Observing the boy with his head bowed, Chiki's heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped. She stepped forward, enveloping him in a firm embrace. Regardless of whether it is Sabito or Sister Tsutako, you must remember them and live on, carrying their love with you. The youth's face was tenderly cradled, his tear-filled eyes laid bare under Chika's gaze. Gently brushing the flushed cheeks, the girl's eyes shimmered with compassion. Yuriyuki, death is not the end, being forgotten is. We have a mission that must be fulfilled. So after everything concludes, please embark on the journey of life once more. Suddenly, warm, soft sensations graced his reddened cheeks. A kiss as light as a feather brushing against his face, fleeting and ephemeral, leaving the boy wide-eyed in astonishment. The path ahead is long and shrouded in darkness. Yet do not fear. I shall remain by your side until I must inevitably withdraw from your life. The exit from this dream is through profound stimulation. But there is no need for you to rush, Yuriyuki. Taking up the Nichiren blade, Chika turned to smile at the boy who stood frozen in place, before stepping outside. I shall confront the demons beyond. Please bid farewell to Nezuko's sister properly. The hurried footsteps, not belonging to Chika, echoed in the room. And as a hand gripped the door, the boy was embraced from behind, inhaling the familiar scent of the girl. Do not go. The young man's voice was hoarse. Grasping the girl tightly, the red and tricolored patterned haori reappearing upon him. Do not leave me alone. The sudden embrace caught Chika off guard, yet she soon relaxed. Turning to face him. In the dream, within that room, the 19-year-old dog Yuko Chika unhesitatingly returned the embrace of the 21-year-old Tomioka Yuriyuki. I shall never abandon you. As long as I live. In the courtyard, Tomioka Nezuko, preparing to return indoors, collided with the two emerging from the door. Faced with her brother, now transformed into a young man, Nezuko displayed no surprise, her expression remaining gently warm. Are you two heading out? She nodded slightly at Chika. Please return early. I shall wait for you to have dinner. Today, we have your favorite salmon and radish. Nezuko saw them to the doorstep, then turned her gaze to the silent Tomioka Yuriyuki. Sister. Finally, Tomioka Yuriyuki spoke, offering a sad smile. I am doing well. Nezuko looked at him in confusion. Chika is well too. Is that so? Nezuko smiled softly, her eyes softening. It seems Yuriyuki has grown up. Holding Chika's hand tightly, he brushed past the woman in red. I will take her to see sister. The moment they stepped outside, the surroundings suddenly collapsed. The girl with the bamboo tube, her large eyes wide open, placed her hands on the clasped hands of Chika and Yuriyuki. Upon seeing them awaken, she immediately smiled and made soft sounds of excitement. Nezuko? Nezuko nodded eagerly, tugging at Chika's sleeve, pointing towards the other side of the carriage. Rising with her encouragement, Chika gazed at the petite girl. Though unaware of the means by which Nezuko had awakened them, she was certain that Tanjiro and the others must also be aboard this train. Let us go. Dressed in their haori, Tomioka Yuriyuki sheathed his Nichiren blade at his waist, his expression returning to its usual demeanor. On the infinity train, within one carriage. Go ahead and do your best, Tanjiro. The fiery-haired Rengoku Kaijiro's eyes gleamed with determination. We shall take care of this. I will guard the first 5 carriages. The remaining 3 will be entrusted to the blonde boy and Rengoku. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Kaijiro's words. Tanjiro turned to see 2 familiar figures appearing before him. Why? It's Tomioka-san and Chika-san. Salmon. Kaijiro observed the approaching pair, quickly reformulating their battle plan. Then the responsibility for these 8 carriages shall fall to the 3 of us. I shall ensure that no one perishes aboard this train. The rest shall be left to you. Tanjiro, be cautious, and do not worry. Should any unforeseen events arise, I shall resolve them for you. Understood. Tanjiro seized the restless Inosuke, scaling the top of the train by following the scent of the demons. Beside him, Zenitsu appeared to be lost in slumber. Chika recalled Tanjiro mentioning his condition, that he only unleashed his full power when unconscious. Ruffling Nezuko's hair, Chika spoke. Let us go assist Tanjiro. It's another encounter with the 12 Kazuki. Inside the carriage, only 3 remained awake. witnessing the grotesque transformation of the train's structure into a repulsive flesh. I will head to the front. Should the train derail, I will control it with my curse. The others had no objections. Tomioka Yoriyuki would guard the middle 3 carriages, while Kayajiro would handle the last 3. The trio drew their Nichiren blades. And Chika and Kayajiro vanished in an instant, waves and flames racing towards opposite ends of the train. On top of the train stood a man with a deathly pallor. His medium-length hair and long coat whipped about by the wind. Under the moonlight, the crescent symbol in his eyes was unmistakable. No matter how many Hashira come, I shall deal with them all. A grin stretched across the man's face, revealing an obsession. I will not allow Muzan-sama to be disappointed in me. In the Jujutsu High Lounge, Satoru Gojo, lounging on the sofa, sat up, sensing the disappearance of his cursed energy, and suddenly laughed. You have seen her, haven't you? The young man in the dark blue robe waved his hand, causing the dream incense burner on the table to vanish. His expression softened in sorrow. I have granted you this singular opportunity. You must now believe that Chika is well. He could not fathom how this man could afford the luxury of time to disturb him in such a critical moment. For days, he had even refrained from using the restroom. Good? Though Satoru smiled, his words dripped with sarcasm. Are you not afraid that the poor Chika-chan may remain there forever? Zhang Daozhang, you worry too much. The young man's expression dulled, fixating on the 6 eyes that had not been concealed since the Shibuya incident. Neither the Zhang family nor the others would send her without preparation. If not for the earnest request and assurances of the leader of the Shinazugawa clan, the Zhang family would not have agreed to such a ludicrous act. Oh dear, it seems Zhang Daozhang has misunderstood my intentions. A mischievous grin spread across Satoru's face. What? The young man suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. What if Chika-chan voluntarily remains there for certain individuals? And you have not informed her of the way back, have you? With a bang, he watched the young man hastily slam the door behind him. Satoru tilted his head to gaze out at the moon, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Rest assured, at least the one chosen for her must be quite handsome. After all, our Chika-chan has a penchant for good looks. Chapter 50, The Shift. The surrounding writhing. Ever-growing flesh and tendrils filled Chika with dread. This does not bode well. The carriage resembled the interior of a living organism, indicating that the demon had fused with the train, complicating the use of curse techniques. In the first carriage where Chika resided, the sounds of battle echoed from above, growing increasingly fierce, affirming her suspicions. Blue waves surged forth, and the tendrils continued to regenerate, stirring within Chika a sense of unease and inexplicable anxiety. It felt as if something extraordinary was destined to occur today. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath her feet, even within the confines of the carriage. Chiki felt the searing heat, as if a flame capable of severing all worldly evils surged forth. The dream demon, entwined with the train, was decapitated beneath the divine dance of the god of fire, causing the locomotive to derail and the carriage to tilt precariously. Chikine, Tanjiro's voice pierced through the chaos. Stop! The blue scarf around her neck was violently yanked away, and as the incantation was cast, Chiki's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Vivid crimson liquid spilled from her lips, proclaiming, not a single passenger aboard this train shall perish. Under the spell's influence, the frenzied train seemed to be momentarily paused. A tremendous inertia struck, and Chiki was caught off guard, falling backward as the carriage door burst open, threatening to embrace the iron tracks in a tragic union. Rushing forth, Ju Tomioka barely brushed against a corner of fabric slipping through his grasp. Inosuke, Chikine, Tanjiro's face turned pale as he witnessed someone tumble out of the train. He reached out, but his feet lacked the strength to propel him forward. At that moment, a figure surged upward, firmly catching the girl. Ha! At last, I've got you. It seems I'm the more formidable one after all. Inosuke's boisterous laughter reverberated as he cradled Chiki, even his boar mask seeming to radiate pride. You fool, this isn't over yet. Cough, cough. Chiki's pallid face was obscured by her hand. Blood oozing between her fingers. Forcing the train to halt had proven to be a strenuous endeavor. Her throat burned with agony. Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? I didn't use any force. Ju gently reclaimed her, cradling her with utmost care. The others gathered around, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine, Chiki reassured. Accepting a special throat remedy from Ju and speaking with a voice hoarse as gravel, I'll recover soon. There is no need for worry. Truly. I am immensely grateful. It is thanks to Chiki-san that the passengers aboard are safe. Kaijiro's sunny smile remained unwavering. Just as he was about to utter more, Chiki was silenced by Ju's firm gaze, which bore a frown of disapproval. Do not speak. Your throat will suffer. Chiki momentarily paused before nodding with a smile. She beckoned Tanjiro, who was clutching his abdomen, to approach. The 3 youths, rejuvenated by the reversal technique, encircled Chiki in awe, receiving gentle pats on their heads. Nezuko dove into her embrace, extending her hand to wipe the remnants of blood from Chiki's mouth. At that instant, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, as if a heavy object had fallen, stirring up a cloud of dust. Accompanied by an aura of sheer terror, a male demon, adorned with peach-colored hair and slate-gray skin, covered in striped tattoos, materialized before them. His golden pupils bore the unmistakable mark of Upper Rank 3. Upper Rank 3. As Tanjiro discerned the number within the demon's eyes, his pupils constricted. The sound of air being sliced filled the space as Chiki's expression hardened, instinctively pushing the boys away. Simultaneously, a long blade, wreathed in flames and waves, descended, forcing the approaching demon to retreat. The earlier strike had been aimed squarely at Tanjiro. Why? Was it due to his perceived weakness? No, it could not merely be that. Chiki furrowed her brow. The target was so distinctly clear, akin to her name being inscribed on Musen's list of hunted. An arm cleaved in twain and a shoulder split asunder, swiftly restored to wholeness. Witnessing the terrifying regenerative speed of the upper-rank demon, the expressions of the two Hashira turned grave. Akaza regarded the two demon slayers wielding their blades with a glint of excitement in his eye, summoned by Musen to provide reinforcement. His objective was a boy adorned with a sun-shaped earring. Though he did not comprehend Musen's motives, it seemed that the encounter was proving to be anything but dull. What a magnificent blade, he mused. I do not understand why you chose to attack the boy farther from you instead of us. Kaijiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. Because he is my target. Is that so? Then I shall not allow you to succeed. Kaijiro's demeanor turned serious. Zenitsu and Inosuke quickly departed to evacuate the passengers from the train, guiding them away from the perilous scene. Yet Tanjiro remained behind. Since the upper-rank demon's focus was on him, he had to distance himself from the crowd. Though this is our first encounter, I find you exceedingly detestable. Not just him. Every demon was loathed by Kaijiro Rengoku. Is that so? Akaza, rather than being angered by Kaijiro's words, wore a smile. I too detest the weak. Observing the inept fills me with disgust. It appears our perspectives on value differ greatly. Allow me to propose an idea. Akaza extended his hand invitingly. Would you care to join us and become a demon? Absolutely not. Kaijiro retorted without hesitation. Chiki's brow knitted tightly. What was this upper-rank demon saying? Unable to remain silent any longer, Ju surged forward, his Nichiren blade slicing through the air alongside a wave. Rengoku, do not lose focus. Akaza, undeterred by the interruption, recognized the power emanating from them. You two are Hashira, aren't you? I am the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. With Ju's warning, Kaijiro joined the fray. Blade in hand. I am Akaza. The upper rank 3 resembled a charismatic salesman, deftly evading their attacks while delivering persuasive words. Kaijiro, allow me to elucidate why you cannot yet attain the highest realm. Because you are human, humans age and die. But demons are different. We do not underestimate humanity. Chiki's fury erupted as she brandished her blade, her half-exposed face aflame with anger. She detested those who disregarded the value of life. Though she lacked the strength to cast spells at present, her remaining power was still formidable. In that fleeting moment, upon recognizing Chiki, Akaza instinctively diverted his punch. The Nichiren blade, enveloped in blue-black energy, struck downwards, yet Akaza paid it no heed, swiftly retreating several meters to create distance. All women, get away from me. I do not wish to kill you. Gender discrimination among demons? Akaza's expression was peculiar, a mixture of fury and resistance. Is it that you do not wish to kill me, or that you do not wish to kill women? Chiki narrowed her eyes, suddenly catching a glimpse of a peach-hued figure darting past Akaza. Was that a woman? She focused intently, yet found nothing. Surrounded by the three, Akaza appeared somewhat restrained, deliberately avoiding Chiki, clearly unwilling to harm her. Though the reason eluded her, it was evidently advantageous for Chiki and her companions. Soon, Akaza recognized that although Chiki lacked the overwhelming aura of Kaijiro and Ju, her blade strikes were not to be underestimated. The areas struck by her weapon experienced a slowdown in regeneration. The blue-black energy on her blade was a unique fighting spirit unlike anything Akaza had ever encountered. Unleashing the Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill Needle. Chapter 51, Fear Engraved in Cells. As the Blood Demon Art activated, a colossal 12-pointed snowflake array emerged beneath Akaza's feet, enveloping Chiki and the others within its confines. A sensation of being watched engulfed them, and Kaijiro and Ju reacted swiftly, simultaneously raising their blades. Breath of Flames. First form, Unknowing Fire. The seventh form of Water Breathing, Drop Ripple Thrust. Confronted by soaring flames and swift waves, Akaza effortlessly intercepted their assault, seemingly anticipating it with ease. Thanks to the influence of his Blood Demon Art, the fully automated counterattack simple domain of the Kyoto School, having evaded the attack from behind, Chiki swiftly retreated without straying too far, and, under Tanjiro's astonished gaze, she sheathed her sword, adopting the posture of Iato. Hold him back. Upon receiving their comrade's command, the two demon slayers intensified their assault with their Nichiren blades. As if sensing something amiss, Akaza unleashed the destructive killing technique, aiming to disrupt the female demon slayer from a distance, but was thwarted by flames and waves that encircled him. Simple domain, true shadow flow technique reduction. Although the distance was merely 3 meters, Chiki's calculations allowed the effect to extend precisely to the area beneath Akaza's feet. The impact of the destructive killing technique was instantly halved, causing even the ensuing blood demon art to wane. In mere moments, the 3 demon slayers had exchanged blows with the demon over 100 times. This was Kaijuro's first battle alongside Chiki, and he was deeply impressed by the prowess of this extraordinary ally. However, he soon discerned the shortcomings of the simple domain. Its ability to weaken techniques was limited to a 3-meter radius centered around the user. He realized that Akaza, too, was aware of this limitation. I don't know how you acquired abilities akin to a blood demon art, but as long as I maintain my distance, I shall be fine. A smile played on Akaza's lips as he swiftly retreated into the woods. Don't let him escape. Kaijuro and Ju surged forward in unison, brandishing their blades to intercept the retreating Akaza. Channeling cursed energy throughout her body, Chiki gripped her sword tightly before transforming into a fleeting shadow in midair. The Nichiren blade, cloaked in black, cursed energy, descended upon Akaza, who, in an instant, perceived the shift in the blade's fighting spirit. Just as the edge was about to graze his neck, he raised his arm in defense. Destructive killing, flying star, 1,000 wheels. Flame breathing, 4th form, flame tiger. Water breathing, 11th form, calm. Under the relentless barrage of kicks amidst the swirling chaos, despite the barriers erected by Kaijuro and Ju, Chiki found herself caught in the fray. Dog roll. The impact sent her crashing violently onto a train, followed by a feeble collapse onto the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Chiki, Tanjiro gasped, rushing to the side of the fallen girl. I'm fine. With Tanjiro's support, she managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Meanwhile, Ju and Kaijuro emerged from the woods, both bearing various wounds. Kaijuro's left eye was stained with blood, rendering it unopenable, while Ju clutched his chest, having fractured 3 ribs. Akaza sauntered out from the woods, his wounds having swiftly regenerated, save for his severed right arm inflicted by Chiki. Initially, they believed that the numerical advantage granted by the simple domain would tilt the battle in their favor against the upper-ranked demon. Yet it was now evident what true power an upper-ranked demon possessed. Chiki gritted her teeth, cursing the ineffectual upper rank they had previously encountered. Kaijuro, observe. This is the chasm that separates demons from humans. Akaza nonchalantly waved his slowly regenerating severed arm. Even if you manage to slow my regeneration, I shall inevitably restore myself. Unlike you, once you lose a limb, you cannot even wield your sword. Akaza's face was filled with mock sorrow. Such exquisite swordsmanship, destined to vanish. Do you not find it tragic? Embrace becoming a demon, Kaijuro. Whether it takes a century or 2, you will have ample time to hone your skills and transcend your limits. After delivering this proposition to Kaijuro, Akaza's gaze flitted past the 2 demon slayers, landing on the pale-faced girl. Though your swordsmanship is lacking, your abilities and fighting spirit are quite remarkable. I could allow you to join them in becoming a demon. What do you say? The 3 of you could join us. I refuse. Dream on. It's impossible. The trio's voices united in defiance. I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. With unwavering determination, Kaijuro raised his sword, declaring, I will fulfill my duty. None here shall perish. Ju, furrowing his brow in anger, attempted to charge forward with his blade. Suddenly, Chiki let out a mocking laugh, her expression laced with scorn. Is that all your regeneration can do? Allow me to demonstrate the reversal techniques of a sorcerer. In an instant, blue-black, cursed energy enveloped the 2 demon slayers, and Akaza acutely sensed their wounds healing at an alarming rate. In that fleeting moment, 4 voices resonated simultaneously. Secret technique, 9th form, purgatory. Water breathing, 10th form, flowing flow. Destructive killing, annihilation technique. Simple domain, true shadow flow technique reduction. Amidst the clash between 3 demon slayers and 1 demon, flames and waves erupted, leaving devastation in their wake. A tremendous explosion sent clouds of dust billowing, obscuring their forms. The duel between the formidable combatants was a battle Tanjiro could not intervene in. He gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, anxiety etched across his face. As the dust settled, the scene before Tanjiro rendered him breathless, terror and disbelief swiftly permeating his being, leaving him voiceless. Kaijuro Rengoku's abdomen had been pierced by the demon's hand, his own Nichiren blade raised as if in a daze. Chiki and Ju simultaneously struck towards Akaza's neck, yet the Nichiren blade became lodged, unable to advance further. Tanjiro. Chiki's hoarse cry jolted the boy back to consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro suppressed his tears and charged towards them, determined to assist. He could not allow Kaijiro's sacrifice to be in vain. Fire God Kagura, Flame Dance. The overwhelming aura of flames, unlike any from flame breathing, surged toward Akaza, who was ensnared by the trio. With the fiery Nichiren blade and the familiar sun earrings, the vibrant red hair of the boy, once perceived as weak by Akaza, now echoed a haunting memory of a certain red-haired man. A primal fear surged within him, rooted deep in his cells, warning him that if struck by this blade, he would surely perish. Though Akaza's severed arm had yet to regenerate, he could not afford to dwell on it. He began to frantically extricate himself from Kaijiro's body, desperate to evade the blazing Nichiren blade. But Kaijiro would not permit his escape. The three demon slayers exerted their full strength, and just as Akaza severed his own arm, the Nichiren blade struck his neck. Get away from me. The self-severed arm instantly regrew, attempting to hurl Tanjiro aside, yet met with resistance, prevented from moving an inch further. It was Kaijiro's Nichiren blade. I told you, I will not allow anyone here to die. Tanjiro's forehead pulsed with veins, his lungs accustomed to the fire god Kagura. Yet not as explosive as during the encounter with the spider demon. But the Nichiren blade had only penetrated a fraction. What now? I can't cut through. This upper-rank demon's neck is harder than any demon I've faced before. At that moment, a figure rapidly approached. Boar charge, boar charge. Inosuke has arrived. It was Inosuke. Yet simultaneously, Akaza recalled his blood demon art. Beast breathing, second form, slice. Destructive killing, crowned first cut. Just as Akaza intended to lift his foot to kick Tanjiro's head, Chiki abruptly interjected, forcefully invoking a curse, do not move. For a brief moment, Akaza's body stiffened, his blood demon art interrupted, as Inosuke's dual blades descended. Chapter 52, Dawn. The four of them exerted their strength simultaneously, and 5 Nichiren blades finally collided, sending sparks flying through the air. How is it possible? How could I be defeated by such weaklings? Akaza felt the world spin around him, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. The group suddenly released their strength, collapsing onto the ground. Rengoku knelt, blood gushing from his abdominal wound. Chiki violently expelled a viscous liquid, staining her blue scarf a deep crimson. Inosuke, brother Rengoku. The backlash from the curse that had forcibly stabilized the train was supposed to wear off in half an hour, but by invoking it prematurely, Chiki exacerbated the backlash, causing her throat to throb painfully as if slashed by a searing blade. A young man cautiously cradled the pale girl in his arms, bringing the throat medicine close to her lips. How are you? Chiki shook her head, signaling that she was fine, then pointed towards Rengoku, who was surrounded by Tanjiro and Inosuke, urging Ju to take her over. The injuries were far worse than they appeared. After staunching Rengoku's bleeding with a reverse technique, Chiki began to mend his mangled body and damaged organs. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged up her spine, striking her mind with alarm, causing her scalp to tingle. Everyone down. Bang! A fierce kick narrowly missed Tanjiro's head, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, the headless Akaza slowly turned around, an oppressive aura suffocating those present. How could this be? The sight before Tanjiro filled him with terror, nearly robbing him of breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes, and his hand, which supported Rengoku, trembled incessantly. Inosuke, wearing his boar mask, stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Ju gripped his Nichiren blade, reacting swiftly. Yet, the beheaded upper moon demon instinctively blocked Ju's strike with sheer physicality. Soon, Tanjiro and Inosuke were hurled away, rendered unconscious, leaving only the injured Ju confronting Akaza. Rengoku remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Chiki's cursed energy was nearly depleted. What should they do? They still had some time before dawn. Should they hold their ground or flee with the others? Chiki's gaze swept over the train behind them, her teeth clenched, her heart sinking. Akaza's severed neck began to struggle. Sprouting new flesh, though devoid of a head, he emitted a sound. I must grow stronger. I cannot lose. How could I lose? Was this truly the end of the line? Chiki fixed her gaze on the resilient upper moon demon, and suddenly, that pink-haired figure reappeared. It was a spirit, lingering in the human realm, akin to Kaneo. At that moment, the ghostly young woman floated beside Akaza, tears streaming from her eyes, her lips moving as if speaking something. In an instant, the black curtain that barred Demon's entry was drawn down, and Chiki had made her choice. With the exception of the curtain's master and the unwilling Ju, everyone else was left behind, taken over by the arriving Zenitsu and Nezuko. Run. The indistinct syllables escaped Chiki's lips. Sensing a change, Akaza struck the black barrier with a fist. The violent blow caused the curtain to tremble, and Chiki violently coughed up a pool of blood, releasing her grip on the energy channeling the barrier. With more than half of his head regrown, Akaza felt a surge of agitation. Not only had he failed to complete Musen's orders, but he was also pushed to this desperate state. All because of that woman. Akaza glared at the two demon slayers supporting each other, a murderous intent flickering in his restored eye. If only he could kill her. This strange barrier trapping him would vanish. Ju, nearly exhausted, gritted his jaw, one arm cradling the pale Chiki while the other gripped his Nicaran blade tightly. He did not know if they would survive beyond this day, but he would never let go. The scene before him grew increasingly hazy. Yet the sounds around him became ever clearer. Damn it, she said enough. Blood splattered as Chiki coughed, her voice rising with anger. Did you hear that? She said it's enough. Kaneo. The pink-clad woman and Chiki exchanged distant glances. What nonsense are you spouting? I am Upper Moon 3. I am Akaza, not some Kaneo. A familiar yet distant feminine voice echoed in his ears, causing Akaza to involuntarily halt his steps. Have the countless years made you forget the reason for your strength? She has always been by your side. Do you truly remain unaware? The reason for becoming stronger? The splitting headache compelled Akaza to pound his head fiercely. A fleeting pink figure materializing before him. It's enough, Brother Kaneo. The girl with the blue snowflake hairpin, tears glistening in her eyes, clutched Akaza's arm tightly. Her expression filled with sorrow. Do not stray any further. Come with me, Kaneo. 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 In an instant, countless memories surged into Akaza's mind, leaving him motionless. He remembered the reason he had to grow stronger. I must protect Kaneo. The curtain was drawn back, and Chiki's body slumped weakly to the ground, Ju cradling her in a panic. The light of dawn gradually brightened, leaving the dark night behind. The cursed energy within her was drained, and every inch of her body ached. The warm, viscous liquid surged from her throat. It felt as though many had gathered around, but Chiki could no longer see. Her voice was faint yet struck heavily upon the young man's heart. Ju, it hurts so much. Do not fear. Chiki, just hold on a little longer. Ju's expression was sorrowful, his embrace trembling as he held her, unsure if he was comforting her or himself. The butterfly will arrive soon. Do not leave me. Cough cough. Chiki raised her hand, the delicate pendant box stained with blood. I truly like you, Ju. I know. Their hands clasped tightly. I intended to engrave your name, and then, cough cough. Chiki spoke as if to herself, her words fragmented. Do not speak. Please, do not say any more. Ju's eyes brimmed with moisture, his deep blue gaze reflecting Chiki's pale visage, watching her gradually merge with the two figures from his memories. I know it all. He held her hand tightly, unwilling to release it, as if the next moment, the person in his embrace would vanish from his world. Chiki, her consciousness fading, parted her lips, unaware of her words, only feeling her outstretched hand being held firmly. Nothing could be heard, nothing could be seen, only darkness remained. Infinite Castle. At Musen's urgent summons, Nakheim instantly transported the remaining upper moons to the Infinite Castle. Glancing around, Doma rested his golden fan against his chin, tilting his head curiously, and asked, Lady Nakheim, where's Lord Akaza? Kneeling in the room, cradling a pipa. The female specter with her long hair obscuring her eyes did not acknowledge her presence. That fool was already deceased. Musen stood atop the platform, casting a disdainful gaze upon the lower moons below. Recalling the figure that overlapped with that man in Akaza's memories, Musen's teeth nearly shattered from the intensity of his frustration. He was meant to transcend his limits, to become the first demon among the upper moons to overcome beheading, yet he was ensnared by trivial emotions. Unable to even slay a mere human, he ultimately met his demise. What a waste of existence. The thought that two upper moons had been slain in such a short span darkened Musen's mood further. Were it not for the need for upper moons to venture outside and procure blue spider lilies for him, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them all right then. Master Musen, do not be angry. I have already dealt with that special ability demon slayer you ordered to be eliminated, spoke the kneeling Doma, tilting his head back with a smile in his colorful eyes. Bang. Doma's head was obliterated. Did I permit you to speak? Musen shot a cold glance at Doma. This sudden turn of events caused the ugly old demon in the corner, nursing a large bump on his head, to shrink back in fear, clutching the wooden railing and trembling. The beautiful female demon, who had intended to speak, found her mouth covered by a hand that emerged from behind her. My lord, that individual is already dead. At this moment, slightly lower than Musen, a male demon clad in purple and black, with 6 eyes and a sword at his waist, spoke. Yet, Musen was unyielding, consumed by a singular thought, that human must die. Finally freed from her brother, Daki took the initiative to speak, her somewhat sharp voice resonating through Infinity Castle. Leave this matter to Daki. I shall surely alleviate Master Musin's worries. Chapter 53, Eternal Love. The language of the gardenia flowers signifies strength, joy, a lifetime of waiting, and eternal love. Above in the sky, countless crows circled ominously. News of the third upper moon's demise reached every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. All 200 passengers aboard the train were unharmed. Tanjiro and Inosuke sustained minor injuries. While Ju's injuries were limited to a fractured rib, Kayajiro had long been freed from life-threatening danger due to timely treatment following the reversal technique. That afternoon, everyone came to their senses, except for Chiharu. At the Butterfly Mansion, the winter sun poured through the window, yet Ju felt only coldness in his hands and feet. Sitting in a chair, he tightly grasped the even colder hand of the person lying on the bed. Suddenly, a carving knife rolled off the table by the window. The delicate pendant box had been opened, revealing 2 silver rings adorned with gardenias scattered across the table. Under the sunlight, one could almost discern an inscription on the inner circle of the rings. Today marked the 3rd day since the events on the Mugen train. Apart from a slowly recovering throat, Chiharu's injuries had all healed unconsciously. At the door of the room, Tanjiro observed the young man still vigilantly guarding the bed, unmoving. Feeling an indescribable sorrow in his heart, he forced a smile and said, Miss Shinobu mentioned that Chiharu might wake up in the next couple of days. Ju, why not take a rest? Ju remained still, his gaze unwavering from the slumbering girl. Entering the room, Tanjiro noticed Ju still clad in his blood-stained uniform. You should change your clothes. Otherwise, when Chiharu wakes up and sees you like this, she will surely be unhappy. She'll be unhappy? The young man finally reacted, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, Chiharu adores you, Ju. If she sees you like this, it will surely cause her pain. Tanjiro nodded vigorously, continuing, I'll stay here to guard for you, so please rest easy. Seeing the young man finally willing to leave the room, Tanjiro sighed in relief. He retrieved the blood collection device given to him by Tamayo and pricked it against the girl's arm. He felt utterly helpless. Since Shinobu could not ascertain the reason for Chiharu's slumber, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Tamayo, hoping she would find a solution. He drew the curtains, gently calling out to Shichamaru. As his voice faded, a golden-eyed calico cat with a strange talisman around its neck appeared, making its way along the edge of the bed to Tanjiro. Just as he was about to place the blood collection device into the box on Shichamaru's back, a pale, soft hand pressed against his own. What are you doing? A raspy female voice inquired, laced with weakness. Tanjiro-kun? The girl sat up, aside from her hoarse voice. There was no other sign of abnormality. Ah, Chiharu, you're finally awake. Tanjiro exclaimed with delight. Since she had awakened, he no longer needed to trouble Tamayo. This is Shichamaru, I senti it? So adorable. Chiharu rubbed the head of the calico cat, which was not very familiar with her, and then willingly placed the blood tube inside. Please leave a message for me, stating that my blood has a restraining effect on demons, and if needed, I can continuously provide blood for research. Really? Tanjiro exclaimed, astonished, but he still took out paper and a pen from the drawer. After Shichamaru departed, Tanjiro intended to call Shinobu over, but was halted by Chiharu. The girl, sitting on the bed and clutching her stomach, said somewhat embarrassedly, my body is fine. It's just that my stomach has a bit of a problem. Tanjiro-kun, could you please make a trip to the kitchen for me? Suddenly, she felt something was amiss and looked down at her left hand's ring finger, where an incredibly familiar silver ring rested, freezing in place. Why do I have this on my hand? Ah, Tanjiro scratched his head in confusion. That was the ring you gave to Ju before you passed out. Don't you remember? I gave it. Yes. At that moment, you looked like you were leaving a last testament, crying in Ju's arms about how much you liked him. It really startled everyone. Having completely forgotten about this, Chiharu remained frozen on the bed after Tanjiro left, as if she had lost hope in life. How embarrassing. To confess in a daze, and with an unfinished ring. Wait, feeling something on the inner circle of the ring, Chiharu promptly removed it. She got out of bed and drew back the curtains, sunlight casting a golden glow upon her, while the sound of her own heartbeat grew louder and faster. The name etched on the inner side of the ring, not belonging to her hand, caused Chiharu's eyes to widen. She had only inscribed her name on the other ring, Chiharu. Her heart raced violently. A sudden gust of wind lifted her flowing hair, and before she could turn, she was tightly embraced by someone. The familiar scent, the familiar embrace. The familiar person. Without hesitation, Chiharu reciprocated the embrace, feeling her heart swell, and though she had already expressed it, she felt compelled to tell him again. I like you, she said earnestly, her voice steady. Yes, I know, you've said it before. This calm response somewhat dampened Chiharu's soaring emotions, and she dared not look at Ju's expression at that moment. Tightening her hold around his waist, Chiharu closed her eyes, her voice involuntarily rising. Let us be together, Ju. Don't speak so loudly, your throat will hurt. What kind of response is this? Chinchi retreated a few steps, staring incredulously at Ju Tomioka, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just as her tears were on the verge of falling, Ju furrowed his brow, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe her tears, his expression morphing into one of confusion. Do not cry. Haven't we been together all along? Chinchi froze. When? How come I, the person involved, was unaware of this? Chapter 54. No. On what grounds does he presume such? So when did this misunderstanding arise? The doubt and confusion in Chinchi's eyes were palpable. The day before you went to Musen's place, Ju replied seriously, draping a thick coat from the wardrobe over her shoulders. Although he was uncertain why she had suddenly posed this question, he answered earnestly. You said you liked me. Did I mean that at the time? The hesitation in the person before him only deepened Ju's bewilderment. What is it? Nothing. With a resigned sigh, Chinchi waved her hand dismissively, a smile returning to her features. The past was inconsequential. What mattered was the present. Indeed, the coolness of her hands, enveloped within his warm palms, gradually warmed, and as he gazed upon her animated countenance, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Ju's mouth. Ah dear, it seems our timing is rather unfortunate. A gentle voice, laced with evident teasing, floated in from the doorway. Chinchi abruptly withdrew her hand, turning to see Shinobu Kocho and Tanjiro entering. Apologies for intruding, but Chinchi-chan, it's time for your checkup, Shinobu stated, placing medical instruments on the table. Returning to the bed, Chinchi felt her cheeks flush as Shinobu began her examination, while Ju reverted to his usual calm demeanor, appearing nothing like someone who had just confessed. Thank you so much, Chinchi. Recalling the scene, Shinobu still felt a shiver of fear. Everything had been stained red. Yet the most severely injured had awakened that very day. Gently patting her hand resting on her knee, Chinchi smiled. It is my duty. Whether as a sorceress or a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chinchi's singular goal had always been to ensure that those who still clung to hope for life would not perish at the hands of monsters. Noticing the glimmering silver object in Shinobu's hand, she paused momentarily before breaking into a brighter smile. You're in good health. Remember to take your medicine on schedule. As Shinobu rose, she cast a meaningful glance at her taciturn colleague's left hand. Also, the jasmine flower pattern is quite beautiful. She saw it. Chinchi quickly covered the ring on her left hand, her cheeks burning. Once Shinobu departed, Tanjiro and the girls crowded around, while Ju stepped back, awkwardly positioning himself at the foot of the bed. Your voice is back. You can speak again. The butterfly-haired girl wore a worried expression, believing Chinchi's ability to converse indicated her condition was still poor. Ah, Kanao-chan. It was a source of comfort for Chinchi to see Kanao finally able to make decisions according to her own wishes. It's all right. I should be recovering in a couple of days, so don't worry. The girls of the butterfly mansion chattered, voicing their concerns, each receiving a comforting pat in turn. After their meal, Aoi placed a familiar bowl of medicinal concoction in front of her. If you want to recover quickly, you should drink your medicine. This time, Shinobu-san specifically developed a new formula for you. All right, Aoi-chan, you've worked hard too. Chinchi affectionately ruffled the awkward girl's hair, earning a flustered response from Aoi. What are you doing? I'm not a child. With a smile, Chinchi noted that today's medicine seemed to have a hint of sweetness. In the afternoon, the winter sun dispelled some of the chill. Within the tea room of the butterfly mansion, Chinchi was somewhat taken aback by the presence of several visitors. I'm so happy that Michiro-kun could come to visit me. She beamed at the boy sitting beside her, reaching out to pat his head. By the way, did you all come as a group? No, we just met at the door. Mitsuri waved her hand, smiling brightly. It was evident that everyone cherished Chinchi. When I heard the news, I was truly frightened. It's such a relief to see you well, Chinchi-chan. The condolence gifts were piled against the cabinet, and Sanemi scrutinized the two seated closely together, his brow furrowed. Mitsuri quickly picked up on the tension, covering her mouth to suppress a smile. Chinchi-chan, you too. Pulling her new scarf higher, Chinchi felt the warmth of the hand gripping hers beneath the table and shyly diverted her gaze, subtly nodding. Yes. Mitsuri exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks flushing as her words tumbled out in a flurry, finally together. I mean, congratulations. Please be happy. Thank you. Ju nodded slightly, lifting his cup to sip tea once more. Noticing what adorned his fingers, Mitsuri gasped in excitement, while Chinchi lowered her head in embarrassment, thinking, this table is truly something. What on earth are you all talking about? Sanemi, utterly bewildered, finally slammed his palm against the table, exasperatedly demanding an explanation. Understanding some of the underlying tension, Iguro let out a snort, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the excited girl beside him. A flicker of envy and anticipation passed through his eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed by a wave of self-doubt. It's just that Chinchi-chan and Ju-san were in the middle of something, Mitsuri interjected shyly, covering her face. What is going on with them? Sanemi remained utterly confused, failing to grasp what Mitsuri was trying to convey. Iguro glanced at Ju, who was still drinking water, feeling a surge of irritation as he scrutinized Ju's left hand. Left hand? What is so special about that guy's left hand? Sanemi's words caught in his throat as his eyes fixated on the ring on Ju's finger, his brow furrowing even deeper. Even Sanemi, despite his typical obtuseness, understood the implications. Huh, Ju and Doggerel, are you joking? No, what does Doggerel see in that guy? Sanemi couldn't fathom it. He had fought alongside Ju and could not imagine what their relationship entailed. What right do you have to question that? Ju spoke again, perplexed as to why Sanemi would doubt them. Their bond was evident, and even Mitsuri had noticed it at first glance. His words startled the two girls. What do you mean? Sanemi, as expected, erupted in anger, glaring at Ju across the table. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Shinchi panicked, clutching onto the youth beside her, awkwardly defending Ju. He didn't mean it like that. He just doesn't understand why you wouldn't believe him. He truly means no harm. Please don't take it personally, Sanemi-kun. It was precisely this misunderstanding that fueled Sanemi's disdain for Ju. Observing the two individuals standing in close proximity, Nakushi Kawakawa inexplicably felt a surge of irritation, his disdain for Tenjin Ju intensifying. Subsequently, the white-haired young man, resembling a hedgehog, chose to withdraw, opting for the path of avoidance. Why did he leave? The previously silent boy suddenly spoke, his mint-green eyes fixed intently on Chiki, inquiring. And what is your relationship? Why did you not finish your sentence? Ah, that. Chiki was struck by an uncanny sense of déjà vu, akin to an adult confronted by a child's innocent query regarding why grown-ups kiss. Though, to be fair, their situation was not quite analogous. He nudged the sweet rice cakes he had brought towards the boy, smiling ambiguously as he replied, when Michiro matures, he will naturally come to understand. Oh. Michiro ceased his inquiries and lowered his head to partake of the treats. Just as Chiki exhaled in relief, a soft giggle escaped from a girl nearby. Mitsuri-chan. Oh. I sincerely apologize, it was unintentional. Chapter 55, The Owls. The reversal technique had not entirely healed Kaijiro Rengoku's internal injuries. Upon learning of his return home for recuperation, Chiki resolved to pay him a visit. Following the address provided by Shinobu Kocho, upon arriving at the Rengoku residence, Chiki spotted a familiar figure by the entrance. Kombu? Tanjiro-kun? The boy turned, his face lighting up with surprise. Ah, it's Chiki-ne and Ju-and-I. Noticing his gaze linger on the hands of Chiki and Ju, Chiki felt a touch self-conscious, but showed no inclination to release her grip. Is Tanjiro also here to see Rengoku-san? Indeed. Rengoku and I mentioned on the train that there might be records concerning the Hinakami Kagura at home. Salmon mayonnaise. I see. As they conversed, the door to the Rengoku household creaked open slightly. Excuse me, are you here to see my brother? The three turned to see a small yellow head peeking cautiously from behind the door. A miniature yellow owl, Rengoku and I. Chiki and Tanjiro stood frozen, while Ju displayed no noticeable change in expression, affirming the young owl's statement with a nod. I am Senjuro. My brother has yet to return. If you are not in a hurry, you may come in and wait. Then we shall intrude, Tanjiro replied with a slight bow. I am Tanjiro Kamadu. Please. Just call me Tanjiro. These are Doguyuki Chiki and Tenjin Ju, colleagues of Rengoku and I. As they entered the courtyard, Tanjiro kindly introduced the other two. Suddenly, Senjuro bowed deeply to the girl. Thank you, Chiki-ne, for saving my brother. Mokika. Chiki was taken aback. She helped him up, retrieving some candies from her pocket and placing them into the small child's hands, then gently ruffling the shy little owl's head. There's no need for such gratitude. Assisting my comrades is my duty. Senjuro intended to lead them to the reception room, but the door swung open violently. Shut up, father. Ah, here comes the larger owl. Just as Chiki contemplated which of the Rengoku brothers inherited this remarkable resemblance, the next moment revealed the man himself. He bore little resemblance to Kaijiro, holding a sake bottle and emanating an aura of despondency, as though he had lost all interest in life. Father, they are my brother's colleagues. Before Senjuro could finish, Kaijiro's father, Shinjuro Rengoku, impatiently ordered them to leave. I don't care who you are, get out of my house immediately. But his lack of swordsmanship was evident. Merely having slain one upper moon had not granted him the ability to defeat Muzan. Shinjuro waved his hand irritably, then sank into despair. Even that legendary figure failed. We are utterly doomed. Everything is in vain. It appeared that this Rengoku elder had suffered immense trauma. Just as Chiki considered this, a woman clad in a plain white kimono adorned with blue patterns caught her eye at the corridor's corner. The woman seemed surprised to see Chiki and nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. Chiki pondered silently. Such occurrences seemed increasingly frequent. No, it's not like that. Tanjiro shook his head, arguing vehemently with Rengoku's father. Everyone here is formidable. Please do not belittle Rengoku and I. We will. Silence. Noticing the earrings worn by the speaking boy, Shinjuro's fury intensified. He reached out toward Tanjiro, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Given the hostility etched on his face, both Shinjuro and Chiki gasped. Father, Mentai, it's dangerous. Just then, Ju pulled Tanjiro aside while restraining Shinjuro's arm, a familiar voice echoing, Father, please do not treat my stepson in such a manner. The flame-patterned Haori came into view, prompting Tanjiro to look up in surprise. Ringo-kun-ai. Kayajuro nodded at him, releasing his grip on Shinjuro's arm. Seeing him, Shinjuro's expression remained dark. He scoffed. He is a successor of the sun breathing. Does he truly need your guidance? Without bothering to regard the expressions of those in the yard, he turned and retreated into the house. The woman in the plain white garment followed suit. Shinjuro's words weighed heavily on Kayajuro's heart. I apologize. Ever since our mother passed, father has become this way. I hope you will not take offense at what just transpired. We won tea. Tanjiro hastily waved his hand. As Chiki lingered at the entrance, she glanced back toward Shinjuro's room, contemplating the meaning behind his perplexing remarks. The reversal technique's treatment concluded swiftly, and Kayajuro expressed his gratitude with spirited enthusiasm. After Shinjuro entered, delivering tea and snacks, he promptly exited. Kamado-kun, regarding the Hinakami Kagura you mentioned, I found a similar breathing technique in the ancient texts at home. This refers to the sun breathing my father spoke of. Kayajuro placed an antiquated book on the table, his demeanor turning solemn, yet the relevant pages had been torn away long ago. At that time, Kayajuro had been just a child, and with their mother recently deceased, the atmosphere at home had been heavy. Upon discovering his father tearing the book, he had merely assumed it was an expression of anguish. I'm sorry I couldn't be of assistance. Not at all. Observing the torn remnants of the book, Tanjiro's mood fluctuated, yet he smiled gratefully at Kayajuro for his efforts. Chiki rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. So, it seems only Kayajuro's father knows what was written in that book. However, given the recent events, Rengoku's father would undoubtedly refuse to disclose any information. This one do. I must uncover the sun-breathing technique, not only for Tanjiro, but also to facilitate the destruction of the fingers. The sudden outburst from the girl startled everyone. Chiki. Ju rose in confusion. Mustard greens. Leave this matter to me. Chapter 56, Lady Ruka. In the corridor, outside Shinjuro Rengoku's room, a group moved stealthily. Will this truly work? Tanjiro knelt beside the door, filled with worry. Brother, father will surely be angry. Shinjuro sat beside Tanjiro, his hands nervously entwined, displaying a hint of trepidation. Pressing against the wall, Chiki raised her index finger, signaling for silence. Following her lead, Ju Tomioka knelt obediently at her feet, prepared to await her return. Suddenly, the door was flung open by Kayajuro, his youthful exuberance shining as he exclaimed, Father, I implore you to share with me the secrets of the breath of the sun. We are in dire need of this knowledge. Get out. Maki Shuji lay turned away from the entrance, his voice dismissive and unwavering. Very well, father. Just as Kayajuro was about to close the door, Chiki, adhering to their plan, slipped inside. Yet, as a former flame Hashira, even in his state of disarray, his awareness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. You too leave, he uttered with an edge of impatience. Wooden fish flour. Impossible. The nonsensical name of the rice ball momentarily took Rengoku Maki Shuji aback. He sat up, took a swig of sake, and then turned his gaze toward the impertinent girl who had intruded. I shall not answer any of your inquiries. You may leave. Chiki smiled softly at the disheartened middle-aged man and pulled down her scarf. Uncle, regardless of what transpires next, you will read the words I have inscribed on this paper. What? Maki Shuji's eyes fell upon the girl who had seated herself before him, noticing the incantation at the corner of her mouth, perplexed by her earlier statement. In this moment of distraction, she had already pushed a piece of paper toward him. Though he initially intended to disregard it and eject her from the room, his hand, as if possessed, reached for the slightly yellowed sheet. My name is Doge Kiki. I apologize for the audacity of this method of communication, but my ability, as you may have sensed, can transform spoken words into reality. However, this is not a blood demon art, nor am I a man-eater. Maki Shuji straightened slightly, yet casually tossed the paper aside, unfazed. So what now? You expect that with this ability, I should divulge everything regarding the breath of the sun? Rather than asking me, an amateur, you would be better served inquiring of that boy adorned with the sun earrings, for he is the sole heir to the breath of the sun. He scoffed derisively. Chiki chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly, prompting him to glance at the next sheet. The reason I have returned to the Rengoku household is due to Kaijuro's condition. Uncle, do you know? The battle against Upper Moon 3 was far from the surface level ease it appeared to be, when Kaijuro was pierced through the abdomen by that demon. Although I utilized the reversal technique to heal his wound, The circumstances were too dire for his injuries to be fully mended. Maki Shuji's hand trembled, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. And so what? Both he and I are destined to amount to nothing. Though I cannot fathom why you would think this way. Chiki continued. Kaijiro's last words to Tanjiro included a message for you. He said to take care of yourself. The paper crinkled under her firm grip as Maki Shuji silently absorbed the contents. And there is someone who has asked me to convey a message to you. She said that if you continue in this despondent state, she will never forgive you. Rengoku Maki Shuji abruptly lifted his gaze to the girl before him, only to find her eyes drifting to the side. Well then, that is all I wish to say. Farewell, uncle. Are you leaving just like that? Not even a single question? Chiki rose without hesitation, shaking her head with a smile in her eyes, waving her hand cheerfully. I fear my fiancé may be growing anxious. Until next time, both of you. As her footsteps faded, just as she was about to exit, Maki Shuji's voice called out from behind. Wait. The corners of Chiki's lips curled beneath her scarf as she turned, feigning confusion. Salmon Row? What is it? Could you tell me the name of the person who asked you to deliver that message? Rengoku Maki Shuji stood, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In exchange, I will share everything I know. The expression on Maki Shuji's face left Chiki momentarily stunned, causing her to instinctively glance at the third person in the room. The woman with black hair and red eyes nodded gently. Ruka, Rengoku Ruka. The thin sheet of paper felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens as Rengoku Maki Shuji stood there, dazed. So, she had been here all along. Oh no, I've made Kaijiro's father cry. Chiki thought anxiously. Will he become angry with me? Hey auntie, are you alright? Chiki, you should go outside. Rengoku Maki Shuji sensed the gravity of the situation and turned away. I will not go back on my word. Exiting the room, Chiki swiftly closed the door, isolating herself from the curious gazes. Tanjiro anxiously inquired, what happened? Did Rengoku's father say anything? His words left Chiki momentarily speechless. It felt as if they were interrogating a criminal. He has agreed to share information about the breath of the sun, but we must wait a while longer. After all, he was likely still shedding tears, and Chiki felt too guilty to look at Kaijiro. Half an hour later, while nibbling on a sweet potato in the reception room, Chiki internally lamented, who could tell her why the Rengoku family's snacks were sweet potatoes? Suddenly, a figure entered through the door, clad in tidy attire. With a clean face and neatly combed hair, Chiki widened her eyes, slowly forming a question mark in her mind. Wait, who is this handsome uncle? Aren't there other members of the Rengoku family? Coughing from the shock of being choked by the sweet potato, Chiki took a full cup of water from Ju to regain her composure. Father? Kaijiro was equally astonished. He could hardly recall the last time he had seen his father in such vibrant spirits. Senjuro nervously edged closer to his brother, his eyes fixed on Rengoku Maki Shuji, filled with both hope and trepidation. Kaijiro, Senjuro. Observing his father nodding calmly at them, Senjuro's face finally brightened with joy. They all gathered together. And upon learning from Tanjiro that he was unaware of the earrings or the breath of the sun, Rengoku Maki Shuji felt shame for his previously biased thoughts. According to the texts, the breath of the sun is the most primal form of breathing technique, from which the 5 foundational breathing styles are derived. The creator of the breath of the sun was the first of the 9 pillars, Yorichi Tsujikuni, who developed 13 forms, although the texts do not specify which 13. Furthermore, even the creator of the sun breathing was unable to vanquish Muzan. As Ruka's condition deteriorated, Maki Shuji's thoughts became skewed, leading him to believe that his heavy sins had resulted in a curse akin to that of the Tsujikuni family, which caused his wife's illness. Thus, after Ruka's passing, Maki Shuji's spirit was shattered, and he felt that nothing else mattered. Upon exiting the Rengoku residence, the Rengoku brothers bowed deeply to Chiki. We are truly grateful. Kaijiro had never felt such happiness before, though he was unaware of what Chiki and his father had discussed. He was genuinely elated that his father had been able to regain his composure. You really don't have to thank us so profusely, Chiki said with a resigned wave of her hand, having heard the Rengoku brothers express their gratitude more times than she could count that day. What added to her helplessness was the presence of Ju Tomioka beside her, who insisted on holding the gifts forcefully stuffed with owls in one hand while grasping Chiki's hand with the other. Just before their parting, Kaijiro pulled out a wrapped item from the pocket of his uniform. Kamadu boy, this is for you. Tanjiro accepted it, and, upon unwrapping, discovered a flame blade guard identical to Kaijiro's. Instinctively, he glanced at the Nichiren sword at Kaijiro's waist, where the blade guard remained. So, this was the reason why Rengoku had ventured out to craft this for him. Tanjiro felt warmth filling his eyes. I now believe that your sister will not harm humans, but the path you have chosen will be fraught with challenges. Kaijiro patted the boy's shoulder, his smile radiant and resplendent. But do not fear, let your heart blaze fervently. Just as the sun inevitably dispels the night, I believe, Kamadu boy, You too shall discover a way to restore your sister to humanity. Rengoku, Tanjiro's eyes glistening with tears, clutched the blade guard tightly. Yes, I will surely do it. Chapter 57, Cooperation. The breath of the sun comprises 13 forms, while the dance of the fire god contains only 12. Although Tanjiro found this quite vexing, he had managed to completely convert the dance of the fire god into a breathing technique and executed the entire set flawlessly. As the first finger of the ritual successfully transformed into powder in his hand, Chiki excitedly embraced Ju standing beside her. The remaining fingers were promptly entrusted to Tanjiro. At the Tomioka residence, Ju prepared to depart on a mission, lifting his Nichiren sword. Observing the obediently standing youth before him, Chiki helped him wrap a scarf around his neck. Pickled mustard greens. Be cautious. No need to see me off, it's cold outside. Pickled fish roe. MHM. As night fell, Chiki, alone at home, showed no signs of sleep. After wrapping herself snugly, she waved towards the tree in the yard. A raven, adorned with a purple scarf, flew over and perched upon her shoulder. Miss Chiki, is it time for our appointment? A deep and mature male voice resonated, sounding quite reliable. Chiki nodded, smiling as she stroked its feathers, then gently called into the air, Shichimaru. A calico cat, adorned with an unknown talisman around its neck, appeared, meowing at Chiki as if urging her to follow, then proceeded to walk out of the Tomioka residence. 2 days prior, on the very night she returned from the Rengoku household, Shichimaru unexpectedly appeared in Chiki's room, clutching a letter. Miss Chiki, I wish to meet you, it read. Tamayo. Shortly after Shichimaru's departure, the Master S. Raven sought her out, revealing that the Master had been searching for the one who wished to eliminate the nefarious Musen Kabutsuji. The Master desired her collaboration with the Demon Slayer Corps, and in that instant, Chiki grasped the intentions of Yoya. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. After about 2 hours of winding through alleys, Shichimaru finally halted before a young boy, calling out to him twice before vanishing through a wall. Surveying the surroundings, Chiki greeted the boy resembling a demon before her. Kombu, you are late. How dare you keep Lady Tamayo waiting for so long? It is utterly unforgivable. The boy frowned, his irritation palpable, pointing at the raven on Chiki's shoulder. You even brought a crow from the Demon Slayer Corps. What do you intend to do? Huh? Chiki shook her head, confusion evident in her eyes. Katsuobushi. Speak to me properly. My sincerest apologies, the raven on the girl's shoulder interjected. Miss Chiki is unable to engage in a proper conversation with you due to certain circumstances. I hope you can understand. I accompany Miss Chiki not with any ill intent towards Lady Tamayo, so please rest assured. Who knows? But as long as I am here, you shall not harm Lady Tamayo. The boy crossed his arms, evidently lacking trust in them. Hearing him mention Lady Tamayo repeatedly, Chiki suddenly understood and reached for her waist. She drew her Nichiren sword, causing Yashiro to react like a startled cat, swiftly pulling out a talisman, crossing his hands in a defensive manner. What do you intend to do? The girl was taken aback by his reaction, her hands momentarily freezing as she extended the sword towards him, then softened her gaze with a smile. What Miss Chiki means is to entrust the Nichiren sword to you for safekeeping, the raven explained. This left Yashiro momentarily stunned. He certainly understood the implications of a demon slayer losing their sword, especially handing it over to a demon. Come with me, he muttered, tucking the Nichiren sword carefully into his sleeves, awkwardly leading the way. My name is Yashiro. Salmon. All right, I understand. Passing through a wall that resembled an illusion, Chiki beheld a quaint little house, where a beautiful sister clad in a purple-patterned kimono stood at the entrance. Miss Chiki, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tamayo. Unlike the irritable Yashiro, Tamayo exuded a gentle demeanor, clearly an erudite individual. Kombu. Hello. As anticipated, a look of confusion crossed Tamayo's face. Observing this, Yashiro immediately leaned closer to explain. Inside, in the basement, Tamayo stated, Miss Chiki, after several days of research, I have discovered a substance within your blood that can destroy the cells of demons. She produced a test tube containing a pale red liquid. To be precise, it destroys the cells belonging to Musen. Perhaps when this substance reaches a sufficient quantity, I could create a potion to eliminate Musen. Are you asking me to provide blood for your research? Looking at the words Chiki had written in her notebook, Tamayo nodded. Her eyes soon filled with profound sorrow and resentment as she began to recount her past. Centuries ago, in a state of severe illness, Tamayo had consented to Musen's proposal to become a demon in order to accompany her child as they grew up. However, upon regaining consciousness, she found that her husband and child had been killed by her own hands during her transformation. Subsequently, in a state of despair, she attacked several innocent individuals. Driven by madness, the harsh reality compelled Tamayo to seek an end to this absurd existence beneath the sunlight. Then, she encountered Musen once more. Anger and resentment swiftly engulfed her mind, and in an instant, The thought of killing Muzan flourished within her heart. Naturally, Muzan regarded her with disdain, believing he could manipulate the doctor to serve him. But after repeatedly sensing her murderous intent, he grew weary and intended to eliminate her. However, a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly interrupted Muzan's actions, forcing him into a corner, ultimately leading to Muzan's self-detonation into thousands of flesh fragments as he fled. With her heart in ruins, Tamayo revealed everything about Muzan and her past, only to be invited by the swordsman to assist the Demon Slayer Corps in defeating Muzan. I agreed to Mr. Yurichi's request, but I realized that due to Muzan's cowardly nature, he would not reappear before Mr. Yurichi's demise. Thus, I seized the opportunity to modify my body with medicine, breaking free from Muzan's control. Sitting in her chair, Tamayo poured a cup of tea for Chiki. I am acutely aware of the grave sins I bear as one who consumes humans, yet regardless, I must eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. The appearance of Miss Chiki and Nezuko must surely be a divine arrangement. I shall undoubtedly concoct a potion capable of vanquishing Muzan. Salmon mayonnaise, indeed. Chiki lowered her eyes, her loathing for Muzan intensifying. Miss Tamayo, there is another reason for my visit today. One of my colleagues possesses considerable expertise in pharmacology. She recently arrived at the same conclusion regarding my blood as you have. Thus, I extend an invitation on behalf of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps for you to join us, alongside Shinobu, in our research to devise a method to eliminate Muzan. A loud crash interrupted the conversation as a porcelain cup shattered on the ground. What did you say? Tamayo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You are inviting a demon to the Demon Slayer Corps? Just then, the door swung open, revealing the furious figure of Yashiro, who instinctively shielded Tamayo with his presence. Impossible. Do you think we are so easily deceived? This request, indeed, posed a monumental challenge for a demon. Chiki contemplated momentarily before tearing off her scarf in their presence. I assure you, none among the Demon Slayer Corps would ever harm Miss Tamayo or Yashiro. Who do you think you are, declaring what will or will not happen? Yashiro took a step back with Tamayo, urgency in his voice. My lady, we must leave. This place is no longer safe. Salmon, don't go. Chiki implored, reaching out in desperation. Just then, Kaneo, who had moved to the table, interjected. Rest assured, both of you. Miss Chiki is the adopted daughter of our leader. Her intentions reflect those of the Corps. The relinquishment of the Nichiren blade signifies our sincerity. Hearing this, Tamayo turned to Yashiro, who reluctantly nodded in agreement. Moreover, Miss Chiki's difficulty in communication stems from her unique ability to manifest spoken words into reality. What? Both Tamayo and Yashiro were astonished. Could a human indeed possess such a power akin to blood demon arts? Yashiro instinctively retorted, what nonsense. She is not a demon. Observing their skepticism, Chiki rested her chin in thought, glancing between Yashiro and Tamayo before breaking into a knowing smile. Then, I request Miss Tamayo to spin 3 times while holding on to Yashiro. Yashiro. Tamayo, huh? As they escorted Chiki beyond the reach of blood demon arts. Yashiro's face remained flushed. Chapter 58. It truly is not as you imagine. By the time they returned home, it was well past midnight. Kaneo, having successfully brought Chiki home, prepared to return to the Kenroji estate to convey the outcome of this evening's invitation to Kagaya, Ubuyashiki. Miss Chiki, the Hashira meeting commences at 10 tomorrow morning. Do not forget to summon the water Hashira as well. Salmon, salmon. Chiki nodded and turned to retreat to her room. Just as she switched on the light, a noise at the door startled her. Oh no, Ju is back. If I turn off the light now, it will be too late. Chiki glanced around, her mind racing. Upon entering, Ju noticed Chiki, who usually would be asleep by this hour, still awake with the light on. Remembering the last time she had been home alone and had developed a high fever, he furrowed his brow with concern. He knocked on the door, but silence greeted him. Without hesitation, he opened the door. Chiki. Upon seeing the empty room, his heart sank, and he turned to leave. Salmon radish. The sudden voice halted him in his tracks. The girl rushed in from the direction of the kitchen, clad in only a single garment with a haori draped haphazardly over her shoulders. He swiftly approached and caught her. Feeling her cool breath, and, somewhat displeased, removed his haori to wrap it around her. You'll catch a cold dressed like this. Hee, salmon mayonnaise. Is that so? Once she donned the haori, Chiki leaned against him, nuzzling her face into his embrace. Ju held her, appearing calm on the surface, yet his heartbeat raced uncontrollably. But at this late hour, did you come from that direction because you were hungry? Hom. The girl nodded obediently, and Ju, understanding, removed his scarf to wrap it around her neck. Go wait for me in the tea room. Salmon. By the time they finished their late-night snack, it was already past midnight. The following day, as expected, Chiki overslept. Groggy, she climbed out of bed only to be informed by Yuami that there was less than half an hour until the meeting. Mokahana, this is bad. I'm going to be late. In a flurry, she dressed hastily, grabbing the Haori from the floor without even looking, with tears of frustration in her eyes. She dashed outside. In the courtyard, Ju was still engaged in his daily training when the girl rushed over, snatched the bamboo sword from him, and tossed it aside. Salmon mayonnaise. We must hurry. Without time to explain, she thrust her clothes into his hands and pulled him toward the door. When they finally arrived at the Ubuyashiki estate, they were just in time. Salmon guts. Hooray, we made it. All eyes turned toward the two unexpected intruders, and Chiki soon realized that everyone else was already present. Noticing Chiki's attire, the expressions varied among the group. Mitsuri covered her face, somewhat embarrassed, while Shinobu smiled knowingly. And the veins in Kaneo's forehead throbbed as if she were suppressing something. However, Chiki was still caught in the awkwardness of her supposed tardiness and failed to notice their peculiar expressions. Kagaya Ubuyashiki waved them over. Come, take a seat. Relieved, Chiki knelt beside Mitsuri, while Ju settled on her other side. Sensing the gazes directed at her, Chiki felt puzzled. Salmon roe? What's wrong? Ah, it's nothing. I just think Chiki-chan looks lovely today. Mitsuri's cheeks flushed. They must have their reasons for dressing this way. Oh, how shy. Chiki-chan and Mr. Tomioka seem to have a close relationship. Pickles? Are you all right? Chiki was startled by her sudden blush, concern creeping into her mind. Could she be coming down with a fever? Now that everyone is gathered, let us begin. Kagaya's voice commanded attention, and everyone straightened in their seats. He summarized the disparity between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons, then specifically instructed Chiki not to undertake missions alone, receiving unanimous agreement from all present. Chiki felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that every time she encountered an upper moon, she was always present, as if she had inadvertently acquired a buff that attracted upper moon demons. The meeting soon devolved into discussions of experiences battling the upper moons, which naturally did not require Chiki's input. The other colleagues present at the time could handle that. As for the upper moon 5, well, Chiki had little to say. Unable to withstand the somnolent atmosphere of the meeting, Chiki soon found her head lowered into her scarf, drifting off into a light slumber. Now, does anyone have any questions regarding Miss Tamayo joining the Demon Slayer Corps? None. The sudden voice of Kaijuro from behind jolted Chiki awake, and she feigned nonchalance as she raised her hand, attempting to rub her eyes to regain consciousness, only to discover that her sleeve seemed a bit long. Wait, this color. Glancing at her sleeve, which was red on one side and adorned with a tricolored tortoiseshell pattern, Chiki swiftly turned to Ju, only to find the neatly folded light blue Haori draped over his lap. Why didn't you tell me I wore the wrong clothes sooner? The youth, accused by Chinchi with her piercing gaze, appeared bewildered. What was amiss? Chinchi's movements were somewhat exaggerated, drawing the attention of everyone around her. Chinchi? Faced with the concerned expression of Yuzui Tenjin, the girl's face flushed crimson, and she vigorously shook her head, pulling her scarf up so tightly that it nearly obscured her entire face. It's nothing, really. After the meeting concluded, the now-sighted Yuzui Tenjin gently patted the shy girl's head, smiling warmly. Let us all stay together for lunch today. All right. Once their leader departed, the first thing Chinchi did was shed her clothing. She finally comprehended why Mitsuri had looked at her with such a peculiar expression. How infuriating. Why did everyone remain silent? I thought Chinchi-chan was aware of it. Mitsuri gasped, covering her mouth. But if we wore the wrong outfits, then it would be you and Mr. Tenjin. Her cheeks grew even redder, prompting Chinchi to swiftly interrupt her frightening thoughts. We did nothing. We simply wore the wrong clothes. Oh, is that so? Why does your tone sound so dejected? Sighing heavily, Chinchi donned her Haori, noticing that Shinobu, who had been silent with her head bowed, seemed a bit off. Remember sister's words and keep smiling, Shinobu thought, her hands clenched into fists on her lap, a forced smile gracing her lips. Yet, the mere thought of collaborating with a demon incinerated her insides with rage, waves of anger crashing over her. Forgive me, sister. I still cannot maintain my composure. Although the rest of the group was somewhat resistant to the idea of working with a demon, they accepted it due to Nezuko's precedent within the Demon Slayer Corps and their leader's assurances. However, it was not they who had to coexist with demons daily. For the sake of the Corps, Shinobu concealed her discontent, choosing instead to simmer in her frustration and gradually adjust her emotions. Suddenly, she was embraced by the girl who had appeared by her side without her noticing. The comforting pat on her back was soothing. It's all right, Chinchi. You can cry if you need to. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, akin to that of her sister, Shinobu couldn't help but wrap her arms around her, burying her face in Chinchi's bosom. After a while, a muffled voice emerged. I'm not crying though. Chapter 59, New Year. Inside the room, a hand cautiously ventured out from beneath the covers, but quickly retreated upon encountering the biting cold air. Why is it so cold? I don't want to get up. Chinchi was completely cocooned in her blanket, leaving no gap exposed. When the knocking at the door sounded for the third time, Ju's voice followed. Stop sleeping. Get up for breakfast. All right. the girl replied, her voice trailing off, plunging the room back into silence. After a considerable time, Chinchi finally emerged from her cocoon, quickly donning her uniform and grabbing her haori and cotton jacket before wrapping her scarf around her neck. With a sigh of relief, she thought, "Ah, I almost froze to death." As she stepped out into the courtyard, the world was blanketed in white. Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized it was snowing. Ju paused for a moment, covering her cold hands with his warm ones. Recently, Kaneo seems to be more sensitive to the cold. As dusk descended, the two swiftly completed their tasks from the past few days. On the bustling streets, Chinchi emerged from a shop with Ju, carrying various gifts. More than half a month prior, the Hashira meeting had concluded. In Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin had proposed a gathering before the new year at his home. Although many expressed concerns about their missions preventing them from attending, nearly everyone agreed. Naturally, Chinchi was on board as well. After all, she was eager to catch a glimpse of Yuzui's legendary 3 wives. Unexpectedly, Chinchi spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. The youth was still clad in his wide-sleeved uniform, his mint green eyes gazing blankly ahead, lacking even a coat in such frigid weather. Frowning, Chinchi swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper. Upon reading her note, the young man nodded and then entered a nearby clothing store. "Kombu." Chinchi approached the boy and waved her hand in front of him. Her voice pulled him back to reality, and upon recognizing her, Michiro opened his mouth and uttered a remarkably surprising statement. "I remember." "What? Salmon Row? I indeed have a brother." The boy appeared dazed, his brow furrowing slightly, but I still cannot recall his name. Ruffling the boy's hair, Chinchi felt a pang of discomfort. "Do not worry, everything will be all right." "Is that so?" Receiving the items Ju had purchased, Chinchi draped a thick white haori over the boy's frail shoulders. "Are you heading home, Michiro?" He nodded, only to have his hand taken. "Then come with us." "To do what?" "To eat." After taking a few steps forward, she noticed someone was missing. Turning back, she found Ju still standing in place, his hand raised in the air as he watched her calmly. Thus, Chinchi led Michiro by the hand to Yuzui's residence. A beautiful woman with a single ponytail answered the door, and Chinchi's eyes widened. "Is this one of Yuzui's wives? How fortunate you are." Ju, Shinobu, and Mitsuri had all been met before, so this girl must be the Kaneo that Tenjin had mentioned, who could not communicate normally due to special circumstances. "I am Shinobu, Tengen's wife." "Kombu." As she greeted them, Chinchi waved her hand, signaling Ju to present the gifts. Though surprised by the girl's words, Shinobu swiftly accepted the offerings from Ju and welcomed the 3 inside. Yuzui's home was larger than others, likely due to the number of family members, and it might grow even larger in the future. Inside, many colleagues had already arrived. "Chinchi-chan." Mitsuri waved her hand excitedly. Dressed in a rare cherry-red kimono instead of her uniform, her 3 braids adorned with a rose hairpin. "Kombu." Catching Mitsuri as she leaped toward her, Chinchi settled at the table with the girls, seated at the same table. Shinobu observed the girl being forced to bury her chest and noticed the furious glare directed at them from the distance by Iguro. Mitsuri introduced Chinchi to Tengen's other 2 wives, the soft-spoken Suma with her black hair and blue eyes, and the somewhat assertive Makio with her golden bangs. Wait, why did Tenjin's 3 wives seem so familiar? Ju, who had initially intended to sit with Chinchi, was seized by Tenjin, while the shorter Michiro was similarly restrained. "Oh, Tsutomu is here too." Yuzui Tenjin forcibly seated the 2 at the adjacent table, then remarked to Ju, who still wished to rise, "The girls are chatting over there. It wouldn't be very elegant for you to join them." "Well, that side is already full. Ju-san, just stay here." Rengoku Kaijiro placed a bowl of salmon and radish in front of him. "Here, you seem to enjoy it." "Thank you." The wives of Tenjin have ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand, leaving only the 3 of them at the table. Initially apprehensive that Ion would retreat to a corner to be alone, Chiki felt a wave of relief upon glancing back at the young man seated behind her. Noticing Chiki's demeanor, Mitsuri bashfully remarked, "Chiki-chan and Tengen-san have such a wonderful relationship." With a hint of exasperation, Chiki began to scribble on a piece of paper. "You and Iguro could be together too, so when do you plan to take that step?" "Huh? Chiki-chan, what are you saying?" Mitsuri exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she covered it with her hands. Stealing a glance through her fingers at Iguro, who was seated not far away with the undead Kaneo, Chiki said, "It's quite evident, don't you think? If you doubt me, just ask Shinobu. She has noticed it too." Suddenly called upon. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and nodded in affirmation of Chiki's words. "Oh no." Mitsuri's cheeks flared red as she buried her face in Chiki's shoulder, shyly murmuring, "Is it really that obvious? I wish I could be as brave as you, Chiki-chan." Ignoring the unfriendly glare from Iguro, Chiki gently wrapped her arm around the conflicted young woman. "Mitsuri-chan, you are so beautiful and capable. I'm certain Iguro likes you too. So don't fret over trivial matters. No matter what choice you make, I will support you." "Ah, Chiki-chan, You're so wonderful. I really like you. After reading the words on the paper, Mitsuri was moved and hugged Chiki tightly once more. Meanwhile, Iguro's gaze darkened further, as if he might crush the cup in his hand. The undead Kaneo looked perplexed, while Jyomi shed 2 tears, murmuring a prayer to Amitabha. Chapter 60, The Delinquent. The room was illuminated by soft, warm light, and the air was filled with the enticing aromas of food and wine. Each dish had been meticulously prepared by Hinetsuru and the others, lavish and delectable. The praises of Kayajiro from the neighboring table could be heard incessantly. As several plates lay empty before them, Chiki's table was in a similar state. Observing the remnants of food mostly consumed by Mitsuri, she could only think. No wonder their master and apprentice. Their appetites are equally grand. Casting Mitsuri an admiring and envious glance, Chiki often lamented her inability to indulge in more delectable snacks while shopping. As the cups clinked and the atmosphere grew lively and joyful, Chiki suggested they play a game, remarking that it wasn't too late and they had the day off tomorrow. What shall we play? Arm wrestling? Mitsuri asked curiously as she accepted the cup Chiki handed her. Do you know the King's game? As the name implies, one writes down the king and other numbers on paper, and the person who draws the king can command the other players to perform certain tasks or actions. If any player refuses to comply, they must face a penalty. After explaining the rules to the girls at the table, Suma's eyes lit up as she eagerly raised her hand to join. With the exceptions of Hinetsuru and Maki, the other girls had no objections. As for the boys, Iyong accompanied Chiki, Iguro followed Mitsuri, and Michiro was brought along by Chiki as well. The flamboyant Kaijiro, who found the idea of being a king quite splendid, was also in attendance, while the eldest, Jyomi, expressed disinterest. The indifferent undead Kaneo, however, decided to join in. Then the penalty shall be to drink a cup of wine. Everyone cleared the table and sat in a circle. Thus, who would be the first king? It's me. Yay! Chiki exclaimed, revealing the card marked with the king. My command is for the person who drew 7 to meow 3 times. I wonder who it will be. I'm so excited. Mitsuri said, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Her paper reading 1. I'm 3. Butterfly Shinobu presented her paper. As everyone revealed their numbers, undead Kaneo fell silent. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the muscles in her forehead twitched, and then, with a sigh of resignation, she chose to drink. That is not very glamorous, Kaneo. Michiro felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing her volatile colleague meowing. Others shared his sentiment. Mind your own business. Next time, I'll definitely be the king. Yeah. Right. It seems my luck is holding up. Kayajiro mused, stroking his chin. Then let the ones who drew 3 and 6 shake hands for 10 seconds. Undead Kaneo, holding a 3, stared blankly at Iyong, who held a 6, as he unhesitatingly reached for his drink. Hey, you can't do that. Sumikun, you can't choose the penalty twice in a row. That would defeat the purpose of the game. Kayajiro nodded in agreement. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's Kaneo-sensei and Tingen-sensei. So, just accept the command gracefully. Iyong, however, felt no resistance and even thought this might be an opportunity to bond with his colleagues. After completing the task, undead Kaneo frowned at her hand, as if reluctant to accept it. Observing her reddened palm, Iyong glanced at her with a hint of sorrow, wondering why she had to exert herself so much. Upon returning to her seat, Chiki noticed the girl gazing at her hand with concern, and Iyong slowly blinked, feeling that perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. In the 3rd round, Butterfly Shinobu became the king. Well then, let number 1 hold number 5 horizontally for 10 seconds. As the 2 stood up, Chiki looked at Butterfly Shinobu with a significant expression, discreetly giving her a thumbs up. Oh, how embarrassing, Mitsuri exclaimed, her face flushed as she gazed at the familiar person before her. Iguro averted his gaze awkwardly, his hands clenched in fists beneath his sleeves. Why am I number 5? Excuse me, Iguro-san. Though shy, Mitsuri did not back down, easily lifting the petite Iguro with her exceptional strength. Wow. Chiki felt an exhilarating rush, gleefully laughing as she clutched her friend's arm. Mitsuri-chan, you're truly exuding boyfriend energy. Chiki's heart sank with regret, wishing there were a phone available to capture this moment. After the task concluded, the 2 appeared visibly closer. After several rounds of the game, everyone had grown accustomed to the rules, leading to some rather peculiar commands. Kayajiro ruffled Iyong's hair, Michiro tied his hair into pigtails, and Suma was lifted by Tenjin, one in each hand. Undead Kaneo and Iguro spun around hand in hand, while Butterfly Shinobu planted a kiss on Chiki's cheek, among other amusing antics. After nearly everyone had taken their turn as king, Undead Kaneo finally drew the king card. Gripping the paper, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her frustration evident as she tugged at her hair. Then let number 1 do 50 push-ups. Who do you think you're punishing? Chiki's lips twitched as she read her number. Revenge, this is definitely revenge. Slapping the paper in front of undead Kaneo, Chiki, lacking in resolve, opted to drink instead. That's hilarious. 50 push-ups? I'd much rather drink. Although she had refrained from alcohol in the past to protect her voice, she thought, it's just a cup of wine. I should be fine. Chiki-chan, are you really going to drink? 50 isn't that many after all. Mitsuri worriedly looked at the girl raising her cup. I'm fine. I can handle it. Shinazugawa reached out, contemplating whether to put an end to the situation. He had no intention of deliberately complicating things for Chiki, for in the eyes of the Hashira, 50 push-ups were hardly a challenge. However, it seemed the moment had passed. The pungent liquid swirled in the cup, causing Chiki to instinctively furrow her brows. After a brief hesitation, she downed it in one go. The sharp alcohol coursed down her throat, prompting a fit of coughing as warmth spread from her stomach throughout her body, the complex flavors enveloping her palate. Ju Tomioka frowned, visibly displeased, as he supported the coughing girl and brought the cup to her lips. Here, have some water. It appears that Chiki-chan is utterly unaccustomed to drinking. He decided to lead her to a quieter spot to rest. Shinobu Kocho gently reassured Chiki. It seems she has had quite enough to drink. Mitsuri Kanroji expressed surprise at the girl's single-handed consumption. Mikahana. Chiki shook her head, denying Mitsuri's claim, her entire being flushed with a rosy hue. She merely felt a bit dizzy. Her mind remained quite clear, and thus, she refused to admit to any drunkenness. One drink is nothing to be embarrassed about, right? The others concluded their game and shifted to arm wrestling, cheers and exclamations filling the room. Beneath the dim golden light, as she gazed upon the fair and handsome face before her, Chiki couldn't help but grin widely, exclaiming, hee hee, this is my boyfriend. No more drinking, Ju Tomioka said. His brow furrowed, eyes reflecting both annoyance and concern. Let us go home. He reached out, intending to embrace her. As the figure before her blurred, Chiki cupped the young man's face, shaking her head in refusal to return. Don't be willful. A fleeting, soft sensation on her lips caused Ju to widen his eyes. His heart racing as time seemed to freeze, leaving only her glistening violet gaze in his sight. The unusual and resounding sound momentarily silenced the room. Mitsuri covered her mouth. Her face flushed. What was that? As Ju stood in stunned silence, Chiki dashed past him to another spot. Butterfly Shinobu blinked in surprise at the sudden kiss on her cheek. Chiki-chan? The girl chuckled softly at her, then leaned over to plant a kiss on Mitsuri's worried face. Huh. What? Mitsuri blushed deeply. What are you doing? Iguro Abanai exploded. Even his snake companion, Kabaramaru, stood at attention, hissing. Ju, hurry and take this tipsy girl away. No one had anticipated that the girl, so easily toppled by a single drink, would transform into a raucous little rogue. Mikahana. Skillfully dodging Abanai's outstretched hand, the inebriated Chiki took a playful bite of the obedient Michiro, who showed no reaction, leaving the surrounding onlookers in shock. What a charmer she was. Well, it seems Chiki-san is quite intoxicated. Just one drink. How undramatic. Could she really be a rogue? Namo Amada Butsu. Chiki-chan is so adorable, don't you think, Mitsuri? Finally, as Chiki foolishly lunged at another person, Ju snapped back to reality, swiftly pulling her back and making a hasty exit from the Yuzui household. Chapter 61. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Tomioka residence. Having never cared for a drunken individual before, Ju found himself at a loss as he gazed at the girl before him, who could only stare back at him with a silly grin. Time for bed. He gently removed her scarf and reached for her haori, intending to help her out of her outer garment. Mikahana. She swatted his hand away, frowning and clutching her collar, turning away defensively. Why are you taking off my clothes? Mom says it's not allowed. What's wrong? Her actions puzzled Ju. He was merely assisting with a change of attire, so why was she resisting? I'm Tomioka. Take off your clothes and sleep. Steadying the swaying girl, Ju earnestly explained, believing her to be muddled from drink. Tomioka. Chiki's sluggish mind finally registered who stood before her, a smile returning to her face. If it's you, Ju, then it should be fine, right? Grinning foolishly, she leaned in and pecked the young man on the cheek again, then opened her arms, awaiting his help to remove her outer garment. Ju bit his lip, his earlobes flushed crimson beneath his dark hair. After tucking her snugly into the blankets, Ju picked up her dirty clothes, preparing to leave, but before he could stand, he was tackled. Chiki, protectively cradling her, he braced himself with one hand behind him, looking down with a puzzled expression. Don't go. Chiki's face, still flushed from alcohol, bore a furrowed brow and a pout, clearly unhappy. Why are you leaving? Do you not like me? Why else wouldn't you stay with me? Why have you never said you liked me? The more she thought, the more she felt she had uncovered a profound truth, and tears of grievance threatened to spill as she clung tightly to Ju's waist. Don't cry. He sat up, opening his haori to envelop her, frowning in displeasure. You'll catch a cold. What do you want? Chiki nestled in his embrace, refusing to look up, one hand clutching the fabric of his shirt while the other pointed towards the blankets. All right, I understand. It dawned on Ju that she was simply afraid of sleeping alone. Indeed, he shouldn't leave a drunken person by themselves. In the room, the lights dimmed. All previous sorrows were cast aside as Cheeky joyfully embraced Ju. The two lying on the same pillow, covered by the same blanket. The seemingly tranquil young man, in truth, felt his heart pounding fiercely. This was the first time Ju Tomioka had shared a bed with someone. No, with his fiancée. In the quiet room, a soft voice suddenly broke the silence. Fishy. What is it? Red Bean. I really like you. The tipsy girl nuzzled against the young man's neck, her tone brimming with delight. I know. Her hair brushed against his cheek, bringing a gentle tickle, prompting Ju to hold her restless head still. Sleep. The young couple clung to each other tightly, feeling each other's warmth, until the tender night ushered them into slumber. As the night's hues gradually faded, sunlight pierced through the clouds, melting the icy snowflakes. Cheeky, drowsy and disoriented, nestled closer to her companion. Wait a minute. Wasn't I supposed to be sleeping alone? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Suddenly wide awake, fragments of last night's memories flashed through her mind. Cheeky clumsily covered her flushed face with her hands, feeling both embarrassed and shy. Why did she act like a rogue, kissing everyone indiscriminately when drunk? Moreover, Cheeky raised her head, peering through her fingers at the handsome face of the young man still lost in slumber. Why did she insist on dragging Ju to sleep with her? Cheeky. Woken by her movements, Ju sat up, his hair tousled and slightly raised, his eyes still clouded with sleep. A look of bewilderment that was quite different from his usual demeanor. Is something wrong? The sight of his beauty struck Cheeky, making her blush even deeper. This is so unfair. Draped in an exquisite dark blue embroidered kimono, Cheeky grasped Tominaga's hand with one, while the other was employed to shield her face with her sleeve, hastening through the corridor of the butterfly mansion. This morning, Yuumi had informed her that yesterday's incident at the Yuzui residence had been witnessed by Ginkgo, Michiro Takedo. Ginkgo was infuriated by her audacity in kissing Michiro, and thus, her drunken escapade had swiftly circulated throughout the Demon Slayer Corps overnight. How vexing. Ginkgo, you relentless Hashira? At this moment, she yearned to find a crevice in the ground to hide away. After exchanging greetings with 3 teammates, each displaying a myriad of complex expressions, she finally arrived at Shinobu's medical room. It appeared that Cheeky had not forgotten the events of the previous night. Shinobu was amused by her despondent visage. Gently swabbing the girl's arm with an alcohol pad, Cheeky stiffened, uncertain if it was the chill of the needle or the recollection of last night's embarrassing incident that caused her discomfort. Mokahana, be honest, I beseech you for mercy. Chapter 62, Miss or Maid. On New Year's Day, Cheeky spent her time at the Kenroji estate, accompanied by Tominaga Iyu, who naturally attended as her fiancé. Kenroji Aoya and Lady Amano were not the least bit surprised, as if they had anticipated this event, and even prepared gifts for the younger generation. Even the younger siblings quickly adapted, referring to Tominaga as Oniai-chan. Throughout this family reunion banquet, only Cheeky felt the palpable tension and embarrassment akin to meeting a boyfriend's family for the first time. In February, Japan occasionally experiences snowfall. Recently, within the upper echelons of Kyoto society, there have emerged youths adorned with animal ears and tails, although each household endeavored to conceal them. The Demon Slayer Corps took notice and rescued some beast folk. Initially thought to be demons, they stood unscathed beneath the sunlight. These beast folk were, without exception, humans afflicted by blood demon arts. Through investigations conducted by the Demon Slayer Corps and the Kenroji family, it was discovered that most of these beast folk were linked to the affluent merchant Hayakawa Yu. Thus, Cheeky and Tominaga were dispatched to investigate this matter. On the outskirts of Kyoto, gazing at the 3 young boys before her, Cheeky was momentarily taken aback. Ikura, what brings you here? Sister Cheeky, we have been sent to assist you. Tanjiro, carrying a box, beamed like the sun. Although they held high status, in a bustling place like Kyoto, 2 individuals could easily attract unnecessary trouble. Sister, we meet again. Surely it is fate that reunites us. This time, Zenitsu refrained from mentioning marriage, yet he still lunged forward, eager to grasp the girl's hand. Mokahana. Cheeky quickly stepped back to evade him, simultaneously restraining the eager youth beside her. Zenitsu. Tanjiro pulled the blonde boy back, frowning, his eyes brimming with disapproval. You mustn't act this way. Sister Cheeky already has a fiancé. How reckless, Zenitsu. Did you not see Yu-senpai frown? Sensing the charged atmosphere, Tanjiro feared that Yu-senpai might draw his sword at any moment. Zenitsu's gaze fell upon the ring adorning the girl's left hand, his heart shattering into 2 pieces. Ah, how infuriating. Someone has beaten me to it. Who is that person? Is he more handsome or gentler than I? What do I lack compared to him, sister? I can do it too. Do you have a problem with me? One simple phrase silenced the frantic Zenitsu. Observing Tominaga Yu step forward, the blonde youth shrank back. Ha ha. Really? I was just joking. You both seem quite well matched. Zenitsu sidled behind Tanjiro, falling silent. Takedo, why are we not hunting demons yet? Inosuke, who had tired of the banter, finally spoke up. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait to sever a demon's neck. My name is Tanjiro. Tanjiro corrected him once more. Feeling a sense of exasperation, moreover, this time we must heed Sister Chiki and Yu Senpai's instructions. No acting on our own. How troublesome. Though Inosuke voiced his complaint, he obediently remained in place, his eyes peering at Chiki from the eye holes of his boar mask. Then, before nightfall, let us first scout the Hayakawa estate. Although the Hayakawa residence was situated in the bustling heart of Kyoto, it exuded an air of tranquility amidst the clamor. Surrounding this duplex mansion was a 3-meter-high wall, topped with anti-theft electrification. Guards patrolled the entrance and nearby areas, rendering the sight of passers-by nearly non-existent. Yet, it was not merely this that prompted caution. Those guards appeared to wield cold weapons as well. It seemed folly to charge in recklessly. Chiki furrowed her brow, crouching beside Tominaga in a tree. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and the others struggled to engage the guards, quickly being dismissed without further ado. Inosuke seemed poised to draw his blade, but was forcibly restrained by Tanjiro. The group reconvened at the alley's intersection. No good. That guard stated that without an invitation, none may enter. Tanjiro relayed the outcome of their negotiations. Ikurameo. Is that so? Chiki mused, sensing something amiss with Hayakawa Yu, who seemed excessively wary of uninvited guests at his estate. I shall incapacitate them. Mokahana, Prince of the Sea. That is dangerous. Be cautious of the peanuts. Chiki firmly grasped Tominaga Yu, casting him a stern glance. Let us hold off for now. Time slipped away like fine sand through fingers, and as the sky darkened completely, countless lights illuminated the surroundings. Inosuke had remained quiet for some time. Chiki suspected he had dozed off beneath his boar mask. Suddenly, an antique car emerged from the Hayakawa estate, gliding away into the distance. I shall pursue it. Although unaware of who occupied the vehicle, Tominaga Yu sprang to his feet as the car began to vanish from sight. This time, Chiki did not hinder him, but continued to guard their position with the 3 boys. At that moment, a bird suddenly darted into Chiki's embrace, clutching a rectangular object in its talons. Chiki, this is a message from our lord. You must see it. The bird was none other than Yuami, delivering a crimson, gold-embossed invitation. Upon reading the note enclosed within, Chiki promptly tapped the heads of Inosuke and Zenitsu. Tuna, follow me. The 4 of them wove through the bustling marketplace, drawing the curious gazes of countless passers-by. According to the note, Hayakawa Yu was a recluse who seldom ventured beyond his abode unless absolutely necessary. However, fortuitously, he would be attending a banquet today at the Kyoto Concert Hall. As a prominent figure in the business world, the Kanroji family received numerous invitations each year, hoping to collaborate with them. Yet, Kanroji Aoya was not keen on such matters. Due to health issues, he entrusted all such affairs to Lady Amano. Moreover, Lady Amano herself was indifferent to such gatherings, having never attended a banquet, rendering the Kanroji family a rather enigmatic presence in high society. At the entrance of the concert hall, Chiki spotted Yu being halted. Sir, without an invitation, you cannot enter. Furthermore, the male attendant at the door eyed Tominaga's weapon with apprehension. Just as the standoff ensued, Chiki's voice rang out from behind. Ikura Daikin. Ju Tomioka once again relinquished the notion of incapacitating someone and turned to approach the young girl. The man and woman in the vehicle had entered, confirming that they were indeed the Hayakawa father and daughter. Chihiki, what should we do now? Tanjiro inquired, his heart racing as he observed the opulent throngs of people, for he had already caught a whiff of the demonic scent. A considerable number of guests had entered the banquet, and should a demon strike within, they might remain oblivious to the impending danger. Don't fret, Aoi, Chihiki reassured, leading the quartet outside. Not far from the concert hall, they encountered a commercial street, and Chihiki waved the invitation she held. I just received the invitation, but before we enter, we need to don some disguises. Based on the information on the invitation and the attire of those entering the hall, it was evident that the host of the banquet was a Western merchant, and most attendees were clad in petite dresses and suits. However, since they needed to smuggle in the Nichiren blades at the entrance of the Canoe family's tailor shop, Chihiki glanced back at the curious boys, an enigmatic smile gracing her features. So, do you wish to be ladies or maids? Chapter 63, A Familiar Encounter. In the second-floor dressing room, Chihiki donned a blue and white, lace-trimmed evening gown with puffed sleeves, braiding her hair into an elegant updo secured with a red pearl headband. She applied a layer of powder to her face, yet the curse mark at the corner of her mouth remained conspicuously evident. Thus, she picked up a white lace fan, twirling it to obscure half of her face, revealing only her violet eyes that sparkled with mirth. Entering the adjacent room, Chihiki, adorned in such finery, playfully lifted her skirt while performing a curtsy. How do I look, Salmon-ro? You look stunning, Chihikine, Tanjiro offered, ever the source of emotional support. Sister, you're so beautiful. I want to follow you for a lifetime, carrying your skirt. Zenitsu chimed in, unabashedly infatuated. His words momentarily broke Chihiki's composure, prompting a soft laugh as she politely declined. There's no need for such fuss, Zenitsu, Chihiki said, fixing her gaze upon the young man before her, her smile radiant. You look lovely, he murmured, averting his gaze. His earlobes flushed beneath his hair. Ju Tomioka, clad in a long, black and white maid's outfit, appeared rather uncomfortable, gripping the hem of his dress with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, Ju looks quite charming in women's attire. Chihiki couldn't suppress her grin, tossing the fan onto the sofa and playfully pinching the bewildered young man's cheek. Chihiki, Ju murmured, steadying the girl at her waist, his lips pressed together, his cheeks now tinged with a faint blush. This outfit is utterly uncomfortable. Inosuke tugged at his collar. His handsome face marred by impatience, the ruffled headpiece casually held in his hand. Just bear with it, Inosuke. We'll be inside soon, Tanjiro reassured, fastening his headpiece for him. Once we're in, we'll adapt to the situation, trying to avoid causing a stir. As Chihiki opened the door and stepped out, a familiar voice echoed in the corridor. Fortunately, there were shops selling dresses nearby. Otherwise, returning would have been impossible. Instinctively glancing back, her heart raced upon seeing the newcomer. What a fortuitous coincidence. Chihiki-chan. Chihiki, who had intended to retreat into the room, found her path obstructed by several individuals emerging, causing her to collide directly with the girl in the corridor. Noticing that Natsuko was hurrying over, Chihiki had no choice but to turn around, discreetly gesturing to her companions behind her. Kombu. Tanjiro, seeing this, immediately urged everyone to lower their heads, clutching the box against the wall. Observing the girl's attire, Natsuko appeared taken aback, then hesitantly remarked, Chihiki-chan, you're not also heading to the concert hall for the banquet, are you? Salmon-ro, what a coincidence. I am as well, Natsuko exclaimed, delightfully producing her invitation. My parents are on a business trip to Tokyo, and Kobayashi-kun is unavailable, leaving me alone at home. So I had no choice but to come in their stead. By the way, Chihiki-chan, who are you accompanying? My situation is quite similar. I am here representing my maternal family, Chihiki replied, handing over the crimson invitation. Since the Kinu family had never attended a banquet, perhaps Natsuko could validate her identity. Upon seeing the surname inscribed on the invitation, Natsuko was visibly astonished. I never expected Chihiki-chan to be a miss of the Kinu family. Returning the invitation, Natsuko teased. Then should I now address you as Miss Kinu Chihiki? I wonder if Miss Kinu would do me the honor of attending the banquet together? As she spoke, she grasped Chihiki's hand, bending to plant a gentle kiss on the back of it. Salmon-ro, Chihiki sighed, pulling the girl up. At that moment, a somewhat weary female voice interjected, Miss, let us not dawdle. The banquet is about to begin. Following Natsuko, a woman with graying hair, clad in a black suit, spoke. You should accompany Miss Kinu promptly. Chihiki recognized her as the housekeeper of the Sato family. All right, I understand, Natsuko replied. Her gaze sweeping over a row of individuals by the wall, curiosity piqued. Are all of these your maids, Chihiki-chan? Isn't that a bit excessive? Ah, Salmon-ro. Natsuko continued, her brow furrowing as she recognized a particularly tall maid. I feel like I've seen her before. Ju Tomioka lowered his head even further. This is bad. She's already met Ju. Chihiki quickly grasped the girl's arm, steering her downstairs. It must be your imagination. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. Is that so? At the entrance to the concert hall, they were halted once more. I apologize, ladies. But the banquet's regulations stipulate that each individual may only bring a maximum of 2 attendants. Chihiki's heart raced, her grip tightening around the fan. Behind her, Inosuke was already bouncing with impatience, and had it not been for Tanjiro and Zenitsu holding him back, he might have charged forward to confront the attendant. Can't we just let one more person in? Receiving a pitiful glance from his friends, Natsuko folded her plush fan, frowning at the male attendant. We represent the Sato and Kinu families at this banquet. The housekeeper stepped forward. The male attendant exchanged glances with his companion, an expression of consternation crossing his face. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of several guests. An elderly gentleman in a tailcoat approached, a warm smile upon his face, having already been informed of the situation. Upon hearing the name Kinu, he felt a flicker of surprise. His gaze fell upon Chihiki, partially concealed by her fan. He recognized the Sato family's young lady and deduced that if she vouched for this girl, her identity was likely genuine. Ah, so you are Miss Kinu. In that case, please, do come in, he said, placing a hand before him and bowing slightly, his tone respectful, yet not servile. After all, it was natural for a maiden attending a banquet for the first time to have her family concerned. The girl remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Under the old man's puzzled gaze, Natsuko elucidated, Chihiki-chan is unable to communicate normally due to certain circumstances. We hope for your understanding. Ah, so she cannot speak. No wonder she has so many attendants, the old man comprehended. A group of individuals made their way inside. And as Inosuke passed by the male attendant who obstructed their path, he waved his fist at him, only to be forcibly dragged away by Zenitsu, who covered his mouth. Oh dear, that girl, though adorably cute in appearance, seemed rather fierce. My sincerest apologies for startling you, Tanjiro said, bowing in apology to the frightened man while carrying a box on his back. It's quite all right, replied the attendant, his mind swirling with perplexity as he observed their retreating figures. These girls are so peculiar. They hardly seem to be here for a banquet, but rather to engage in brawls. Furthermore, that silent, statuesque maid appears strikingly familiar, as if he has seen her before, yet the memory eludes him. Chapter 64. Such thrills? As soon as they entered, Chiki and Natsuko found themselves surrounded. The commotion at the entrance caught the attention of several newcomers who had just arrived, prompting young ladies and gentlemen, urged by their parents, to approach and attempt to establish connections with the Kanu family, whether in matters of love or friendship. Such relationships were deemed beneficial with no drawbacks. A few young men were pushed aside as Tanjiro unfurled the note Chiki had slipped into his hand. Don't mind me. Go find someone quickly. The absence of a tent outside the banquet hall was due to the sheer number of attendees. Should Hayakawa Yu truly be a demon, the likelihood of him lashing out upon realizing he could not escape was quite high. Catching a glimpse of the three boys hastily departing, Chiki blinked. Surely, Tanjiro would locate them swiftly, given his keen sense of smell. The young ladies engaged in light banter, yet only a few culinary terms escaped Chiki's lips, causing their enthusiasm to wane. After learning from Natsuko about Chiki's situation, the ladies exchanged sympathetic words before gradually departing. After all, with no means of communication, how could they forge connections? Moreover, they had their own circles, and their presence was merely a result of parental influence. While the ladies departed, the young gentlemen poised to inherit their family businesses remained undeterred. Miss Chiki, I am Fujiwara Shuichiro. A young man clad in a deep navy suit, appearing to be in his 20s, obstructed Chiki and her companions. He slightly bowed, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Might I have the honor of dancing with Miss Chiki? As Chiki contemplated stepping back to decline, a familiar figure suddenly intervened. It was Ju Tomioka. He had been searching the hall for the Hayakawa father and daughter when he turned and caught sight of this scene. Ju, taken aback by Fujiwara's surprised expression, felt compelled to speak, but was silenced by Chiki's panicked hand covering his mouth. Dried bonito, please, don't speak, or you'll become a cross-dressing pervert. Fujiwara observed the girl's frantic gestures, his gaze lingering on the ring adorning her hand, then scanning the agitated maid who was evidently male. In an instant, he comprehended the situation, offering a resigned smile. I truly apologize. I was unaware that Miss Chiki was already engaged. I shall take my leave. He resolved not to provoke his fiancée's ire, as trailing after her in a maid's outfit seemed profoundly embarrassing. As Fujiwara departed, his peculiar expression left Chiki bewildered. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed Natsuko stifling a laugh with her fan. Leaning closer to Chiki, she whispered, Wow, what were you two doing? Making your fiancé wear a maid outfit? How thrilling. Kikuhana. Chiki's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. I knew he seemed familiar. How could you not recognize him, Chiki-chan? Natsuko exclaimed excitedly. When I return, I shall insist Kobayashi-kun do the same for me. Haha. Let us mourn for Kobayashi-kun for a moment. Suddenly, Ju Tomioka placed a hand on Chiki's shoulder, beckoning her to observe a girl seated on a sofa in the corner relaxation area. The child, around 12 or 13 years of age, donned a small dress and sported twin ponytails. Recognizing her from the mission target's photograph, Chiki immediately identified her as Hayakawa Rina, the daughter of Hayakawa Yu. Just then, someone with ties to the Sato family approached to greet Natsuko. I shall step into the restroom for a moment. Natsuko, take your time, she said. Sighing, she watched the two hasty figures depart, swallowing back her comment about the restroom being on the second floor. I'm so hungry. There are so many people, Hayakawa Rina murmured. Her throat dry, yet recalling the warning from that man, she instinctively shrank back. Moreover, with her utterly useless blood demon art, she could hardly contend with an adult male. Perhaps I shall wait until I return. She pondered whether tonight's meal would consist of little rabbits or kittens, her legs swinging as her fingers, resting on the sofa, sharpened uncontrollably. As two shadows loomed over her, she raised her head, her smile freezing in place. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, guided by his acute sense of smell, ascended to the second floor. The three halted at the threshold of a room at the end of the corridor, the scent of demons growing increasingly potent, prompting Tanjiro to furrow his brow. Inosuke brandished his twin blades, intent on breaking down the door, but was restrained by the others. No, the noise will attract attention. Tanjiro protested, casting a disapproving glance at Inosuke. TCH, what a nuisance. The handsome youth, wielding his blade, expressed his impatience. Wait, it seems there is more than one person inside. Zenitsu leaned close to the door, faint voices echoing in his ear. Simultaneously, Tanjiro detected the palpable fear permeating the air. The demon was about to strike. Breach the door. Without time for further contemplation, Tanjiro instinctively shouted, Waha! Charge forward, charge forward. Inosuke grinned broadly, taking several steps back to build momentum before crashing through the door. He lunged forward as the Nichiren blade struck the demon's arm, which reached for the person lying on the ground. Ugh! Hayakawa Yu, who had managed to withdraw just in time, sustained an injury. His face contorted with rage as he glared at the trio of maid-clad youths who appeared unexpectedly. He had intended to assume a new identity, but hadn't he anticipated that demon slayers would infiltrate the banquet. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man on the ground was helped to his feet by Tanjiro, who noticed the wound on his abdomen, bleeding from the claw marks. Are you all right? That thing is a monster. We must leave. The blonde man, clad in a suit, looked terrified, gripping Tanjiro's hand tightly, desperate to escape, yet his legs felt weak. Meanwhile, Inosuke had already shouted, charging forward. After entrusting the man to Zenitsu and asking him to guard the door, Tanjiro realized that the commotion had attracted others. They needed to deal with Hayakawa Yu here. If he blended into the crowd, it would spell trouble. However, as Tanjiro turned back with his blade in hand, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. How could this be? You dare impersonate me? Inosuke one bellowed with his gruff voice, irate. In contrast, Inosuke too disregarded his fury, excitement evident on his face as he launched an increasingly aggressive assault. Charge forward, charge forward. How could the great king of Mount Ho be replaced by a mere little demon? Inosuke one quickly found himself at a disadvantage, shouting to the onlookers, stop standing there. This demon is too strong. Come help me at once. The most dreaded silence fell over the air. Tanjiro and Zenitsu exchanged exasperated glances. Had this impostor truly taken them for fools? This is not right. Why this reaction? Even if they refuse to help, shouldn't they at least intervene? Hayakawa Yuga is on the verge of gnashing his teeth. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked shouts erupts from downstairs. Tanjiro's brow twitches, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Seizing the opportunity while he is momentarily distracted, Hayakawa Yu leaps into the air, landing outside the room. Farewell, fools. Chapter 65, The Useless Blood Demon Art. In a corner of the banquet hall, upon the sudden appearance of two individuals, Hayakawa Rina is overtaken by a chilling premonition, an aura that sends shivers down her spine. You are demon slayers. A youthful voice pierces the air, yet its owner wears a contorted expression. Calm down. Hayakawa Rina forces herself to steady her nerves, reassuring herself that a Nichiren blade cannot possibly be allowed into the banquet. Yet, just as she thinks this, the tall demon slayer before her coldly produces a Nichiren blade from beneath her maid's dress. Doubts about her being a demon vanish in an instant. Chiki gently waves her fan, observing the flustered Hayakawa Rina, feeling as though she has forgotten something important. Just as Ju Tomioka raises his hand, he is splattered with bright red liquid. Help! A monster is trying to kill us. A shrill cry echoes as Hayakawa Rina clutches her lacerated arm, screaming in agony. Oh no, I forgot to set up the curtains. Chiki, realizing the commotion has drawn a crowd, knows it's too late to remedy the situation. How noisy, Ju Tomioka frowns, intent on swiftly eliminating the demon, but as he takes a step forward, he finds himself retreating, a flying wine glass crashing to the ground. What do you think you're doing? A young man exclaims, his hand still poised as if to throw something. The murmurs grow louder, and as Ju turns, the crowd sees the blood covering him, the long blade in his hand, and the girl on the sofa clutching her wound. A moment of silence blankets the banquet hall, soon shattered by screams of terror and chaos. He truly is a monster. He is killed. Run, there is a monster here. It is then that Chiki notices the fluffy ears and tail that have mysteriously appeared atop the young man's head and behind him. No way. This blood demon art is utterly useless. In an instant, Chiki comprehends the unfolding events, casting a disdainful glance at Hayakawa Rina, who is attempting to sneak away but is seized by Ju. However, a maid's outfit with animal ears? Ha ha ha. Ju, you've unintentionally entered the realm of cosplay today. Realizing she is being looked down upon, the demon girl, agitated, retorts, instead of mocking my blood demon art, perhaps you should be concerned about your current predicament. At that moment, someone leaps from the second floor, triggering gasps from the guests. Inosuke, but simultaneously, two figures descend. As Chiki attempts to grasp the situation, she is left questioning, huh? Two Inosuks? The guests in the banquet hall do not flee, but instead hide in the corners. A mix of fear and curiosity etched on their faces. Chiki, be careful. The other one is a demon transformed. Tanjiro warns while holding down the real Inosuk. Let go of me, Kaneo. I'll show him who the real king of the mountain is. Hayakawa Yu, witnessing Hayakawa Arena being restrained, feels a surge of frustration. Had he known to remain at home today, he could have called her over another time. Now, not only has he lost his source of income, but he may also lose his life. No, he cannot die here. Hayakawa Arena refrains from seeking help from her father, fully aware that he would abandon her without hesitation. His eyes only set on wealth, power, and his own survival. Chiki-chan. A feminine voice draws near. It is Natsuko, rushing in. Though she is unaware of the chaos that has unfolded, her instinct drives her to pull Chiki from the center of danger. Don't come over. That woman knows demon slayers. And she's just an ordinary person. Realizing this, Hayakawa Yu grins maliciously, thinking he can turn this to his advantage. Chiki winces, pleading silently that she not wear such a grotesque expression while bearing Inosuk's face. Be careful, Tanjiro shouts. With a thud, Hayakawa Yu lands at the feet of the crowd. And Natsuko gradually withdraws her foot, lowering her wide skirt, then subtly shifting behind Chiki, feigning nonchalance. Chiki, having drawn her sword, remarks, I didn't realize you had such ferocity, young lady. Just then, Zenitsu, who has just descended the staircase, witnesses this scene and is so frightened that he clings to the railing. Why are all the lovely girls so volatile? Damn it. Feeling the cold blade of the Nichiren sword against his neck, Hayakawa Yu curses silently. Even if he kills, he knows that the demon will turn to ashes. But with so many witnesses, they would all share the consequences. You'll be going to prison to repent, huh? Chiki-chan. Under the gaze of so many, Tanjiro finds it difficult to act. Just as he contemplates suggesting they retreat to a secluded place to carry out the execution, he notices the girl giving him an okay sign. Her expression clear. Indeed, it is time to handle the aftermath. Clearing her throat, Chiki commands, everyone, gather. As her voice resonates, the men and women attending the banquet converge. Remember, nothing happened at today's banquet. As her words linger, everyone, including Natsuko, appears dazed, murmuring along. Tanjiro's eyes widen in realization. This technique can be utilized too? Now, let's all return home and find our mothers. As they orderly file out, Hayakawa Yu is left with a face ashen as ash. Chapter 66. Tomioka Meow Meow. In a ramen shop, a group seated in the corner attracts the attention of both patrons and the owner. It is not merely due to the pig adorned with a hood, but also the white-eared Tomioka Meow Meow. Indeed, while their mission has concluded, for reasons unknown, Ju Tomioka finds the ears and tail conjured by the blood demon Art have not vanished. This blood demon Art even has a delay feature. Feeling the tail rubbing against his palm, Chiki cannot suppress the smile forming beneath her scarf. Filled with excitement, she gently squeezes it, causing the nearby Tomioka Meow Meow to shudder, freezing in place. The young man turns his head away, the white cat ears atop his head twitching. Perhaps due to the blood demon Art, his ears and tail have become sensitive, as if they genuinely belong to him. A heat rises uncontrollably on Ju Tomioka's face. His hands clenched into fists upon the table, his ears flushed crimson. Hee hee. Chiki's laughter grows increasingly peculiar as she continues to stroke the fluffy tail. A tingling sensation spreads throughout Ju Tomioka, and he can no longer contain himself, his voice trembling. Chiki, stop playing. Salmon Row? The girl feigns ignorance, even reaching out to tousle his hair. Overwhelmed by the strange sensations enveloping him, the young man, seeing his resistance futile, surrenders and buries his face in his fiancée's embrace. Falling silent. Oh dear, Chiki exclaims, instinctively wrapping her arms around him, her eyes sparkling with delight. You've turned into quite the cat, haven't you? Good boy, good boy. She comforts him, gently patting his back. The trio of youths, who bore witness to the entire spectacle, exhibited a range of emotions. Tanjiro exclaimed, huh? How strange. I feel full without having eaten. Zenitsu lamented, wah, I wish I could be pampered in the embrace of a girl, as he bit into his handkerchief. Tears streaming down his face. Inosuke chuckled heartily. Ha ha, as expected, little kittens are fragile. The Mountain King must indeed be this pig. With a sense of resignation, Tanjiro explained to the inquisitive proprietor and patrons that it was all a ruse, while simultaneously suggesting to the curious Ju, who was seated closely beside the young lady, perhaps, Ju, you ought to pay a visit to Miss Shinobu. Ju, his demeanor returning to normal, swallowed the piece of radish in his mouth and nodded gently. It was indeed necessary to check on Butterfly Manor. He was uncertain how long this situation would persist. He cast a glance at the tail, which wound itself around Chitosa's waist, a tail he found impossible to control, and pursed his lips. The morning sun of February bathed them in warmth. After exchanging farewells, the two groups parted ways. Despite the chilly weather and the sparse foot traffic, Chitose and Ju garnered 100% rate of glances from passersby. The sight of a youthful masked maiden alongside a young man adorned with cat ears was undeniably peculiar. Their crimson and pale blue haori intertwined, their hands clasped tightly beneath their sleeves, while a flash of white adorned the slender wrist of the young lady. Casting a sidelong glance at the calm young man beside her, Chitose smiled, thinking that the tale was indeed the most honest aspect of the situation. Inadvertently, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the nearby confectionery shop. In an instant, the gazes of the three collided midair. The sight of the rice cakes in the hands of Agatsuma, the cat ears atop Ju's head, and Chitose's awkward expression unfolded before them all. Agatsuma, do you fancy rice cakes? What kind of getup is this? How fortunate to see you, haha? Three voices resonated simultaneously. What I like is none of your concern. Agatsuma quickly shoved the rice cakes back into the oiled paper bag, veins visibly throbbing at his temple. Ju felt a tinge of sadness. He had merely expressed concern for a colleague. Kombu, no need to mind it. Observing Ju's ears droop slightly, Chitose reached up to tousle his hair. By the way, what is the deal with those ears? Dajun, how could you let him go out like this? This is not your home. Agatsuma turned his head away in disdain, his tone dripping with contempt, almost voicing his thoughts. You all are truly ridiculous. Moku, perhaps Chitose should be grateful that Agatsuma was merely semi-literate, capable of reading but not writing. After explaining the situation to him in writing, she defended herself. And do you truly see me as that kind of person? Recalling the scene she had witnessed at Yuzui's abode, Agatsuma responded without hesitation, indeed. Silence enveloped the moment, akin to a tranquil evening at Cambridge. Salmon Row. Why? We must leave. Sensing Chitose's despondent mood, Ju, before departing, earnestly declared to his white-haired, hedgehog-headed colleague, I dislike you. Huh. Agatsuma gaped with wide eyes. Chitose gasped in surprise, dried fish. Enough of this, let's flee. All right. As she watched the two dash away, Agatsuma's frustration surged, his muscles tensing in his arms. At Butterfly Manor, hand in hand with Ju, Chitose hurriedly navigated the corridor, lacking the extraordinary dullness of her companion. Her current emotions mirrored the day when her drunken antics had spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. This time, however, the expressions of her comrades appeared even more bewildered. She dared not linger, pulling Ju along as she dashed forward. They swiftly entered Shinobu's medical room, and Chitose firmly closed the sliding door behind them, tears streaming down her face. She fervently hoped that tomorrow, rumors would not circulate within the Corps about the water pillar being coerced by his fiancée into wearing cat ears. Otherwise, she might truly perish from embarrassment. Chitose, are you playing some sort of game? Upon noticing Ju's predicament, Shinobu bore an intriguing smile. Moku, halt. It is absolutely not what you think, Shinobu. Ju has fallen victim to a blood demon art, which is why he appears this way, Chitose hastily clarified. Fearful of further misunderstandings, tugging at Ju's sleeve. Chitose's words are accurate. The girl abruptly turned her head, disbelief etched across her face. No, brother, please don't say that. I'm frightened. Chapter 67. A stroll through the flower street? After storing her cursed energy in the ring transformed into a cursed tool, Chitose descended into the basement of Butterfly Manor. All right, you may leave now, Yashiro said impatiently, having just placed the blood collection device down. Do not disturb Lady Tamayo while she is conducting her research. Today, Shinobu went to the main residence for a routine inspection, which means the laboratory is rarely left with only her and Lady Tamayo, so others should refrain from interrupting them. Salmon. His hurried demeanor prompted Chitose to twitch her lips in amusement. All right. I know you have feelings for Lady Tamayo. Must you also be jealous of a girl? Just like a certain sharp-tongued individual. Recently, demons had been unusually active. To enhance efficiency, Chitose and Ju decided to operate separately for a time. A chorus of high-pitched female voices erupted. What on earth have you done? Chitose quickened her pace, confusion swirling within her as she made her way down the corridor. At the entrance of Butterfly Manor, a chaotic scene unfolded. Tanjiro, indignant, berated the situation while cradling the sobbing little Kaneo. Meanwhile, perched atop the crossbeam of the Manor's entrance, Yuzui Tenjin struggled to keep a terrified little Aoi at bay. In any case, I must take this one on a mission. Yuzui surveyed the disgruntled crowd below from his lofty position, though it may not seem particularly useful. He is still a team member, and Hinetsuru and the others cannot wait indefinitely. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Chitose noticed Aoi trembling in fear, her brows furrowing in concern. Are they attempting to abduct her? Return Aoi at once. Tanjiro and the girls shouted in outrage, while Kanao, though silent, protested with wide, defiant eyes. Everyone has their own burdens. Please do not so thoughtlessly poke at others' pain. A gentle yet resolute voice emerged, devoid of any fear of authority. Upon hearing this, Yuzui let out a derisive laugh, parting his lips to utter a retort, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden female voice. Naive, Tengen-san. The crowd turned to see a girl with long black hair and purple eyes stepping forward, her lips slightly curling as she spoke. Climbing so high could result in a fall. Gasps filled the air. What do you mean? Yuzui furrowed his brow, instantly becoming alert, mentally confirming his stance. Chitose, smiling nonchalantly, zipped up her collar. The next moment, the illustrious sound pillar, with all his grandeur, unexpectedly lost his footing, tumbling backward, inadvertently releasing his grip on Aoi. Aoi. The collective gasp of the girls echoed as Tanjiro and Kanawa rushed to catch the falling girl. Yet another figure emerged with remarkable speed. A boy clad in a pig-headed mask leaping from the side of the wall, calling out charge, as he deftly caught the blue butterfly. As they landed safely, a yellow-haired boy arrived, joining them at their side. Despite Yi Tungen's efforts to control his descent and land gracefully, the effects of the spell rendered his landing anything but elegant, resulting in a rather clumsy fall. Cursing under his breath, he thought of the wives waiting for his rescue, and with a surge of anger, he sprang to his feet. I have something of utmost importance to attend to. Are you aware that Hinetsuru and the others are in grave danger? Salmon Row? What has happened? Chikage stood at the forefront, shielding the girls behind him alongside the three boys. Kanai and the others supported the shaken Koi, whose eyes were still glistening with tears from the fright. Hinetsuru and the others disappeared while investigating the demons in the Yoshiwara Flower District, and I have been unable to contact them since. Yuzui Tengen's demeanor was far from amiable. That dull-witted fellow, who can hardly utter a word, is the butterfly's adopted son and is not someone I can take with me. But as a Hashira, do I not even have the right to take a mere member of my team? With arms crossed and brows furrowed, he lamented. I truly need female team members right now. So that's the situation, Chikage mused. You need female members to infiltrate the flower district in search of your wives. However, it is not strictly necessary for only girls to undertake this task. What do you mean? The towering youth narrowed his eyes. Salmon Row, it is precisely as you suspect. Reflecting on a mission from a month prior, Chikage's gaze flitted over the three boys beside him, a smile gracing his features. As they say, practice makes perfect, and Tanjiro and the others have garnered some experience in such matters. Very well, I shall take Koi's place. Upon receiving Chikage's intention, Tanjiro stepped forward with determination. Inosuke thumped himself, his voice gruff. Though I just returned, I still have plenty of strength left. I shall accompany Tenjin. Seeing his companions readily agree, Zenitsu trembled as he spoke. If it's for little Koi-chan, then I shan't back down. Is that so? Then you shall all join me. However, you must absolutely obey my commands. Yuzui Tenjin cast a glance at Chikage, pondering that having her along would indeed make things easier. And what about you, Salmon Row? Reflecting on the forthcoming arrangements, Chikage gestured in okay sign, knowing that with his numerous wives, finding them would be simpler. Our destination is the illustrious locale of Japan, a haven of sensuality and desire, the Flower District. A smirk played on the tall youth's lips as he turned to the boys, where the demons reside, in the Flower District. Boys, keep up with me in style. I want to wait for you. With that, Yuzui Tenjin dashed off in an instant. All right, I will do my best. Tanjiro called as he raced after the sound Hashira. Charge! Charge! Inosuke bellowed, following closely behind. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the group sprinting away as if in a race, Chikage sighed in exasperation and turned to Kanai and the others. Salmon Row, I shall take my leave. Kanai hesitated, taking a couple of steps forward, her voice barely above a whisper. Be careful. Salmon Row, waving goodbye, Chikage ventured into the distance. Meanwhile, the night had just fallen, and after severing a demon's neck, the young man received a message from the crow. Chikage said she won't be home tonight. She is going to the Flower District with the sound Hashira. What? The youth paused, seemingly unable to grasp the information. The crow repeated, Chikage said she is going to the Flower District with the sound Hashira and won't be coming home. The message left Tomioka Ju frozen in place, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief, a rare expression of shock crossing his usually impassive face. Where is she going? To the Yoshiwara Flower District. With Yuzui? Yes. The crow perched on a branch, flapping its wings in confusion. Is she really going to the Flower District with Yuzui? Yes, no, wait. It's not for leisure. It's a mission. However, the youth, fraught with turmoil, paid no heed to the crow's explanation. Ju's brows knitted tightly, his hand unconsciously pressing against the hilt of his Nichiren blade, his knuckles turning white. This is madness. Yuzui cannot take Chikage to such a place. In an instant, the young man's figure vanished, startling the crow. Chapter 68. Huh? Me? The Yoshiwara Flower District slumbers by day, yet comes alive at night, ablaze with lights and bustling activity. making it an ideal refuge for demons. In order to investigate the demons lurking within the flower district, Hinetsuru and the others infiltrated the brothels to gather intelligence. However, they lost contact with Tenjin 2 days ago, filling him with deep unease. Inside the wisteria house, letters exchanged between Hinetsuru and her companions lay scattered across the floor. Tanjiro picked up a stack, puzzled. So many. Have they been infiltrating for quite some time? Chikage, munching on pastries alongside Inosuke, shook her head, but before she could speak, Uzui Tenjin interjected. Oh, that's because I have 3 wives. A simple statement, yet it turned Tanjiro's face a shade of pale yellow. 3 wives. How on earth do you have 3 wives? Upon hearing the disheartening news, Zenitsu felt his world crumble. He took a couple of steps forward. Are you joking? Thud. The indignant exclamation was abruptly silenced as Zenitsu clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the ground. Do you have a problem with that? Uzui Tenjin slowly retracted his hand, his frown deepening. Tanjiro, still holding the letters, and Inosuke, having set down his snack and donned his mask, sat in stunned silence. The brothels where Hinetsuru and her companions were located had been identified, and Tanjiro and the others needed to don women's clothing to disguise themselves as girls about to be sold, infiltrating the 3 brothels to locate Hinetsuru. Suddenly, Inosuke chimed in. What if your wives are already dead? Chikage and Tanjiro gasped in horror. No, Piggy, you'll get beaten up. The next moment, the sound of the boy's grunt echoed in the air. As expected, Inosuke and Zenitsu began a game of stacking on top of one another. Shifting her gaze away from them, Chikage's expression turned one of alarm. Oh my, the illustrious Sound Hashira. What are you all standing around for? This is utterly unceremonious. Hurry and change your clothes, then begin the mission with flair. Yes. In a flurry, they began to move. As the only girl, Chikage was ushered into the next room. When she returned clad in her new attire, she found a white-haired youth in a deep crimson kimono, his back to the sliding door, applying makeup to several boys' faces. Is this makeup? Curious, Chikage leaned in closer and was struck dumb. Salmon Row? Goodness, who are these 3 stunning beauties? The starkly pale foundation devoid of color, the ghastly mouth as if freshly devoured a child, and the 2 heavy blush spots on their cheeks left her at a loss for words. With a firm squeeze of her eyes, Shinchi felt an overwhelming urge to return home for yet another glimpse of Tenjin, soothing the visual pollution her eyes had endured. She simply could not fathom how even a pig could be rendered in such a manner. Or was this a deliberate act, a guise of a ninja? Sister Shinchi, you've arrived. A small, top-knot-clad Tanjiro, adorned in that ghastly makeup, smiled at Shinchi. Oh, how she missed her gentle and adorable little son. Oh, a change of attire indeed makes you appear splendid. At that moment, the white-haired youth clad in red, with his flowing locks, turned to face her, nodding in approval at the girl dressed in deep blue kimono. Is that Salmon Row? No. Who are you, handsome stranger? Shinchi's eyes widened in astonishment. Rendered speechless by the transformation of Uzui Tenjin, who had shed his makeup, let down his hair, and changed his clothes, appearing as if he were an entirely different person. No wonder he had 3 wives. It seemed he was blessed with such striking looks. Accompanied by Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, they ventured back into the bustling streets. Arriving at the first brothel, the owner of the establishment glanced at the group of less than appealing women before him, his face instantly reflecting his reluctance. He hesitated to speak when suddenly interrupted. Such a beautiful lady must be a gentle soul. Please accept this child. Let her stay and help with chores. Uzui Tenjin swept his bangs back, his gaze fixed intently on the proprietress. And no, the owner attempted to interject, but was cut off by his wife, who readily agreed. Then, let us purchase one. The owner turned abruptly, witnessing his wife covering her face with one hand, smiling like a love-struck maiden. I am truly grateful. Uzui Tenjin gave a gentle push to Tanjiro. Off you go, Tanjiro. I will work diligently. Tanjiro bowed deeply to the owner and his wife. Oh, the art of seduction. Shinchi's lips twitched beneath her veil. For the sake of his wife, Tenjin was truly relentless. After bidding farewell to the proprietress, the group was halted by a lady on the street. Are you in search of buyers? The woman's gaze kept drifting toward the youth beside Shinchi. Oh, you seem to be. Uzui Tenjin feigned surprise. Indeed, I am a handler from the Ajimoto house, she replied, pointing at Inosuke. I'll take this child. Wow. What an eye for talent you have, madam. Shinchi lightly patted Inosuke's arm, signaling him to approach. Take care, Inosuke. Having resolved 2 matters in succession, Uzui Tenjin cheerfully waved goodbye as he watched the 2 depart. At last, only Zenitsu remained. Sensing a strong gaze beside him, the blonde youth turned, only to meet Uzui Tenjin's disdainful expression. TSK, truly useless. Zenitsu exclaimed, Hey, how unfair. Why is it that only he is unwanted? Don't wear such a look of panic and dissatisfaction. Is it so disappointing to not be sold? Shinchi retorted. at the Kayagaka house. She assured that as long as the lady kept her, she would undertake any menial task. In response to Yuzui Tenjin's request for her to be taken in, the proprietress, ignoring the furious Zenitsu, focused her attention on the slightly lagging Qianxi. I can take her in, but could you also sell me that child? Huh? Qianxi pointed to herself, blinking in confusion, her clear eyes filled with bewilderment. Me? The proprietress nodded. Indeed, it is you. Zenitsu, flustered, shouted, how could this be? Without hesitation, Yuzui Tenjin replied, she cannot. Why not? I will train her to be the next courtesan. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Although her lower face was obscured, those striking eyes captivated the proprietress. No, madam, Yuzui Tenjin said as he placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, his lips curving into a smile as he looked down at the proprietress. This splendid young lady is a member of my household. The proprietress of the Kayagaku house looked astonished. If you keep Zenitsu here, I won't charge you a dime. With the infiltration of the brothel finally concluded, Qianxi and Yuzui Tenjin decided to explore other areas of the flower district for information. Meanwhile, a hurried Jutomioka encountered a beautifully dressed girl preparing to enter an establishment alongside a tall, red-clad figure with white hair. Qianxi, a familiar voice called from behind, instantly brightening the girl's eyes. Yet before she could turn, she felt a tug on her wrist, and in a whirl, was pulled back several paces. Saw Salmon Row. What's the matter? Once steady, Qianxi keenly sensed something amiss with the youth. Jutomioka's gaze remained fixed on the white-haired youth 5 meters away. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the man's face for a moment, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ah, Ju, you've arrived so swiftly. Yuzui Tenjin stood with arms crossed, smirking. Ignoring his words, Jutomioka turned away, his expression impassive, tightening his grip on the girl's hand. Isn't my presence enough? What are you talking about, Ju? Although his tone was flat, Qianxi sensed an undercurrent of grievance. Ha ha ha, in this manner, you wouldn't have failed to recognize this festival deity, would you? As Yuzui Tenjin approached, hearing this, he noticed Ju's watchful gaze directed at him, and couldn't help but laugh derisively. How utterly lacking in glamour, Ju. The young man beside him appeared momentarily stunned. And Qianxi smiled knowingly. Indeed, there was a significant difference in Yuzui's appearance pre- and post-makeup, making it understandable that Ju failed to recognize him at first. Finally correlating the man before him with his memories of his comrade, Jutomioka pressed his lips together nervously, recalling the reason for his presence. He swiftly pulled the bewildered girl behind him, resting his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, his expression more serious than ever. Do not lead her astray. Yuzui Tenjin blinked, his eyes wide, pointing at himself in slow disbelief. Huh, me? Chapter 69, Tomioka Qianxi? Inosuke you? The three began to chatter nonsensically. One spoke of salmon, seaweed, and bonito flakes. Another was incessantly extravagant, while the last spoke little that was of any merit. After a difficult exchange, they finally clarified the situation. Qianxi, utterly shocked, shot an accusatory glance at the approaching Kaneo. You and me? Dried bonito. So it was you and me. Do not say such misleading things. It's not my fault. It's clearly Lord Ju who wouldn't listen. I said it was a task. Yuemi fluttered her wings, perched on Qianxi's raised arm, looking quite aggrieved. As a result, all that Ju heard was that Qianxi was going to the flower district with the sound Hashira. What could I do about it? Upon hearing this, both Qianxi and Yuemi turned their gazes toward the expressionless youth. Oh, is that so? Ju Tomioka stated blandly, showing no sign of embarrassment for the misunderstanding. So, Salmon Row was in this predicament. Qianxi sighed in resignation. It seemed she would need to write messages down next time. TSK. To be thrown into disarray without even grasping the situation. Ju, you truly lack any semblance of glamour. Yuzui Tenjin scoffed disdainfully. What I am or am not is of no concern to you. Furthermore, with a few steps to the side, Ju Tomioka fixed his earnest gaze upon his colleague. Yuzui, keep your distance from her in the future. This place is not suitable for you. What do you mean? The towering young man with white hair looked down at his colleague, whose audacity often left him incredulous, and felt an urge to retaliate. Ah, Kombu. Let us not dwell on this. We should prioritize finding clues. Stepping forward to shield the young man, Chiki offered an apologetic smile to Tenjin Yuzui. Were it not for Hinitsuru and the others, Yuzui would have liked to act as impulsively as Kaneo, engaging directly instead of merely expressing displeasure. The dazzling flower district seemed to illuminate the inky night, with bustling pedestrians and charming young ladies above, creating a vibrant tapestry of life and energy. If they were to gather intelligence here, it was imperative to visit establishments filled with women, not those devoid of them. Although Ju strongly disapproved, he neither wished for Chiki to wait alone outside, nor to confront the enthusiastic young women by himself. Thus, in the end, Yuzui ventured alone to the flower district while Ju and Chiki pursued inquiries elsewhere. As they parted ways, the flamboyant Sound Hashira rolled his eyes dramatically, his disdain evident to all. Yet, even as the stars faded and the lights dimmed, with the warm sun rising once more, there remained no sign of Hinetsuru and the others. They seemed to have vanished without a trace. Now donned in his uniform, Yuzui sat restlessly atop the flower house, his expression as somber as a stormy sea, fervently hoping the boys infiltrating the establishment would return with valuable information. Could it be yet another upper moon? The mere thought caused Chiki to shake her head, attempting to dispel this ominous conjecture. Noticing her movement, Ju was perplexed. However, before he could voice his confusion, two crows swooped down from the sky, flapping their wings as they landed on the eaves. Since the arrival of Uemi, along with the elder Kanazawa, most of their missions had been relayed by Uemi. It was rare to see both crows appear simultaneously. Caw-caw. The leisurely Kanazawa spoke. Tonight's mission is demanding. I implore you, Chiki and Ju, to depart promptly. Uemi anxiously added the remainder of the message. Upon hearing this, the two sprang into action. Chiki turned to her worried colleague, contemplating whether it was truly appropriate to leave so soon after promising to assist in the search. Move quickly. Yuzui waved dismissively. The matters here can be resolved by this splendid festival deity. Besides, I am not inclined to shine. It is hardly glamorous. Chiki nodded, reflecting for a moment and adjusting her collar slightly. Then I wish you a prosperous journey. Hinetsuru and the others will surely be safe. The unexpected normalcy of her words momentarily stunned Yuzui, but his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and a subtle curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for your kind words. No need for pleasantries. Ju frowned, firmly adjusting the girl's collar before taking her hand. Let us go. The night deepened, the moonlight cascading through the gaps in the branches. After severing yet another demon's neck and maneuvering around the disintegrating corpse, Chiki wearily pinched the bridge of her nose. Finally, she understood what Uemi meant by a heavy workload. That had been the 10th demon of the night. Recently, these demons seemed imbued with a surge of vitality, as if they were eager to meet their demise. A young man, emerging from another grove, mirrored her actions, evidently having just concluded his own battle. Caw-caw. Chiki, you did splendidly. Tonight's mission is completed in record time. Tuna. At long last, had it come to an end? Tears welled in the girl's eyes as they traversed the countryside path with Ju, uncertain of the situation in the flower district, but resolved to take a look. The rustling from the nearby bushes became increasingly noticeable on the quiet path of the night. Initially dismissing it as a small creature, Chiki soon realized the sound was persistent, as if something were trailing them. What's the matter? Stopped by her grasp, Ju looked quizzically at the girl beside him. There seems to be something over there. As she spoke, a shadow darted out and leapt into Chiki's arms. Before Ju could intervene, she clumsily caught the fluffy intruder, only to discover it was a small orange cat, resembling Shichamaru, with something in its mouth, desperately trying to deliver it to her. Fishro, what is this? In the moonlight, she discerned a butterfly hairpin with pink edges. Fishro, this hairpin belongs to Kanaho. Suddenly, the little orange cat leapt from Chiki's embrace to the ground, taking a few steps forward and meowing anxiously, as if beckoning them to follow. Mayonnaise, let us follow it. Kanaho must be in danger. How else could she have neglected her most cherished hairpin? Without a moment's hesitation, Chiki grasped Ju's hand and dashed after the orange cat. Not far ahead lay a small village, shrouded in silence and devoid of light. They pressed on, following the cat into the woods at the foot of the mountain. Soon, sounds of a struggle reached their ears. Exchanging a glance, Chiki scooped up the orange cat, deciding it was unnecessary for it to lead the way any longer, and they both sprinted forward. In a clearing of the woods stood a small wooden house, where two figures were locked in confrontation. Upon recognizing the familiar boy with the red hair, Chiki gasped in surprise. It was the long-absent Jinya. Her gaze fell upon the weapon in his hand, which was not the Nichiren blade, and a flurry of questions arose in her mind. Nichiren, a gun? Tension filled the air as the grotesque, pale-skinned demon prepared to unleash its blood demon art. Yet, Jinya did not shy away. With several gunshots, he advanced toward the fiend. With no time to ponder further, Ju swiftly drew his Nichiren blade. Chiki placed the orange cat on a large stone beneath a tree, ready to retrieve the reckless boy. As the little orange cat witnessed their movements, it became agitated and cried out several times. In an instant, the two joined the fray. Ju swung his blade toward the demon's neck, while Chiki reached for Jinya's shoulder, intending to pull him back. Both Jinya and the demon were startled by the sudden appearance of the two. Blood demon art chaos. Don't come near. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Kadro. It's dangerous, retreat. The crimson glow of the blood demon art enveloped them, and Chiki felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When her vision cleared, she found herself gripping a blade, her perspective elevated, and before her lay the demon's body turning to ash. Confused about her sudden presence in this predicament, she then noticed a filthy little dog emerging from the demon's tattered clothing, scurrying to her feet and barking anxiously, clawing at her legs. Lowering her head, Chika beheld the hem of her trousers encased in leg warmers, accompanied by the crimson and tricolor tortoiseshell patterned sleeves of her haori. Wait a moment. Surely, her trousers did not appear thus. Furthermore, she was unequivocally certain that she had not mistakenly exchanged outfits with Ju today. Trembling, she reached up to her chest, rigidly turning to face the familiar yet unfamiliar visage that was her own. The girl with a high ponytail of black hair possessed a gaze that seemed distant, exuding an air of aloofness. Glancing again at the boy with a rooster comb sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was currently sticking out his tongue and tilting his head in her direction. At that moment, a small orange cat dashed over, meowing incessantly. A sudden jolt coursed through her, and Chika felt as though the world had tilted. So it turns out you are Kurihara Mimi. Then, does that mean Jinya is now Inosuke? She and Ju overwhelmed by shock. Even the usually stoic youth's face became animated under Chika's influence. In a flurry of panic and disbelief, she covered her face with her hands, her eyes wide open, transforming into a portrait of despair. I don't want this, she protested. Yet, when a cool male voice resonated, Chika fell silent, petrified, her mouth closing shut. Wah, I don't want to suddenly transform into a boy, especially not one who is my partner. In contrast to the flustered Tagoka Chika, the composed Yutomioka appeared far more level-headed. He approached Chika, intending to offer words of comfort, but before he could utter a sound, she abruptly clamped her hand over his mouth. You cannot speak. Ju, have you forgotten that you are currently inhabiting my body? Tagoka Chika wrapped her arms around Ju, anxiously covering his mouth through the collar of her garment. Cursed words are a passive skill. Sensing the disparity in height, Ju fell silent, parting his lips to utter a few syllables. Salmon. Chapter 70. Everyone is unfortunate. Observing Ju, who bore her face and spoke in a somewhat dazed manner, Chika felt an inexplicable amusement bubbling within her, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. A thought flickered through her mind. Given the current circumstances, should she refer to him as Ju-chan? At her feet, Jinya was fervently pawing at her, baring his teeth in evident displeasure. Meanwhile, Kanao the cat raised her fluffy paw, gesturing towards a nearby wooden cabin. Finally, recollecting the matter at hand, Chika scooped both little ones into her embrace. Feeling Jinya's resistance and struggle, she smiled gently with the youth's handsome face, pondering whether Jinya wished for Ju, now using her body, to hold him. The moment those words left her lips, Jinya fell silent. Ju, on the other hand, stepped forward silently, his eyes glinting with a hint of hope. Woof woof woof. You better not even think about it. Noticing Ju's movement, Jinya bared his teeth, his fur bristling. Bonito flakes. With his gaze lowered, the youth awkwardly expressed his slight disappointment in the language of rice balls. Uncertain if it was a reflex from Chika's body, he instinctively adjusted his collar, revealing a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. His mind involuntarily conjured an image of himself as Ju, and Chika was utterly captivated. Her heart racing with exhilaration, her smile becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Ju-chan, do you realize how utterly adorable you look right now, making one want to tease you? Inside the small cabin, they encountered Kanao's corporeal form, possessed by the cat, along with 3 other ordinary individuals who had been captured but had not succumbed to the blood demon arts. Several members of the Demon Slayer Corps emerged from various corners, assisting in untying the captives, while others attended to the aftermath or managed the bodies of the 2 team members who had switched places. As dawn broke, a golden light filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The butterfly mansion seemed especially lively on this morning. Before they could enter the mansion, the 2 groups collided at the entrance. One group consisted of boys lying on stretchers, being carried by the Corps members, while 3 girls followed closely, some anxious, others in tears, their bodies marred with numerous wounds, appearing quite disheveled. The other group featured girls cradling girls, boys shouldering boys, and the Corps members carrying cats and dogs. Seemingly unscathed, yet their behavior was decidedly peculiar. Before either group could exchange words, Aoi hurried over, exclaiming, "What are you all doing blocking the way? Don't you need treatment? Hurry up and get inside." Kanao and Jinya were taken to a different room due to their special circumstances. Yuzui Tenjin and the 3 boys lay side by side on hospital beds, the room a chaotic flurry. The trio, surrounding Tenjin's bed, anxiously awaited the results of Shinobu's examination. The boys' injuries were not severe, and they had already succumbed to sleep. The curtains were tightly drawn, and Nezuko was perched by Tanjiro's bedside, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at her brother lying on the hospital bed. Suddenly, Kanao the cat leaped from Chika's arms onto the bed, gently calling out to the slumbering crimson-haired boy, her round eyes reflecting worry. Kanao-chan? Chika was taken aback by her actions. Meanwhile, at the bedside of the boar-headed boy, a blue butterfly girl sat nearby. Her gaze fell upon Zenitsu. And although 3 girls were vigilantly guarding him, Chika inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for him. From the core, they learned that the demon hidden in the flower district was a pair of siblings, the Lower Moon Six. How unfortunate. With a complex mix of emotions, Chika reflected, realizing that she was hardly in a position to comment on their misfortune. Oh, Chika-chan is here as well. This simplifies matters. Noticing the commotion, Shinobu smiled at the typically silent girl, beckoning her over. Yuzui lost his left hand during the battle with the Lower Moon. If possible, could you assist in healing it? Upon hearing Chika could restore severed limbs, Satako was the first to react, tears glistening in her eyes as she cried out, Chika, please help Lord Tenjin. Ju stood still, seemingly still trying to comprehend the situation. Togoka Chika was taken aback, holding Jinya in one arm while wrapping her other around Ju. Her demeanor flustered as she stepped back repeatedly. No, this cannot be. This scene silenced the room. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Chika's jealousy over Ju's attention towards another girl. They were equally astonished by the transformation of the usually expressionless youth, whose face now displayed a wealth of emotions. Chapter 71. I'm the healer. He is Ju. The youth with black hair and blue eyes pointed towards the calm girl beside him, his tone laced with resignation. Chika's words startled everyone, and soon the room was filled with hushed gasps of disbelief as they exchanged glances between the composed girl and the flustered youth. The previously overlooked inconsistencies suddenly crystallized in their minds. What on earth was happening? Shinobu's eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized the 2 individuals before her. To avoid disturbing the slumbering boys, everyone, along with the still somewhat alert Yuzui, relocated to an adjacent room. Inside, Kanao and Jinya, having been fed by the core members, had already fallen asleep on the bed. Kanao and Jinya separated from Chika's embrace, settling beside Yuzui's bed. The girl began recounting the unfortunate events of the previous night, her voice carrying a distinctive chill, reminiscent of the youth she now inhabited. Seeking solace from her colleagues yet hesitant to reach out, the expression on Taketu Mitsuri's face was one of silent desperation. Together with Ju, Kanao, and the others, she thought, in any case, Shinobu, you must come to our rescue. Such circumstances explained why today, Ju seemed more loquacious and their interactions felt increasingly harmonious. Conversely, the typically verbose Ugyaki stood there in silence, devoid of words. A momentary hush fell over the group. The occupants of this hospital room were undeniably formidable, each either grievously wounded or ensnared in the clutches of a blood demon art that had altered their very forms. As she caught a small orange cat that leapt into her arms, Shinobu gently called out, Kanao-chan? The soft meow that followed elicited a stifled giggle from Shinobu, who then tenderly stroked the feline's fur. After examining the others, she turned her attention to Kanao and Jinya, finding no apparent issues. Contemplating briefly, she reassured the girl, saying, I will summon Miss Tamayo shortly to assess your condition. This should be akin to the previous occasion. Perhaps in a few days, everything will revert to normal. So do not fret too much, Chiki-chan. Really? Chiki's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet the strangeness of inhabiting another's body rendered her predicament all the more peculiar in the eyes of those around her. The girls stifled their reactions. Mouths agape but words swallowed back, with Samaire even covering her mouth with both hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, laughter erupted, drawing the group's attention to the bedside. The white-haired youth, his left eye and hand bound in layers of white bandages, wore an unabashed smirk. To have fallen victim to such a blood demon art, how utterly unglamorous. Ju. Yuzui Tenjin chuckled until tears streamed down his face. Tell me, what is it like to inhabit your fiancé's body? Ugyaki Ju tilted his head slightly towards his colleague, his expression as impassive as ever, showing no reaction to the jest. After a moment's contemplation, he uttered 2 words, salmon. I'm fine. His response left all but Chiki momentarily stunned. What an unexpected yet reasonable answer. Yuzui pouted. How dull. It used to be that speaking led to misunderstandings, but now it's fine. There's no fear of miscommunication, as no one can comprehend his words. A flicker of confusion crossed Ju's eyes as he pressed his lips together, entirely unaware of why he had said such a thing. Instinctively, he glanced at the people nearby, feeling a vague sense of unease. Does she feel the same way? Perhaps due to inhabiting Chiki's body. Ju's facial expressions appeared somewhat more animated. Noticing his forlorn demeanor, Chiki shifted closer and effortlessly enveloped Ju, her voice earnest. Please do not say that. Ju is wonderful, and I truly like him. The room was awash with varied expressions. Ju blinked slowly. Yuzui rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Shinobu and her companions exchanged knowing smiles. Ju thought, she likes me. Yuzui mused, Family who understands. The others chimed in with playful exclamations. Wow. It seemed that after the body swap, Chiki and Ju were more suited to one another. Cradling Kanawo, Shinobu's eyes sparkled with amusement as she observed the young couple. Suddenly, Chiki's expression shifted, her demeanor became rigid, and the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a mixture of seriousness and despair. The hand resting on Ju's shoulder fell away, prompting a look of confusion from him. Chiki shut her eyes tightly, grappling with an issue she was reluctant to confront. Since earlier, a familiar sensation had been lingering, and now, it had reached its limit. I think I need to use the restroom. Her voice trembled, laden with despair, as she stood there, utterly helpless.